Folks, let's make this happen. Where does this go? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be had, and you know, this is it. Do or die time for Paradigm. Their chance to, you know, be the champions of Smite of the world is at hand here.
Circuit.
I think Paradigm have an opportunity to really do mind games here, because they shouldn't. But if they ban Circuit first, then Enemy like, yeah, that's for me. That's the first thing they're thinking of is getting rid of
yeah,
Circuit.
you're scared.
But if they ban out something like the Soul or the Capri,
like that as well.
then it's less of a, this is targeted you, this is just a really good god.
Is it though?
And then they follow it up.
Pain though. I mean, they're very scared of his Capri because he's been, not to mention, he's actually been resurrecting Circuit over and over again. So maybe it was a combo ban. They're going to ban Circuit out too, maybe.
I mean, Pain is being played, probably the best show in this. Oh, no.
Atarax, you look very angry.
I'm upset, man.
Here.
They can still first pick Circuit. They can still take it away before Enemy can get it.
Well, we said that last game and they didn't do it. They opted to let Enemy have it again.
I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, they still have opportunities.
I still don't think it's necessarily Circuit. I think it's how they're playing against Circuit. I think they're playing very poorly. If they can fix, you know, how they work their team, I think that's ideally. And yeah, I like this Soul first pick. Give your dual lane a lot of pressure. 17%
win rate at the SWC is alarmingly low for a god that is being banned and picked as much as she has.
Every game.
Every single game, yeah. And a 17% win rate.
Neath early?
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this right now. I mean, Enemy coming from these last two extremely strong drafts, they don't need to pick up this Neath early. They can lean towards something else. I wouldn't even mind picking up something like Geb here, you know, such a safe pick for Pain de Viande, which we know he leaned towards after the Capri and Athena are down.
I feel like Vicium had a stronger showing on the Chiron than the Neath, but maybe it's to throw off the dynamic of Neath and Soul historically being very strong together in Europe. But Chiron should really fill that same role, so I'd love to see Paradigm pick that up.
Is it going to be a Circuit here? Freya,
that was banned out in the last game, so...
I'm not a huge fan of pairing Freya and Soul together. Usually the whole point of getting Soul and Freya, they fulfill the same role, right? They're doing the exact same thing on your team. Although I do like the Osiris pick that Paradigm is leaning towards right now. When Shing10 and Bologna are down, you pick up the Osiris because, like you said earlier, he doesn't lose lane. There's nothing wrong with winning your lane.
Osiris is also very good against Zhonghui because with the way his tether works is that it reduces the damage that Kyro to deal. So Zhonghui is not a god that can escape the tether ever. So as the second he ults, Osiris is going to go next to him, press his 3, and then just follow him around.
I love this pick of Circuit here. It was either between Circuit or Geb, I think they were debating, but the Circuit just works so well against Soul and Freya that they don't want it banned out. Once again, we're going to see Funball and Lobster on these two hyper carry gods, and Adjust has Circuit. Paradigm, they need to make sure they protect their carries this game.
There is no point for them to ban out Hunbats here, right? The jungler's already picked. They've got their Circuit. I want to see another target ban to Pain. Take out his Geb, and then what are they going to do? They've been relying so much on the defense. That's a great ban.
You can see
brilliant.
Good call. Good calling, Con.
I kind of want to see Ares against Circuit Neath. Very good, but the problem is then you have no hard peel for your hyper carries.
And furthermore, you know, they have the Sol on the Freya, and the big downside, as we touched upon, too magical. This kind of forces Tricks to go for a physical support, unless they're running the Sol in, well, Osiris jungle and Sol solo.
Yeah,
it's very
I think
awkward.
the first half is like I understand they're like trying to counter, but how are they going to round it out?
1 second.
It was very interesting. It was actually a pretty good ban there, actually, for the Guan Yu. The more that you think about it, because they knew they wanted a physical support, they banned out the Guan Yu, which was, of course, targeted at Tricks Tank. Even though it wasn't that effective last game, it would have fulfilled exactly what they needed this game.
So they pick up the Bacchus, which is probably the support that I think Tricks would have leaned towards here, and it forces out the Ares. And like, I love Ares against Circuit, but once again, that Circuit is going to have such a strong time if he can just avoid the Ares and jump on Freya or Soul.
The big strength, though, is that Sol and Freya both have mechanics to stall Circuit out in Freya's ultimate and Sol's 3, so they can, you know, Circuit has to awkwardly wait until those things are finished. And Ares, if they lock this in, can pull Neath, can pull Zhonghui, can pull Circuit, can pull Bacchus. None of them have a CC immunity outside of Beads or Aegis that is going to stop them, except for Circuit, she can jump on someone, but all of those people are going to get pulled into Ares.
They're definitely going to need a runic shield on the side of Enemy this game. You've got Freya and Soul for that damage. Finishing up with the Bastet, which is a good pick here. Bastet actually does pretty well against Zong because he has no movement abilities to get away from those cats. So he takes a lot of damage from them, especially early.
I love this draft from Paradigm. This is a Paradigm spicy draft, but it's actually really good. Unlike last game when it was awful, just the worst thing ever. This is an excellent Paradigm draft. It's off the wall and it works. It fits.
All right, guys. Well, it is all locked in. Atarax, we start with you. Predictions.
Paradigm.
Paradigm this game.
Paradigm this game.
Paradigm, because they're going all the way. Is this going to be the storyline of this semifinal matchup? Will Paradigm be able to fight back and potentially force a game 4 and 5? We'll find out, but first we have to toss it over to our casters. Take it away, boys.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. You know, last time I stood here and I said I loved the Paradigm draft, and I did for them specifically. And again, we have another draft that seems tailor-made for Paradigm.
Big shout outs, though, really focusing Painter on this.
Oh, yeah.
Consistently, all 3 bans focused at him, take his God pool away from him. Surprised he didn't go Sobek. We discussed this.
Yeah.
Could have gone for the Sobek pick. He went for the Bacchus. And as soon as he logged that in, I did talk to you. I was thinking Ares was going to come.
Yeah, I don't really like the Bacchus pick. They have Sol and Freya, so if he ever flops in and puts himself out of position, he's just going to get like hit down by both of their range magical carries. It's going to be very hard for Bacchus to do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, the Sol and Freya are so exciting for me. We're going to see how well the Freya does. I assume it's going to be in Funball's hands, but again, Paradigm can do anything they want with a lot of these picks.
There's a lot of people in Europe watching right now. They're over in a LAN party in, I believe, in Holland right now, so they'll be wanting something out of this for them. Maybe the fans here would like to see at least one more game after this one in this set. We'll find out. But yeah, they do.
Yeah, you know, I think this is definitely one that can lend itself to be a strong look for Paradigm. And right away we see something that's very unique to Funball on this Freya, the Achilles heel.
Achilles spear. It started off actually with Zalia when he used to play the solo lane, but then he's actually picked that one up.
And look we got a Mark of the Vanguard coming out of the Ares, so they're going to try to get kills in this lane. So I kind of like it. And they might get Bacchus here, but no, he flops out. Very smart play by Pain de Viande.
I think completely right, though, because if he can get some chains off early here, Trixank, he'll get minion aggro. So that Vanguard will protect him and allow Funballer to proc that Achilles spear in lane and potentially put the burst damage down. Pain de Viande's going to play this lane very, very carefully. And once again, Visham needs to be on target with those roots and the auto attacks to keep them at bay.
But looking at the pick and ban coming out of Paradigm this time, I really, really like their comp out of all 3 games. This is the comp I think they can win with for sure. They took away the Geb, they took away the Khepri. Those are the 2 most important supports coming out of enemy. Yeah, Pain's Athena is really good, but enemy plays so well with the Geb and Khepri. It's just crazy.
It's a good composition for Paradigm this time round. I'm not going to discredit enemy at all because they pretty much got what they've had for the entire tournament.
Besides one of their core supports.
Besides the core support, a lot of people say maybe the Circuit is the big influence here. Maybe it's the Zhong Kui. Well, they've still gone back to those even though they've not had this Khepri.
We've talked a lot about a lot of these picks. Now, the Bastet, it's interesting to me. We saw a lot of Bastet play during the regular season. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the Bastet, but how does she fit into this composition?
I like the Bastet pick because she applies a lot of physical damage. They have an Ares, they have a Freya, and they have a Sol. That's 3 heavy magical damage dealers. And with Bastet, they can get away with that because she does so much physical damage.
On top of that, you've got an Osiris here who can also deal with the Zhong Kui as well. You can use the tether on it to reduce the amount of damage that's going to be applied to them in the early stages.
We got a double power pot coming off of Zhong Kui and the Circuit. It looks like they're going to invade the back camps. They can do this because the enemy team has a Bastet.
Yeah, Lobster and Cuvo Fred, they know that the enemy is in their jungle, but there's nothing they can really do about it. So because of that, Paradigm's going to shade to the left-hand side, relinquish those right-hand Harpies, and just go directly for the easy one.
Slower start from the mid lane of Paradigm, as expected here. Keep an eye on Trixank, though, does have the blink online as well. So you can see actually in the lane in the map, even if we're not looking, you can see that. But look at that, Zalia under pressure from Salt Machine. This is a reverse matchup of game 1 between these two. And at the moment, Zalia taking a lot of poke with the left-hand side. The chains were applied, but Visham gets out. But it cost him his beads that he started with.
Yeah, he has a sliver of HP left. Now, if Visham was on any other hunter, he might have to back here. But if he plays safe and drops a couple of strong unravels, he should be able to be fine in this lane.
And look at enemy. They have double beads because they don't have any CC immunity ultimates. That's very, very smart by them. If Ares hits level 5, blinks in and ults them, those are just 2 free kills for Paradigm.
Just keep an eye on those beads for the consistency of the game. Kuvo coming around right again, looking at Salt Machine. Not going to actually find anything. Just going to pounce in and clear the wave.
They don't really have any kill potential there.
Is that just showing pressure?
At level 4. Yeah, it's just he's just trying to get XP. He's trying to ramp up because he's a Bastet. Once Bastet gets ramped up, she's going to be able to do so much damage and her ganks are going to start coming online right around level 9, I would say.
little bit of play out of Paradigm here that's very similar to what they did against China, zoning them off the experience as much as possible, trying to group up the extra minion wave here. Blink is available on the Trick Tank too, so just keep an eye, because if they hit 5 soon, they could go in and look for the kill.
Look at Fedium's positioning. He's barely spacing himself out from the whoop. If he gets whooped, Trix is going to blink, and he's going to get chained. So this is very good positioning by Vedium. They didn't lose too much minions there. I think they lost 2 melee, but they're fine with that. They're just going to keep farming and farming.
Good little poke from Funballer there as he continues to pressure the minions under the tower as well.
Funball right now hit level 5. Trix Tank is not going to be long before. There it is, level 5 as well. So
keep an eye on where Sercat is as well.
Pulse. Trix Tank standing still deliberately.
If Vedium walks up to the tower line, Trix will blink and ult right away. He might walk into the purple buff, and we might see Funballer come back, but it looks like they're just going to roam into the jungle and see if anybody walks towards them.
Big key here is the mid laner and the jungle as well.
Oh, yeah.
They have to keep an eye on these rotations to support this dual lane as early as possible.
They're communicating it. They know that mid lane isn't there. They see him back now. If Neith walks up, Trix is going to get his ult off.
Here we go. Will he go for it? That's the question with the backflip.
Oh, here it is.
Hit. Is he going to go for the blink at all? Nope. Just going to push them again.
She's trying to bait the ult with her backflip. He
That's
didn't get it!
He
Trix
got
was
him
going
with
to
the
pull him!
backflip. There's a stun. Vicium's in some trouble. One missed basic could be it. But in the sky, first blood goes to Funball. Paradigm on the board.
So Vedium didn't respect Trix's blink there. He was going to try to backflip it and waste Ares' ult. I think he should have backed to base there. It was a smart idea trying to get the ult, but it was just really, really good play by Trix saying blinking in. It's very hard to react to that in time, and Trix was able to get the pull off, and Ares Freya combo takes him out.
Really good work from Paradigm. This is what they wanted in this duo lane early on. Getting Trix Tank on the comms is going to be big too. Last game he was dead when we listened in. This time around, I guarantee they'll be talking.
Payne's in some trouble. He's crippled, so he can't
Good
jump
stun.
right away. He's
Stuns
going to
both
take
of them out.
half of his HP.
Just the time of Vicium turning up to the lane and at the same time, stop them continuing the aggression there. Trix could have got the second chain off potentially, but he fired it quick, trying to back off and continue on. Really good work from Paradigm in the duo lane. What's going on the rest of the map at the moment, though? Because the moment Paradigm are in a good position. And look at this, Salt Machine, a little bit of trouble there. Good stun.
Stunned out.
He's going to possibly die here. Will Weaver's going to try and help to save the day. But the kitty cat has arrived and makes it pay.
2-0 Paradigm one more time. The Europeans find themselves in the lead early on. Now, the real question here is, can Paradigm keep it going, or will enemy be able to turn it around like they did in games number 1 and 2?
They've got to keep the pressure on is the big key here. They've got to take every single game as a best of one. Trix Tank gets the chain off just after the flop.
That was a nice chain. He let him there.
No follow-up.
Oh, here comes Adjuster along the left-hand
he's
side.
rooted
Trix
out.
Tank is rooted, but Trix Tank reads him. He's going to get stunned underneath.
Still dead. The card is hit, and there's the ult coming out from Sercat too. He will fall down.
I love the read out of Trix, but at the end of the day, 4-on-1 is not a good situation.
Yeah, Sercat is good against Ares as well as Ares is good against Sercat. If both their ults pretty much counteract each other, and also Ares chain stops Sercat in her tracks. But if Ares gets caught out by Sercat, he's done if his team has follow-up. So Trix has to be really careful if his jungler isn't on the side of the map, and if they don't see anybody in the middle lane.
Keep an eye on Adjust then, because at the moment he's got himself off to a good start, answering back to that duo lane start that Paradigm had.
A lot of damage going on, a lot of attention being paid, rather, in the middle lane here for the very first time. Cubo Fred's going to join up with Lobster, who largely has just been sort of trading waves with Chaos.
Shout out to the Traveler's Shoes on Trix. That's the best boots you could build on Ares. I see people going pen, I see people going cooldown. As an avid Ares player, I feel like the movement speed is so important. Also the gold, it gets you to your aura items faster, that gives you more power. Yeah, power doesn't scale that well on Ares. It still helps a little bit. And with this movement speed, it makes it easier to hit chains, and it lets you catch up to people as well.
Actually coming around the back here, gonna go in with the blink, doesn't find the chain there, but good damage on to Adjust, but the cats were dropped, expecting the chain to connect.
Unfortunately for Paradigm, you know, the beauty of Smite is the fact that you have to hit your abilities. If that chain hits...
Oh, he's in trouble!
Oh, no, Lord of the Afterlife will save the day. Zalia played that inch perfect. There's no rotations coming.
Love that play by Zalia. He gets out of there, and you know what he does? He turns around and throws more damage. I'm just saying, you almost got me, but not quite.
I would have loved to see Zalia go up and come right back down and dodge it, but we might get a fight in mid here. It just looks like poke. Oh, we got a World Weaver going somewhere.
Yeah, going over to the right side, gonna pick up Zalia. Zalia
Wow!
in the lane to farm that last wave of experience, and he paid the ultimate price.
You know, I said I like that play at Azalea. He turns around and throws the damage out, and should back right there, but Zelia pushes the envelope a little bit too far. With Neath, you always have to realize you never are truly at 100% HP. You always have this looming threat of being hit by a World Weaver.
Harpies on the left going to be contested here, potentially by Pain. Will he go in for it? Going to look for the flop. Not going to find it, though. Gets the stun off and just backs away.
So Payne wasn't afraid to flop in there because Trix uses chain to get the Traveler's Gold, so he was safe flopping in there. So I kind of like the steal attempt by Payne. He really didn't put himself in danger.
I like how you mentioned that Trix used the chain for those Traveler's Gold. How much will these Traveler's Boots impact the playstyle? Because of course, just as a reminder, the way these work, the more you hit, the more players you hit, the more gold you get. So how does this impact you as you're trying to play the game?
Looks like we got a fight here possibly. He's carded, but he's fine. It looks like it's just going to be a back off by both teams.
Yeah, just a little bit of back and forth here.
The big pressure here as well is what Lobster's been doing. He's just continuing to farm. He's not made the rotations early on that we saw out of enemy to the duo lane to support. Instead, he's sat in the mid lane and consistently farmed and farmed and farmed. He's looking to get his core online. His choice of core this game has been go for the penetration boots and straight into a Polynomicon here for the extra damage.
I really like the pen boots on Soul. It lets her start doing a ton of damage. Her Stellar Burst starts hitting very hard once the penetration boots come online, and she just is able to do a lot of damage in these team fights with a combination between her ult and her Stellar Burst.
Duo Fred looking towards the right side. He's just going to go ahead into his own jungle. Nothing too crazy going on, but mid lane, a lot of members on enemy here.
Well,
looking directly at Lobster, and with this help from Vicium, it's going to not hit him. Nope. Beautiful timing coming out from the veteran mid laner for Paradigm, understanding just how Soul's ability works and gets the CC immunity right in time.
Was only a World Weaver for that, and because of that pressure, they were able to go and invade there. But look at this side, Salt Machine in a bit of trouble here.
No movement.
Pinned in. He's got no support from any of her teammates. They may get a red buff on the left-hand side, but Cubo Fred gets himself another kill.
Enemy tried to put pressure on the left side, as you said, Hindu Man, and what winds up happening is Paradigm pick up the kill, but enemy not much. Like you said, they got a red buff. Don't think that's enough.
Lobster.
Look at that again. That's perfect
Oh,
timing.
no, but the
Payne's
flop was
flop.
better. The flop was perfect. And Chaos and a just combine. And not a lot Cubo Fred can do here with Vicium's rotation to mid. But look at Trix.
Now
Are they really
that's
going
enough,
in?
and
They
here
got John
comes
Omi.
Trix. Got the chain on
Beads
Chaos.
out.
That's going to force out the beads. But yeah, one more time. The red buff, maybe not enough to make up for the loss of life in the solo lane. Well, turn your eyes on Lobster. That's good.
Really good work from enemy here. The right Harpy is due to spawn soon. Trixtank trying to get themselves in a position to contest it, but he can't at the moment. He's on his own, and now they will fall to the side of enemy. Let's look at the experience and gold graphs here and just see how exactly close these two teams are in this one.
137. What is that, a Sentry Wood? That's not enough. That's not a lot. This is a tie game for all intents and purposes. And Paradigm was off to a great start, but enemy turning things around as we get towards the mid game.
That's been the story of enemy so far. Like
That's
every
been-
time Paradigm take a lead, enemy have answered back every single time.
I mean, that's the
Whatever
story.
the compositions.
The story's in the soil here for enemy. This has been everything they've ever done here in Smite has been from behind. So
Look at
they've
the
got no
score
problem.
again. 3-3. This is a repeat of the first game I remember
Yeah.
seeing, and we might get a fight here. But it looks like they're just going to take the mid camps and back off.
Well, with
we
Trix
do
on
have
the
Trix
side.
coming around, but nope.
Nope, they're changing the mind, not going to go too aggressive. Trix did not have his ultimate available there, so not going to find it. And the Harpies did go down, so pretty much washes there as we tune back in with the solo laners here. Been a lot of action over here, mainly though in Zalia's favor because of all the support Cuvo's been giving him.
Right, Just has really yet to show his face over here in the solo lane.
And I really like this. This is the first time we see Zalia really taking this lane and winning it. So Saul had the best of him in the first two games, and right now Zalia is showing how strong he is, and he's controlling this lane very well.
And I think they put the pressure onto him there as well because enemy were the ones that banned out the gods in the solo lane. They banned out that Bellona. They banned out that Xing against Zalia. And now, well, Zalia...
And they picked the Osiris as well.
Exactly, they took 3 picks away from him. What have you got now? This game, Salt Machine, he went for the pick that Zalia went for in game 1.
Mid lane matchup, it's going to be mid jungle versus mid support. But here with the Ares, I mean, it's always a little bit different than if you have a different character. I mean, he just deals so much damage if he's allowed to get up close.
Between the two supports as well, pretty even in terms of gold and experience right now. It's actually a 200 gold lead for the backers. That's because of the Watcher's gift more than anything else here, as we're still with the solo laners going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, just a little back and forth here.
Look at the beads. There are 2 beads at rank 2. That's super smart because they have no CC immunities on any of their abilities. And Circuit has already ranked 1 of her beads. So really good actives coming out.
Pain Beyond also investing into Hot Ward Amulet early and hold out Falker's left-hand side. Funballer forced to ult early.
He's
the
gonna
rotation.
land.
No, he's dead. There's no one going to be able to get here in time to defend him. Adjust with another good rotation over this left-hand side of the map.
Oh, we
and
got
on the right,
into trouble. And he's down!
Cubo Fred drops the dot, walks
Gold Fury's
away,
getting pulled.
turn around.
response so immediately from enemy, looking for the goal.
Trix's gonna look for the ult.
Teleport coming in too. Is he going to get a big 4-man ult? Yes, he is. They denied
cleared
the
the
one
ward.
though. Trix is alone here. He was expecting support. There was no support.
Here comes Cubo from the
support
right.
is dead.
The big
Already dead. Lobster gets 1. Adjust has a hair of HP. Lobster gets 2. Paradigm still giving chase. Pushes 2 members of enemy under their tier 2. They have to go back to base, but enemy has already picked up the Gold Fury.
Lobster's ult was insane there. It hit everybody. Every shot on every single person on the enemy. 2 of them just barely got out. They were so low. If they had any other follow-up, they would have wiped all of the enemy that was near Gold Fury.
They can pressure the mid tower now as well, and even
Oh,
come up
yeah.
in top of
Oh,
Golden
yeah.
Experience right now between the 2 of them. Absolutely crazy fight.
Yeah, there was so much damage coming out of Paradigm. Paradigm had 4,000 damage in the team fight, while enemy had 1,100. So just that soul ult changed the entire fight, but still, enemy was able to pick up the Gold Fury, so the game's tied.
I actually think if they didn't get rid of that teleport coming in from Zalia there, that fight would have been totally different and gone all Paradigm's way. But the Gold Fury going down and taking out that ward made it even for enemy.
So important, and you know, those are the heads-up plays that are really changed the pace of the game. Take a look at the right-hand side in the solo lane. Here comes the Just from the backside. He's gonna look at Zelia for the first time. Zelia's in some trouble, jumps away.
He's almost dead.
channeling the ultimate. Stun is gonna miss. Wall is strong, so is the ultimate. Zelia takes a spill, Adjust, evens up the game. It's 6-6.
Knew he was dead even before that even happened, just because of Cubo's positioning. There was no chance for a rotation for him. After the Lord of the Afterlife was used so early on, there was no further escape for the man.
And World Weaver just came through to help finish off the kill. And look at this, Vidium's working back to the lane. But Funballer doesn't have his 2 up to punish him.
Pulse just went on cooldown after the banish as well, so no fight there.
And that's the difference between Freya and a hunter. You're only a hunter for 6 seconds at a time.
But those 6 seconds are generally more dangerous.
You're gonna die in those 6 seconds if you hit them. 14 minutes on the clock. Everything's all tied up in every single category imaginable for pretty much everything. And enemy, oh man, that Gold Fury was exciting, but Paradigm made sure to answer right back.
And we keep saying this has been the story of all the games. Over and over again, Paradigm have the lead, enemy win the game.
Paradigm's still leading in experience, though, 1,300. Definitely something worth noting. Everybody pretty much even across the board, but taking a look at the supports. Trixtank is leading Pain to Beyond in levels, and this is very important because you have 2 aggressive supports. These are almost warriors in Ares and Bacchus.
Talk to me about Adjust hero role. What is this build that he's got coming out?
I think he might be picking up a Runic Shield. I kind of like it a little bit. They have 3 powerful magical carries, and it reduces power. It also reduces attack speed. Yeah,
Freya,
that's pretty
Soul,
big.
really good idea.
Yes, yes, Runic Shield is the anti-soul Freya item.
And I was talking to a fan yesterday. He actually brought up, why don't you think Runic Shield's built more? And he said, he brought up to the point, if they have Rada Tahuti, it reduces magical power by, I think, 78. I don't know if that's correct, but if it is, that's crazy as well.
How you doing, Aurora? You good?
Yeah.
Having a good day?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. He's working hard as Aurora today, as a Zap all weekend long. Give them the love they deserve. These guys have been awesome up here on stage. As we tune in once again with Paradigm
and
enemy. Look at Paradigm looking for a bait
here.
here.
Right here. Everybody's just waiting. Trixtank showed the cards, though. Unfortunately, enemy not going to walk into that one.
Still a good position, though, for Paradigm in the stage of the game that they're in. Overall, I like their late game potential as well. When they get to the full 5-on-5s, it's pretty strong.
Look at these left-hand side here as well. You've got 2 people just looking towards the Funball. And that's a dead. Funball's in some trouble. Ultimate's going to be strong. Beads do not prevent
He's dead.
damage.
Dead again. This isn't a surprise for me because what enemy have looked at is exactly Paradigm's playstyle. Trixtank never really comes over to the duo lane. He looks to work as a 3-man unit in mid, leaving Funballer isolated, and they're abusing it.
Going back to the Circuit pick, the analyst desk was talking a lot about it. It is super strong, and it's extremely strong against Freya. I remember talking to DJ Pernicus. That's one of my teammates, and he loves Serket into Freya because you could ult her before she goes up in the air, and if you do, she might die in the air from the poison. It looks like Sol has to retreat here.
They're going to go aggressive on him, and again, Cuvo going to drop the cats and the bleed too. Those cats will continue to chase all the way under the tower, forcing him back. Clearing the minion wave here means that they should be able to look for the tier 1 tower on this right-hand side. Lobster, though, in mid lane, a little bit overextended, but luckily Visham is not swinging round. He's just picking up the Harpies.
Gold Fury is coming up soon. We might see a dance here for it soon. It looks like both Soul Laners have their teleports online right now.
Yeah, both of them are online and ready to go for the next Gold Fury attempt. Keep an eye on the wall coverage between these two teams now. It's very, very important for both of them. Surprising thing is, enemy have the gold lead still, even though that tier 1 tower on the right just fell for Paradigm.
So it looks like we got a sprint coming out of Cabrakan. That's to get away from the cats and the Osiris flows. Yeah. He gets pulled by Ares now, no matter what, because he has no CC immunity at all.
Is that the worst thing, though, if you get pulled and you're a Cabrakan?
Well, late game is Cabrakan. They have Lobster and they have Funballer on, 2 of the highest damaging magical carries for auto attackers. So if he gets pulled into both of those guys and has Bastard dots ticking on him, he could die extremely fast no matter how many tank items he has.
Enemy right now, we've seen them, they're still in the lead. This is so interesting because of how well Paradigm has been playing. They've been taking objectives off of the board. They seem to have the momentum, but enemy is still sitting pretty.
Here we
more
go.
importantly, Trickstank on the left-hand side.
Perfect flop from Pain, dodging the Ares ult.
Yeah, and he just got good beads as well off from Visham. So Visham's beads on cooldown there. You can see that he's invested deeply into them. No rank 3 beads early on. You don't see that out of Hunters unless they know they're going to be focused, and that's what Visham's has done to him.
Here's what I was about to say before Trickstank jumped in there. Look at the player cams though on enemy. All of the momentum seems to be on Paradigm. They're going across the board, picking and picking and picking and picking. Enemy knows they're heading gold. They know that they're sitting. They know that they're sitting pretty. Nobody seems worried in the slightest.
But some of the gold lead is just coming from the Watchers to the Vanguard combo again. So you have to substitute some of the gold into tankiness that Trix is getting off it. So it's about 400 gold that they're getting from that. So they're only down about 400 gold, I would say, right now.
Once again, over on the left-hand side, enemy 4-man grouping, looking for potential picks here. The left-hand tower has fallen here. So Funballer has a bit more breathing room in this lane now.
This is a force.
Overextend. It is a force because they know Trickstank has already used his ultimate.
And I love this decision from enemy. Exactly what you said. They know that the ultimate from Trickstank is off the table.
To see how long it's still. It's up. We got 28 seconds still.
So enemy needs to make this fight now. Chain is on adjust so he can't get too
he's
aggressive.
rooted out. He could be in trouble here, but it looks like he's just going to be able to walk away.
They were worried about Lobster rotating in from the mid lane there. They saw him turn up the Gold Fury reset. Blinking though from adjust. That's on cooldown now as well. He dances away. Visham's backflip down.
Zalia around the back.
Visham's in trouble. No beads, and he just did choose his backflip too. But Zalia's getting zoned into an awkward spot.
Zalia was surrounded. Chaos picks up one, and right away we're going to see the trade back. Chaos very low. There it is. Zalia evens things up. Stall Machine's down as well. Lobster picks up that one. Adjust is running away. He'll be fine. That's a Serket. But Paradigm going to turn directly around and look at goal.
Only Visham in a position to do anything but keep an eye on those weaves on the ground. They will be detonated if there's an opportunity. Gold Fury is still being done. Zalia and Trix doing a very good job of keeping Visham just at bay, and he will be out of the fight. Gold Fury to Paradigm. That whirling ball of death this game looks a little bit better.
Yeah, especially when you have Frey and Soul, 2 crazy magic damage carries on your team.
And the good thing is, though, Adjust is investing into attack speed reduction, which will help out against this team. You're looking for things to try and deal with these auto-attack-based mages to stop them getting out as much burst as they want. I'm surprised. What else do you expect to see? Do we expect a Witchblade or Midgardian at all to try and deal with these guys, or?
No,
I think weird one, but
I think the Runic Shield's good enough. I think they just have to kind of play around the positioning from the Soul and the Freya. And if Serket's able to get her ult off on Freya and kill her before she goes up into the air or while she's in the air, that's going to be the key to these team fights for enemy.
One of the big things that Paradigm has been able to utilize to turn these things around is changing their target priority. We keep seeing Adjust be immediate chain target.
Look at Cabrakan's build right now. He has no magic resist at all. So if he gets pulled by Ares, he's going to get blown up.
Just done.
Ares chains are going to do a lot of damage too.
With no beads as well. Like I said, he's got no immunity in his kit. So if he gets pulled in, Salt Machine's going to have a rough game here. And it looks like if this continues the way he's gone, Paradigm's picks and bans have worked out so well for them.
He might get chained here.
Oh, he does. Chaos in some trouble. Cuvo's right here. But here comes Adjust.
I'm back.
This is trouble. Shell's good.
Shell
good.
is good, but there's a flop, but good use of the flames there to stop knock up. Zalia now
Bishop's
comes up.
coming.
The jump is down on Pain, so they're looking for the
There's
pick.
the
on
ult.
him. Here comes the ult, pulling him in. No beads is used. Cat still on Pain Beyond, but he's tanky enough to survive. Zalia being focused. I just
got a minion.
uses
I just onto the minion.
It did spread enough to deal damage and force him back, but Lobster on the front side forces him out. Just gets out of danger with the barest amount of health.
Bracket's running. Look how much damage he's taking from Frey. He's already chunked down. Almost half health just from Frey and Soul. That's so much damage coming out into him. He has no magic resist items at all.
The ethereal staff is giving him HP, and he's trying to rely on the HP to deal with the magic damage dealers, but it's just not enough.
Oh, Lobster, a little bit caught out of position there. Going to take a bit of poke, but has
His
that
friends
form
are
to
here.
escape if need be. The reason we saw Paradigm back off there, even though they were doing great damage, they had no frontline left. Zalia was already half HP. Everybody else had backed, so they had to just fall back and play it safe there. Paradigm would be happy with that, though. They need to play it right.
Very, very even game here. 22.5 on the clock, tied up at 8 across the board. 1,500 gold in the lead for Paradigm, but that's just the tier 2 tower. The way these games have been going, you know, normally we say 1,500 is the start of a lead, and you're looking at 400, 500 to call even. At this point, Hinderman, I think we can call 1,500 even.
Look at Soul's damage so much. We might get a sneak attack right here.
Oh, they're going to oh, instant beats, instant back. V-Ship's response time to that was amazing. He was barely in the air before he responded.
Oh, yeah.
Good corner camp from Paradigm, though.
But look at the player damage. VCM's on top for enemy, and then Soul's on top for Paradigm. That one fight at Gold Fury gave Soul so much damage. Lobster's just been playing this game so well.
He didn't rotate early on. He was just farming up. He's now level 19 in this game. His build is absolutely all about burst and getting down towers, too. Just gets hit by a chain, but backs away nicely on the backside.
A little scary for Paradigm. They split up right there. If enemy went a little deep, they might have been able to capitalize, but forced to defend on their tier 2 as the pressure is being pushed in the mid lane.
Another thing. Oh, we've got engagement here.
Here we go.
He gets 4 on the chain. How many will he pull? He gets 1. Salt Machine obliterated.
Now who's next to fall? Salt Machine actually, no, he's still standing for the time being here. Trickster goes down to adjust. Lobster trying to throw damage onto Vicium, who's actually focused onto Zalia there. The boys of enemy are retreating backwards. It went 1-for-1 in that engagement. Support down. I thought Salt Machine fell. It was the backers.
Oh.
Still going in though, Zalia pushing them back. They've got the damage teleport coming through from Salt Machine one more time. Gonna try and force them back, being slowed on his engagement push.
Look at how much damage he took.
So much. Don't stand in the fire trail.
Vicium's having such a good game. Look at him, gets the root
Oh,
off on
caught
Zalia
out
as well.
Azalea.
He's trying to fill the
Vicium gets
autos. Or Ravel comes out too. Salt Machine still chasing in, looking potentially for it, but he's got no backup. He needs to be
They
careful.
might try to pick him here.
They could, but low on mana is
No, they're just
Fumble
gonna
there.
back off. He's fine.
Too low mana was Fumble of the Fray. He had to be careful. If he used anything, that would have been the last ability he could afford.
Very, very dire situation right there. I love how just when one kill goes, the other team immediately answers.
But you saw that Trix blinked in, Ares ulted, and Lobster had no hesitation at all to fire his ult off because he knew Kabrakan was at least coming in.
Yep.
And I think he ended up pulling 2 people, and the Soul Out just demolished them, like you said.
That's what happened. There was a Kabrakan and a Bacchus right on top of each other, and then Soul said, "All right, I'll put stuff on top
Look
of
at
that
this.
too."
Fire Giant being pulled with cats by Paradigm here. They're looking to burst this one down.
They don't
There's no
notice
idea
yet.
just yet.
Secret,
They
no
have an
vision,
idea.
no vision, no vision,
They're
no
coming now.
vision, no vision, no buff. Paradigm gets the secret fire.
Fire Giant to Paradigm, and with the crowd roaring as they walk around the corner.
haven't lead
No,
in.
no, but they're going to try and fight this.
Shell's
Trix
good.
being
Look at the
bursted
big ult.
down. Here's a big ult by
How
Trix.
many
And now it looks like we're going
do?
to see potential of Chaos falling down first. 2 Footballer. Paintivion flops away. Zalia with the backside, shoving Vicium out of this engagement.
Cubo coming from the right, fun ball up in the sky. Pain and Salt forced out into the mid lane. Pain forced out into the fountain.
Footballer gets a
Vicium
good
gets
whip
whooped.
onto Vicium. Vicium's going to fall down as well.
Bingo.
Paradigm going to push down mid, looking for the Phoenix and potentially take us to game 4.
This is that 1,500 we were talking about. They're going to look for the Phoenix. That'll be more gold. We were even before. We're anything but. Paradigm takes the lead by 5K and 3 kills.
Will they look for the end here, or do you go and take
They
the
don't have
towers?
the wave.
No,
they don't have the
can't
wave.
end,
They
can't
can't.
end.
Round to the right
Oh,
side
boy.
they go. They're looking for the tier
Adjust
2
might
tower.
be in trouble.
Adjust is alone. Blink from
Nice.
Trix doesn't connect though, and now they're going to take the tier 2 tower. Trix Tank still needs to regen a little bit, so that's why he's not tanking up just now. Fire Giant will help him out with that. Big swing in this game for Paradigm with a fantastic call at the Fire Giant.
Absolutely huge play right there, and it was all due to the lack of vision that enemy had.
Can we go back to the player damage? Look at Lobster's player damage again. It spiked up for 7,000 just in one fight. He had another crazy soul out there
Been a lot
that
of
won
talk
them
about
the
Sol.
fight.
A lot of talk about Sol this entire tournament. Is she useful? Is she not? It appears that the EU teams, they're the ones that like to run it with an additional sort of ranged hyper carry. We've normally seen it with a Hunter, but this time we've done it with a Freya.
That's the difference that we're seeing.
One thing I want to bring up too, we haven't really seen Pain alting too much as Bacchus. Have we brought one Intoxicate up at all?
I agree.
All game?
He may have used it, but I don't remember seeing it being used that much.
Hey, look at this. Remember when Paradigm secretly took a large objective on the map without enemy knowing about it?
Well, this one's a little bit different this time round, Tom, because this is Gold Fury, and the boys of enemy have got a Phoenix down. They know their back is against the wall in this game now.
Trix is going to try to force something. He might beat here because he doesn't see anybody coming.
Well, third chain lands as well, just delaying the flop a little bit longer.
Did he beat there or no? I don't think
No, he didn't beat
Smart
it.
play by Pim.
Just held them nicely. And now all the boys of enemy get themselves in position to defend the tier 2. They want to defend it here by the looks of it, because Visham just backflipped there to set that weave down, potentially just delay one more wave.
Just coming around from the right side, looking to set up a flank via the jungle, but Cubo Fred sniffs it out. Jungle gonna play goalie, not gonna happen. Tier 2 tower on the left gonna fall. Paradigm still pushing down the left-hand side.
Can we see actives really quick? All their beads are still up, so Ares Out will not pull anybody besides the Bracken, but they could blow him up still. He did finish his Pestilence, so he won't get blown up as fast.
Just coming from the mid, looking for a flank. Paradigm smells it, Paradigm retreats.
Just the whole idea of Circuit, that's what they need to do. Cubo going to put the pressure there now.
That might split push here. She has her cats up, and she could take the Phoenix by herself.
Cubo's been playing man-to-man the whole time, making sure it just can't get in. And Soul Machine blown up. Zelia finishes the job that Lobster started. Here comes Ares.
Pulled back in, his adjust beats was a little bit too late. Meanwhile, on the backside, Zelia went in deep looking for Visham, didn't find the kill. Phoenix does fall down.
Chaos is slowed.
Chaos' body blocked to death here.
Chaos
in a
is
corner.
dead.
He falls down. Jump Queen's good, but he can't take on the Mountain of Paradigm right now.
Soul Machine's dead for 35. Chaos is down for 50. All that's left is Adjust, Pain, and Visham. This is at the very least a right side
Blink,
Phoenix.
chain, doesn't connect. Escape from Adjust, but Pain Divion around the side is the focus.
Look at that damage coming out of Bastard.
Oh my gosh, Cubo will pick up. No, Adjust does get killed finally. As Pain Divion, that's a tag. Fat man down. Fat man down.
16-10 might just be the final score here, folks. Paradigm looking towards the Titan. It's at 50. It's at 40. It's at 10. It's down. Paradigm down 2 games, and they find a win. They will extend the series to a 4th.
We're going to a 4th game here. We said after game 2, Paradigm need to take each game one at a time, and it's worked out very well for them in that one.
That's exactly what they're doing here. They go back in the last game again. They went to some comfort picks this time around. One more time to take a look. Trix Tank taking a drink of water. He needs it. That game had a lot to do with Ares.
I really like their picks that game. That was definitely their best comp so far. You said you liked the picks last game. I wasn't so sure. They were all right, but this game, their picks were good.
Big difference, though, is the evolution of the tournament going on. All these teams that are still involved in a tournament are very good at adapting based off the situation presented to them in picks and bans. So what you'll see out of more than likely enemy here is they'll adjust. They'll pick a support earlier if they have to. So if we see, Athena banned again and Capri banned again, I expect them to take the Geb earlier on and not leave it to be banned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story that they were really given was, hey, Pain just beat us 2 games in a row. Yes, it was a whole team. Pain beat them 2 games in a row with help from enemy. And then the decision to make the bans against Pain worked out well for them. Game number 4, I expect Paradigm to go the same sort of train of thought when it comes to the picks and bans.
Adjustments from both sides, because obviously as well we saw enemy ban out solo laners, and that didn't help out Salt Machine either.
Not at all. Last thought before we go to Golden Boy.
Enemy needs to figure out something with their support here, or Paradigm might take the set.
No, come on, it's 2-1.
They got to figure out something, though. If they keep banning like this, I think...
It's still an uphill battle, Tom.
We're not
for sure.
We're not going to finish this argument. Golden Boy, help us out.
All right, well, I got to say, man, what an incredible matchup we just saw between Paradigm and Enemy Esports. Swing a Red Bull for the working man, because Trix Tank and Lobster went to work. All right, boys, let's break this down because there is a lot to talk about here. That Ares pick was awesome. And, you know, you guys had mentioned it before. Ares has to be, you know, has to come out strong at the beginning of the game, cannot fall behind. If Ares falls behind, that is it is done. And this whole plan, Paradigm, will be pretty much just saying bye-bye to their opportunity of winning the Smite World Championships. Because of this, they are now forcing a Game 4 in Ataraxia because, you know, you have been in the Paradigm camp since the very beginning. I was a turncoat for a brief while. I want to ask you, what do you think about Paradigm's play in that game?
Well, just to touch back on as to why I am in Paradigm's camp, it's because Lobster, Trix, and QVO, you know, in that game, all these games, all tournament, those three are such a driving force of the team, and they are untouchable. They've been on a team for well over 2 years now. Their synergy is on point, and as we look through the highlights of this game, I am sure we're going to see so much synergy and play between them, and it's just absolutely beautiful to watch.
This is really what we wanted to see out of Paradigm. You know, everybody was really thinking that Paradigm has all these, you know, amazing players and that they should really be taking it as long as they can get past that draft stage. And so they finally had a stage where we went, wow, those are good picks and bans. Those are great target bans. You know, they're not just banning out Xingtian Bellonas. They're letting enemy get rid of those so they can pick the gods that they really want to play while simultaneously taking away the gods that enemy wants to play.
Yeah, and that's another observation to make as well, right? Because they didn't leave a lot of support options for enemy at all, which is pretty bad, right? And they focus on Pain quite a bit. Do you think they do that in Game 2? And also want to talk about Serket as well, because there was a lot of frustration on your end about getting rid of Serket, Ataraxia, Adonis, but we'll start with you about the support bans. What do you think about how they look to approach that, especially going into Game 4?
I was a little bit worried about leaving Serket open, and you know, we even actually saw it in that game. Serket started making plays. Like the positives for enemy that game were put a lot of effort into shutting down Funballer's Freya very early, and you could even see that heading into the later portions of the game. Funballer was actually the bottom damage on his team almost the game. I think it was only above Pain's Bacchus maybe, and it was just constant ganks and pressure. But unfortunately for them, they just couldn't get it rolling late enough. And then there was that critical snuck Fire Giant when the game was still relatively close. And then we saw enemy try and force an engagement, and it just went poorly.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect Fire Giant for Paradigm because none of them took any damage. So then when enemy tried to force that fight, and they are all there, I think F-Dot touched about the fact they had no vision, and you could see that, you know, Ares went in, ulted, took all the beads, and then they just cleaned up. It was you know, it's a nice try from enemy. It's always a strong idea. Maybe they go different ways. We can get some picks and make Fire Giant mean less, but Paradigm were on the ball, they expected it, and they dealt with it perfectly.
It's huge that you mentioned, actually, that they tanked the Fire Giant very well and didn't take any damage from it because enemy didn't, you know, have the vision, so they went in thinking that perhaps Paradigm would be low. They could try to take advantage of them right after that Fire Giant, but they were all at full health with Fire Giant, which means they actually walked right into an absolutely terrible fight for themselves.
Yeah, that was a trap. You know, it's a trap. That's exactly what that was. Seriously, because as soon as that came out, you know, they were able to get that Fire Giant, and immediately you could tell that at that point, Paradigm, they were in the money. They were feeling great, and just nothing could stop them there, right? It was just, they steamrolled them at that moment. And again, I just want to get right back over to that Ares talk because I enjoyed that so much.
Yes.
I thought that, you know, Trix Tank, you know, he executed that exceptionally well, but can Lightning strike twice again going into Game 4? You had a nod there in console. I'm going to you. I'm starting with you, buddy. Do you think this is going to be the case?
Ares is one of those picks where you kind of break it out because it's crazy and, you know, maybe catches somebody off guard. I know, in fact, though, our friend Ataraxia over here had quite a bit of success with Ares when he played in the last World Tournament. So could it work twice in a row? Yes, it definitely can. But if enemy really starts feeling like it's going to be a problem for them, I wouldn't be surprised to see him ban it out.
Yeah, it was actually in Game 3 of our set in the finals last year where, you know, we whipped out the Ares and then we took Cloud9 down and then we took the Clock Prime then. And Game 4 as well. And then it was only Game 5 where they actually ended up banning it. So will enemy... You know, this is very interesting position for both teams to be in. Are Paradigm thinking Ares is the key to success, let's keep picking it, or thinking maybe it's a niche? And then enemy on the same side, they're like, you know what, clearly we're not practiced against this, let's just get rid of it and not deal with it. Or are they thinking, you know, maybe it was just a fluke, we played bad against it?
That is interesting. Adonis?
That's the thing, too, is losing the first 2 games is always so rough, right? Enemy still has time to experiment. Paradigm, they have to play perfectly for the rest of this series. And honestly, I go back to that second game, and a very important point you noticed is that Paradigm elected to take second pick there. And then in the third game, they went back to first pick. Enemy here, they're going to take first pick, and they're basically going to say, are you going to ban the Jing Bologna, or are you going to ban the Khepri Athena? Now, Paradigm have to make a tough choice if Enemy go first pick, which I can almost guarantee they will, because you don't
No reason for
want
them not to.
You don't want to give Jing up.
Yeah, no reason not to, right? No reason not to go for that first pick there. And we saw what a difference it made for for Paradigm in Game 3, correct?
It was just pick order is so important, and I think really it was a pretty big mistake there in Game 2, giving it up.
I would still feel really uncomfortable if they let Saket through again, because even though Enemy did lose, it just had a great game. I don't think he died until, if he did, it was at the very end after they'd taken Phoenixes, and he was making stuff happen, not just around the map at the start, but in team fights as well. Even though they've lost, if he can perform that well, I really feel like, just get rid of it.
So you still think that you have to ban the Saket?
At least against the Just, he didn't have a bad game on it, so there's no reason to think that they can deal with it. It was the rest of the team that disappointed at Just, in my opinion, and I think that if his team pick up the game and get the picks that they want, then the Saket is going to be devastating once again.
All right, folks. Well, I know you guys are eagerly anticipating it, so without further ado, here we go. Game number 4 in our first semifinal matchup of the day. It's going to be Paradigm and Enemy. If you're just joining us here, Enemy is up 2-1 in this series, but Paradigm has all the tools necessary to potentially force a game number 5. Will it be the case? That's only one place to find out. It's right here. Picks and bans start now. Here we go, folks. Time for this one to kick off. And man, I am actually giddy with excitement because of how good these games have been. Best series in this tournament by a country mile.
One of the best, series I think we've ever seen in Smite. And I predicted at the start of this that if Enemy won Game 1, it was going to be a 3-1. And I think Enemy are going to outdraft here and win this. I think it's going to be a 3-1.
Okay, we get it. You really like Enemy. We get it. It's cute.
Hey, man, I said they were going to lose every game for like the past 3 months, and got to.
So now you believe? Now you believe?
I believe.
Okay.
They made
you
me
didn't catch
believe.
that reference. It's okay.
I believe in the Barbayetu, the 3-2 comeback here. Absolutely.
Ban coming out there. Enemy banning Freya, saying they didn't want to deal with the Freya again, perhaps taking away from having to build that extra magical defense. Magical defense out of not the strongest in the game. You usually want to lean towards that physical defense.
Bologna.
And we have the double Guardian bans coming out from Paradigm, leaving Bologna as the obvious first choice here, and that's what we're looking for Enemy.
I feel like the Soul outperformed the Freya by a long shot in the last game, which is curious as to why they would ban the Freya over the Soul. But maybe late game the Freya just really came online and threw them some fights that they couldn't win.
Really nervous about Bologna there for Enemy as well. I mean, we've seen what Enemy could do with Bologna and how much of a impact she made in Game 2. But Sobek is going to get locked in, as well as Soul. So what do you guys think about these first 2 picks coming out of Paradigm?
I think, the Sobek is a very good counter matchup to Bologna. Zelia did well in the lane last time, and the Soul is Lobster, great showing. So excited to see this. I like Pain going for the Geb. They know exactly what's happening there. Target banning him. His backers has not been strong in both games we've seen it. So I think going for the Geb here is a really good draft choice.
This is definitely the Enemy perfect lineup right now. They got the Bologna, they got their defensive support, and of course they got their Zonqui for the mid lane, which has been working very well for them. On the other side of Paradigm, we have the Sobek, which is, of course, for the counter pick to Bologna, tail whip him out of the hammer strikes. So that's great. And of course, Soul was amazing last game on Lobster. I'd be surprised if it didn't go right back to him.
These are the exact picks and bans that Enemy wanted. This is their dream once again. And the question is, how are Paradigm going to round out? I think this feels like we're going back to the same game they lost in Game 2. This is the same composition.
I feel like there's more thought behind it, though. It's You know, they are specifically going for Pain, and the Sol, they've picked that up, which was really good. Solvik is, you know, that's very good against the Bologna, and Xbalanque, as Zapman pointed out before, is very good against Zhonghui because of the way the ultimate works, and then Zhonghui can't chase the entire team, everyone splits off, and then it's very difficult for them to actually capitalize on it. So far, you know, Enemy, you are right, they've gotten exactly what they wanted, but I think Paradigm, there we go.
It
is, yeah.
It'll be Hunbats, to be fair, though. It's still, it's the Hunbats is still
Well, they
scary.
could take that, you know, they can take the Hunbats in the 4th pick position, and then where does it just go? Because we have not seen him play any of the gods.
My big problem right now with the Paradigm lineup is, once again, it doesn't look like we're going to have any peel for our carries unless Xaylia peels on the Sobek, which he can, being on Sobek, but he hasn't done that yet, so he has to change his play style.
And it's going to be rough. You know, Xaylia and Trix, they are both very aggressive frontliners, and you need to switch it up. And I like the Guan Yu ban by Enemy here. I think that's something that Paradigm was looking to run back.
How good would Ares be here, do you think? I mean, the immediate downside to me is that if they run it with the Xbalanque, it would be trouble. But if they, but then Xbalanque can only go duo, so it's, you know, they'll lose a lot of pressure by doing that. But it does seem like it would fit well against the Zhonghui, Gavin Bologna.
I would actually love to see Bacchus. There's no
like
reason
Bacchus
not
here
to.
as well.
Combine the Xbalanque Bacchus ult. You can't stop the Drunk, which means you're going to get stunned from the Xbalanque ult. And there we're leaning towards the Bacchus. Not only is this one of Trix Tank's best Guardians, it also is a fantastic combo for the Xbalanque, and it has peel potential if he wants to do it.
This, I feel like, if we're going to go with the meta that we've seen from Enemy, this is 100% going to be Hunbats Neath. Although I like Chiron over Neath, but they always just pick the Neath over Chiron.
I would love to see the Chiron here. Honestly, it worked so well for them. I don't know why they wouldn't just run back the Chiron, not to mention it's such a safe god.
Makes a lot of sense. We'll see what Enemy goes with here. And Neath, Ataraxia, you had a bit of a reaction to that.
I feel like Vedium is too stuck to this god. He had an amazing showing, to be fair to him, at Super Regionals. At Worlds, I do not think he's had the same presence, and I really wish he would go back to Chiron. Chiron was really good for him.
I almost would have rather seen Rom.
Anyone that's
Vedium
not Neath,
has
because they need a
nasty
carry.
Rom.
They need a carry, and I don't feel... it's another team fight team, and I think that they need a stronger presence for the late game.
I agree.
All right, boys. Well, the God of Thunder has been locked in. Let's go ahead and make the lightning round predictions. Adonis, you.
Paradigm's draft looks much better than before, but Enemy takes this 3-1.
Enemy takes it.
Paradigm.
Let's go Paradigm. All right, folks. This is it. Do or die once again for Paradigm. Do they do it? Do they force a game number 5? Make some noise, and let's go ahead and toss it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. This is exactly where we wanted to be. I don't know about the individual teams that are on the stage. I'm sure they both have some situations that they'd rather be in, but this is all up to Paradigm. You mentioned it before, one game at a time.
One game at a time is the big key here. I'm surprised, though, because me and Aurora were discussing picks and bans, too.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them either take the Hunbats or take the Circuit instead of the Bacchus there and force a just onto something we've not seen him play too comfortably. Because you said yourself, his Thor, you're not so sure about.
I think his Thor's okay, but going to what F-Dot said, I think they want to be here for sure. They have a chance to make to the finals and the World Championships for Smite. That's crazy. I want to be up there, and I'm not.
It's just one of those situations where Paradigm would rather be up 2 games. You know what I'm saying? This is where we want to see these teams, and everybody's going to get ready into the game. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, your game 4 between Enemy and Paradigm semifinals here at the Smite World Championship.
So give it up if you want Enemy to win this game, North America.
That's a loud crowd out there, folks.
All right. And do you want to see Paradigm make it 2-2? That's kind of close.
That's
I think we got more Paradigm in here, I think.
That's cut right down the middle, if
That
you
was
ask
close,
me.
yeah.
Hard to tell either way. 30 seconds before everything gets underway. Enemy and Paradigm, no jokes. Before we saw grouping of 5. Now everybody's just standing. We don't want to mess around.
But I think Thor wasn't a good pick here for Paradigm because, I don't know, I don't like it too much into Zhang. We saw it in Super Regionals, Weekend played it into Zhang when Enemy was playing it, and he had a really bad ult into the back, and even though we're up 3 kills, it didn't really do anything.
I agree, but what I actually feel this game is we may see a difference out of Cuvo Fred this time round. He's been doing a lot of focus on the solo laner, on Salt Machine in these engagements early on. With this pick of Thor, Neef is a prime opportunity to go in and get aggressive there and shut Visham down instead.
Yeah, Zatman was saying that the other day. He says he really likes Thor into Neef. He thinks it's a really good, so I can see why they're doing it there. But with Geb and Zhang Kui, I don't know if I like the Thor as much as the Basta last game.
Exactly. When a Thor dunks down on a Zhang Kui, he's still able to do what Zhang Kui does. He hits the 4 as soon as Thor comes down, and he's still channeling while he's stunned. So.
And they also have the Geb shield, so whoever he lands on, Geb's shield will come right up and it'll stop the stun, and they'll be able to run away from the Thor.
Big talking point though, once again, is Cuvo Fred. He's had a great tournament so far. Honestly, his name has been rung through every single game, win, lose. He's still been involved in these matchups. It's a good shout out to him. Even though Thor may not be the best pick here, I'm sure he'll make it work again.
Cuvo Fred's done it before. We'll see how it works out here. This one, you know, it's do or die here. Enemy wins this one, they go on, and that's it for Paradigm. Paradigm still have not just this one, but they also have to win a game 5.
But going back to pick and ban again, I really think the Athena ban was all right. Payne's a phenomenal Athena player, but I really think as a team, Enemy plays so well with Geb and Kepri. Those should be the 2 support bans that they should be banning out.
Yeah.
And Payne got one of them this game, and he's on Geb. Kepri's a little bit better, but Geb could just almost do the same thing.
Well, hey, we'll look at that if we get to a game 5. But for now, we've got this game on. Everyone just continuing to farm up. There's no early signs of aggression from either side here. Sobek versus Bellona. Going as you'd expect it in the early stage with Bellona just pushing up nicely in that lane. And the duo side of things, Neith and Geb putting the pressure on the Xbalanque backers early.
Yeah, and solo lane, we won't really see it till level like 7, 8, or 9. Sobek will start being able to clear the wave easily. It'll just be some farm lane unless there's a gank that comes out.
You know, I'm really interested to take a look at Adjust Bat. He's fantastic at this god. Good enough for Paradigm to know to ban it. Game number 1 and 2, the Party Monkey was not available. Now that Paradigm switched, their ban strategy and go towards the supports to take them off the board, that's open the Hun Bats. Circuit went a different way, and now we have a team fight jungler for Enemy. This could pose a problem.
Really big notice there of how the pings came out on the map, just to show that Paradigm were at the back harpies on the left. Because the enemy duo lane had pushed up, they wanted to make sure they weren't going to get rotated on. That's why they backed up and relieved the pressure in that lane there, just because of the timings of that. At the same time, Cuvo is now in this area. He has the ultimate, and guess what? He's looking towards Visham as we expected.
He hammered in here. It just looks like he's going to get the wave.
Just pick up the wave, back to mid lane he goes as Pain Beyond will hit level 5 shortly with Visham in this lane in tough. I think it's like half a wave to go. No, been one more wave I expect. It's close anyway between the 2.
Very close to it. A lot of different, this is a much different story though than the last one, where we're sitting here counting the minions to level 5, waiting for Ares to go in. This lane is a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, it's just going to be a farm lane. Bacchus has some kill potential, but Xbalanque really doesn't. So they're just going to be looking to get as many minions as they can. I don't think a lot of players are going to lose a lot of gold. It looks like they're pushing in here, but Neith just backflips. No danger at all. She'll be able to pick up the rest of the minions with her 2 and autos. And it looks like Geb's rotating mid already, so they might be looking for something. Possibly a blue buff invade. Yeah. Thor is in the back of the jungle, and he could ult up at any moment.
Let's find out. Here's the blue buff. Is not flashing just yet, but under the tower, it looks like it just was looking for a potential pick onto Zalia here. Under the tower, looking to try and swing around and get a big Fear No Evil ultimate off. The teleport back in comes out from Zalia as the blue now spawns. The pressure in that lane. There it is. But look at this. Paradigm rotating into protect as well.
They're coming in from 2 separate sides. Zalia from the right, already channeling in the ultimate. Just the threat of that is going to force Enemy out of there. They know that everybody else is here. Lobster gets a slow on Chaos, but immediately turns around to look at the solo lane. Salt Machine surrounded, but Paradigm not pushing it. They didn't want to come too far because of the threat.
It was some pressure there, but my Blinking from Pain Beyond Cataclysm. Zalia does not have his ultimate available.
First blood.
First blood goes down, but
Thor's in the air.
It's in the air.
Where's he landing? Where's he landing?
Go mid.
Safely.
Blue buff going to get invaded now by Enemy there, so good opportunity for them to capitalize. Zalia uses ult early to try and get him off the blue buff, wait for reinforcements. Tricksank not going to be able to defend that one, has to flop away. Pain on that Cataclysm Aurora, so good.
Yeah, really good Cataclysm coming out by Pain Diviana. He's been playing so well. Look at that knockup on Soul. She's going to get forced to use her immunity here, but she looks like she's not in any danger at all.
No, he's not panicking just yet as Lobster. He's just being very, very careful because he knows he's going to deal with Chaos in mid lane too.
It's just a Geb. It is a much different story than being caught out by an Ares in the jungle right there. So Geb really not posing much of a threat. Lobster intelligently holds his abilities and waits to meet up into the lane.
Early on, though, Enemy will be very happy with how this game's gone on roll. They've not been pressured too much. Cuvo's done one attempt when he's gone into the air, and that was even after the fact that Enemy found that first blood. Are they just going to be happy to just let this one keep wavering like this and just keep farming up and getting themselves to that mid game?
Yeah, especially more this game. Now they have the Geb, they have the Bologna as well. They also have the Neath, which Vedium's just been putting on a show with this. And then they have the signature Jean Kui that they've been playing all tournaments. So I think Enemy's much happier this game with their composition. And I feel like they're fine just letting this one farm out. And right now they have the lead, so they just got to keep snowballing this.
We saw this at the beginning of the last game too, though, where Enemy had a good opportunity at the start. Hang that fort, they're looking for Zelia again. Full rotation in.
Zelia not going to get stunned. Smart channeling
Oh,
of the ultimate, but
kick.
it just goes ahead, takes the blink in. Salt Machine wants to be aggressive as well.
Fear No Evil
Both
is
members
up.
are in trouble. There's the Fear No Evil overhand smash, but the tower chases off a Just.
But Just needs to be careful now because rotations are coming in. Is Cuvo up
Thor's
in
in
the
the
sky?
air.
Is he going to dunk down? No, the blink Curly, but he waited and held it. Thor is jumped down here into the jungle looking for a pick. Not going to find it.
Curly here
Instead,
comes over the top.
He's been aggressed on instead, and now it's the boys of Paradigm going to run away. Trix with a good belly flop, but he's now slowed down. He's got to escape. Trix intoxicates to relieve the pressure on himself. Paradigm survive, as does Enemy.
Yeah, just a lot of damage for really nothing.
Crazy engagement over there for, like you said, nothing. Both teams going aggressive. I'm surprised though it just went back and he was feeling himself then.
Yeah, that was crazy. I thought he was going to ult a lot sooner there. He waited pretty long for it. I think he didn't know if he had enough damage or not, but he ended up having to ult or he would have died to the Sobek.
I honestly think Just was saving the ult. I think that he thought that 2-on-1 under the tower, the kill was possible without Fear No Evil. And unfortunately, for as much I gave Enemy a lot of credit for not pulling the trigger on their ultimates, I think that was a misstep.
Honestly, what happened was he jumped to the monkey expecting Zelia to jump out of his ultimate.
Exactly.
Then drop the Fear No Evil, find the kill. When he used the Fear No Evil on the disengage there, he wasn't really looking for the kill. He was trying to stay alive because he was afraid of Sobek coming in with a charge prey and picking him. Wasn't available to him anyway. And instead he turned around, tried to change it 1-for-1. Great play by both teams, just the calculations between both of them.
Another interesting thing to note, it looks like Sobek's teleport is going to be coming up first, so he's going to be able to back with no problems at all and pick up some items. He's probably going to be able to pick up, can we see Golden Hand, please?
Have a little look at that, 1100.
He's going to be able to pick up the first rank of breastplate. It'll help a little bit for this next blue buff fight, but we might see an invade coming up. But Paradigm spots it, and they're just going to help him take the blue buff.
Well, this is what Trixtank does, though. We mentioned it in early games where there was a lot of focus onto Funballer from Enemy because they know Trixtank doesn't hang in that lane very often whatsoever. He likes to be in the mid and on the solo side, and they're actually ganking Salt Machine on the right, and he's all alone this time.
Yeah, there's 3 members, and that's
See ya!
toasted. Cuvo Fred gets credit for that off the assist of the solo and support.
Left-hand side, Enemy trying to make something happen. You saw it just swing around, look for the red buff, just to answer back in some way to that gank attempt. But Paradigm, they're on point right now, and a good answer back evens things up.
Like we were talking about it last game, we didn't really see Pin Divienda hit any intoxicates, and right there, right away, we saw Trixtank get a great intoxicate off to finish off the kill.
Really good work from the boys of Paradigm. They've got, like you said, one game at a time, every single one. And this thing for hold right-hand side and invade this time from Paradigm.
Yeah, Just wants to help out, but he just can't. There's 3 members one more time. And a good wall from Cuvo Fred, going to make sure just in case Just got a little excited about it.
Even the Hunters were like positioned over towards the Gold Fury area there for a second, looking at potential rotation if required. Obviously, World Weaver and the Javelonke Element Darkest of Nights both make an impact in these team fights. Which one do you prefer more?
I really like the Darkest of Nights. It blinds everybody on the map no matter what. World Weaver can get blocked. It stuns one target. It's better than Darkest of Nights in some situations, but usually in the late game team fights, a blind and everybody that makes them stop moving and you can't see anything is usually better than one single target stun.
And as the analyst said, the combination with Bacchus's Intoxicate there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, that's one of those interactions that are just, it's a lot of fun to pull off. Sometimes it's not necessary, but when you do get that kill, it's almost inevitably a kill.
And one crazy thing, too, to keep in mind is you could actually not get stunned when you're intoxicated by the Javelonke if you back or if you go the opposite direction that you're wobbling right as soon as the Javelonke ends. It's very hard to do, but if you time it right, you don't get stunned. That's one just fun fact.
So if you press back, just as that happens.
Well, no, you have to go the other way that you're not walking, because you know how you stutter back and forth.
Two left, two right.
Yeah.
Left, two right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that goes on, but look at this, just rotating around for Zaylia this time.
Nice ult.
Nice timing of Zaylia with the ultimate. World Weaver was coming in too there, will connect. Not enough damage to kill Zaylia. But look at this now, Paradigm might be able to position for a Gold Fury off this.
You know, we'll take a look as Lobster. He's going to protect the entrance at the very least. Paradigm starting the Gold Fury. Fun ball looking towards it. Not quite.
Cuvo's up.
Instead, Cuvo's going to go up in
Gab
the
has
sky, look
blinked
directly
up.
towards the mid lane. Down on top of Chaos. Bees have been used. Monkey's going to jump into the main. He'll be fine. Chaos, on the other hand,
Not going to find him. They don't have the enhancer on it. Instead,
Nice
Football is in
cataclysm.
trouble. Football is going to try and get away from this, but Lobster did manage to pick up the kill on Pain to Beyond there. I thought Footballer would fall on the stun from Lobster escaping. Salt Machine, a little bit too late in the rotation. He's still trying, though.
got to keep chasing. Paradigm's low. Needs to catch any mistakes. That's what this rotation is about. They knew the Paradigm was safe if they played it right, but just in case, you go ahead
They
and
might be
chase
trying to do
anyway.
gold and maybe just mids. Yeah, they're calling
Just
off
mids.
now. Yeah.
Good attempt, though, from Manny to try and answer back there. Funballer, if you saw him, he went into tower range to hit the tower to get the bowler to branch off and find that pick. But it set Visham up to burst him back. Very, very good play from both teams.
That was awesome.
Love those small interactions. Again, it's about really understanding your character. We also saw Funball use the ultimate and use that range. That's one of the least thought about things when it comes to Xbalanque. When you use that Xbalanque Darkest of Nights, the obvious that we talked about a lot, but it also increases his basic attack range by so much.
Look at how much they're favoring the blue buff over here. Cuba Fred was there 5 seconds before the blue buff spawned. Sobex really love their blue buff.
I think it's all about Zaylia as well. Zaylia
Yeah.
wants to feel confident in these games. When he's had a good game, when he's a good matchup, he's performed well. He's been in negative matchups and it's not shown very well for him. Salt Machine's had a better time of it. And honestly, Bologna has been a big impact for Salt Machine in these games.
A lot of grouping towards the mid lane now. We just passed the 10-minute mark. Teams starting to think about the Gold Fury. We've seen both of these teams really look at gold and then walk away. Look at gold and then walk away. What kind of opportunity needs to open itself up before we see a big objective?
We either can see a pick or they just need to bait them into Gold Fury. Right now, like I've been saying for this entire tournament, Enemy is fine being in this spot.
Yep.
Paradigm needs to make a bigger separation than this. The games, even again, they're fine with going on later and later and later and just keep farming and farming and farming until they hit their full team fight potential.
Yeah, Enemy, they don't really have this late game composition. They can't really play this slow game. They have a Neath and a Hunbats, and on the other side there's a Soul and a Xbalanque.
I think Enemy's late game team fight's fine. The Neath and the
Zhonghui?
The Humbots are still really good. Humbots has an AoE ult, and he also has crits, so that's good. And the way Visham's been playing this Neath in the late game, awesome disengagements, really, really good ultimates, and he's still at 80 cure. He's still going to be putting out some damage.
This left-hand side, both the junglers over here. Good wall coming out from Cuvo to try and deny him.
Did he steal that?
Purple away. I'm not sure. I think
he
just
did.
get that buff. Yep. Picks it up and it's going to rotate back to his jungle again.
It's like, thank you very much.
And one thing we spoke about in Super Regionals was a matter of front line of gods. It was 3 frontliners were the ones that won the game. As you see, a little bit of a trade-off between the two there, but 3 frontliners on each side this time, because Cuvo on that Thor will play as a frontliner for the most part, and you've also got Pain Divion, Chaos, Zhonghui as a frontliner, trust me, alongside Salt Machine.
Oh yeah, Zhonghui definitely counts as the front line.
And then they've still got a Just in the background that can just jump in and out with Pain Divion on the gap.
Salt Machine here will check in one more time. Half HP versus the very, very healthy Zaylia on his Sobek. Knocking around Bologna one more time, but she'll be all right thanks to the Scourge.
Yeah, her teleport's coming up soon as well, so she can choose to base if she sure wants to here. You can see Zaylia trying to deny the teleport back to base on that right-hand side. As Cuvo's hanging around the area here to see the speed, but mid lane Darkest of Nights has been used as we're looking for some aggression to Pain. So just coming in, and it forces a teleport actually from Salt Machine there as well.
I think he's fine with that. Sobek's going to get some tower damage. He might
That's
actually
the
be able
key.
to take it.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the teleport. But look at this, Pain trying to make something happen. Blink Cataclysm on
Oh, he got
Cuvo,
the hammer, but
the
perfect beads.
was perfectly
Love it.
timed to make sure he could jump to his hammer. And the World Weaver is down as well. Does the tower fall on the right side? It clearly does. Zaylia making something happen.
Bacchus might be looking for something here.
Will he look for something in the mid lane now?
Yep, Trick Tank coming around the right-hand side. Looking to jump over the wall, decides better, going for a more direct approach. Waiting here, he's backing actually. Bacchus won't be here.
Pain Divion going in with the Blink Cataclysm. That just looked like they were trying to force something here, Enemy, because they had the teleporting from Salt Machine. Salt Machine wasted teleport. They were going to lose a tower on the right-hand side anyway, but now it's allowed them to try and make something happen instead. But Paradigm are the one that come out on top.
wards is what I'm looking at. Last game, we saw Paradigm really punish Enemy for not putting down enough wards and take away this sort of free surprise fire giant. We'll take a look at the adjustment Enemy has made. There's sentry wards, one just fell. There was 2 sentry wards on the left-hand side. You saw a little bit of vision on the right as well. So Enemy right away making that adjustment and dropping a couple of more wards.
Both teams know that the only gap that's going to be created realistically is around this Gold Fury when it finally does fall. We're starting to get to the stage of the game where the Gold Fury will start being worth a little bit more gold as time goes on.
It's interesting. Look at the Hunter's builds. Neath is going into the Ichivo, which he's been doing all tournament. Vedium likes that build.
Yep.
And we see attack speed boots coming out of Shablanke.
He did that last game too.
Yeah, attack speed boots are good on Shablanke because he has 2 steroids. He has the power in his bolas, which is his one, and he also has his passive every time he gets a kill. It looks like a fight might start, but they're just going to both back off.
I think if the front would have landed there, they would have gone for the full burst combo onto him.
Yeah.
But poke and adjust down a little bit will hurt. Luckily, Bumba's Mask playing effect there with the red buff, just going to be able to heal himself up a little bit, but another wall and double tap. Kivo's on fire
health
today. He's doing good work.
Just always on point.
Just
Kivo
nice.
Fred playing. Yeah, exactly. Really is, I mean, just good stuff. Thor, Kivo Fred, always a mechanical player. Going to show off just a little bit. And like you said, poking out. That's really what it is. Not looking for the full engage, just a little bit of poke.
Now, the big key is going to be when the solo lanes start to get involved around the Gold Fury. Now, the tower's over on that right-hand side. Obviously, we know the tier 1's fallen, but now we can see Salt Machine starting to answer back in this lane once more. He should be able to put some tower pressure on as well. When the teleports come into play, that's when it'll happen.
Look at the gold. Salt Machine was able to build himself up a 400 gold lead just from the early game from Sobek getting pushed into the tower over and over again. That's pretty big, and that's what we're seeing why the gold is spread out a little bit. Paradigm still is in favor, but they should be ahead a little bit more. If Salt Machine didn't have that lead, I feel like it wouldn't be Enemy wouldn't be as good as a spy as they are right now.
Yeah, it would have been a little less detrimental for them. Paradigm, though, 2-1 in this game so far. Balance. Most of the time on a knife edge, this one could still go either way.
Yeah, I love the way you said that, balanced on a knife's edge, because just as well as it's balanced there, we've seen this game get sliced open very quickly in the past couple of matches.
Trickstang trying to zone them out from coming back to mid there, but with the support, is that Kivo going to the sky? No, it wasn't. It was Lobster doing that. I thought Kivo was going up, but Zalia's made a rotation in here to support those Harpies on the right.
But did we see Zalia start with a starter item? He already sold it if he did, and he picked up a Void Stone. And the reason why is because Bacchus does so much damage with the Void Stone and also Soul. This item makes 3 people do a crazy amount of damage, and having this and selling your starter item to get it, I kind of like it. It's kind of interesting at the same time, but I like it. I think it's smart. If they get into a team fight, it's going to give them a lot of power.
But
Yeah,
it also
I absolutely love it
too. Magic resistance as well, as we watch Painted on take
Look at that poke through a Geb shield too.
Well, that's Soul, right?
Yeah.
That's just what Soul does, the poke from range and the slow applied as well.
And the Thor double tap.
Going back to the Voice Stone again, though, it gives you magical protection as well as magical reduction on the enemy team, so it allows the extra mages to do more damage.
Yep.
This is really the fun part of watching these super high-end matches, is that all of these items that aren't really traditionally purchased, we see them at this end because all the niche, really, the situations that they're useful really make them matter when you're playing against players of this caliber.
Voidstone's purchased a lot. I feel what the niche part about it is that he sold his starter item to pick it up so early. That's the interesting part about it.
I think it's because they know the Gold Fury is going to be such an important thing. Hold that fort, right-hand side, aggression coming out onto Salt Machine, but he doesn't back away for an inch.
Not at all.
Tries to time the Eagles right to avoid the burst, but
World
just
Weaver
coming in there. Doesn't know it's going to happen, but yeah, World Weaver was caught in mid because it was being channeled onto Zalia.
Yeah, I think it was one of these players that are finding themselves right here in the jungle, sort of by the fire giant.
By Trixie's health there, looks like it just caught him on the rotation. And Funball is still in the duo lane though, continuing to farm up. Vishim's made a rotation to mid lane now. Going to start heading back over towards this Gold Fury with his team.
Yeah, Funball is extremely happy with doing this. Shablanke does more damage than Neath in team fights, but I like how enemies' team comp synergizes with each other a little bit better than Paradigm's. I feel like Paradigm has more damage if they're able to burst down one of the backliners. I feel like they could take the game really easily, but enemies' comp is just more overall. They could kind of do whatever they want. They could have Salt Machine go in, they could have Pain go in, they could just wait for a counter initiate, they could initiate an objective. They have a lot of options. I feel like Paradigm's comp is they have a lot of damage to the frontliners or they have a lot of damage to the backliners. So I feel like it's kind of a weird mix.
Zalia right now being aggressed on by Salt Machine, but this is just more of the same. We're watching these solo laners go back and forth, really just, and what that is, it's interesting because that's just waiting for the opportunity. Eventually, a jungler is going to come. And if you keep fighting, then you don't show your cards. If you only fight when your jungler is
Here
there,
we go. We
it's
might get a
obvious.
Thor gank. Speaking about junglers,
He's hanging around the corner here looking for a bit of Bisham. Fumballer happy to trade, but I think Bisham should smell something out. Gives it a good backflip.
we got him coming around the back.
But yeah, just with the blink in, Finna Weevil Cuvo uses beats and ultimate
good.
to escape that engagement, and he will get out before Pain Divion can reach round from behind.
Yeah.
And if that was late game, if we see that again coming out of Cuvo and he tries to ult up in front of him, there's a Humbots and a niche shooting. So if they get hit, they're dead.
So Machine finds himself in the mid lane. Making the rotation from the right side of the map.
Look at this.
Zelia, on the other hand,
Gold
says,
Fury.
no, Gold Fury
gonna go
already
down.
down low. Here comes Trix.
What a
a little
good
bit too
play.
late. Enemy get the Gold Fury. That's the first real objective of the map at
Paradigm
20 minutes.
Trying to answer back here immediately.
They
Here.
caught
They're
Geb
looking
out.
for Pain Divion.
Geb.
Into the backside though from Chaos. They will fight Pain. Maybe no. Eagles really up
Geb.
for a second. Footballer gets a stack, but on the backside, they're Lobster.
They
He's
could wall
very
off
low.
Salt Machine. They did.
There it is. Salt Machine stuck in the middle, and he's
Got
in the
no
middle
wall.
of 3 Paradigm jerseys.
Just now jumps in, trying to support somersaults away. The flip comes off from Zelia, doesn't find it. Good backflip from Visham to disengage as well. Big talking point there is the Gold Fury goes to enemy, relatively uncontested.
Yeah, I think there was a good trade of Geb for a Gold Fury.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'd trade you for a Gold Fury, bro.
Hindu, how could you?
I'm sorry.
Mid lane tower goes down. Paradigm does what they can to stop the bleeding. 500 gold taken off, and that basically evens up the game one more time.
Hang on, he say evens up the game, but there is an experience difference here between these two teams, and it's in Paradigm's favor here.
Yep.
How is this?
He
how
literally
is-
stopped his back.
how-
Sorry.
How is it? You're such a troll. You're like, ah. How did this experience league gather itself for Paradigm here, Raw? What is the difference? Where does it come from?
It's just how they're farming. I feel like Sobek made some weird rotations. That's how they got the experience lead on him.
Right.
I feel like Bologna did as well, but they were able to stay in the lanes longer and farm. And they've been waiting a long time at these buffs. Like again, right there, they waited 5 seconds for the blue buff to spawn.
But it's Cuvo was one of the experience advantage there. As we look at mid lane now, being pressured down by 4 members. Not many people here to defend. Tricks trying to body block a little bit of Visham's auto attacks. But round the back comes Salt Machine to zone out Fumble. Trickstag still here. Zelia already priming the ultimate to go in and look for the burst damage. And Chaos gets stomped on as well. Bursted as well. Fair no evil from Adjust. And a good shield from Pain Divion keeps Chaos healthy. Cuvo's in trouble. Very low on mana. Ghost chasing him down. As is the monkey on his back. Now we're going to see
Soul comes
Lobster.
over the top and finishes off Chaos.
2 members of Paradigm very, very low in the mid lane. Zelia's going to join them. Salt Machine's going to stop Trixtank in his tracks. Adjust off of the assist. Picks up a
Visha
kill.
moves. That's the overhand smash of Visha with the end hand finds it. Salt Machine looking for the bloodshed, doesn't find it. Fumballer. Lobster is here. He's not going to find the damage he wants, but they do defend the tier 2.
Beautiful defense coming out from Paradigm, but it's not without a price. 3 members take a spill. Lobster and Funball, the only ones that did not die. Enemy, they're going right for it.
Yep.
Salt Machine backs, Salt Machine teleports, Salt Machine tanks. This tier 2 tower is down.
And this is what we saw yesterday. Salt Machine runs into the tower, starts tanking it up, and Geb gives him a shield so they can just take the towers faster and faster. We saw that last year with TSM in Worlds, and now it's Enemy instead.
Enemy in a very good spot. Now that 3,000 gold lead, they've evened up the experience difference too between the two sides, and they're looking over towards this right-hand side a little more now.
I like this. They're taking their time to get ward coverage as they walk back into their buffs. Right now, Paradigm has some pretty good wards up of their own,
Yeah, I like
but
those.
Enemy controls the Fire Giant wards right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggressive vision coming out from Paradigm, and they're just now going to go ahead and take out the objective vision as well. So Paradigm, they know where enemy want to go, are, and will go.
And that's why they just walk straight out base, straight over to the Fire Giant, clear it up because they know enemy have to back. They can catch somebody here.
Oh!
Visham's beads were forced.
Beads a little bit too late.
He gets a good route off though, which was important to stop the chase
yeah.
coming out from the rest of Paradigm there. But Beads being down for now means that they can try and look for something.
Look at how powerful Beads 3 were there. He mistimed the flop beads and he beads while he was in the air. The Thor wall came out after. If he just waited a split second longer, that would have been a kill on Vedium.
Oh, yeah.
Funballer rotating
Or
to the
Visham's,
right to
I'm
help
sorry.
support here because it looks like enemy, they're looking for potentially the blue buff, which is due up soon here, or catch people on the rotation through the jungle to look to defend on this solo lane.
Right now, enemy, they've got 3 players here in the right lane by themselves, 2 in the jungle waiting to go ahead and join. They're looking for something. Vision has been dropped. will make a decision. Enemy right now, let's ride along with them and hear what they are thinking about making for their next move.
You good. Makes sense.
Again, don't fight. Wait for beats.
Yeah, wait for beats.
We can fight if they force it to.
Or hammer?
Yeah. So hammer. I'm
Wins
ready
your
for
beats.
it.
Wins your beats.
They're group mid. They're group mid.
Yeah, just walk
Back up. Wins your beats, Steve.
Time on beats.
Let's go right. Let's go right.
To go
Wait, who are you talking
we should
I'll push right.
Okay,
I can hold.
Play the go. Connor ward go. I have a ward here.
I'm gonna do purple. Yeah, I'll help
I'm
you.
running
I'll help you. I'll help you.
Running aggressive. Connor warding.
T-boarding gold.
Nice,
I'm going purple.
Nice. Purple now. They're gonna come into us. Take the fight. It's gonna be a good fight.
I have beats.
Marcus has no magic protection.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright, we look at gold then. Beats are up for
Push
everybody.
the way.
You have teleport, right, Salt?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. Three in the right. Yo.
Oh my god.
Go. Salt, get out.
Salt, just get out.
Go. Free go.
He'll go fire. He doesn't get out. It's okay.
Yeah.
Burn.
You guys
Soul's
do
coming.
it.
Soul's
You don't
coming.
mind,
All of them are coming.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Report to Salt. Oh, you're dead. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
alright.
Get
Free
gold.
go.
You have to rotate the fire now.
It's fine.
Everyone but Betty.
I'll be on it.
Stop.
Beautiful. They're not going
Soul
fire.
fire.
Just stall. Do not full commit.
All by design, 100% by design.
But look at this, it looks like they want to try and start Fire Giant did Paradigm there. They know the goal was down and they're actually looking for Vicium. They're not going to find him, they'll blink away. So back to the waist.
Three-man stun.
Three-man catches him into a root from Vicium. But flip back in from Zalion to Pain with football around the corner. The Geb is in trouble. But here comes Chaos to support. Pain Divion is still alive, only for a second. And Justo is chasing on the backside as a flop from Trickstab comes in.
Is Adjust chasing Lobster or is Lobster chasing Adjust? It's Lobster. Adjust takes the spill.
Look at Vicium though, pushing back three alone there on that Neath. Really good play to keep themselves in that. The Fire Giant still stands, and it comes out on top for Enemy.
Enemy did get the Gold Fury, but Paradigm was able to pick up 3 kills.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know, it's hard to say who really came out on top there. I feel like kills are worth a lot right now. It looks like Enemy got the better of this because Paradigm wasn't really able to get much off of this. They might get ward coverage, and that might lead into a Fire Giant later in this game. So we'll see right now if Enemy or if Paradigm could take advantage of this.
It's a good gold lead though for Enemy as well here. Just over 4,000 gold rather, with that going down. The experience is still even though the fight went well for Paradigm there afterwards. I still think the Gold Fury made a big impact of that. That second Gold Fury is generally the one that starts to break your team's back. But when you spread that gold out amongst the team, it's still less than 1,000 each. 26 minutes in and looking at the speed buff now. Our Paradigm looking to try and find something out here. What would you be looking for here, Aurora, if you are Paradigm? Are we looking for a potential pick here?
Yeah, pick or just, it's hard to say right now. I feel like they need to get a pick or they need to just hit the front line as hard as possible with the Xbalanque Soul combo. If they're able to do that and pick off one of their heavy tanks in either the Zhong, Bologna or Geb, that'll be really good for them. Like they did in the right lane, they picked out Salt Machine and it led into a really good team fight for them.
Well, let's have a little listen to the Paradigm comms here. They're up against it. It's 2-1 in favor of Enemy.
There we go, good poke. I'm level 20.
Now look for it. Group for a pick.
I can go back for heavily now.
Go for it.
Heavily.
Can I keep in?
I'm back. Yeah, I can.
Sweet. We'll no, not yet. Come. Just look for it.
Yeah.
Give us back. No, he's not. I'm start. So hey. Go on, Bologna. Bologna back. Retreat. Chill. Help him.
I have a
All fine. Holding. Go. Go mid. I'm ulting.
I'm on chaos.
Peace out. Careful, Freddy. Chaos, strong. I'm dead. I got Nath open. That's in here. Oh, get out. Did you follow him, Fred? Yeah, Freddy, of course. The low.
Yeah. We're still in a good spot. It's fine.
Yeah, we can still fight him.
I'm just healing up a bit. I'm at ultimate 30.
Don't let him back though. Oh. Just wait for me, I think it's best to wait for me. Yeah.
You gotta be
give me this gold. Ford could catch him. No. We saw the only one can go through there except for...
Heavily up at 45. I used it a bit too early to be fair. I thought it was gonna get full Titans.
They're all grouping again.
I'm ultimate 13.
Only one keyword. Just chill, go back. Fall back. I'm ulting here. Ulting for peel.
Fuck, I got changed.
They're low.
I couldn't get out of that.
Get off more. Get on Salt.
Probably dead.
I got completely changed to seed.
Back in the fire as we watch Funballer fall down here. Looks like we're going to see enemy push on, looking for the kill onto Lobster.
Lobster takes the spill. There's 5 members of enemy. There's 5 members of enemy. There's 1 member of Paradigm. And that is going to hurt a lot for the European squad.
Big thing to talk about as this Phoenix falls down was the comms of Paradigm. They sounded excited. Cuvo tried to make a big play on a Just, but a good turnaround from enemy really worked out well for them. And then the worst thing is that Lobster, one of the quietest men in the history of Europe, is the loudest person I could hear on the comms afterwards.
Yeah, Lobster right here. One of the things that Lobster has been so good for this Paradigm team as enemy starts out the Fire Giant is he is the rock. He is the one person that keeps this, that keeps everything going through thick or thin. Lobster's the guy that keeps the team grounded. So it's important to have him making those statements and calls. Right now, though, doesn't look good for Lobster and his squad. Enemy sitting pretty up, almost 10 grand. Fire Giant, tower falls. Enemy's gonna back and make a look for a final push.
At first, when they pushed down mid, it looked like enemy could almost finish the game, but then you look to the sides, both towers stand on both sides.
That's
4
true.
towers. The Titans going to be very strong with those towers up.
Very, very true. That's one of the reasons we didn't see the potential end there. Even though it's 30 minutes into the game and the respawns are getting there right now, but this experience in gold lead, that's not that bad right now in terms of experience because it relatively doesn't matter. But the gold is making more of an impact as time's gone on. These fights, I think Cuvo just overextended a little bit, and I think he went on a different target to everybody else in that engagement.
Yeah, that fight between Cuvo and Adjust just summed up the series. I feel like if enemy ends up winning that, that's probably one of the biggest fights in the series. Because if Cuvo came out on top, Paradigm might have had a chance to do Fire Giant there.
And the funny thing is, I believe Vishem once again was involved in that because he got the World Weaver off to just help turn it around and help out his boy in the jungle. The sign of enemy and their strength as a whole team unit.
And another thing to look at too, Jean-Qui went into the center of 5 people and took out Shablanke and then just walked out with his beads fine. So Chaos has been playing this Jean-Qui amazing. I feel like he's the top Jean-Qui in the world right now.
I feel like he's the only Jean-Qui. I have sat here all day yesterday. And I don't like the Jean-Qui. We saw it in Super Regionals. You buy a shell, it's over, it's done with. Chaos has performed on it, it's worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the left-hand tower falls one more time.
And he's made multiple plays on it. He's made big team fight plays. The teleport play,
that's what I'm saying.
That was crazy.
That's what I'm saying. It's not just, hey, I'm Jean-Qui and I'm gonna do it. He's making these plays that we don't see. We don't see these stuns happen. We don't see these heals interact the way Chaos is making it work.
Tier 2 tower on the right now falls down, and the boys of enemy marching on with their Fire Giant that's got a little bit of time remaining still. Good amount to start sieging this Phoenix on the right-hand side.
All 5 looking
Tricks
here.
misses that
Trick
flop.
Tank jumps in.
That's not
Belly
good.
flop off the mark. Intoxicate hits 4. Soars in the air. Looking for the counter engage. Lands on 2. Gets a stun. Adjust. Turning it around with a big overhand smash.
Chaos, though, had the extra protections from his order. Adjusted a back shot to the monkey and finds the kill on Cuvo. He's juking out Fumble. Flop comes in, but look at Salt Machine. He kills him. Lobster.
Arm in the back.
Still there. And Azalea falls too. North America.
With the
Enemy are going to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, your North American dark horse enemy has fought through thick and thin. No one thought they would make it, and they are going to the finals.
3 U teams came, 2 have now fallen. An enemy are the ones to stand supreme. They've defeated Fnatic, they've defeated Paradigm. Who will they face in the finals?
Oh my, there are 6 people that thought that this team could do it. They are on that stage, and wherever Clerky is, they knew that this team would be able to do it. And you know what? After watching these games here at Worlds, I can't believe anybody ever questioned them.
To be fair, we all questioned them from the start. This was a rookie team that was picked up. We said 7th, 8th in the Pro League. Good luck, have fun. Don't know what you were thinking, Pain Divion. That's what the community was saying as well. Everyone thought the same way. Listen to the crowd.
All of a
sudden, enemy.
I hear an arena chanting for enemy. This is an enchanting game. I want to hear everything. Kelly, let's talk to enemy.
Thank you so much, After I'm joined here by enemy guys. So how do you guys feel about him? You know what? Since the Super Regionals, since the splits, people have been doubting you guys, but I don't think anyone here is doubting you anymore. How do you feel about your players, Pain?
I have no voice anymore. I actually yell too much in the game, so I can't say. Good job, boys. You're the best. I love you all. You're carrying me to Worlds. Now you're giving me money for pressing 4 on Capri. I love it. Thank you. You're the best.
Now, I know some of you probably weren't here earlier, and some of you might not know, but it's actually Vishium's birthday. So, can we get a happy birthday on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. How are you feeling, man? I'm gonna move right over here.
I'm feeling great. This is the best 16th birthday present I could have ever gotten.
Wait, 16?
Yeah.
It's cool, a 16-year-old about to win a few $100,000. How does that feel?
Feels great. I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, congratulations, you guys, and good luck going up against the finals tomorrow. Guys, let's go back to the analysts.
Wow. What a game we just witnessed there, folks. Enemy are going to the finals. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Lots of stuff to break down here. You know, the streak is over. My streak of calling things right has come to an end. But you know what, though? I'm not, yeah, I know, right? You're the 1 and 3 and 1. I think, you know, I would just say this. For Enemy, a lot of people sold them out. They, you know, sold them off. They were just like, hey, they're not going to do this. Paradigm, #1 team out of Europe, too good. And for a moment there, it looked like Paradigm were in full control. Ataraxia, I want to go over to you because this one definitely stings the nostrils, I would say. What do you think about it?
Feels bad, man. That kind of sums it up, you know. But we still have Epsilon, right? Adapting and the rest of the boys. Easy. Cloud9's going down. EU to win Worlds. Still calling it.
It's still gone.
No, but seriously, well played, though, too.
Talk about the wrap-up to that game, Adonis. Obviously, very intense moment there for Enemy as they were just looking to clear everyone out. What exactly happened in that situation?
I mean, it's just Enemy executing their comp perfectly, and once again, the failure of Paradigm players to learn how to adapt to team fighting against North Americans, you know? That's why Serket worked so well for them. That's why, you know, the Tunbets is working so well for them. Just the assassins and junglers and frontliners are just able to dive their back line, and there's no protection for their carries. And, you know, once again, Lobster, phenomenal performance on Soul. 2 games in a row. He carried last game, and he potentially could have carried this game, but he got no help, and he just kept getting dove. And they're just like, you know, Tricks, they're like, I just want to go kill stuff, and, you know, they failed to adapt.
Yeah, and I think we found out why they were banning the Hunbats earlier. They definitely knew from scrims how effective a Justice Hunbats was going to be. Absolutely incredible play coming out from him. At the same time, nothing taken away from Lobster. Lobster played so well, but the rest of his team just couldn't get anything together.
Yeah,
I think for me, Just is really, he's made a big name for himself this entire tournament, and I think anyone going forward, you know, regardless,
made an adjustment to how people think about him now?
I would say so. Ignoring the awful pun, I would say that he has, and Just is a player to watch out for, a player to fear. He's been doing amazing work, and he's shown that it's not just the cat, you know, it's him.
Also, not to mention, did anybody think that Salt Machine was going to consistently beat Xaylia? I mean, consistently
Every
in lane.
single game.
Every game.
Every game. He was beating Xaylia, who everybody came in. I mean, he had so many cheers coming for him. They thought it was going to be easy for Xaylia to take this lane away from Salt Machine, that was going to be the weak lane, and he consistently shown that he was the better player.
And they even ran the same matchup back. They did Osiris versus Kabrakan, and then they swapped it around, and Salt Machine got the good end of both matchups. So, I mean, you know, you just have to give him props there. He just played better than Xaylia today by a mile.
Okay, I want to ask you guys something real quick. Heading into this tournament, who would you say individually was the best player on Enemy? Real quick.
I would have probably said Pain.
And then would you say Vedium number 2?
Yeah.
Who's been the one we've said the least this tournament?
Chaos. No,
Vedium.
sorry.
I was going for Vedium. No,
yeah, you just messed up your whole plan.
I
agree.
That was a good
try. Yeah.
No, but honestly, I feel like we haven't really seen Vedium do anything, you know, exceedingly crazy. He's been fantastic. He's had hit a lot of nice stun weaves, but outside of that, it's really been the Salt Machine and Pain showing up consistently, and Adjust as well. Like, those 3 members have been so phenomenal, not just playing at the, which one are we going to see level, but world-class levels. And Pain to beyond, Geb Shields and Kepriolt's perfect timing. their LAN play is undeniably some of the best we've seen improvement-wise over online, right? They're kind of like last year's SK or Fnatic, where online couldn't do anything. They're just like middle of the road, bottom of the road, and then come to LAN, they are just destroying everyone.
It's that their team fights and the comps, they are playing, you know, they're picking perfectly, and you say it over and over, they are, and because it's true, you know, they pick these comps and then they execute them perfectly every single time. It's like a, you know, they see an event and then they respond correctly, and then the team fight unfolds always in their favor.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, we predicted how the games are going to turn out individually throughout the entirety of the series from the picks and bans. We could see exactly what's going to turn out. The one game that Paradigm had the better draft, everybody's like, oh yeah, this is the Paradigm game. They have the better draft here. So Paradigm needs to go back to the drawing board for next season, make sure that they have those drafts figured out, because Enemy is the best drafter in the entire world right now.
Well, but even then, though, I think more so it's, yeah, I mean, yes, the drafts do make sense, and that is one portion of the game. But as I, you know, jokingly referenced to yesterday, I mean, it's still a video game after all. You still need to actually play the game. And the one thing that Paradigm does, you know, I would say not so well, is being able to work together and team fight their opponent. And that has happened. We saw that break down every time. And then speaking of breaking down, when you jumped into the comms for that listening,
oh, that was bad.
It sounded like someone killed their cat. And it's like, well, you know what, man, your cat's still alive. It's still in this, you know, like, believe. And it just, I don't know. I mean, like, that actually really did catch me off guard. I was expecting more hype out of a team that had their backs against the wall, knew that this was their last opportunity to make it to the finals, and yet it just sounded depressing.
It was so bad, especially, you know, even F-Dot mentioned it, you know, Lobster, or Hindu did, you know, Lobster typically a little bit laid back, but he was the loudest one in the communications, right? In that, the crucial turning point around that Fire Giant, the mid-camp area kind of, more towards Paradigm, near their Tier 1 or Tier 2 tower, I believe it was Zalia who started getting picked off by Lobster. He had caught them, and then all that we heard was, Lobster said, I'm ulting. No one else said a word. No one was saying a word. And even before that, when Cubo Fred lost the 1v1 against Adjust, people actually started arguing. I don't remember who it was. Someone calmed them down immediately, but immediately was like, what were you doing? Why were you doing this? And they started, you know, back and forth for a couple seconds. They calmed down, but that's just clearly a team that mentally wasn't there. Their communication wasn't there. And I think that's why we saw the bad team fights, because they weren't communicating effectively.
Yeah, and then that is unfortunate without a doubt. But for Enemy, it is good times through and through. As you can see right there, our first finalist here, Enemy moves forward past Paradigm in what was one of the craziest matches of this entire competition here. And coming up next, it is going to be the semifinal that everyone in here has been eagerly anticipating. CLOUD9 versus Epsilon Esports will be your second semifinal match of the day. But before we actually jump into this game here, folks, I know everyone is super excited about it. You know, we do want to say that Hi-Rez has been doing a phenomenal job throughout the year of supporting charity initiatives, right? They've been, you know, giving a lot. And I think this is going to be a good opportunity to take a look and recap some of those charity initiatives that Hi-Rez did.
Hey everyone, I'm Gary Mahelli from the Hi-Rez Studios PR department, and today we just want to talk to you a little bit about what an awesome year it has been for charity. So if you remember, earlier this year we had the Spring Fling charity event where we had some SVL teams from North America and Europe join us here in the Hi-Rez office. There was some pie in the face, there was some cat food that got eaten, and Hitman barfed. It was wonderful. Thank you guys so much. But you were able to raise over $17,000 for the American Cancer Society. Later in the year, we also had the Nepal relief chest. You guys remember that? There was the earthquake that displaced people, and the chest went to help Red Cross in their efforts to help everyone in and around Nepal. You guys raised $200,000 for that across PC and Xbox, which is absolutely amazing. Later in the year, we also had the second annual ESPORTS Summerland, where you guys raised another $2,600 for Red Cross. Now, the 2015 holiday chess promotion going on in-game. We've worked with Child's Play charity a couple times in the past to raise money for children's hospitals across the world. And this time around, you guys have raised already $170,000, all before Christmas. So we just want to say thank you to everyone in the Smite community for helping us give to these awesome events throughout the year. We can't thank you guys enough, and it is an honor and a privilege to be part of a community that gives back so much. Thank you again, and we're looking forward to next year, 2016. Take care, guys.
Thank you guys so much. If you guys have seen Hi-Rez's streams before, you guys are probably aware that we love to be a part of charities. And last year we became we partnered up with Child's Play during the Child's Play Chest. And it is my privilege to show you guys all that we have raised $244,000 to Child's Play. Child's Play is an organization with a network of over 100 hospitals that seeks to improve the lives of kids by bringing toys and video games to those who need it most. Kristen, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to thank the Smite community so much. This is absolutely incredible. This is a perfect example of how we can share our love of video games and have fun and also raise money for a fantastic cause. Child's Play, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Smite community and Hi-Rez Studios, for making this possible. This is absolutely incredible.
Stu, as the president of the company, I'm sure it's great to be able to bring a game to so many people, but also to be able to be a part of a charity. How does that feel? And you know what? Why don't you send us off as well?
Okay. First of all, this is all about you guys, Smite community. You guys did this, not us. So give yourselves a really big hand. Raise your dongers for that one. And, you know, every child deserves to play. This is deserves a chance to play. This is a charity we've worked with several times in the past. They're fantastic. You know, I encourage everyone to continue to support them in the various ways that you can. And thank you again, Smite fans, and we'll be right back after a break.
Favorite memory is Game 5 of Worlds against Titan when we got the Fire Giant stealth dashed over the wall and he hit the 3-man route into the Silhouette and we just destroyed Titan.
我表现最好的一场比赛应该是在16进8我们对战EC男队的那一场，我的克罗诺斯抓住对面一波失误，然后最后翻盘。
One of my favorite memories as my pro player would be probably PAX Prime. That was my first LAN event. We got second place. It was with Denial Esports. I was playing with Mesa Deface, Jeff Inla, Pon, and I think Rush back at the time. And that team was like an amazing team. All the players were great, both players and as persons. So yeah, it was a blast. I loved it.
我个人觉得我表现的最好的一场是和 QG 决赛的最后一场。
Oh, I definitely have a favorite memory. Back, it was about 2 years ago, I think, the launch tournament. It was my birthday, and obviously we won the tournament, which was probably the biggest moment, and nothing will probably not top that.
Creo que había una competición que yo no estaba jugando muy bien, y si nosotros no ganásemos los partidos del torneo, yo no tenía más equipo porque ellos irían me sacar. Entonces, como para mí fue ganar o ganar, porque si yo había perdido, yo no estaría acá, yo no estaría cerca de viajar para un mundial, representando Brasil y también Latinoamérica.
Must have been when we won the kickoff LAN, like when the Pro League started in Germany, because we came in as last seed in this first LAN I've ever been to. We didn't think that much of us back then because we almost didn't make it there, and then we came there and we won the whole thing, so that was really good.
我觉得我这个赛季每一场表现都比较一般吧。如果要说的话，可能是之前对 OMG 那场败者组第一局吧，我的人头比较多，然后死的也比较少 ，KD 比较高。
Favorite memory? There was one time we were about to win the game, and I went to their fountain and I bought a rod of Tahuti, and I heard Bart go on the thing. He goes, "Man, what a play!" You know, even though the game ended literally 2 seconds later.
我觉得我这个赛季表现最好的是4强里面的第一把吧。对面疯狂针对我，20分钟一个蓝 buff 都没拿到。
还是顶住压力开瑞了吧。
My favorite memory as a Smite Pro player is really the first time I've been casted. It was in a Challenger Cup, like Amateur Cup. And so it's not really a big game, but I got casted by DM Brandon, and I was playing already solo at that time. I used to be a mid lane player, but I played draw and I hit a triple snipe. And DM Brandon was really hyping the play up, and it was just a good feeling seeing it on stream, seeing everything. It was amazing.
Probably like the last few days. Just, you know, when we were playing online, it was cool. Like, I guess we're professional Smite players, but it's only like the last few days it sort of like hit me that like, you know, this is a real thing, and it's been quite exciting.
All right, everyone, we're back here at the Alienware Analyst Desk, and we're getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be CLOUD9 versus Epsilon Esports. Should be one heck of a matchup. Of course, guys, I'm Golden Boy, joined by, of course, my partner in crime. That is what your title is now. We're not partners in crime. We're together, so fist bump it, explode it, fizzle away. That's right, baby girl. All right, and of course, the one and only Adonis, and joining us as well, ever so handsome. I had jokes prepared, but I'm not going to say them, okay? Because everyone was saying it's Savage Saturday here, and we were being very mean. So I'm going to be nice, okay? He has nice hair, okay? And
which one, me?
One and only Anna. Let's calm down there, okay? It's not too nice. We have Anatoly, and of course, he is the soft-spoken, ever so lovable, and in fact, probably the most charismatic human being on the face of this earth. QE3Q. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see this game against Epsilon and C9. It'll be probably the best game of today.
That's right. I'm actually really excited for it as well. Anatoly, what about you?
I'm excited to see the solo lane matchup in this matchup. It's going to be very exciting. These guys share a lot of god pool, similar to the junglers, actually, between these two teams.
Yeah, you know, the Aninster versus adapting debate has been going on forever. North America versus Europe, and it always boils down to those two players. Adapting has been the best player in Europe, in my opinion, in Season 2. And Aninster, I think, you know, since the beginning of competitive Smite, has been one of, if not the best junglers in North America. He's had his ups and downs, but he's come swinging, I think, at least at the end of Season 2. So I expect to see an explosive jungle matchup.
All right, then. Well, you know what, folks? Let's go ahead. Speaking of Aninster, let's actually introduce you all, if you're just joining us, to Epsilon Esports.
Epsilon Esports. Amy. Adapting. Yaman. Iraffer. Emilito.
All right, folks, my bad. I had a little bit of a brain fart there and said Aninster. You know, it happens. It happens when you get my age. You know, you're just old. It's embarrassing. You know, you just have gas. In any case, though, you know, you just gotta call it like it is. All right, adapting. Got to talk about this young man, very talented player.
Adapting right now, mechanics have been, you know, probably some of the best in Smite, and, you know, most notable for his Thor play, but that hasn't even been anything he's been focusing on so far. This guy's God pool runs so deep, and just look at that KDA, 8.7 over all of Season 2, right? And this is, you know, spring and summer too, when, you know, Epsilon wasn't even this dominating force. This guy has been the primary carry on this team for a long time.
Yeah, he makes a lot of plays for his team, and his god pool, like you mentioned, is very versatile. He's only had one poor game from what I remember, which was the Thanatos game against Fnatic in the online SPL, and ever since then, he's actually turned it around, and he's just been dominating.
I mean, this team's been an unstoppable force, right? I mean, you know, posting one of the best records in SPL. I mean, they're just such a talented squad. All right, what about for you, QE? What do you think about not only adapting, but also Demi, too? Because if you talk about Epsilon, you got to talk about these young men. Again, so talented. And here is that Mercury play, as a matter of fact, which was pretty cool stuff, without a doubt.
You know, and Mercury probably going to be a pretty contested pick between Aninster and Adapting. We know both these players have had a history of playing it. But, you know, a lot of what Epsilon's strength comes from is the soul lane. And look at that, you know, 8.7 KDA for adapting, phenomenal. And then Dimmy right here, 11.4. He's known as literally the Undying because he does not die. 28 games in the fall split, 15 deaths.
That's insane.
Nothing this tournament either. I don't think he's died yet.
Dimmy is so dominant. He plays any god at such a high level, and he has such a immense god pool. It's really hard to stop Dimmy doing what he does.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I had talked about it yesterday, and I did want to shed some light on it. Like, do you feel that if they're able to, you know, get a couple deaths onto Dimmy, that's going to probably shake things up a little bit?
Yes, but you don't want to focus Dimmy. That's the thing, right? If you're focusing the guy who doesn't die, that's a problem because more than likely he's going to get away with it, right?
Yeah.
And if you put all that effort into him trying to kill Dimmy and it doesn't work because, you know, you don't expect it to work. He's so good at escaping ganks, so good at escaping, you know, even 3v1s under his, you know, untower I've seen him get out of. If you put that much effort into it, it's a losing matchup for C9.
Yeah, Epsilon is going to definitely take advantage if you do focus Dimmy, specifically going to go focus on the dual lane or perhaps maybe steal early Gold Fury. Epsilon is a team that likes to do early objectives. They're not afraid to challenge the enemy team, so that's something that could be in their books.
Also, I want to talk about the support player for this team, too. I figure we might as well, right? You know, you had mentioned before his deep God pool, iRaffer. What do you think about his potential here for Cloud9? Surely they're thinking about, you know, this as well. Like, there's not much you could do, right, at that case. Am I correct? I mean, you know, there's not much you could ban out for him because he's just going to find something else to use.
Yeah, iRaffer kind of fits the team composition that, you know, whatever. Sometimes, you know, players or teams will run, you know, we're going to switch up our jungle, we're going to switch up our solo, we're going to switch up our mid, God, depending to fit the comp, and that's kind of iRaffer's job on Epsilon. It's whatever's going to help his team, help his carries get ahead, that's what he's going to do. And, you know, just yesterday we saw a phenomenal Ymir play.
Yeah, Raffer is pretty aggressive, actually. He likes to set up things for Emilito, and especially for adapting to support him and make him do the plays.
And not only the aggressiveness of Ymir, but he also likes to play passive gods like Sylvanas, and he'll play anything in between as well from that.
Yeah, do you think that we are going to see Ymir again, potentially?
I think it's definitely a possibility. I mean, it worked so well yesterday, and I don't think, you know, there's any reason to not pick it up if you're looking to specifically pick off the enemy support. That's typically what Ymir's best at, is picking off opponent supports, walling them off on the rotations. That's what we saw him focus on Badger yesterday on that Kepri.
Yeah, you can't obviously dash through the Ymir wall, so he's going to be picked off every single time. You just freeze and then focus him down.
All right, well, it's going to be tough, without a doubt, for Epsilon because their opponents are not only the crowd favorites here, but they're also the 2015 Smite World Championships champions, here to defend their title, and it's none other than Cloud9.
CLOUD9 G2A. Baskin. Endemster. MLC Stealth. Jeff Hindler. Barracuda.
And there you see them, Cloud9, as they get ready for their matchup here. One that everyone that I talked to yesterday as I was walking through this venue were eagerly anticipating. And I think they've identified that the camera's on them. So
just look at, did you see Annenster though? He is like, I think he's like practicing like a 1v1 versus Robot right now, but he is so intense. That kid is ready to play right now. You can just see his hands.
Well, he knows the matchup that's in front of him, right? Annenster, right, to get it correct. You know, and adapting, this is going to be a tough one for him, you know? So I would imagine that there's a lot of pressure that's going to be put on him. I mean, you know, one thing you had noted before was that he is the main shot caller for this team, right? So if anyone's going to be focused, it's this guy. He wants to make sure that everyone is playing at tip-top condition because against a team like Epsilon, there's no other option. So QE, we'll start with you. How do you feel about Cloud9 here? You know, again, just to reference the people I were talking to out there, they said I think Cloud9's going to take it. I want Cloud9 to take it, but Epsilon is a scary team.
Hey, Epsilon is pretty scary, but I think Cloud9 is prepared for this matchup. I think they expected it to face Epsilon, and I think they're really prepared and really excited to play against them.
Do you think that they expected to play Epsilon? Well, yeah. Well, this
from
was
the start, yeah.
From the start, right? This was kind of the matchup that was built up, of course, when Fnatic went down to the bottom. That kind of threw ideas out there, but still Epsilon able to overcome. What do you think about Anister? We're going to talk to you, Adonis, about this because I know that you're a fan of him. You had noted him in the first portion of the notes. Anister versus Adapting. This is the big deal here. He's one of the star players for this team. What do you think?
I think Anister is phenomenal, and he does such a good job of directing MLC Stealth and Jeff Hinla, the core. And that's what's very important about Smite, although it's become less about that and more about the carries rotating. The core is still important. Your support, jungle, and mid laner. And Anister is phenomenal in these smaller 2v2 and 3v3 situations. He's been known to make sure to camp Stealth. That allows Stealth to get very aggressive. And I expect to see this matchup in the mid and jungle dynamic to be pretty intense. I do expect to see Anister looking for some early kills.
I think that's the strongest part of about C9. Their mid-game, early game, mid-camps fights with Anister, MLC, and Jeff. They're pretty strong together. They have a pretty good synergy.
Yeah, when you've been around as long as C9 has been, your 3v3 synergy between those three roles has to be very high and strong. And this is why they're so successful. They make these plays in the jungle, and they just snowball it with little gains, you know, either taking the enemy's buff or looking to put pressure on the tower, or maybe stealing a gold for him.
It's going to be tough for Anister and the rest of the crew, as we've noted numerous times here. But another player that we have to talk about is Jeff, the sexual beast incarnate Hinla, the one and only. This guy, you know, one of my favorite bits about Jeff Hinla is that, you know, in the notes, I'll always reference this. You just literally put Jeff the Sex Hinla, Canadian.
Yeah, he's from Canada.
That was the only feedback that I had. So I have no material here. I just have that he's Canadian. But that's all I need to know.
You know, he used to lane with Pain Deviant, you know, the support player for Enemy, and they were the Canadian duo. They're the two-man that were together for so long. And, you know, Jeff Hinla has been a support. Not many players start out as supports, because support, you know, let's be honest, sometimes it's not the most fun role. But Jeff Hinla, he loves protecting players. He
Rub the beard for good luck.
That's his favorite thing, right? Is to protect Barracuda there. The man to his right, left on your screen. He likes to play this defensive style of support and allow Anister and Baskin to be the frontline initiators.
Man, fresh out of chopping trees in the forest right there. Look at that face. My goodness. He just...
Hey, you know what I did yesterday, too?
What'd you do?
I said, I'm going to rub your beard for good luck on my predictions. And I called Enemy.
Oh, okay. I'll have to, you know...
It's a magical beard.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll see. I think C9, you know, we'll save that for later. All right. Anatoly, what about for you?
I think that Jeff Hinla has a lot of synergy with Barracuda. They duo queue rank like every single day, off stream also, so they practice a lot. They don't give away many strategies in ranked as well. I've been talking to them about like what they like to do and what they like to hide, and you generally don't want to do those strategies in ranked because a lot of people will look at these replays and then they'll use it in their own gameplay against them.
Yeah, actually, another thing as well, Adonis, that you had mentioned, and when we had Incon up here along with Ataraxia, was the how they ban, how they play the picks and bans, right? Because it's like they think another step right ahead, and that's an advantage that Cloud9 has. But against a team like Epsilon with such a deep god pool and I mean just amazing skill, do you think that this advantage is going to work out for them?
I think we'll see some target bans eventually, but you know, Cloud9, they're the most experienced team to have played best of fives. They're very often in these grand finals because they're so good. And you know, we've seen it multiple times. Last year against Titan, we saw the Ares and Ymir bans. Gods they typically never take away. And then once again, during the COG Invitational in their best of five, we started seeing bans against Naja, this kind of low-tier, mid-tier god. Cloud9, I think, second to Enemy, are one of the best drafters in the world, and I think Epsilon, honestly, are right there with them. So it's so hard to call.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to.
Yeah, one thing about C9 is that I think they never lost a best of five. It's because they're so good at adapting on the fly. They're really good at adapting.
Well, adapting.
I don't know. I think adapting might be better at adapting.
Hey, that's a good dad joke, buddy.
I've been learning from you. I had 3
Thanks,
days
man.
in.
Hey, you know, if you need some knowledge on terrible joke advice, I'm your man. But in any case, people, this is it. It is time for the match to begin. It is the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, Cloud9 versus Epsilon. But first, we go to the stage.
Thank you so much, Alex. Guys, we promised you a fantastic day of semi-finals here, and already we did not disappoint with an absolute classic. But our second one promises to be a real corker in itself. None other than Epsilon up against Cloud9. Hi, Rafa. Sir, we've spoken a couple of times already now. How is today treating you?
I feel good, feel confident. Should be good.
Now, Jeff, the Sex Hindler. First time we get to speak. How are you feeling, Jeff?
I'm really excited to play. I can't wait.
Guys, are you ready to see these two do battle? All right, Rafa, I'll put you on the spot. You know who's waiting in the finals, but you've got to pass these guys first. What's your final thought?
It shouldn't be a problem. You know, we have the official land Insta, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Oh, I mean, and Insta, sorry.
Well, guys, he has spoken. Jeff, any final thoughts?
Best of luck.
Best of luck. Gentlemen, shake hands. Such friendship. These are both absolute great teams. It promises to be fantastic. One more time, guys. Are you ready? Picks and bans then.
All right, here we go. It is time for the second semi-final matchup of the day. Epsilon Esports, Cloud9. It's about to go down, and already the bans come down immediately. Just no delay.
I just want to see what solo matchup we're going to see here. We, probably see an Osiris here, something that Baskin has been notable for. That was kind of like all solo liners. It used to be Osiris Bologna, and then when Jing came, Osiris just got replaced. So now that Jing's getting banned out, I expect to see a lot of Osiris in this tournament.
I'm not really surprised here that Bologna and Xingchen right off the bat are being banned here. I know Dimi really leans a lot towards Tier and the Sobek when these two are banned, so more than likely going to see that as the Capri and Sol do get banned.
This ban phase went by pretty quick, and now we're moving to the first pick. It's going to be Zeus for Epsilon.
And, Yaman had such a great tournament so far, especially on his Giannis. He's kind of like the unsung hero on Epsilon. We always talk about adapting. They're like, oh, Dimi doesn't get enough love, but Yaman doesn't get enough love either. He played so well yesterday, but it appears he's going to be put on Zeus, so a pretty high damage mage in the mid.
And what about for you, QE? You pick up a Neef there. It's been officially locked in.
I like the Neef
expect
pick.
to see that go?
I like the Neef pick. It's probably going to go ADC. I've never seen Staff playing Neef. But I like the Neef pick, especially against Zeus, because especially if Tor paired, because it makes possible to gank Zeus pretty well.
And I expect to see Anister put a lot of pressure on this Zeus.
Yeah, so we kind of figured that Thor would be very highly contested by both these teams. It's already picked off in the second round here. Off of that, Circuit is open for adapting if he wanted to go that way. Chiron being highlighted over. We know that Barracuda was playing a lot of Chiron yesterday, so that's just a good strategy by Epsilon.
I love when, 4 top-tier teams, and there's 2 sets where the meta on picks and bans is just so different. And there's Ira versus Ymir.
All right, could we see this locked in? Yes, it will be.
So off of this Ymir pick, Cloud9 has to adapt to it by going a support that's not going to be easily able to be picked off. Maybe a Bacchus to jump
I was
over
thinking of
those
Bacchus
walls,
as well.
something along those lines.
And Bacchus is very strong against Zeus as well, and that'd be pretty much a tri-core coming out from C9 with Neith, Thor, and Bacchus, literally to pick off Zeus very early.
What about for you, QE?
Yeah, the way you counter Zeus is killing him as fast as possible, because if you let him do the damage, you're going to die, like in 2 seconds.
Oh, and they're hovering over that Giannis, so this could be, yes it is. They lock into Giannis. Now we go over to the next ban.
So right off the bat, we see here there's 3 global gods for Cloud9 with the Giannis ultimate through space and time. It's going to allow themselves to reposition away from the Ymir wall. If they ever get stuck in a bad situation, Giannis can bail them out. So that's a really solid pick against the Ymir.
I really like these multi-global strategies. We actually saw Epsilon run kind of the comp that C9's running now very early in the fall split, and then they adapted and started switching it up and trying different things. Hunbat's banned away from adapting, and then Athena banned away from Jeff Inla.
So yeah, with Hunbat's being banned here, Circuit is still open. Maybe the best stat, as the Bacchus does get highlight over for Cloud9, like we mentioned. They needed to go with support that wouldn't get picked off by the Ymir in the jungle corridors.
One thing here is that there's so much dive potential on Zeus. I think this is going to be a game based around kind of these mid-game team fights, and I expect Cloud9 to be the aggressors.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier on, Demi definitely likes tier when Xingqian and Bologna is banned.
Kiwi, what about you? What do you see right now? Last pick coming in for Epsilon. What could it be?
I guess it's a Mercury then.
They decided for you potentially?
But adapting is pretty good as Mercury. He's probably one of the best Mercuries of the world. Maybe it's between adapting and Andister.
Yeah.
Do we see it, the AMC, at this point?
No, we don't see a Moose and Cobb. There's no way they would go a Moose and Cobb without any escape.
Especially not with Mercury and tier.
Yeah. So
it's so risky.
We mentioned actually in the beginning of the tournament when it started that Mercury would probably be like a highly contested pick. So we might see Mercury more throughout this set.
This could be the pick that gets banned out, right?
Okay.
Just how Circuit should have been banned out by Paradigm much earlier. You know, Mercury could be that pick that we see banned out in games 2, 3, and 4.
All right, let's go. Predictions. Start with you, Kiwi.
Cloud9.
Based off of this draft, I'm leaning a little bit towards Cloud9.
Cloud9.
I'm C9 all day. It doesn't even need to be a question from me. All right, people, here we go. Time for this game to begin. Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. It's about to go down. Let's kick it over to the casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 9 of set number 2 today. It's a best of 5 between Cloud9 and Epsilon. Let's hear you make some noise. Well, guys, been waiting for this one for a long time.
Long time. This, to me, is the main event, right? We've been waiting for this game for months upon months. A nigh on undefeated Epsilon finds themselves against Cloud9 just in semis. Winner goes on to fight enemy for the 500,000.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the matchups that both these teams have, they have Barracuda versus Emilito, Annister versus Adapting, which is the big one.
That's
Basket. Let's see if he can pressure out Demi.
Well, we'll answer a lot of questions here today. A lot of people have been wondering how strong is this European Epsilon squad going into the defending World Championships. We are about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway.
I mean, I don't think I would want to change anything. The way that Adapting played Mercury yesterday, it has to be him. And, of course, it's Andon's Thor, it's Raffer's Ymir. This is perfect.
Yeah, the one surprising pick here for me is the Ymir. What can iRaffer do on this Ymir?
Well, we saw him basically max his wall yesterday and have a tremendous amount of impact, but against a team that was significantly less mobile than this Cloud9 one. But with that, guys, let's go ahead and introduce your squads. They are the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. They are nearly undefeated in regular season play and have ran through the SWC. It is Epsilon Esports. Demi is going to be your solo lane tier, adapting in the jungle as Mercury. Yemen in the mid lane as Zeus. iRaffer supporting as Amir, and joining him in the duo lane, it's Emily2 as Chiron. Their opponents are wearing the red trunks out of the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. It's Baskin in the solo lane as Osiris, and Stir in the jungle as Thor. MLC Stealth in the mid lane as Giannis. Jeff Inla as your support Bacchus, and Barracuda as the carry Neath.
There are a few questions remaining in competitive Smite. Can enemy go all the way? And who is the best player in the world? One of those answers we might get right now, because Andy and Adapting have been fighting for that spot for quite some time. It's been back and forth for now years. Adapting finally making his play into true competitive Smite, finding himself in the Pro League and putting himself right at the top.
And it's so incredible how both these players have the same exact playstyle. Not only do they play the same gods, but they have the same aggressive, I'm going to lead my team into the fights.
So we got an invade coming out. Looks like Baskin's going to be able to steal away that blue buff. Top side, it looks like this. Do we have one from Dimmy? No, it was just a pure steal. You'll see the speed buff is still available on the top side.
Yeah, also noticed that Mercury basically went straight to the mid lane and assisted the Zeus as opposed to trying to fight into the Osiris and Thor. Red Pot Thor just too strong in the early game.
MLC Stealth seems to be willing to give up the right camps. He goes for the left back camps, and I think we might see Thor make an invade here. Is he going to try to do the counter? I mean, adapting seems like he has this. I think they're going to give it up.
Yeah, they'll give away this orange buff. It does appear on the side of Cloud9, which certainly couldn't make you pleased if you're Andenster.
Yeah, Andenster knew he had...
Oh, Barracuda.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
And Andenster knew he had the stronger invade with Baskin as Osiris. Osiris is probably the best level 1 character in the game. So what Epsilon did was smart. They went to their strengths. Their 2v2 with Zeus and Mercury is much stronger than Giannis and Thor. That's why you saw C9 not contest their own speed buff.
So we got oh, I'm sorry. I was going to talk about the trans rush, but Baskin getting rotated on already. Adapting, making himself known this early in the game.
But yeah, you were just about to mention Transcendence being rushed out by Chiron and Neath. Both of our hunters going to be going into that basically physical damage caster style build.
Yeah, again, Chiron and Neath are pretty much the same kind of gods. They have 3 damaging abilities both in their kit. So what they want to do is they want to rush the mana, rush the physical power, look to make plays early.
Coming down, Barracuda already sitting down a few pots. You'll notice he does not have any health pots remaining, so he's just kind of relying on the work of Bacchus for peels.
Also, Barracuda's level 2, Emilito level 4 through the first 2 minutes.
Sent him back pretty hard. Barra finally hits level 3, but yeah, it seems like Emil has a pretty good lead. Look at the gold.
You know, and also it might be Cloud9's inexperience against Jameer. Jameer is almost never played. I think it was never played in North America. No, not at all.
Certainly not by a top 16.
Yeah, and this is when iRapper is more comfortable picks, and he's really showing the strength of Jameer.
We got a wall here, forced the backflip. He's staying safe, taking a lot of damage for it. Why isn't he backflipping? He does it a little bit too late. Emilito should have first blood. Needs one more. Body blocks from Jeff Hinla. Looking for first blood, not gonna find it for now. Barracuda will stay safe.
Well played there by the Bacchus. Jeff Hinla putting that big body where it needs to go. Up will go Thor, adapting, priming up his ultimate as well. Down will come Thor. Emilito in some trouble now as he's blocked him with a 3-man freeze and a 2-man glacial strike from iRapper. There he will come adapting. This is going to be your first blood, but the knockup is there. Adapting solo in the backside. He's Yaman. The Dead Knight finds 2. It's a double kill to start off the game. Triple kill. Call it a triple, ladies and gentlemen. It's a quad.
Oh, no. Emilito going to find it, but a 4 for 0, and they're going right to the Gold Fury.
Wow, you could see there that the Giannis and Thor had their, you know, the globals to rotate faster than Mercury and Zeus could, but they couldn't find any kills. And by the time they did that, they used all their cooldowns. Zeus and Mercury were able to clean up that fight.
Look at this chart already, 3.5 minutes in. Let's just run that back real quick. Yaman, we got to know what happened.
It's this backside rotation from Yaman. Yaman has been by far the most important player on the side of Epsilon this entire tournament. Talking to the players, they're crediting a lot of their victories to Jeff Hinla. Chiron does get credited for that ultimate, but that is effectively a quadra to open the game on your mid lane Zeus.
I mean, like, he walks into the lane and he sees a Neath with no backflip at like 10% health, and he's just like, oh, I'll see you guys later.
And right there, you can see the strength of the Chiron pick. He doesn't necessarily have that late game hypercarry potential, but he is almost impossible to kill.
They need something here. Dimmy already ulted out. Trying for Baskin's going to find a return, but 4-1, still a lot of room to make up.
I think that's an important kill because the Osiris is going to be one of, if not the most effective counters as Mercury later on in the game, but he's going to be falling here for sure. The Neath ultimate coming through as well. It's going to stun out adapting, but it's going to be picked up by Yaman, who once again comes through with a big rotation. Adapting barely going to make it out of this one. He's going to prime his ultimate, not going to get far enough, as Jeff Hinla is credited for the kill. He's forced the ult to walk out, but it's 7-2 through 4.5 minutes.
Well, if you guys were waiting for a game to be a little bit more fast-paced, I think you have been finally rewarded. 7-2 at, what, 5 minutes into the game and a Gold Fury?
It is incredible how fast Yaman is rotating on the Zeus. He was there about 5 seconds before Giannis was on it. It's incredible.
This is unprecedented, I think, for this tournament. I mean, we saw 7, 8, 12 minutes go by without first blood, and we have 9 kills inside 5. A lot of that, of course, having to do with Yaman.
Yeah, I mean, Yaman, again, you can't say enough about this player. A reserved kind of guy. You don't really see him as the face of this team. He's not really, you know, necessarily the most popular player here with the likes of Raffer and adapting. And even Emilito and Dimmy. I mean, these guys really get a lot more screen time than Yaman, but like I said earlier, you talk to the team, it is very much the case that they know that this tournament is on the back of their mid lane superstar.
Yeah, Yaman here is making so many plays. Even I saw him one game with Nuwa rotating like crazy, making so many plays happen for his team.
Still 7-2. I think taking a softer route here will be Cloud9. They fell down pretty hard in the beginning, almost 3K in a deficit in under 6 minutes. This is going to shake them up, and with adapting, having a decent amount of gold going in 500 over Andy, we know that Andy tends to, I think, dial it back a little bit when he falls behind in the beginning.
Oh, two-man freeze just outside of the mid lane tower here. The ultimate's going to be
gone.
placed by both Amir and Zeus, and down will fall Andy. There doesn't seem to be a good answer for adapting
Look at
here.
this.
He's got the ultimate primed as well, looking towards the left side lane. If you can find this Neath as well, we'll take a look and ride along with the Epsilon jungler as he looks for more.
Look at this, just fearlessly walking into the jungle. The red buff will be taken here. Should MLC Stealth make an opportunity to try to go for this, it's possible he's going to lose his life. Stolen away from Blue it is.
Yeah, that was picked up by Epsilon there.
Jeff, bold. Anister teleporting very early. Going to go over towards the left side.
Yeah, it's important to know what kind of impact this Ymir is having on this game. Ymir has landed at least 2 or 3 three-man freezes in these team fights, followed up by Zeus ultimates.
Is Ymir the problem here? I mean, Brandon was saying earlier on in the draft, right? Mercury could very well be the kind of, or I'm sorry, this was the analyst saying, you know, Mercury could very well be that pick that, you know, is going to get banned out for sure in game 2 because of the effectiveness.
That was a great dodge, by the way. Anister recognizing the spacing from Ymir, takes 1 step back out of the freeze while continuing the damage onto Emilito, but you'll notice wasn't that much from the level 8 Thor.
This was good game planning by Epsilon. They know that Cloud9 likes to have the dominant dual lane, so what they did is they picked a very strong hunter in Chiron, plus one of the most dominant laners in the game in the support role as Ymir.
I mean, this comp is just incredibly damaging. Like, who do you go for? You have 2 major hyper carries plus a supporty kind of Chiron. Raffer likely to fall here. Spirit gun to the back.
MLC Stealth! Right on the money there with that ultimate.
Needs one more. Does he have
shot
it
by
too?
Emilito. No, he missed Jeff Hindla with the 3rd shot there, and Bacchus will walk out. A return kill by Cloud9, starting to make back some of that 3,000 gold deficit, but still an uphill battle for the boys in blue.
I mean, taking down the Ymir, who was 0-0-8 at that point, probably isn't the most dwindling to the mentality of Epsilon. Cloud9 still in a weak position.
Yeah, and this shows just one of the weaknesses of why Ymir isn't really a popular pick. He has no escape ability, so a lot of teams say, why not pick Athena? She has a cone CC like Ymir and is a lot safer with her dash and global ultimate.
The global ultimate, I think, is key, right? Getting around the map very quickly, being able to gank the solo lane and get back for Gold Fury is such an important feature for the character, and I think it's one of the reasons we didn't get to see Pain play it in the last set.
Right, and the trade-off with Ymir is Ymir has a lot more guaranteed damage than the Athena, so it depends what you want to prioritize in your team comp.
I mean, when I have a jungler who lands literally everything, I think Athena's just fine, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, indeed, guys. Well, through the first 8 minutes here, it does look like Epsilon is going to be very much the better of the 2 squads in the first 10 minutes. They're way out ahead. They have their mid laner sitting at 4-0-4, and they also have 8 assists. I mean, you mentioned earlier at 0-8, but still, that's 8 assists on the side of the Ymir.
Check out this grouping on the right side. So many people going deep as Yaman into the jungle, chasing out Baskin.
Yeah, everyone's deep in the Fire Giant there.
Adapting, getting a kill as well onto Andy.
Ultimate's going to come through from the Giannis, but it's just not going to be enough. Andy's getting
wow, Baskin in a lot of trouble here.
Boom, not enough. Barely there on the detonate. L for love there as the slow motion comes through as well.
Yeah, so what you saw here is Barracuda doing the smart thing. He's behind Emilito, can't really lane against the Chiron, so what he does is hold the wave. So what Emilito does to counter that is he groups up with his team and they look to force a fight away from the Neath.
And it worked out. I mean, getting another kill onto Andy, this is the person I would probably be looking to take down as much as possible. We've known from many years of experience that Andy wears his heart on his sleeve. Camping him might break his mentality a bit.
Well, you heard Raffer just in that pregame interview invoking the Lannister, and well, through the opening of this game, it seems that it has been successful in his summoning ritual.
0-4.
Yeah, 0-4 versus the 4-1 Mercury and the 4-0 Zeus.
And you gotta hate to see that if you're going up against Adapting, seeing him 4-1 at less than 10 minutes with a Gold Fury, and then the Gold Fury is now active. That's just danger.
He's got a Golden Bow and a Sprint too as well. Ton of damage will be coming out from this next set of major looks.
He just backed and got that Golden Bow, 10% crit, decent AoE damage as well. He's going to have to get to the back line. Stealth has proven that he can move around very quickly, but I want to see Stealth take less of a damage route and more of a route to try to help out his team in terms of movement. It seems like they're getting caught out of position a little bit, namely Barra and Andy. If he can use those portals as more of a defensive measure, it'll probably be better.
Well, he has gone for that max CDR build, so it's stand to reason that it will be that kind of utility Giannis.
Yeah, right now you see Mercury trying to push his advantage on the Thor, going for the speed buff invade here.
Little early. Don't think he got it.
Did not get it. It will go to the way of Ananster, but Adapting being the fly in the ointment.
Yeah, it was still a good play by Adapting because there was nothing on his side of the jungle to take, so why not try to go for that steal on Ananster's speed?
And look at that. Immediately gets back to the mid lane right as the creeps meet up. He misses nothing. That was a beautiful invade. Yaman coming over towards the left side. Gold Fury still available. Andy, ooh, I don't know about that one.
I think they're, Epsilon's trying to force this fight here at the Gold Fury. They've got their damage carries there. They're going to start it up as well, pulling the Gold Fury back towards their side of the map. Just under 11 minutes here. Andy's farming up red buff with MLC Stealth. They're going to concede this one on the side of Cloud9.
I mean, how would you possibly steal this away from Zeus?
Wow, no, just the threat of Jeff Hinla has pulled Epsilon away. They're going to find the Fearless Chain. They're going to stack up the thoughts of Jeff Hinla, and immediately down he will go. Dimmy on the rotation does find that kill. MLC Stealth going to put the portals down, but I don't think Cloud9 can continue to aggress into this Gold Fury.
And he still has ultimate. I haven't seen him take to this guy yet. He's still moving around the map. In fact, they will concede completely. He goes into the jungle on the right side to farm.
Yeah, and this is what separates a good team from a great team. C9 knew they had to give up the Gold Fury, so what did they do? They got farm where they could. They looked to split push. You see Thor went to the right lane, to the solo lane to get as much farm as he can and try to cut their losses.
But poor Baskin was actually waiting for that to spawn, but by the time the Gold Fury went down, Adapting was able to rotate over and pick it up, forcing him away.
And that shows how much control Epsilon has in the jungle. C9 has no idea what the timers are on the mid-Harpies.
Overall, I mean, Epsilon's just in control. Let's go to the grass. We'll show you. We're only 12 minutes in, and it's about, what, almost 5K?
Yeah, it's getting pretty up there in terms of the lead. And I mean, overall, right, I mean, look at the ward coverage coming out from Cloud9. It is extremely deficient. Epsilon all over the map with their wards. Better ward coverage there does get Cloud9, some interesting insight into, like, the orange buff and the red buff were up when Thor basically went and farmed out the right side lane. Could have taken something away from Adapting.
Now, Baskin is level 13. He's keeping pace with everyone right now on Epsilon. Maybe not in the gold department, is slightly behind his enemy solo laner, and is fairly behind, almost 1,000 behind the jungler. But at the same time, it's Osiris. He's very tanky inherently. He has, anti-damage to ensure that he can go toe-to-toe with the Mercury, who shows up out of nowhere. Barracuda getting out of there just barely.
It has to be the Osiris that's the way back into this game for Cloud9. Baskin's rotations are going to be the difference.
Oh my God, Raffer, you are my favorite person. Like, that wall is just like, no problem.
And that could be one of the reasons why they picked Ymir. They know MLC Stealth loves the Giannis pick, and the wall actually stops you from going through the portal.
That is not something that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that Raffer is really shaping up to be something special.
And they're in a good position here, looks like. Cloud9 wants to make a play on the mid lane here. Raffer is going to be in position as well to dissuade them, but still, 4 members grouping up right around this mid lane, looking to make their way in.
You got to love the item build choice from Yaman. Even though he got the lead, he didn't go for more damage. What he went for was more survivability, because he knows that C9's comp is built to dive him in the backline.
I think that's even better, too, considering like using that gold so early to get the Warlock stash stacked. I mean, you usually look at 14 to 16-minute timing for Warlocks. I mean, he's already got 10 stacks at 13. That's great.
Yeah, it'll be around 25 or 30 stacks, in fact, by the time the normal timing for this item does come out. It's going to be very, very effective. Adapting's going to take a bunch of burst damage here, but I'm not sure they have enough to close him. Of course they do, as Anderson comes in, but Raffer's going to freeze Andy in place, and Yaman's ultimate wrapping up. And there it is, Raffer will secure that kill with the wall. His ultimate channel as well. Yaman getting credit.
Jungle for jungle is definitely in favor of Cloud9 right now. A shorter respawn timer, and then, of course, no killing spree as well, shutting it down. MLC Stealth not in a great position. Very smart of him to get out of there. And
barely, too.
Look at that wall. And that was a cripple right after, too. Wow, all right, M. Jeez.
Yeah, he wants to stop that there. In fact, they put out enough pressure to pull Barracuda away from the left side lane, where he was going to consider split pushing. Instead, he's forced to defend the mid lane as the rest of his team falls back to the base, and Epsilon gets free reign of the Cloud9 jungle.
This is the Epsilon I think everyone expected to show up at Super Regionals, the one that we've been missing. For them to go this far ahead of Cloud9 this early into the game is, by all means, unprecedented.
I love the way that Epsilon here is pushing their advantage by grouping up. They don't want to extend the laning phase and let C9 just farm it out and try to get to late game. What they're doing is they're trying to group up, get the towers, snowball their lead.
Right, fair enough. I mean, that's basically, it seems to be that game plan, right? And this is a fairly early game-based composition. In the last game, we saw Epsilon run effectively this Mercury and Ymir. They found an early kill yet again. I mean, this time they found 4, but which also led to another Gold Fury, and then this Deathball style of play. And we even saw a little bit in the last set. We heard the commentators kind of highlighting that as well. But Epsilon playing the safe game and playing the war of attrition as they continue to take down Tier 1 towers, only 1 remaining.
So, boys, check out the Stone of Gaia getting started out by Baskin. That does not affect Dimmy. That does not affect Adapting. He is going for anti-Yaman damage at this point.
Yeah, it's the burst out of the Ymir and the Zeus that he has to contend with, because Osiris needs to stay alive to try to reduce the damage on this Mercury later on in the game.
The problem is, can he get to that backline safely against Adapting? I mean, yes, he does have that Runeforge hammer, but I was expecting maybe a Spirit Robe or something that was going to give him more of a hybrid role. Witchblade would be very nice as well.
You need a Runic Shield, something like that to get some anti-attack speed out on the
I would
board.
say
Wouldn't
Runic.
hurt versus Zeus, wouldn't hurt versus Mercury.
Yeah, the Runic Shield's a very underrated item, almost a hidden item for most players, but it reduces attack speed and reduces magical power, which is actually extremely strong against Zeus and Mercury.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Mid-Guardian Males, you'll see Witchblades or Runic Shields almost guaranteed in the 4th and 5th item slots here on the side of Cloud9.
I mean, when we saw the last set, Cabrakan can't build Runic Shield. Salt Machine picks Cabrakan into Soul and Freya, and it winds up being a Just who picks the item up on Serket. Normally wouldn't be found, but it's that important in certain comps. I definitely think that's the way to go. But with the Stone of Gaia, he's looking for a generation. He's thinking that these fights are going to be lasting 40, 50 seconds.
Exactly, and you don't see too much action on the map right now. Right now, all the buffs are down. Both teams are just trying to get as much farm as possible because the Gold Fury is spawning any second now.
Still 11-4. Gold Fury, like you said, is coming down. I assume this will be our next fight, but Yaman taking it back. 5,000 gold separate the two teams, as well as 5,000 experience.
Yeah, what's impressive about Epsilon here is that they weren't just kind of like happy with that 3,000 gold lead. They've extended it now another couple thousand as the next Gold Fury is coming up. And while Epsilon has the luxury of basically forcing the fight here, Cloud9 does not really want to fight into him. They'd be much happier dodging this team and continue to farm around the map. Cloud9's looking to extend the laning phase, where on the other side, Epsilon's looking to find these kills. MLC Stealth will find himself in a bit of trouble, and in fact will use his portal to deal damage to Raffer.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Raffer didn't go back in and then start laying waste. Over in the left side, they got a rush onto Emilito. He's going to be forced to beat. Spirit Gun just barely dodged.
But look how Cloud9's playing scared there. I mean, they did not really commit to that kill at all.
Yeah, the problem here, though,
Andy.
for C9, he's used.
Oh, no, he's going to be forced. Can he get away? Can he get away? Does he have the detonate?
He does not. I believe he detonated as the Thor went up. Thor will land now.
Raffer just barely missed his 2 there, would have guaranteed the kill. But what was important to see there is that C9 committed so much on the Chiron and didn't get the kill. This allowed Epsilon to come in and bully them.
And
Pold missed it.
Speaking of bullying, Demian going to keep basking out over on the right side. MLC Stealth trying to make his way in, as is Anitzer. Gold Fury sitting at about 50% HP, just over 5,000 HP now as it does reset. There comes the Fearless and Cleave combination into the freeze by iRaffer. iRaffer finds himself in a good bit of trouble. Psycho Crusher over the top from Osiris is going to be enough to find a kill. In return, however, one has fallen. Jeff Hinla is down as well. Barracuda finds a kill onto Yama, but in will come Adapting, and Adapting will erase one as Anitzer goes down, but Demi finds a return kill yet again onto Baskin. The ultimate coming through Matt. Oh, wow! Adapting with the sidestep.
He's got to have eyes behind his head. Oh my, I don't know how he juked that.
He's a Tribes player.
Barracuda and Stealth still alive. They're aiming towards the Gold Fury, but they're going to be forced to escape. Demi looking fresh here as he teleports back in.
And why that fight was somewhat even is because Epsilon pressured out the Thor, but he managed to get full HP, come back in. As if you saw Ymir, he had very low HP, and they still took that fight. Actually, Epsilon was pretty lucky there.
I mean, a lot of gold actually invested a tier 2 teleport right now for Thor. He's kind of far behind, and you'll notice he's not going into that normal full CDR build that we see from a lot of assassins. He's going back what looks like into another heavy mace. This could be Titans, it could be Brawlers, it could be Crusher, but it is certainly not Spirit Robe or Mail of Renewal.
Yeah, Andy right now in his head thinks he cannot go defense. The only way he's going to have an impact in this game is if he can help kill Yaman or Adapting. And the only way he could do that is by rotations with the teleport or with damage through pen.
The problem here, though, is not... Cloud9 just doesn't have the opportunity even to dive the back line. Epsilon's been doing such a great job of poking them out. I mean, you look at the build-up from Adapting here. He's gone Golden Blow into Rage Blade into even more crit, which means these long-range Major looks, when combined with Chiron getting that free damage and Zeus poking with Chain Lightning, you're seeing Cloud9 entering fights to 60%. I mean, you saw Jeff Hinla get exploded at the Gold Fury, basically caught out of position just barely by a wall.
Well, Jeff, right now, level 11, 3 levels behind Ymir, who is one of the best scaling gods in terms of level. I mean, he gains, what, 104 health per level?
That's right, yeah, and it's one of the absolute worst possible situations you can be in a game of Smite when the enemy support, especially one like Ymir, is that, yeah, this is completely contested, is at the same level. Yeah, look, it's going to be a trade on the right side for Cloud9. They're just going to take a tier 1 and be happy with it and try to defend their tier 2s. But when your Ymir is the same level as the enemy jungler, it's impossible to kill him. You cannot kill him. Anitzer is doing essentially nothing to Ymir.
Yeah, this is very smart by C9 here. They know they got lucky last team fight. They know they can't fight up a straight 5v5 when both teams have all cooldowns. So what they do here is they split up Epsilon. They look for as much global gold as they can with their split push on the right side.
Trying to hold off 3 on the right side while Epsilon is going to be trading a tier 1 for a tier 2 here. Cloud9 comes up with the big play. In will come Adapting. MLC Stealth.
And he's out.
Ultimate, and away he will go. The rest of the team out as well. No, it's bait.
Thor's
It's bait.
up. Thor's
Adapting
up.
gets some trouble here. They're going to use the Neath Ultimate as well. Thor is up. He's on the mark. Adapting's going to hit by Neath Ultimate
That's
now.
good.
Beads are down, and that's a kill
That's
onto
good.
the enemy carry. Cloud9 finds a tier 1, a tier 2, and a kill onto the Mercury, but in return, Epsilon gets themselves a couple towers.
It's going to be a tier 1 and a tier 2
Oh,
for a tier
oh,
1 and a tier 2.
oh.
They're going for the Phoenix. They're trying for it. Emilito going back very, very quickly. I don't know if he has enough time. They're trying for it. They have no minions, and they know it. They are out of here.
It's the only way that they can force Epsilon back there, though, is to try to aggress into the base and force them.
I mean, not a bad call, though. Really, really
Oh,
risky
man.
stuff, but great call.
We're shaping up for a base race here.
I
think if Epsilon tries to break the base, Cloud9's just going to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, through space and time
They need
versus
towers.
maximum velocity.
Like, you can't kill the Titan fast enough with 4 towers up. Even if you take this Phoenix on the right side, he's going to have a tremendous amount of HP in comparison to just your 2 tier 2s. So it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. But I don't think that Cloud9 is looking to fight. They're looking to dodge and base race.
No, they cannot fight Epsilon in a straight 5v5. Like I said, the way they can come back into this game is by getting that global gold on their team, try to reach that late game where Giannis can do a ton of damage very quickly.
Yeah, and look, you're going to see that. I mean, look at the teleport pickup here onto the Thor as well. I mean, it would be a little bit, kind of out of source, but I wouldn't even be surprised to see maybe even the Neath or another core pick up a teleport as well, just to simply rat this game out. Like, continually be on the other side of the map, porting into the fights late. And that does look like what's going to be the case for both Thor and Osiris.
Rotating over towards the right side, warding up. 22 minutes in. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. He looks...
Is this still game 1? Like, what's... This game has been so crazy. I mean, it was such an amazing and explosive start from Epsilon. They seem to be completely uncontested at all objectives here. And now Cloud9 is forced to make a stand as the Fire Giant is started up.
Are they Adapting going to get blocked off? Yeah, didn't get to the back line. Thor taken to the sky. Hinla's going down early.
Let's take a listen in with the Epsilon comms as this fight continues on. Yaman has fallen.
I'm ulting with Thor. I'm dead, I think. Osiris. I'm dead. If it's split pushing. I got alright. I'm backing active back for Neath. Kill the Giannis. Can we kill the Giannis? Right. No, I can't. Get out. I really need help, guys. Yeah. Get out, okay? Can you do some left? Should just stay with me, man. Yeah. I was in the fire pit. Like next to
They were behind by a lot early on, but the world champion Cloud9 continues to fight back. Barracuda finds a tier 1 as well as a 4v5 engagement won by the world champions.
I mean, this is what makes a world-class team. They say in traditional sports, right, defense wins championships, blah, 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 right? In MOBAs, playing from behind is that same kind of idea. If you have a team that can play from behind, you can be the ones that find the victories. Dimmy is going to get exploded on the left side of the map, and Cloud9's right back into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, raise your Hinlas, where Cloud9 will take a tier 1 and tier 2 on the left side.
Yeah, this has been incredible play by C9. Epsilon all early game have been outplaying C9, but C9 has been out mind gaming Epsilon. What they're doing is they're splitting up their forces. Yaman felt like he was safe in the middle of the Fire Giant pit. They all collapsed on him, killed their priority target, won the fight 4v5.
That was incredible. All the way through. I mean, winning a fight 4v5 against Epsilon is not something I think a lot of people will ever be able to make claim towards.
And yeah, I mean, as we were saying earlier on, Baskin-Robin is the key to victory here for Cloud9. He's really the only character that scales aggressively enough in terms of his base HP and base protections that he can stand up to some of these damage carries. I mean, Epsilon has almost twice the late game damage potential as Cloud9 with their gods, and Osiris is going to be the one that's going to be disruptive, but MLC stealth is factored in huge in these fights as well.
Well, I mean, look at Baskin's build. It's anti-attack speed with the Frostbound Hammer. Midgardian Mail is going to be coming out next, or Nemean Lion, plus he has the Shield of the Underworld. No matter what he's building into next, it's a counter, a guaranteed counter against both Emilito and Adapting. This is super smart play.
Yeah, right now this game is really on the back of both mages. Yaman on the Zeus, can he stay alive while being dove on by Anister and Jeff Hinla? Or can Stealth get out the damage fast enough to take them out?
Also, look, I mean, you got to love what Cloud9's doing here with both of these teleports, keeping them both at rank 2 and making sure they always have 300 gold in hand. And it really just like min-maxing here their gold. They know they need these items badly. They need to get them out more than they need, a 5-second teleport versus an 8-second teleport.
Early on, there was a pretty big lead. 3,000 gold at 5 minutes sometimes is the end of the world, but 1,500 gold, less than that actually.
Well, this was like Fnatic,
minutes.
right? This game was over.
Yeah, that's
right.
True.
I mean, like that's what I was saying, right? I mean, like when we talked to the players, basically what Epsilon was saying is that when they would get first blooded out, that would just be an F6. Let's go to the next game. Let's continue the scrims. We know we lose this game. Cloud9 really knows how to play this one from behind. I mean, the minute that they got down, and this is by no means a composition that's exceptionally good at playing from behind. It's just the players. In will come Raptor. He finds a 3-man freeze. The ultimate's going to hit 3 as well, and exploded yet again is Andy. This is a fight that Cloud9 has to take now as the Fire Giant is going to be pressured by Epsilon, it does appear.
That was such a clean play from Raffer. He got in there. No one on Cloud9 was ready for that whatsoever. And then follow-up after follow-up after follow-up. Epsilon gets one clean kill and now controls this side of the map.
Yeah, Raffer pretty much got the dream. What you want to do as a support, look for those group ups. A lot of times, you know, your team say, okay, they have an AoE CC, spread out, but sometimes they clump up, and Raffer took advantage of that.
16-11 now. Epsilon still with a moderate lead, 2,300 gold, although the experience difference, I believe, is now in favor of Cloud9.
Yes, it is indeed. Cloud9 will take the experience lead. Gold, just over 2,000 here, still in favor of Epsilon. Fire Giant going to be pressured by Epsi. They're going to be counter-warding here and just really forcing Cloud9 to fight into them.
Raffer doesn't have blink up. He uses his wall. Backflip going to be out to trade.
Remember, that backflip cannot get over the wall.
By the way, you'll notice that Baskin also has his passive active, meaning he's going to be able to chase down even harder, especially with that Frostbound Hammer.
Yeah, I actually would really like to see Epsilon try to get level 20s on 3 of their level 19 characters.
Baskin accidentally pulling the Fire Giant, taking a small amount of damage in return. Dimmy taking a little bit more, though.
Poke going both ways here. Epsilon does seem to have the better poke composition, of course, that is without unstable vortexes hitting everybody every once in a while, but Stealth just clearing out minion waves on the right side. This is the dance of the Fire Giant.
Dimmy took some damage there. Baskin out of position. Stealth trying to keep him safe. Barracuda from the side as well. Not going to get much off the Spirit Arrow. Adapting going deep, but Yavin's already gone.
Trying to make it out on the backside here as Rafferty's going to get picked up by MLC Stealth on the left side of the fight. However, going up and down is Dimmy. Adapting way out, gets hit by the knee Spirit Arrow. Anderson not going to be able to follow it up in time. Emilito's ultimate does hit 2 out of the 3. The follow-up shot, not enough. MLC Stealth on the right side does kill 1. Jeff Himmler credited for the kill on Dimmy as well. Emilito in a lot of trouble, and MLC Stealth, the captain's moving forward, and the damage goes through and down goes Emilito. Down will fall the tier 1 tower, and Fire Giant on its way as well. Cloud9 is taking the lead.
You have got to be kidding me. How have they made this comeback? They're in the lead. They're about to take it. Fire Giant is all alone, and it's just adapting on the wrong side of the map. Cloud9 poised to take game 1.
That team fight was the classic bait by C9. You never want to go on the tanky target if you're Epsilon. What they did there, Baskin said, hey, come freeze me, I'm alone. As soon as they committed onto Baskin, he popped his shield to the underworld, and then everyone jumped on the Zeus. Yamin got exploded.
Yeah, as well, I mean, in addition to that, right, Adapting moves up that left side to try to cut off Barracuda, who is kind of chipping away at the edges. He actually uses his dash and then is really out of position, can't rejoin the fight, and he really is a lot of the damage in these engagements.
I just don't understand it. I mean, they have a pretty significant lead. It's only going to get bigger. Gold Fury's available. They go right towards it after the tier 2. All Phoenix is now exposed for the side of Epsilon. Cloud9, decent lead. Fire Giant buff. People have caught back up in experience. Adapting has a 1-level lead. Everyone else is either tied, except for Jeff Hinla, or have gained the lead. Look at Barracuda, a level now over Emilito.
Really an unbelievable performance here. I mean, we're sitting here 6 minutes ago saying Cloud9 is dodging and maybe looking for a base race to get back into this game. And instead they decided, well, let's just fight them. And they won. I mean, like, they just took these team fights miraculously well. And I think Zatman pointed out best, they decided to play the mind game instead of playing the smite game.
Exactly. They played to the strength of their comp. What they have over Epsilon is they have high mobility gods, 2 globals, so they split up Epsilon as much as they could, took as many free towers as they could, and when they found their opportunity to kill Yamin in these team fights, they took it.
So we got a Nemean Lion plus Shield of the Underworld. This is an instantaneous death trap. If Mercury at any points decide he's going to try to rush down Baskin. Same thing really for Emilito, which means Baskin can safely try to rush down Yamin. And that's what we're seeing in the fights. Osiris is going to keep pressure onto this mage. Barracuda is going to provide some support shot and support fire from the side. Jeff Himmler's going to lead the fight as well. Stealth's going to provide portals, and Andy's going to look for the gank.
Yeah, and actually the best target for Epsilon to go on in these team fights to really turn the tide is Anister. He went for a full penetration build, has only a tier 1 defensive item. Mercury can almost one-shot him at this point of the game.
They've killed him 7 times, though, and I mean, is that it? I mean, like, yeah, I guess you're right. In the last few engagements, there hasn't been those kills on the Thor guys with Fire Giant buff. And looking at the left side, Phoenix is Cloud9 trying to break the base of Epsilon. Let's take a listen in with the boys in blue.
Okay. Alright, everyone back up.
I'm gonna go to purple. I'm gonna go to purple. I'm gonna go to purple.
Everyone back up.
I'm gonna go to purple real quick. I think we can kite their engage pretty easily. Alright, we have to make sure for Zeus ult.
Yeah, care for Zeus ult. Care for Zeus ult. I have heavens. I'm still here. Where you, Barra?
Alright, I got
missing a couple people. Chiron's right. Chiron's right.
Guys, go right, guys.
Okay. Chiron's right.
Everyone go right.
Missing Merc.
Everyone be right and start poking.
They're between.
Okay.
I poked Merc a little bit.
Nice.
Alright, listen. He's basing. Merc's in base. Zeus is like
Can rotate mid. Can rotate mid. Can rotate mid.
Yeah, I have a wave.
I'm rotating mid. I'm rotating mid. I'm rotating mid.
We're on our way. Okay.
I'm rotating mid.
There's 2 on right. I'm pretty stuck.
Got a coffee.
Let's push right, push right, push right, push right.
We should be grouped, dude.
Yeah, push right, push right, push right, push right,
be careful.
push right, group, push right, group.
I'm just poking Merc.
Yeah,
Poking Merc. I'm fine here. I'm fine.
Nice. Nice, you may have please.
You may blink down, you may blink down. Kite it. Nice.
Are
you guys okay? Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine, we're fine.
My shell's down, my shell's down.
Fuck.
Yo, come in on the Sphinx, 100% commit.
There's 3 minutes. Let's wait for wave. There's no rush. Our fire runs off in 40. So we have to go this way.
Just care for my blink.
Are you good?
My shell.
Yeah, I'm smoking.
Nice.
You have blink down, that's our engage. We can push this. Push on this wave. Push on this wave 100%.
Timmy's really poked.
I'm gonna come in on Phoenix.
This
on
one's
Phoenix.
Tears poke.
Phoenix.
I'm pushing him off. I got stunned.
I'm ulting up. Circle.
Heavens. Phoenix almost dead.
I'm on Kyle.
Nice.
Zeus. I'm on Zeus.
I ult to Zeus.
Big ult.
I got Phoenix.
I'm out.
Okay, nice. Care for Shiro now.
We kite this.
Mid-Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm
gonna TP in. I'm gonna TP in.
Okay.
Push
I'm gonna TP in too. Be careful for 5 seconds.
Alright, Zeus is still dead. Okay.
Do not push up.
Ymir's blink's coming up in a second here. Care. It's pretty soon.
I don't have beats. I need you guys to put Ymir in combat.
Just CP.
I need you guys to put Ymir in combat.
Nice. Good job.
Engage. I need you guys to engage.
I'm pushing in.
I'm on Phoenix.
I'm on tier right now.
I'm
pushing tier off.
Still on Phoenix.
Nice.
Look at tier.
I'm on cooldown.
Go left.
I'm going left.
We don't want I don't want to do this.
Looking for their third Phoenix is Cloud9. In will move Rapture from Epsilon. Let's ride along with Barracuda and see if the Hunter can find the hits that he needs. And then Port's back in with full HP and mana, as does Baskin, who now is leading the front line. He's going to be walled off. Baskin may be the second.
No, you can't wall him off.
There it is. He uses the last part of his passive, and the stun from Anderson will prevent the Fearless Chain from coming through. Nonetheless, Baskin will go down, and back will go Cloud9, but not before finding 2 Phoenixes.
Yeah, what a dangerous time for Baskin to get picked. The Fire Giant's coming up at any second. This could be Epsilon's chance to make a comeback.
It's 17-16. Cloud9 does lead by a little over, it looks like 5,000, almost 6,000 gold. This is going to give them an opportunity to fight into Cloud9 here, though, because they do have control of the map. Like Zap said, Baskin's down for 40. They have to take this advantage. They could force a power play here, force Stealth to use his ultimate again, and then try to rush him down. They need a pick right now.
Yeah, I loved how careful and calculated C9 was, because even though they had the Fire Giant, they were only up about 3K gold. It wasn't a big enough lead to just, overpower Epsilon.
And he's already out, adapting, charging ultimate. Jeff Hindla trying to get out. I don't think so. Heavenly Agilities are getting popped. Jeff Hindla's getting flown back. He's crit. He's trying to get out here, adapting.
Oh, the Giannis portal coming through.
Wait, he needs it. He doesn't have it. 2's not going to be enough. Woo!
By the skin of his teeth, Jeff Hindla will survive that engagement. A big 600 damage crit to start things off from the Mercury there, but not enough to take down the very, very resilient Bacchus. And still, with 2 Phoenixes down, Epsilon has to fall back.
And all that damage done to Mercury, you saw how fast he had to get out. That was just the Giannis unstable vortex there. He has his Rada to Hootie done. That Mercury needs to be very careful.
They needed one. They really did. They needed at least one. Jeff probably would have been the least important at level 17 right now. The CC is important, but I feel like Stealth probably was the big pick. They couldn't find him anywhere.
I think this is uncontestable.
I don't know how they could even possibly get over here.
Yeah, that's going to be a conceded Fire Giant the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, Epsilon's comms are basically, listen, we know Fire Giant's up, but what's more important is we have to get both Phoenixes up. They say, okay, our last stand will be on the right side Phoenix against the Fire Giant C9.
Still about maybe 30 seconds for that left side Phoenix, about a full minute or so in the middle Phoenix there. There's a wave pushing in on the left side as well. Only the mid lane has been sufficiently pushed out. The right side siege coming now from Cloud9 and leading the way. It's Baskin Robin.
They're trying for it. So far, they're playing this as safely as possible. It seems like they're going to wait for another wave to ensure that the mid wave gets closer. They've already forced adapting away. They're going to try to find their way in on the power play. Once they see someone in the mid lane dealing with these creeps, but adapting instead is looking towards the fight. He's going to be caught.
Epsilon forced to go to the left side as the Fire Minions are going to push into the base. They're going to try to hold with just a couple of frontliners here. Dimmy and Raffer are here. The wall will come out. And they'll see Stealth going to move into the back line, finds the unstable vortex on the one, and back out he will go. The Titan does start taking damage from the minions streaming in, and the Phoenix on the right side, getting very low, liable to fall at any moment now. Just a couple more in hands, down to about 10% HP, and indeed down it will fall. All three Phoenixes off the board. The base is broken, and Cloud9 looking to move in.
Left side Phoenix has respawned, but is already taken down by the Fire Minions. Now Cloud9 have a perfect opportunity. It doesn't get better than this. They have Fire Giant and 3 waves of Fire Minions now coming into the base. They're going to try to fight in as Dimmy tries to hold them down.
Oh, here comes the belly flop. Jeff Hinla going to be looking for this big belly flop. There's the ultimate coming out from both the Mercury and the Zeus. Doesn't deal too much damage.
Barra.
Basket still in the front line. Barra will solo down, adapting as he tries to get to the backside. Channeling the ultimate as well, keeping Dimmy locked in place. He's held out by the Thor ultimate and nearly going down his basket, but Emilito unable to do enough damage to the Osiris with all of his tankiness, and now he's in trouble as the Giannis moves forward as well. The ultimate will rip through him. MLC stealth on yet another kill and will propel his team to a victory in game number 1 over Epsilon.
There's no hold in this one. There's no way Zeus and Ymir can hold this down against 4. It's enough. Cloud9 with a huge comeback. They gotta feel good about that one. The first game in the best of 5 goes to the blue and white.
That was a 4-kill opening from the boys of Epsilon on the left side. They picked up absolutely everyone, and Cloud9 battles back. Certainly a resilient squad, this one.
The North American final gets closer, something we haven't seen ever. We have seen in every major tournament we've ever run, EU NA finals.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really impressive play by Cloud9. All they needed was 1 inch, and Epsilon finally gave it to them. Barracuda solo 2 free towers, and Epsilon or C9 won a 4v5.
Well, with the chant of USA, the crowd turning up for Cloud9. I know another guy that really loves America. His name is Alex Mendez. Golden Boy, take it away.
Oh, indeed I do, my friend. But my goodness, Cloud9. And you know, I think it goes without saying that at the start of that game, if you were a C9 fan, you were kind of scratching your head because Epsilon just brought it to C9 at the start. That Zeus play at the start with the quad, insane.
Phenomenal rotations from both teams. We actually saw that start off with a lot of aggression in the duo lane, both sides. Barracuda almost falling a couple times. Then we saw the rotation from Thor, we saw the rotation from Giannis, and then it was adapting coming in, and then Yaman, perfect positioning around the back of that fight. No one knew he was rotating in. He picks up a triple kill, and Ymir, you know, of course, steals the 4th, but it was great positioning, and this was kind of the story of the mids, right? Yaman gets ahead early, but he couldn't stay alive come the later portions of the game.
This is like the dream rotation for a mage player when you can actually get behind them when all the cooldowns are used. You flank them very safely and you just do all the damage. There's nothing in return coming your way.
That quadra kill on the dual lane was actually only possible because Ymir and Chiron pressured the dual lane at the attack speed buff, and then put the dual lane from Cloud9 behind, so they couldn't really fight really well, and then Zeus had a really good cleanup.
It was an insane start to that matchup. And even again, right, you know, you have that 3 for 2 that went in favor of Epsilon just a minute later in that matchup, right? And then, you know, just something happened, right? It looked like Epsilon, you know, they were moving, right? They were not going to be stopped. And then Cloud9, you know, just decided to turn up and make it happen. And let's actually talk about this particular play right here, Adonis.
This was a trade out of the junglers. And the reason this is benefiting is because Yaman and the rest of Epsilon got ahead so early. So what happens is, slowly into this game, the players start picking each other back and forth, but it's benefiting Cloud9 because they're the ones multiple levels behind. That means Epsilon, they're worth more gold and more experience. And then this fight here in particular was the first turning point where we saw Cloud9 actually start to have a footing. And that's because Epsilon were so heavily focused on getting picks like onto the Bacchus and onto the Osiris, that they left Yaman open so many times, and he was just unprotected. It's kind of the same problem that we saw Paradigm have against enemy, is that their primary carry was left unprotected. And to be fair, it's actually very hard to protect against a Thor and Osiris diving you.
Go ahead, Kiri.
I think, like, in all the fights, Janos did all the work, basically, because it's like you can peel for Janos, and basically C9 got a lot of objectives with fast rotations from Janos and TP from Thor and Osiris, so they could trade out towers and stay on the game.
What about for you, Anatoly?
So
what did you see from that?
The problem was that Yaman was unprotected because they blew all their cooldowns, like you mentioned earlier, on the Bacchus and then on the Osiris. So there was no peels remaining for the Zeus, whereas a Giannis, you don't have to get peeled for. You just peel for yourself. You beat, you ult C away. There's no problem there. And they did a perfect Giannis pick to counter the Ymir. So if there was ever a situation where the Ymir wall would cut him off, the Giannis ulti would just protect all of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Giannis play was one of the coolest things throughout that matchup for me personally. Let's take a look at the player damage now and see some of the glaring stats. I mean, look at MLC Stealth with that Giannis. I mean, just the impact that he had on that game. Every team battle that he, just his presence alone was enough to warrant fear out of the Epsilon side here. What does Epsilon need to do to stop this from happening again, Adonis?
You could see that their whole composition was based around this Zeus, right? It was, keep Zeus alive, have him do lots of damage and protect him. But Cloud9, what they did is they utilized their mobility. I think Zap took a big mention of that during the cast. And they had the multiple TPs, they had the Giannis, and they would just fast rotate all the time. Max CDR Giannis very early went the boots and the Chronos pendant. And then every time that the Giannis ult was off cooldown, you saw it being fired multiple times in these extended engagements. And, full shout outs to Stealth too, because, it's really exciting and awesome when you see like these snipes finish off kills, but these single kills added up and it actually helped, right? It's not just, oh man, that's awesome that he got the kill. It's that one kill could have turned that Gold Fury, or it could turn the next fight because one player got a little bit behind. And even near the last Gold Fury, 3 members of Epsilon were actually level 19 and not 20, and not having those final levels in your ultimate, it can be a factor.
Yeah, Giannis brings definitely a different style of play. Zeus brings the burst, Giannis brings the mobility, and in the late game, the mobility won.
And yeah, I guess, in talking about the late game, that 4-for-0 wipe that C9 had, I mean, it's just all of these plays just added up and pretty much just Epsilon could not do anything. But let's actually take a look at the map control graph here for 5-minute intervals now. You saw it at the start of the game. Epsilon, lots of control, right? That was due, of course, to that 4-man death wipe that ended up occurring there. And then as it continued to progress, still Epsilon had a lot of control. What were some takeaways here for you as we get into the 15-minute mark, Adonis?
The fact that Epsilon had so much control in that jungle and Cloud9 were able to fight back. I believe they're down 5,000 or 6,000 at one point. And, we see comebacks in Smite, but typically a lot of the times it's, a world-class team against a weaker team, right? And the weaker team got ahead early and they just know how to play back. But Epsilon, they're world-class as well. The fact that Epsilon couldn't hold on a lead to Cloud9 just shows how resilient C9 is. And I think Bart took mention also in the cast where, Epsilon and Fnatic would actually F6 if one team got ahead early. They just felt like the game was over. But C9, one of the very few teams in Smite to ever just be so resilient at this high level.
I'm really worried about their morale right now because they were so ahead, and C9 made an incredible comeback. So I'm really worried about how is Epsilon going to go into the game 2.
And we actually heard, kind of struggles and paradigms comms as well for their 4th game, right? If you start arguing, it gets bad. Your communication breaks down. Hopefully their head's still on them. They came in here and, well, I'm assuming they were expecting they were going to win, but having that, such a strong lead and dropping it off could be bad for them.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see like a lot of adaptability between both these teams for the remainder of the set. I think that C9 has the more experience in the best of 5s compared to Epsilon. So we'll see what gets banned next. Probably Giannis, I expect.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Giannis goes. Talking about that, right before the picks and bans begin, let's actually theory craft a little bit and see what we can come up with. We know that Epsilon, they see that Giannis and they're like, I don't think we're going to want to let you have that, right, going into game number 2. Anything on the other side that they need to be cautious about? For example, maybe Ymir, right? What do you think about that?
I mean, the Ymir made some pretty big plays. We saw IRAFR actually have a counter blink over the wall, over the mid-camp walls, and hit a 3-man freeze. And, Epsilon were very good at initiating and finding that kill. I do think, actually, Epsilon had the better late-game comp. I think Cloud9, though, played their style better and really utilized that Giannis. Giannis, I think, is going to be pretty heavily contested now because Yaman also one of the best in the world, and I think we're going to see it banned out here. Everything else, really, I don't think anything stood out individually. I think it was just how they played their compositions.
Exactly. Epsilon is going to have to change their style. They might go, instead of the Ymir, like you mentioned, they might go back to their roots with Sylvanas and, try to make for those early plays. Yeah, I got one in there.
Oh, that was a good dad joke pun. You did it, buddy. You did it. I believed in you this whole time. Now it's your turn.
I see Janos being heavily contested, especially because Yemen plays a really good Janos, and maybe Thor as well, because Thor has a lot of mobility, and his walls in team fights were just great. Made Yamin get caught a lot of times.
Yeah, I was actually really, again, there's so many things to take away from this one, folks, but everyone in the crowd, it didn't matter if it was Epsilon, it didn't matter if it was Cloud9, everyone was cheering because that was just such a world-class game between two teams that could have very well been battling it out in the finals of the Smite World Championships. Again, just 5-star across the board. Seeing how Cloud9 was resilient, Epsilon's immediate, aggression, those things are something that, it makes for a good book, a good night's read. Now we have potential picks and bans coming up here in a few. Let's actually talk about some more of them. What do you think about, I guess, what does Epsilon go for here? I mean, of course, they have the option between first and second pick. I'm going to assume they'll take first pick. So do you think that they stick with the game plan again, stick with it being the same thing, or do they try and change it up?
I think once again we'll see Jing and Bologna banned out. I think these teams have kind of decided that one will ban the other, especially heading into that first pick. I mean, this is one of the few games where I feel like solo lane didn't really alter the dynamic. I felt like both solo laners played phenomenally. I just think the Osiris was a little bit more effective at diving the Zeus, and it's the fact that Dimi can't really dive a Giannis at all. So much mobility, so hard to lock down.
It's going to be tough, folks. All right, guys, here we go. Game number 2, Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. If you're just joining us, Cloud9 is up 1-0 in the series after a hellacious matchup in game number 1, but it's time for the picks and bans. Here we go, folks. Picks and ban time. We have Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. Cloud9 up 1-0, as I stated before, and they are going to ban out Thor.
So taking it away immediately.
No
from
Bologna,
adapting.
no Xing10 ban yet?
I expect those are coming. Actually, no, Cloud9, right? They have first pick, so they can leave both open and then get that priority right after.
Exactly. They're leaning towards that strategy. They want to leave both of them open, get a really solid, dominant matchup for Baskin. And because of the Thor ban, it leads me to believe that Anister just wants to take that away from adapting. He's kind of be leaning a little bit towards something else. Maybe he'll pick up the Mercury here.
I think also this Thor ban is indicative of that they don't want to first pick Thor, but they also know Epsilon will be so useful with it. And I like this. They want the solo laner. They want Jing or Bologna right here immediately, and they know that Thor and Giannis, one of them will be gone if Epsilon is left open right after that.
Okay, we have Epsilon in their next ban, QE. What do you think they're going to do? Because they could be scratching their head right now thinking they were expecting certain bans to come through and didn't happen.
I'm not sure what they will ban here. Okay, Zhangqi.
There you go. Zhangqi. So Zhangqi is going to go for that second ban on the Epsilon side. Anatoly?
So this leaves Xing10 open right off the bat. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, there's no hesitation.
It's highlighted. It's going to get locked in, guaranteed for Baskin. It's going to be the best dominant solo laner coming into team fights in the mid game. He's going to struggle a little bit early on. I'm sure Epsilon's going to pick up a warrior to try to take advantage of Xing10's early weaknesses, maybe invade their blue buff as a result a little bit and try to snowball that. But Xing10 mid to late game, you just can't deny his presence.
I think Serket and Humbats are going to be the junglers we see. I feel like Anister's going to lean more towards a Serket style, something that can put out a lot of pressure in the mid game and take a trip over to the solo lane. And I like this Kepri. That's kind of what I expected. You can't allow Jeff Hinla and Cloud9 to have Kepri and Xing10 here. Just too tanky, too much front line.
That'd be tough. That'd be a tough one to overcome for sure. All right, Neith getting locked in here.
I can see a Zeus pick with Nathan right now. Because having Neith on your team,
good call. There you go. Good call. So Zeus is going to be locked in here for C9. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so Zeus provided a lot of damage there for Yamin last game. I think that C9 wanted to take this away from their option. Now, Zeus last game compared to this game, if Epsilon had picked up Zeus, you have the Capri to be able to peel for him. So that was a great pickup there with Isis being highlighted of another very good defensive god, which can peel for itself with a circle of protection.
We saw Epsilon last game play a very offensive style of game, and these 3 picks scream defense. I think they're going to be looking for a lot of 4v4 and 5v5 team fights pretty early. I expect heavy rotations.
I like the ISIS pick, especially because the circle of possession gives you protections and your ulti, so it makes Zeus a little bit worse.
Okay, and Serket is going to get banned here. What do you think about that one, Adonis?
I like the Serket ban. That's actually something I would have expected Annenster to play in this situation, especially against an ISIS. It's very strong at gank here in the mid game. You could basically combo her down before she drops her circle of protection. And also, you know, 100% anti-healing, which means the ISIS, even if she drops it, won't be able to heal off her ult.
I like the Karin one, especially because Epsilon already have Capri, and giving Karin and Capri, you won't win lane at all.
Speaking of anti-healing, this is not really Cloud9 style, but Odin is open here, and Odin would kind of decimate Kepri and the Isis, so...
But who plays it?
Yeah, Annenster doesn't really play. It's not his style, but you never know what they've been practicing behind closed doors, so...
That's true. I remember in the summer they actually brought out Zeus back when Zeus was bad.
Isn't that funny how that works? Back when this was bad.
Hey, but it's
then
good
it
now.
Gets, you know, it's assisting 4 kills in a row. Yeah,
Remember when I picked Zeus at Worlds and got wrecked by Ataraxian?
Yeah, you actually got wrecked by a...
Titan.
You ran the Zeus Odin lane.
Yeah, I got first blooded and mid camps.
Feels oh so bad, man.
You look proud of you, like, yeah, I got first blooded mid camps, but I was at Worlds to get first blooded.
Zeppelin wasn't, so...
Shots that zap up there. I like this Geb pick to protect the Zeus. It's another front line for Jeff, and it just fits his style.
And the last pick is going to be the Humbats. So that is going to be the God lineup for Cloud9. Who's going to be the final one here for Epsilon? Let's see. Freya.
This is an special. He really loves this god, and it could snowball as it gets later, but it's going to be hard for him to, you know, get on the targets he needs, although it does do very well at picking Geb early on. I picked Epsilon to win this matchup, but I like C9's draft again.
All right, well, boys, that's going to do it for the draft. Let's make the predictions. Go.
Yeah, Cloud9's draft is way better this game.
All right.
C9.
Okay, well, you already know where I'm going. Bart made it abundantly clear before. C9. So we will see, will that be the case? Will Cloud9 be able to extend their lead to 2-0, or will Epsilon Esports answer back? Let's find out. Make some noise as we toss it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 of Cloud9 versus Epsilon. This is a best-of-5 competition. And already up a game are the boys in blue from North America. A game that they probably should not have won.
This is, I think, also their 5th loss ever, right, on the side of Epsilon since we started Split 3, which is a really impressive record. They're not out just yet. They need 3 games to win. Cloud9 only needing 2, and I think they got the better draft here.
Yeah, and I like the way C9 banned this game. They had a throwaway ban as first pick. You usually have a throwaway ban. They targeted adapting. They wanted to remain as uncomfortable as possible. He didn't look too comfortable on the Mercury. They said, don't give him his comfort pick in Thor, and let's play it from there.
Well, guys, let's go ahead and move on into the game. This is game number 2, starting off. Cloud9 looking to go up to match point and move on to the finals for an all North American finals. Epsilon looking to draw even at 1 apiece. Let's go ahead and introduce the squads one more time. They're the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. They're up 1-0 in this best of 5. It's Cloud9. Baskin Robin in the solo lane as Xingchen. Annenster in the jungle as Hunbots. MLC Stealth is your mid lane Zeus. And that's Jeff Hinla and Barracuda combining for the Geb Neath duo lane. Their opponents for the second time in the red trunks at the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. They are the nearly undefeated European squad, Epsilon. Dimmy is your solo lane Bologna. Adapting in the jungle is Naja. Yamin in the mid lane as Isis. And iRapper plus Emelito going to the duo lane as Kepri and Freya.
So when I see the Nasha pick, this is not something that I usually get too excited about. Even though he has been buffed in recent memory, it's not something that really screams to me. But in the hands of adapting, I think that might change. I mean, he requires such ridiculous mechanics. One of the reasons the character fell out of the meta for so long is because to hit the ultimate, you must guarantee it by hitting the sash. I think that adapting might be able to hit these raw ultimates he needs to keep himself safe.
Yeah, and if you look at C9's history, they have the biggest lost rate against Naja. Naja's the one
All right, Zap, we get it.
You know, we played actually as Eager, we played the Naja ISIS combo to beat C9 in 2 games.
They forced the ban.
Yeah.
They forced the ban, which is very unexpected. But, you know, C9 is a team that is known to ban things when it's trouble. They will go for respect bans over meta bans. Last year at Worlds, they won by taking Ymir Ares out. If this becomes a problem, expect to see it taken away.
Yeah, actually, the biggest X factor for me is this Freya pick. They saw that Barracuda wasn't too, you know, didn't really want to fight too much in lane. He wanted to sit in lane, farm, use his ultimate to make pressure on the other side of the map. So what they did is they picked a hyper carry that they know they can get to late game.
Yeah,
so far, Clear is definitely belonging to the blue side.
You know, very, very capable of shredding through really any kind of frontline presence. And maybe most notably the Xingtian. I mean, he's going to have to itemize into some magical defense, or he will get blown up by the Freya later on. It's not really a question of if, it is certainly when. And now, well, in the first minute, it does look like we're going to be off to a pretty even start. Epsilon up just a couple hundred gold through that opening gamut. Experience, however, up to 1,000 there.
How did that happen?
They must have gotten both mid camps.
No, mid camps definitely went to
they
blue.
were split.
Yeah.
This Epsilon, you know, getting a little bit ahead on the farm game. All of the buffs are picked up. A back camp was credited to Epsilon over Cloud9, but a little bit better use of that Bumba's mask on Naja.
Miscommunication there, as it looks like Andy goes for the invade and Stealth doesn't. He calls him back. Left side, Barracuda took damage.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is just very risky to put yourself in the enemy jungle, especially early with no boots. You saw Yaman last game get jumped on, and if you don't have great position with Zeus, you will die.
Not to mention, I mean, the Spirit Ball setup from Naja with the Sash is very difficult to contend with as a Zeus. I mean, sure, once you have your ultimate, you can fight 2 people in a choke, but probably not before that.
Adapting Yaman should be pretty close to 5. It's a possibility they'll hit it this wave. Left side, more damage coming through as Emilito keeps the pressure on. Pulse on cooldown, though. Barracuda looks to turn it around.
Look at Epsilon. They're already sitting at level 4 with still 3 minions in the lane here. They are pulling ahead a bit in experience, and well, we can be pretty certain then that it is in the dual lane where they're making up most of that.
Look at this. There's a possibility here. They walked over a ward. Adapting's got to be a little bit quicker. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, backflips the ring. The ring, if it hits there, will bounce between them pretty well, and it would have been a pretty risky and difficult kill to pick up, but still nonetheless.
Yeah, there was really no kill potential for Adapting there, but what he did is he alleviated the pressure for the Freya. They really want to help this Freya get out of the laning phase, so it's a really important rotation by Adapting there.
Top right camps are going to be coming up on the backside on the side of red. This is extra experience for Adapting and Yaman right now, both of whom should be hitting level 5 very quickly. Adapting just getting in there as well.
Look at the positioning from the Zeus here. They're going to actually make a play over to the left side. Jeff Hinla looking to expose Emilito out there, and well, the rest of the team following suit. But going to the back camp, so you just mentioned, Brandon, are Yaman and Adapting, and they will continue to pull ahead little by little with their ever so slightly better rotations.
Barracuda strangely giving this wave up. I thought we were going to see a Spirit Hour go right through and him go for the clear, push the Freya back. Zap, what happened there?
This is just the case of Emilito and Raffer being level 5. Barracuda and Jeff Hinla, they still had another wave to go, so they didn't want to take the risk.
Mid lane, again, a grouping. We see actually a back from MLC Stealth and Andy. Andy on boots 2 right now, same thing for Stealth. Not a ton of damage.
Yeah, the reason why they backed is they want to hit as much power spike, min-max their power spike for this next mid-Harpy fight.
God bless.
Mid-Harpy's going to be coming up here in just about 15 seconds. Once again, going to be heavily contended. Let's check in briefly with the solo in here as it's Xingtian versus Bologna this matchup. It does favor Bologna through about the first 6-7 levels. Baskin seeming to keep pace pretty nicely here on the Xingtian.
Things will start to trade in his favor. His clear is very safe, has a ton of sustainability, as does Bologna. I think really their end game is about the same. There's a bit more CC on the side of Baskin, which he usually prefers, but Dimmy likes to fight. I think they each got the god they wanted.
Yeah, I really don't like how Epsilon didn't go for those mid-Harpies there. They should have known that Stealth and Andy were on the right side Harpies, and they should have gotten the left for free.
So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, Cloud9 takes them away easily. Jeff Hinla getting into level 6. Stealth already level 7, now highest in the game, tied with Dimmy.
Naja on the right side here is going to find Xingtian as the blue buff will come back up, but it doesn't look like Epsilon wants to aggress too heavily into Baskin.
It seems to me that Epsilon's a little shaken from their last game. A lot of these plays are free, and they're not taking it because they're a little intimidated.
Well, I mean, that's like, you know, when you get 4 kills at the beginning of the game and go on to lose that game, I mean, I would tilt off into a different part of the universe probably. So, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to from Epsilon is can they, you know, have the presence of mind and kind of the experience to kind of take that deep breath and win this game. I mean, there's not a lot of downtime in between the games here on the main stage, so these guys have had to get right back into it. Another pick and ban. You heard the analysts say they think that Cloud9 got the better of the draft yet again. Epsilon playing, well, from ahead for the moment, but no longer as that buff does go down. Cloud9 now ahead about 80 gold.
A strange rotation. I've been watching this mini-map. Freya going towards the red buff, waiting there for about 6-7 seconds. Doesn't even wind up starting it. She now rotates over. No jungle camps gained, so a little bit of lost farm time. Barracuda maintains his level 7 as well while staying in lane.
Yeah, and one good thing for Epsilon in this game is the Freya has not been pressured at all this game. She's getting away with a free laning phase, and soon she'll be working on her Fatalis.
Look at the cooldown boots picked up by Cloud9 here. 3 of them across the board, basically every mage picking them up. This indicates to me that they are looking to team fight and to basically deathball, similar to what we saw Epsilon do in the mid game in game number 1.
Why? Oh, they're going super hard. Andy used his blink pretty early. Raffer should be able to get out of this. He's going to use his ult. He's going to wait on his abduct as well. Let's see if he can get away from this. First blood goes to Yaman in the meantime.
Yeah, Yaman and Adapting actually combined for a kill there. The Naja ultimate was used, a follow-up from the Spirit Ball as well. Does confirm that kill. Still on the backside of Xanaster, still looking for iRapper, but is now going to get poked out by Yaman pretty heavily and forced into the jungle of Epsilon in a sticky situation here as the Hunbots. Remember, he only has the leap up. Oh, Red Smash still coming up cooldown. He'll have all his cooldowns available in just a moment. Uses his beads, still gets stashed. And now we'll leap away from the Spirit Ball. Follow up from Dimmy, not on the mark. And Anderson throws out the Howling Monkey and bounces right to it.
The ring toss might have hit him there. It looks like he's going to back off, though. Andy winds up staying safe throughout that. A slight miscalculation from Dimmy and a perfect teleport. It's going to be Jeff Hindler, though, who pays the price for his rotation.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier, Brandon, that the raw setup from Adapting may be the difference maker here if he can hit those ultimates. MLC Stealth, how did he take so much damage from Dimmy? There was Emilito with the pulses on the backside, and now Baskin is overextended. He can't deal with the Freya magic damage coming out. He does not have another pulse, but it doesn't matter. Adapting gets credited for the kill of the ring toss.
So impressed with Emilito. He's been doing this all tournament. He's making these kind of rotations that you normally don't see from a weak laner like Freya, and because of that rotation, they got 3 kills.
Well, let's go to gold in hand here. We see a decent amount of gold going the way of Adapting. He actually gets back to the base, right as I call it.
But yeah, the graphs don't indicate very much here. About 500 gold going in favor of Epsilon. Just a couple hundred experience for Cloud9.
It's going to be heavy mace. He actually had the mace, so he had about 1,000 gold going back. Not too bad. Very close to the Jotuns. Obviously going to be his first pickup.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why you don't see too many early rotations from the Hunters or the solo laners in the early game, because the wave means more than the kills.
There's going to be about 500 damage here on Anster as he lands. Neath ultimate going to come in to stop Adapting for now, and the Stone Shield will keep Anster alive, but just barely. Hunbot's going to lose some farm time now as Adapting expends his ultimate.
Once again, Andy has to go back to the base too. I mean, doesn't have a lot of gold in hand. He's not going to get too much out of this. He's still sitting on mace. Doesn't look like he'll have the heavy. So this is going to be a good opportunity for lane pressure or gold fury pressure. Adapting going to go into the jungle, continue farming.
1,000 gold in hand, 1,100 now, in fact, onto the Freya, getting closer and closer to that Fatalis. Pen boots already completed. And does Freya have a Hand of the Gods?
No, come on.
Am I crazy?
No.
That is.
That's a Hand of the Gods.
No.
Surely that's a misclick.
Come on.
Surely that's a misclick.
Emilito's got to, oh my God.
It's Hand of the Gods. So early Gold Fury, it has to be, right? I mean, that's the only thing that he can really do here. I mean, he can soul down his own purple buff versus the Neath Secure, but...
All right, so Zap, tell us about the Hunter Hand of the Gods build.
It's new to me, but I think there's a couple of reasons for this. One, Freya is known to get invaded on. You saw C9 try to make a lot of rotations towards the enemy purple buff, so what Emilito did said, hey, I'm going to get Hand of the Gods, secure my purple buff, and secure my early game.
Speaking of invades, he got that.
Yeah, it also maybe gives us a little bit of an understanding. Brandon, earlier you were saying, why is the Freya going and just standing at the red buff? It must be to use that Hand of the Gods.
Yeah, I guess so.
It also explains how Epsilon got that early experience advantage. I mean, we just completely missed that. I mean, it's certainly off of the Hand of the Gods being able to take camps even faster.
Yeah, on top of that, one more reason for the Hand of the Gods is when you have a mage in the Hunter role, you really have no great person to tank the Gold Fury. So they might want to be able to just do it as fast as they can and burst it with the Hand of the Gods.
Ultimately, could come into a fist as well to help deal with things like Andenster getting up into his face, but it's really only Andy that's going to be that melee threat.
I mean, Fist of the Gods is a very underrated item. I mean, it's a stun, right? I mean, stuns are really valuable in a tank meta. CC is really, really important. And being able to follow it up onto a Hunbot, so you burn the beads and then be able to banish out of it, it's really strong.
It's a great way to kite away from those tanky solo laners that come at you in the mid game.
That's right, but I mean, the big downside of Fist of the Gods is that it is a pretty short duration stun and you incur full diminishing returns for the next follow-up. So
that's true.
Banish going to be pretty important. And I was trying to get into this earlier.
Emilito standing still right. He's like, wait, I took Hand of the Gods?
Yeah, he's listening to us. But one thing I did want to point out earlier that was getting into was, you were saying that maybe Adapting's ability to hit these raw ultimates
what is this?
On the side of Epsilon could be the difference maker in this game. What I do want to point out, though, is that there's that banish from Emilito for that setup. So he's going to have the opportunity to find these ultimates off of other characters' abilities.
Whoa.
Adapting, going to take Hunbots up into the sky. There's a Zeus ultimate and an Isis ultimate as he falls down, and Yaman will get credited for that kill on
Barracuda.
Barracuda ever so low, channeling his ultimate, just going to try to do something before he heads back to the base, and that something is continue farming. He's a brave gentleman.
Amazing patience by adapting. What Anister did there was he blinked in through his monkey bounce, popped his beads right away because he expected 9 out of 10 players on Naja would have ultied right away to avoid the Humbots ult. But adapting showed great presence of mind, patience, waited for the beats to be done, secured the kill.
And yeah, Andy didn't even get the ult off at all.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no CC coming out of Humbots whatsoever. He got caught like a sitting duck. Speaking of which, Emilito maybe not in a great spot. Barracuda going to try to combo for this one. Is it going to be enough? One more attack. Jeff Hinla gets a kill.
Barely enough. It takes one Geb in hand, a hot 33 damage coming through from the Geb there to secure that one.
Maybe that Hog was baiting the Freya there. She thought she could steal the purple buff, and she paid the price.
Yeah,
Jeff
maybe.
rolling out here, adapting in a weird position. Andy going kind of all in here. Jeff Hinla keeping it safe.
Anderson seems like he's trying to really force plays with his Hun bots.
MLC Stealth rotating back in, won't miss any creeps for this one. Epsilon, though, up 3 kills. It doesn't feel like it, but only 1,000 gold. This is about where the farm should dictate they are ahead. I mean, usually we see 3 kills with Epsilon equal 3, 4, 5,000 gold, but it's only 1,000.
And the biggest thing I've been noticing with Anister, he's trying to make a lot of these plays by himself. But MLC Stealth is almost nowhere to be found. You saw in the early game, Anister wanted to go for the invade. Stealth didn't. So it seems like they may not be on the same page right now.
Stealth having 2 deaths to his credit here early on in this game of a similar start to the last one, but a very dissimilar start to what we normally see out of Cloud9.
Emilito finally back to lane with the purple buff. Picked up a level of beads, not quite enough to get those Fatalis, or that final Fatalis online now. Zap, if you had enough to finish the Fatalis but needed beads, would you take the beads or would you go for the damage?
I would
that man, he'd get the
go for the Fatalis. Yeah, I mean, Fatalis is such a crucial item on Freya. It not only does it give her the kill potential, also gives her, more importantly, the kiting potential, and she really needs that online to be safe.
Barra continues to pressure this lane. Emilito pretty much by himself here as we see Kepri in the jungle. Decent shot. No follow-up from Jeff. Decent damage, though. Emilito takes a good 70%.
And a great build order by Barracuda. A lot of hunters sometimes go into the Soul Eater right away, but what he did was he went for the damage, knowing that he can easily pressure this Freya.
You're going to see double stacking?
No.
Come on.
No, no way.
No, no chance.
No chance.
Speaking of no chance, Andy, no! What? Was that a crit?
No, it was the burst coming out of the Zeus ultimate as well. Baskin's going to toss back Yaman over the top. Will come Dimmy. Bonus protections out. The Kepri ultimate used onto Isis as well. Yaman continuing to try to do damage, knowing that he is alive for the moment. It doesn't matter, though. Baskin will pick it up on the extended engagement. Here comes the rotation from Barracuda, pinning 2 in place. Baskin to find another, but Dimmy just too tanky, it looks like, here on the Bologna. Plus that bludgeon doing a ton of damage to Jeff Hinla.
Such a strange fight all around. Adapting and Yaman wind up falling. Kepri ult not getting utilized effectively. A little bit too soon from Raffer. Very uncharacteristic for his gameplay.
This does make a lot of room, however, for the Freya. As Zamin was explaining there, right? I mean, like, they really need to get this Freya up and running, get her damage items going.
Let's take a look at that one more time. We got to watch how Andy even got out of that. It didn't look to me like he was going to get out of that one alive, and instead he winds up getting a kill.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, no, exactly. What happened? That's the danger of Naja. If you don't kill someone with the ult, there's a lot of turnaround potential that could be done on you. And Humbot's ultied and killed the Naja.
Trying for the invade, max range, looking for damage. Very smart on the patience, but Andy as well. Ring bounce doing a lot of damage. Adapting goes for the raw, misses out of position. Andy's going to jump away as well. Baskin going for it. Good ages, but not good enough. Baskin getting the kill.
Baskin dives the tower, no problem for Xing10, and here comes Jeff Hinla as well. They can continue diving if they want, but Dimmy just so resilient. Probably not. I mean, it would just take them so long. The time investment maybe not even worth it.
The most impressive thing for me right now is how patient these players are. On the big stage, playing for a lot, they show so much patience. Baskin waited for the Aegis, hit it on the right time, and got the kill.
See, my favorite was the sash comes out, and then Anister, he's thinking, maybe I should go for it, maybe I shouldn't. I have my beads active. He doesn't beads. Adapting thinks that there's going to be beads, so he doesn't ult, and then they both wind up missing.
Big staring contest.
Zach, tell me a little bit about the Freya versus Neith matchup overall. Is that something that you maybe, is it 6-4 Freya? How does it normally match up between even players?
In the early game, Neith has the advantage of her high scaling. So what happens is the job of the Neith is to pressure out the Freya as much as possible. But once the Freya gets to the late game or mid game finishes the Mana Grip, she can all in the Neith, and Neith has to be careful.
And then, of course, that swings back when the executioner is done by Neith for a little while, and until ultimately Freya's late game just takes over and destroys everything with her Spear of the Magus, Rod Sahudi combination.
You mean Fist of the Gods, Valkyrie's Discretion combination, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Obsidian Shard. There's a couple ways to take the Freya late. But here's the intel instant replay of how Anitzer made it out of this one alive, adapting. Gonna put out about 600 damage and the Isis ultimate. It's the Geb shield.
2 crits in a row? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he just crits twice in a row and then will blink back in, I think, at the very end of this one because he's a madman.
So wait, did Andy have crit on at that point?
No. He fired overhand smash in hand and then threw the monkey and in-handed again right away to get
So that was
crits
two
back-to-back.
30% chances back-to-back
Yes,
for
it
that kill.
was.
All right, Andy, with the dice rolls.
To be fair, Naja was probably dead anyway, right?
Yeah, but I think Andy probably should have died too.
Well, it was the Geb Stone Shield. That's what we didn't see in the first playthrough was that Jeff Hinless Stone Shield is what actually absorbed nearly all of the Isis ultimate there, and that was what really allowed Anitzer to continue moving around in this fight. Jeff's gonna roll out. He's gonna have the angle on Emilito. Banish gonna be off the mark, and Jeff gonna be called off by Barracuda.
Those minions are very scary. Sometimes you just got to take him out of the fight. Andy, looking at Yaman here, is going to find himself a Raffer as well. He's going in the wrong direction, but a good bait. MLC Stealth with decent damage onto Raffer. Takes about a third of his health. Oh, he's still going.
Yeah, they have the Neath ultimate coming in as well. Raffer in a lot of trouble. The Hunbot's ultimate off the mark, though, going to push him back into the tower. Adapting Sash off the mark as well. And, I mean, it's got to be really, really challenging to play a Naja into something like a Xing Tian that just doesn't care.
Baskin's going to notice that Rising Dawn. He's going to see him. He could probably jump in just a few seconds. Needs 2. He's going to go for the back line.
It's up.
Bait, and
Raffer's
there it is.
Yeah, Raffer's waiting to, Baskin just wants to force the ultimate here. Now he's going to go into Yaman. He's going to full commit here. Oh my God, Epsilon! Baited and outplayed. Baskin gets taken down by the combination of Yaman and iRaffer.
Oh, we just saw the flaming spear go off. They're going to go all in here. Emilito in a bad spot, but the ring tearing through. Emilito going to find a double kill there, and he gets turned on as well. Deicide!
Wow, the timing of that sash. Actually, Hunbot's overhand smash did not connect because the sash stunned him.
You guys should have seen Bart just hands up in the air. How? Hey, hand of the gods. Making sure they secure it right there. That's why they pick it up.
You know what that really comes down to, and this is just like, it got to make Cloud9 so frustrated. That was Khepri passive, I think. That really was the big difference maker there. I mean, you're talking about probably 200-300 HP that was spread out across the entire team, and everyone gets so low in that engagement, but nobody falls on the side of Epsilon. Really a tremendous set of plays.
That 2 to 4% per player actually wound up come up huge, I think, but it all started with that huge bait in the back line onto Baskin. I mean, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He knew what they could do, but Epsilon performed exactly what they needed perfectly.
I'm hitting F6 if I'm Baskin, right? I mean, like, that's like...
No, he was probably gonna. He's like, wait, I'm Xing Tian. I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's fine. But I mean, like, that just goes to show you, and I think that small victory there ends up being probably huge for Epsilon in terms of morale, right? To get that kind of individual outplay on you know, the really, really resilient and very disruptive solo laner that Baskin has been, helping them get their heads back into this one, I think.
Yeah, more importantly, it's keeping MLC Stealth down. He carried that last game. In this game, he's 0-4.
Yeah, wow. Very, very strange to see MLC with such a negative slash line. Emilito tearing through right now. Look at this, Jeff Hindla. Perfect use of Cataclysm. Might not get out of this one, though. Few ultimates used, but I'm sure they're happy with it.
There's only so much you can do as a tank against Freya. She is really a specialist.
Wait.
Targets Barracuda in a lot of trouble now. Do they have the follow-up is the question. The Zeus ultimate has been used. Stun follow-up is on the mark and adapting with the brilliant positioning against Barracuda. Will cut off his escape path and find the kill. Credited to Yemen, however. Emilito going to walk down MLC Stealth as well. And it seems that Epsilon has found the answer to Cloud9 in the form of Fatalis Freya.
They're going to continue moving forward here. Baskin teleporting in, not in a great spot. We'll be able to jump away, but we're pretty sure
he can't. No. Adapting has the angle, and there's another follow-up as well. A Spirit Ball's here. If they need it, indeed they will. Baskin goes for the ultimate over the top of the Eagles rally. Is the Bologna as well. Can they finish the drill against Baskin Robin? Indeed they can. Yemen, the star player of Epsilon in this tournament, finds yet another big play.
It's going to be a tier 2 for Epsilon. Their lead continues to extend. It's now going to go over almost 7,000 gold in the lead at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah, this Freya is reaching her late game potential really fast. And not only do they have to kill Freya once, they have to kill her twice because of Khepri.
Look at this, 7,700 damage out of that fight from Epsilon. Incredible. And he's going to get a tier 1 here, but obviously nowhere near the level of gold and experience that Epsilon gained. We're looking at Yaman, 2 kills of the 4, putting up 2,200 damage.
Right, and these are the smart plays that C9 does. They take the gold where they can get it. Anderson knew that fight was lost. He got the tier 1 tower and a small victory.
There's Yaman there on the bottom right of your screen, looking very focused. 6-2-4 right now. An amazing slash line. Most impressive to me, though, is going to be the 0-0-6 from Raffer. A perfect support score. Amazing Khepri ult so far. Great control. Has saved Yaman twice now. It's just really good play.
This has really been the tournament of the mid laners. I mean, we've really seen, when you think about the keys to victory, it's been supports and mid laners this whole tournament. Yeah. It's a combination of Chaos and Pain to Beyond. It's a combination of Raffer and Yaman, and it's a combination of MLC, Stealth, and Jeff Hinla. Really all around, every team that's in the top 3 right now, these are the 2 players that are really making the difference.
Emelito keeping major pressure over on the left side. Jeff Hinla is going to start rotating over here. It seems like he's been spotted. Board on the bottom side will keep him safe.
I mean, look at Yaman's KDA, 6.8 to the 3 of MLC Stealth. Granted, MLC Stealth does play frontliners. He played a lot of Zhang Kuei, a lot of sacrificial Zhang Kuei throughout the season, but still, I mean, Yaman, his Giannis was, I mean, miraculous through the first 7 weeks. I mean, I think that he was banned out Giannis 6 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think something like that.
And then didn't play it until Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know why Yaman. We talked so much about his Giannis, and we talked about last season with his Ra. I mean, every single god we see this guy play has been top notch.
Yeah, I mean, Yaman's god pool is actually pretty unpredictable. Sometimes I've seen him bring Medusa into the mid lane, Chiron into the mid lane, and
yeah,
each time he's won.
That Medusa at regionals blew me away.
It's impressive.
Well, just filing in now are the minions down the mid lane. Forced to push this out is Cloud9. They don't have a lot of map control now with their tier 1 and tier 2 tower down in the mid lane, and Epsilon's really gutted the center here. A big rotation out to the right side from Epsilon as Emelito, the real carry, has made his way over here. This does indicate the aggression's coming.
Yeah, right now both teams are just looking for the picks. There's nothing really going on around the map. Both teams looking for the picks to try to guarantee the Gold Fury that's coming up any second now.
Yeah, we got 20 seconds. We're probably going to see a shift from the solo lane over to the duo. Emelito, I'm not sure why he's all the way over here. It looks like they've done a lane swap. Bologna's over and left.
Yeah, the thing is the Xing 10 can really poke out the Bologna with his max CDR, and Bologna just wants to have the free farm. Yeah.
Like, when did he become level 19?
No idea.
Well, I mean, there's the Freya's ability to really fight the Xing 10, right? He's built into physical defense, and so this, I don't think it's really truly a lane swap. I think Emelito just found himself over there for some reason.
Baskin out of position here. He's not going to get stunned. Just barely gets into his ultimate. Throws one back. He's on the defensive. He's trying to get out. It looks like Epsilon will wash it out. They're going to aim towards the Gold Fury.
Split push coming out from Cloud9 over here. Starting to move back is the Neath and the Hun bots. They really just want to force Epsilon into an awkward position. And yeah, they're going to concede the Gold Fury in exchange for just some pressure down the left side.
And this is the big way to counter the split push. You want to just group up S5, try to power play into towers or objectives like the Gold Fury. Great plays by Epsilon.
Yeah, right there, it looked like Barracuda and Anister knew, like, there's nothing we could do here but back. The team can't help us. We'll lose a 2v5. We have to back and concede another big objective.
Right, and the big difference between this game and last game is the Giannis. If they were still split pushing on left, they might have gone for that tier 2 and ultied out and been safe.
Through space and time, going to help bail them out.
Cloud9 much farther behind than they were in game number 1. The North American crowd has become much more silent this game as the European powerhouses continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, no USA chance so far at 23 minutes through this one. 15-5 in favor of Epsilon, sitting on a 9,000 gold lead and a 12,000 experience lead. Cloud9 really with their backs to the wall in a second game in a row.
Top damage, though, still belonging to Baskin. Of course, you know, 10. Gotta love that percentage damage, ticking constantly.
Yeah, well, I expect Epsilon here to group up now and try to pressure the right side of the map. The next big objective on the map is the Fire Giant.
Yeah, tier 1 on the right side will really help in, you know, preventing people from porting in there and quickly rallying to the Fire Giant, forcing them into wards and, well, into teleport 3, which, of course, they already will have in the solo lane at this point in the game.
MLC Stealth taking a very similar build, it seems, to what Yaman did last time going into that Warlock stash. Yaman kind of taking a page out of MLC's book, going into a lot of damage, although not full CDR. We do have pen boots, but it looks like the Rod of Tahuti will be next.
Yeah, C9 is actually going to have a big problem dealing with this Bologna split push. Epsilon's smart. They say Bologna cannot be 1v1 by anyone on their team, so let him split push or let her split push while we try to get picks on the other side of the map.
Raffer, after a little bit of that DM Brandon praise. 4th item, Mail of Renewal.
Yeah, always. Forever and ever and ever. Keep yourself alive. I mean, a character who can resurrect now can heal himself as well while it's going off. I'm in there, man. I'm in there. Oh, adapting way off the mark here. Barracuda getting some split push at tier 1, though. Already
No, he's getting pushed.
Oh, he's getting pushed.
Dimmy's just kind of having his way with the enemy hunter here. Cloud9. They have Barracuda isolated here, but, you know, porting it at any time is going to be this Bologna. Frostbound Hammer going to be a big problem for the Neath as well.
They're trying to fight into this. I think they're going to bait back here. No, Emelito with a full retreat. Baskin-Robbins trying to fight his way into the jungle. Anister going over towards the mid lane, and it looks like Dimmy's going to try to join them. No, going back towards Barracuda. They continue the pressure.
Yeah, and the biggest problem for C9 right now is they have no major damage to really one-shot anyone on Epsilon. The Zeus is just too far behind right now.
Oh, Andy winding, still getting slowed as he jumps over the wall. The ring follows him. Going into an invade, very, very risky here.
Yeah, wants to take this red buff, but Bologna's going to be able to at least sniff him out if she wants to. Now, Dimmy's just perfectly happy to keep Bologna from split pushing. And with this aggression down on the left side of the map and noticing that Anister's taking buffs.
This is a bait.
Look at
oh my God, they're
Epsilon.
so baited.
No, Epsilon's taking Fire Giant, no problem.
That's what I'm saying, they're so baited.
And Epsilon takes an easy Fire Giant there. We said it was the mind games last game from Cloud9 that was a difference maker. This time it's Epsilon.
So what we'll see here, Epsilon's going to take a 50-second break. They're going to backspin some gold, maybe do a little bit of pressure over on the left side.
Or
wait
maybe
for
just
Dimmy
go
to get back
force
up.
a team fight here on the left side. Is they're going to be able to close the distance onto Baskin Robin. He's going to go for the ultimate, tossing them back away from himself. Spirit Ball going to force him to take a detour. However, the silence and slow coming out. Baskin going to try to do what he can, but adapting will disrupt the route. He's going to put out another 500 damage or so. The clutch coming out, the crits coming through, and over the top of the sash toss. Adapting credited with a kill.
CC chains abducts on top of sashes, on top of spirit balls, out of the Nasha ult. I mean, that's what you want to see. They've already taken out Baskin. They can now push safely into towers.
This is exactly why Epsilon had the Bologna split pushing. They knew not just one person from C9 could deal with it. C9 has had multiple people over there, and without the Onassault, they couldn't get to the Fire Giant.
I mean, it just comes down really to me for decision making from Andenster there. He was spotted out and goes for the buff, and the second he commits to it, they just started Fire Giant and took it easily.
Left side tier 1 falls. They're going to go right into the tier 2. Too many people from Cloud9 in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cloud9's going to look for the split push yet again here in this situation. In fact, they're just going to move all the way to the right side where Hunbots is pushed into the tier 2, but they can't do much. They're going to try for a kill on a Kepri, maybe?
Raffer's just going to sit here and just be the worst person in the world to them. He's not going to allow them to back safely. You can see this is way too late. This Phoenix is guaranteed, and he gets almost nothing over in the right side.
No.
Huge win for Epsilon, poised to take game 2.
You can tell that Epsilon has talked about it after game 1. How do we deal with this split push from C9? They have their Bologna here rotating to handle Anister, and they have their other support, Kepri, dealing with the mid lane split push.
Well, there's two big ways, right, to deal with split push. And you have to have both of them. You have to make the right call is the first thing, and then you have to commit to it fully, right? If you don't fully commit to an anti-split push strategy, like, well, let's just continue on, force them at the base, like we saw Epsilon do here, maybe in game 1, they start backing, going, oh, we don't want to lose a tier 1 and a tier 2 on the right side. Instead, they get a Phoenix early on in this game.
Exactly. If you don't deal with the split push properly, you end up wasting a lot of time, and Epsilon did not want to waste their Fire Giant.
So back into the base. Yeah, Rod of Tahuti came up. A full Titan's Bane as well for adapting. Dimmy's working on yet another defensive item. Spirit Robe plus the Mail of Renewal online for Kepri. I would assume last item is going to be Winged Wand here.
Oh, adapting finds a kill on the Anister. He pops his beads 3 to get another set of cooldowns, and down will go the Hunbots, trying to be that pesky split pusher.
Yeah, Anister here going for a little bit of a greedy build. A lot of junglers would get a defensive item by this point, but he went pure damage, adapting, able to one-shot him.
Well, I think what he's been doing in these team fights has been really interesting. If you watch, I mean, adapting joins them basically right at the very end, and he always seems to try to disrupt either the overhead smash or the knock-up combination out of Baskin. And he's been pretty successful with that at stopping the CC from coming out in those delayed CCs out of Cloud9.
Right side tier 2 getting pressured. No backdoor protections removed. They're just going to continue going into it. It looks like Nasha's clearly got enough damage. Another 1,500.
Flaming Spear Naja takes down towers absurdly fast.
Especially at level 20, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, as you recall from when this character was released, that was really the primary thing that it was picked for, was objective killing. And now after some adjustments, it's become a little bit less profitable, but even when you're at 5 items, it's easy.
Barracuda's backflip is down. He's trying to support from the backline with as much as he can. Actually, Raffer taking a lot of damage. Spirit Ball for max range deals a fair amount of damage to Jeff Hindler.
Epsilon needs to be very careful not to get split here. C9 still has a lot of pick potential with the Zeus Hunbots combination.
This feels like a Golden Bow game, maybe even. Like, Cloud9 is going to have to play keep minions out of our base for a very long time. They need something that can really accelerate their ability to kill minions.
The Fire Giant buff will be done in about 20 seconds. They'll use the last end of it to ensure another big gold win. We'll go to gold in hand and show you how it's shaping up.
Yeah, Epsilon here, they're a huge lead, 16K experience, 14K gold, and Bologna with 3K gold in hand.
Yeah, and 2,300 as well in the Naja. There's going to be a potentially a Malice out on the field very shortly.
That's 2,300 plus the sale, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes, oh, wow, right into mid-Guardian Mail. This ensures that Hunbots does less damage, and we got an Iqbal coming out. I love this from Bologna.
Yeah, 2 mid-Guardian Mails now, Bologna and Naja, both the melee damage kind of frontline cores. They both led the mid Guardian, now the Iqbal as well as Belota to help deal with Neath.
Mid-Guardian Mail plus Frostbound Hammer is maximum reduction of attack speed through items. Shielded the Underworld will do Reflect and stop Lifesteal, and Iqbal will strip away even more power. Zatman doesn't look happy about that build.
No, I'm not too sure how much I like the Iqbal. I would probably rather have seen maybe an Executioner.
Yeah, Executioner.
I think that Dimmy probably just went, hey, I have 1,700 gold left. Actually, he had 1,900. He said, let me get as much of a power spike as I can because I'm probably not going to back to base again.
To me, I think it's just
enough for Executioner, right?
I could just completely shut down Barracuda. Why not?
I thought he had 2,300. I guess he finished off. What else did he buy? He must have finished off the
Shielded the Underworld.
Oh, was the Shielded Underworld also?
Nah, he had 3,000. He could have afforded both.
Yeah.
He could have.
Interesting buy. Interesting buy.
I don't know. I like the Iqbal, man.
Well, Executioner does give you a little bit, faster damage against objectives, but he doesn't have another Hunter to really steroid with it, and it's unlikely that he and Naja are hitting the same target. Nonetheless, Cloud9 knows they can't leave their base in this juncture. They push the left lane up as far as they dare, and they will concede the Fire Giant at 30 minutes and 40 seconds now, as Epsilon will move forward and look to break the base.
We got a lot of cooldown reduction right now on the side of Khepri. Slightly over cap at 5% is not a big deal. He has extra sustainability, a ton of aura for his team, and a lot of control. Rafra is going to be very, very hard to get through and take down. Khepri ult available as well to keep adapting safe, and you know that's why it's there.
It was indeed the Fist going to come up for Freya, and she is 5-slotted as well now with a Bancroft's talent to top it all off. Going to be very, very difficult to kill Emilito.
Damage coming through. Jeff Hinla forced to waste his Stone Shield on himself. He's going to have to try to get out of here and keep his team safe from the backline. Timmy trying to reset. Fire Giant still a long time. This siege can last for a very long time.
Remember, there's no sovereignty on the side of Epsilon either, so they don't have that anti-magic damage aura. And what I'm getting at here is their Khepri isn't necessarily the most resilient. That's why you're going to see Bologna taking these Phoenixes and Towers more often than not.
Yeah, and the reason why it's taking them so long is they don't have any of that Hunter damage.
That's a kill coming right down into the Ice Assault. Either way, adapting going to find Barra already taken down. Jeff Hinla stuck in between three, going to get taken down as well. Out's going to go to Emilito. Emily's stealth going to go down to Yaman, adapting basically in the fountain at this point, will be sacrificed, but two Phoenixes still down. They're going to turn to the mid.
Going to try to take out the last Phoenix here remaining on the board on the side of Epsilon. Cloud9 desperately trying to hold them out of the base. You saw that brilliant play by Dimmy. Khepri ultimate, right into the well he goes.
And he goes in.
Easy back out. Andinster feeling himself a little bit, going to try to go in here, but he will be walked down by Emilito. The Gumballs doing just enough, and the Titan starting to fall under 4,000 HP remaining. Only Baskin Robin on the field, and indeed, Epsilon will draw even at 1 game apiece.
So far, the God of Gods has not had a good showing. 2 games picked, 2 games lost, as the mid laners with more movement are able to control just a tad bit better. Epsilon finds, I think, the first tied game, or tied set of our tournaments.
Yeah, and I think MLC Stealth is going to need to find a more comfortable pick. He didn't look too comfortable on the Zeus. His positioning was really tough, and Epsilon took advantage.
Yeah, it seems like all things told, these Zeus and Zhonghui, the Z mid laners, have had a pretty underwhelming performance. We've only really seen Chaos on enemy be super successful with Zhonghui, and Zeus a couple of shaky showings.
It didn't seem to me as well that Paradigm understood how to counter the Zeus similarly to how Eager did or how Cloud9 did. Oh, and I think that both these teams understand it, and that's why we're not seeing it too much. So far, the movement speed has been a big deal. Isis and Janus have been super strong.
Like you said, the Isis and plus coupled with the Shell is a big defense against those big AoE ults.
Well, pretty successful there in game number 2 is Epsilon. Good to see them get their composure back, and looks like this one's going to be going for a long time, guys. So grab a sandwich. We're going to toss it back over to the analysts as they break down game number 2. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. Yes, indeed. What a matchup, man. I mean, this is awesome. And what was that? I heard someone say something. Oh, fix your pins, man. I just see it right there. Your pin. Fix it.
The raw.
The raw.
It's right there. I think you're just trying to call attention to the Kappa.
Oh, call attention to
talking
my
about this
Kappa
bonafide.
fan?
Are you trying to bait Twitch chat?
No. Although, hey, I mean, well, it's actually not that hard, right? But anyway, with that being said, we got to talk about this game. I mean, Epsilon, they are looking fantastic. In that last game, this kind of was like Epsilon's thing, though, right? Like, it took a really big battle for C9 to come back into it in game 1. But this one, Epsilon started strong and just did not look back. Let's actually check out the first blood here. Adonis, why don't you break this down for us?
This is basically Epsilon picking on Zeus. Just like how Yaman got dove in game 1, Zeus in game 2 had the same issues, right? The Naja was very good at setting up the Isis. We saw it consistently, right? takes Zeus to the sky, Ice Assault on the ground. The second he lands, he's just exploded. And that was kind of the story of that early game. Zeus was, I believe, 0-4 by 15 or 16 minutes, and he really struggled to recover.
You know what they needed as?
What do they need?
It has damage and it has escape. And it's a mage.
Agni?
It's Agni.
Oh,
They need
come on.
Agni.
Think they should have went Agni over Zeus there?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You and your Agni.
He's never going to stop.
You're never going to let it go, right? That's just
Not at
your... Agni's like your best friend, right? Did Agni pay you to say that?
He did.
So, Anatoly, you know, thoughts in regard to that game? I mean, you know, MLC Stealth and the crew just not having a really good run as we actually take a look at some of the stats there. It really, you know, it was the Epsilon show, and they just, you know, they were the stars, and C9 were, you know, just along for the ride.
So the problem with that was C9, they kind of banned themselves out. They banned out the Thor and the Giannis, which was very successful for them game one, giving a very obvious strategy of leaving both Xingchen and Bologna open. They got the Xingchen, which is the better of the two evils for Baskin, but unfortunately neither Soul Laner really took off in that game. So they needed some kind of a setup for the Zeus. They didn't have the Thor wall to set up the damage from the Zeus, and he was just kind of lackluster in terms of damage-wise.
Do you feel like it probably was like too much meta thinking? Like, you know, kind of like, you know, people kind of like think themselves out, right?
Yeah.
Like they trick themselves. Even though they're trying to trick their opponent, they end up tricking themselves. Do you guys think that that was the case?
It's a possibility. I actually really liked Cloud9's composition going into the game too, but once again, you know, it's just teams that have these earlier game compositions or these pick compositions and execute them. That's what Naja is, right? You're either one, trying to eliminate a single target in the late game because you just have that massive crit damage, or two, you're looking for pickoffs early, and that's what we saw a lot of, most notably Zeus, and then it started happening to Jeff more. And then, of course, Cloud9 is rotating and trying to help them, and they just start getting, you know, picked off one at a time. I think the most notable point of that is at the 16-minute mark, right? Where Baskin actually gets baited in a 2v1 versus Kepri and Isis, and loses. And because of that, we actually saw Emilito be aggressive on the dual lane, and after they, the Isis and Kepri had won, they rotated in, and then they cut off the rotation from Zeus. So it's just one person gets picked off, and it's kind of a domino effect of Epsilon knows where and when to be aggressive, and then pick off the other players on rotation.
And after that point in time, it's when Emilito's Freya just took off. Late game Freya is the most scariest thing in the world, so that's just Emilito doing work there.
Do they have to ban out Freya maybe in the next round?
I think they could change maybe their ADC because they didn't really utilize their comp at maximum because they had Neef, Zeus, and Humbats. So they were looking to get picks on Isis, and they couldn't. They didn't really get picks on Isis, and Zeus fell behind really badly. So I'd like to see maybe more late game ADC for Barracuda, maybe a Shabalenki or a Hui, and a more safe mid laner for Stealth.
That's something I've been really surprised about. You know, Neef has always been strong. She's always in these big tournaments, but never so exclusively, I would say, right? We're seeing Chiron as well, but very few ROMs, a Freya here or there, but we're not really seeing that often these late game hunters have success either.
Makes sense, makes sense. What do you think about that, Anatoly?
Yeah, a lot of these late game hunters, we might see them later on as the set progresses. Both these teams like to adapt in the middle of the set, knowing C9, they usually take their best of fives into game number 5. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does go into a 5th game.
So you think this is going for the long haul? We're going to be here for a good... I mean, Bart was right. You know, you can get a sandwich. I mean, outside, I heard the food trucks are pretty good. So you can go out there and pick up a nice sandwich. You know, I think, you know, thinking about how this plays out, right? I could realistically see this go C9 Epsilon, C9, you know, Epsilon. Like, I can see them trading games, right? Because these guys have, you know, it's like they're, I don't want to say like they're figuring each other out, right? But it's kind of like one got comfortable with something, so now they're going to try and figure out, like, okay, they know we're going to get comfortable with this, so now we got to counter this. And it's just like back and forth and back and forth. I can realistically see that happening just because of the caliber of the two teams that we have here right now.
It's exactly that. And, you know, game one, the key component was Yaman on his Zeus and mostly Stealth on the Giannis, right? It was the Giannis was more utility-based, got a ton of damage off, and the Zeus just got dove. And then Cloud9 in game 2 said, all right, we're going to run Zeus. And then Epsilon said, look, we know exactly exactly what you did against our Zeus, and that was shut him down repeatedly early and dive him in these team fights. And I guess they thought they could do it themselves, and they couldn't, you know? Shout-outs to adapting and Yaman combining and making sure Stealth couldn't get big in game 2.
Yeah, just like I mentioned earlier, it was the fact of the matter that they didn't have the protections that they needed in terms of keeping the Zeus alive, and they didn't have any kind of setup, so the Zeus was lackluster, and the fact that they banned themselves out was definitely not in their favor. The way Adapting played so far in this set, he picked up Mercury. They took Thor away from him game 1. They banned Thor, and now he goes with the Nasha, so he's picking like different guys. I don't believe we saw a Nasha jungle this whole tournament. I know we saw Nasha support in one of the games. I think it was the Chinese team that banned it. So Adapting, definitely adapting his god pool.
Oh man, you're on fire. Someone put you out because you're on point right now. This is awesome. All right, folks. While Anatoly there thinks of his next really bad dad joke, let's actually go ahead and tell you all about the cool things that you can get today here not only at Smite World Championships, but just in general, right? You can go online and check it out as well. So our friends over at Bonafide are actually doing a sale. You do buy one, get one half off. You go to smite.clothing. Now again, I repeat, for those of you who think I'm speaking wizardry and madness, it is smite.clothing. That is the extension, .clothing. I can't even believe it.
It's Ataraxia who speaks the wizardry and magic.
That's right, and he's not here right now. Oh, that's a good one.
See,
that's
I got
so
you.
good.
I got you. I'll support you on that one.
You know, I wanted to draw the Thunderbolt.
You're gonna support Golden Boy just like you did back on RG, Adenas?
What?
You're gonna support Golden Boy just like you did back on RG times, you know?
Oh,
Take a
wow.
shot at Reason
We're
Gaming.
going back in time, boys.
Wow, what's going on here? QB, where did that come from? You were the nice guy. You were the...
I spent too much time with you guys, so.
Yeah, you spend too much time with us and you say mean things. And then, of course, folks, you can check out hitpoint.tv. Once again, you know, our friends at HitPoint have an awesome sale for you, 10% off all Smite merch. You go to smite.hitpoint.tv. Make sure you use the promo code HPSWC. Now, without further ado, folks, you know, we're guaranteed a Game 4. This one could very well go the distance. Will that be the case? We will find out. It is time for the picks and bans. Here we go, folks. It's time for game number 3. Cloud9, Epsilon, and Epsilon starts right away by eliminating that Giannis.
So it looks like Giannis is going to be the recurring theme for this set so far. Game number 1 made a huge impact. Games 2 and 3 already banned first right off the table. Cloud9 going to go ahead and ban Xingchen, not wanting to deal with that nuisance.
And Cloud9, after their loss, electing to take second pick here. A little bit of a switch up. We've seen Enemy have a lot of success on that first pick, most notably leaving open really powerful solo laners.
I think we're going to see a Bellona ban, because basically if you ban Xingchen, you ban Bellona. If you leave Xingchen open, we leave Bellona open.
Yeah. It's probably going to happen. Or no, they're not going to.
Unless C9 have a counter to it, right? They could have something that they've been waiting for. Bellona here, likely to be picked up by Epsilon, but it's not guaranteed. They could look for the Zeus as well.
Yeah, the obvious counter to a Bellona solo lane would just typically be a Guardian coming in the solo lane. Most popular definitely going to be the Sobek.
There's been another one that's been talked of. If Bellona's picked up here, I'm gonna say it, but it's pretty secret. It's something you haven't seen in solo lane in a long time.
All right, well, it looks like Bellona is going to be locked in. So no surprise there, as it was ripe for the picking.
I think they might save it for later, but I heard Cloud9 have been experimenting with some Kumba solo.
Really?
Some Kumba to counter Bellona specifically.
Well, Kumbhakarna has the right mechanics to stop the Bellona bludgeon with the Mesmerize, and her ulti, his ulti rather, with full CDR is something along the lines of 36 seconds, so you can just spam that and try to get a lot of lane control.
All right, and a Thor Neith pickup there for Cloud9.
I guess C9 is sticking to picking up Neith and to not let it to Emilito, because Emilito has a pretty good Neith.
He also has a good Freya too, though. And that's kind of a flavor pick that, you know, no one really likes banning out until you face someone who has a very good Freya. Reels and Emilito are those two players in Europe.
So similar to game 1, we do have the Thor underneath for C9. Now, if we're looking for a global mid god for C9 that's not Giannis, it's definitely going to be Nuwa. It's very safe, and you're going to have a lot of pressure into one of the side lanes, whichever lane Anister decides to gank.
There's also a very small frame, so Hunbat's ult actually has a delay when it comes out, a very slight delay, which allows players with high mechanical skill to get abilities off or actives off before it hits. Nuwa's ultimate is actually a very fast pre-fire delay, which means if you see the Hunbat start to ult, you can actually ult with Nuwa and avoid it completely.
I'd like to see Nox out of C9 because they have Tor already, and Nox Tor is a pretty good combo, and you've seen MLC stuff playing Nox already, and he's had a really good Nox.
Okay, that's going to be a Geb pick.
Yeah, so with Khepri being banned, Geb is the second best safeguard in terms of keeping everyone else alive. So not surprised there for C9 to pick that one up as Isis gets banned by C9.
Okay, thoughts in regards to the ISIS ban here, Adonis?
I think Yaman just was too good at it this last game, especially shutting down the Zeus, and maybe C9's looking for the Zeus themselves in that regard. Sobek banned away. Obviously, Epsilon don't want to deal with that counter matchup.
Yeah, but we'll see that secret pocket.
I want to see. I want to see the Kumba, man. I want to see the Kumba. We realistically could see a Kumba Nox here.
If they wanted to pick Sobek against Pelone, they would have done before the ban, I would say.
Maybe they could have preferred the Geb too. Just to make sure they secure that.
It could also be like a Hades solo. It could be Ymir solo.
Well.
Any Guardian would be a good counter to Bellona, realistically.
And Tyr does kind of well against Freya, depending, right? If Tyr can get in the face, so strong, but if Freya kites properly, it's a bad matchup for him. It's a lot about positioning.
Yeah, Freya Laken is very scary.
You want to do that.
That's true.
So there's the Guardian we were mentioning. It's not the Kumakarna, it is the Athena though, and it's also a very good solo laner there. They have another additional god with a global presence. Athena's going to be able to farm very safely, going to be able to stop the bludgeon and not going to be able to get poked out. And it's going to be able to rotate to any team fight around the dual lane or mid lane.
I feel like this is going to be similar to game 1 again, where Cloud9, right, their composition, if it gets behind early, not very good, especially in the 5v5 team fights, but they have so much mobility and they really know how to space players out. And honestly, that Nuwa, Yaman's had a phenomenal Nuwa during the split, but like you said, that could have been something Stealth had been looking for as well, so taking that pick away.
Yeah, that's very huge to take that away because not only is Nuwa good and safe, you have the Thor to set her up. So you don't want to give C9 that complement between the mid lane and the jungle.
Last pick here, coming out of Cloud9, Guan Yu locked in, and okay.
This could be real.
Could be real?
I think so, actually.
They have a lot of protect for the Artemis.
So, I mean, Barracuda has been highlighting a bunch of hunters that he hasn't locked in. But Xbalanque definitely a strong, solid performing god here coming for Barracuda.
4 globals.
Well, that's going to be it for the picks and bans. QE with you. Who do you think's got it?
I'm sticking to C9.
The C9 global pressure this game, I think, is going to be too strong for Epsilon to handle.
I don't think Stealth's Hunter mids are that strong. I got to give it to Epsilon.
Ooh, okay, and I'm going to go with Cloud9. All right, folks, make some noise. Game number 3 is about to begin between these two masterclass teams, Epsilon versus Cloud9. Casters, take it from here.
Hey, there's Smite fans. Welcome back to the commentary platform. One more time.
Not desk.
It's not a desk. We
No
are
desk
standing,
here.
as you may have noticed. It's game number 3 of Cloud9 versus Epsilon, 1 apiece, and Cloud9 has gone fully global.
I don't know about this comp. They have very, very little magic damage. Items like Midgardian Mail are going to shut this comp down super hard. I think Epsilon's going to have this one.
Not just the items, the Bellona pick itself is so good against Double Hunter. The disarm, plus her and the Guan Yu can easily take down any hunter on C9.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think the Freya, once again, is going to potentially be the turning point here for the Epsilon squad. They have the Hunbots as well to follow it up. Nuwa, as you were mentioning, very, very good against those compositions that like to dive her. But seems like the real X factor in this one for me, at least, is going to be maybe that Guan Yu. Like it's the least obvious pick, I think, on the squad, and really should be the make or break, right? Because if the Nuwa Guan Yu works, your push is unreal.
Yeah, Epsilon really wants to go for the support that gives them the lane advantage. The first game with the Freya, they picked Khepri, and now they got Guan to get Freya out of the laning phase.
I mean, check it out. They have no real major amount of healing on the side of Cloud9 and no magic damage. Guan Yu is going to be able to tank up the front line with very heavy physical defense and then send that damage back in terms of healing for his team using Conviction. I think that Raffer has drafted the perfect god for this, and
Not a misclick.
Yeah, okay. Emilito was like, no, I did mess up the first time. I just wanted to do it again.
Now I really like it.
Again, it really does make sense what the duo lane of Epsilon is doing. They just want to get out of that early game laning phase. They don't want to get invaded on. They have the hog secure. They have the strong support in lane.
Yeah, often you'll see like an Achilles spear or something, you know, in that spot for the Freya, but instead it will be the hand of the gods to help assist with the early clear. But I do want to point out on the side of Cloud9 as well, you got 2 Transcendences that are going to be rushed down by both of the Hunters. A tremendous amount of power scaling going to come out of these two.
Yeah, I mean, that spells to me that they want to be aggressive early, try to use that Athena ult from the solo lane, and pressure this Freya all game.
Yeah, so it may ultimately come down to Demi here on the side of Epsilon, you know, depending on how much they force this Athena rotation.
Did you notice instead of taking Tallow Assault, he took the dash? This ensures that Yaman would have taken less damage. She used the root, of course, to lock him in place. I don't know if this was a misclick. They definitely lost about 3 seconds off this.
I don't think so, because I think that they're using the dash for the higher burst damage to use the hog at the purple.
Possible, yeah.
Right,
possible.
that should, I would assume that
Actually,
that does
I don't know if that's enough damage. It might not be.
Well, they are first to lane nonetheless with that hog, and Epsilon off to a start here. They do have a small experience advantage over Barracuda on the side of Emilito.
Man, it's been a long time since we've seen a team change the meta so drastically. And I mean, the Ymir wall leveling and then Freya with Hand of the Gods, this is some really interesting and intuitive stuff.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to see the most is how much pressure can this Neath mid play. I haven't really seen Stealth play the Neath mid. I've usually seen him on majors like Zong, Zeus, and Giannis.
Yeah, big question mark here. I mean, this definitely feels like a pocket trap from Cloud9. We just really haven't seen that Neath play, but early on here with those 2 physical damage dealers, Thor and Neath are going to go for the early invade on the back camps, and they will be ever so successful.
Yeah, adapting was super late on that monkey toss. He'll go over to the left side. They shouldn't be hurt too much over the next 30 seconds, but they're definitely going to hit level 5 after their opponents.
A little bit of a curious play by adapting. He really had no chance to steal those Harpies and kind of delayed his farm a little bit from that play.
He's going to be able to jump down here. Get some golden experience, but I mean, again, right into the jungle goes the red team. They're already a camp up there in a perfect spot, adapting, going back already. This will be boots 2.
Yeah, the early boots 2 going to come up for Hunbots, and also an early beads 1 going to be picked up.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow. He pocketed a lot of gold in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that says to me that Epsilon knows that C9 is going to be very aggressive with that Thor Neath, and Hunbots wants to be ready for it.
Yeah, that Thor Neath combination is pretty much a guaranteed kill onto an assassin for the vast majority of the game. Just the damage of those abilities alone, maybe enough. Raffer taking a ton of damage there.
And not clearing the wave does Blue. I mean, they kind of got pushed back a little bit. Very surprising considering where they wound up. I really thought we were going to see the Tallow Assault and then the Pulse. It seems like they didn't do enough damage to the archers.
Yeah, Thor and Neath here both hit level 5. Look for an aggressive play either on the dual lane or mid.
Double Global's very dangerous at this
Thor
stage.
over on the left side for now, but shading back towards the mid lane. Nua likely to be the first target there, if not adapting.
Thor in the jungle. Andy looking for something big here. Stealth, no, actually, Andy's going to take a trip back.
A little bit telegraphed by Stealth there. You know, when the Neath is just last hitting and not pushing, when usually she does, that tells Epsilon that a gank is coming.
Well, nothing gained so far. A lot of globals, or actually MLC just kind of throwing this out, keeping them honest. Something that we saw from Emilito during season play, just by charging the ultimate puts a lot of pressure on the map. It actually clouds communications big time too. It'll say she's looking right, she's looking at me, she's looking to the left. You know, you guys got to be careful.
Right, that
going in.
Exactly, that's a big thing. Mind games. Every time you clear a wave, you kind of want to pretend you're rotating because the other team has to call it. Has to call Freya missing or Nua missing, and that clutters comms.
Barracuda pushing it down. Jeff Hinla getting control of Raffer. Both of them level 5 compared to the level 4s on the bottom.
Yeah, well, Guan Yu plus Freya should have the early push advantage versus Neath. Geb, you know, with the absence of Neath using a lot of abilities here, how has Cloud9 wrestled lane control?
If you saw that one time when the camera went to the duo lane, the Guan Yu took half his HP trying to poke at the Xbalanque, and that let the Geb and Xbalanque push up and make their presence felt.
The late game of Humbots is just a tad bit stronger than Thor. I think Thor's biggest push is from level 12 to level 15, and we're not seeing a lot of rush right now out of Andy. Granted, he's only level 6, but at this stage of the game, the gank potential's so high, so much combo potential with the other global ultimates. I'm surprised to see Andy taking a back seat.
Yeah, and I love what C9 did there. They have the global pressure from the Athena. If Epsilon ever decides to take a fight and fully commit, Athena will ult, and it will be a 5v4.
Then, of course, that does make quite a bit of space for the Bologna, who is currently your top net worth in the game from the solo lane on Epsilon.
Yeah, wow, 3,200's been putting kind of the work to Athena. Maybe not terribly unsurprising, but usually Athena has some pretty safe clear. You dash through the wave, you of course, throw the reach to make sure that everything's grouped up, and the shield wall just clears the wave for free. But we saw Baskin kind of aiming just for the melees. It seems like he's possibly very afraid to deal with Dimmy's Bologna.
Right. Bologna has the advantage against the Athena in the early levels, but with natural scaling, Guardians have very high scaling, and soon around level 9, 10, 11, the Athena could start poking out the Bologna pretty heavily.
Backside, adapting again, getting more experience. Yaman not going to get here in time. He'll take that down. Adapting, no mana right now.
Both of the Transcendences are going to be completed now as Shivalanke falls back to the base. Already back in lane is Neath with a couple stacks to her credit. And, well, now the real power spike in the early game has arrived for Cloud9. Can they make anything out of it?
It's possible, I guess.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, with Thor Neath, it's always possible.
I want to see these globals get used, though. It's been, 5 minutes into the game. At one point, we had saw, 9 kills and a Gold Fury go off at this point, and this time they're playing it very safe. I mean, Game 3, they're probably playing a lot more nervous than they were.
Yeah, also, Epsilon has done a great job of weathering the storm of the Neath and Thor. They haven't even been poked out once yet, and the later this game goes, the more powerful Nuwa is going to get.
Yeah, I like how Jeff and IRAF are here, appear to have just, given each other a handshake and been like, let's not go for cooldown boots this game.
They both go for the tank boots. This will provide a little bit different than their normal cooldown reduction. They're going to get a little bit more defense out of these. Very small amount, but it's still useful, especially the CC reduction.
Exactly. On that point, he doesn't want to get Freya whooped into a lot of follow-up damage, as well as the Guan Yu doesn't want to get taunted for max time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything more threatening than this Athena right now, except for maybe this Freya, but Barracuda gets out of that one safely. Jeff Hinla immediately rotates back and keeps Raffer honest.
Thor shading over to the left side here as Epsilon does get a little bit aggressive, has a decent angle here, does Andy as well, but immediately will realize that it's just not going to happen. Not even running over a ward, just game sense from Epsilon.
Yeah, he was clear, too. I'm surprised that the presence of mind in Epsilon was so strong that they backed up so quickly, but still, Barracuda keeping them locked under that tower.
Yeah, Epsilon showing great discipline here. They know that C9 has all the global pressure. They will go for that aggressive play when they have the time, and then they back up right away because they know the rotation could be coming.
A rare missed double tap coming out from Andy after the stun. Not seeing a lot of top-level junglers do that.
Ooh, this is shaping up to potentially be a 4v4 here in the Epsilon jungle. No, just poke coming out from Annonsers are going to try to flex their muscles here at the purple buff. Off the mark there, rare miss by MLC Stealth. Maybe belying a little bit of his lack of experience with these hunters, and the first use of these globals is going to come up empty from Cloud9.
Yeah, Andy, a little bit too close to the chest there. He needed to get out a little bit farther. We do have a rotation, it seems, from the solo as well. Dimmy's here. He did use his teleport to get over to this side. Barracuda getting chased down. Going to use Darkest of Night to try to turn it. Nuwa to the air is going to use that small amount of global damage. So far, no one really has control over this, but there's a lot more ultimates right now on the side of Epsilon.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty heavy rotations onto the purple. If you can see, that's C9's game plan with the Athena, although they did force the 180-second cooldown of the teleport from Dimmy.
Looks like we are going to have a fight breaking out over here just at the top side of the Gold Fury. And a lot of trouble with Raffer. Jeff Hinla getting poked down as well. Barracuda has already fallen in this fight. And it is first blood in favor of Epsilon, and looking for more as Anderson starts eating the gumballs. On the backside, MLC Stealth going to look to run down Yemen. He's going to need at least a couple more shots and an ability. Now he is out of position as MLC Stealth is overextended and will get cleaned up by the Epsilon squad for the second kill of the game.
Baskin pulls him in, not enough damage. Dimmy able to get out of that one. It's going to be a 2-for-0 at the end of that fight in favor of Europe.
Yeah, very impressive team fight. I love, again, I'm always paying attention to the Hunter Emilito. He could have chased the Geb there for a whoop, but instead he turned immediately to the full HP Thor and got him out of the fight.
Gold Fury still available. Epsilon with a somewhat better control over the map right now, and you'll notice the gold
Andy is desperate for this kill here onto adapting. He bought Teleport 1 to move back in and to try to bait the leap, and will indeed. That's all he's going to get out of the 300 gold investment.
Adapting not in a great position here. Half health, very low mana, is not going to be in a position to contest the Gold Fury if this continues, especially after that beautiful double tap from Andy, but it doesn't look like Cloud9 is going to be in position to push an objective.
And he knows now that he's poked out the enemy jungler and can make a safe rotation to the right side or even take this orange buff if he wants, but hot on his trail are two members of Epsilon. I'm not sure Andy sees them.
I don't know that this could possibly result in anything. She's going to go in place. She's going to get taunted out. Bludgeon going to be wasted. Still willing to fight, it seems. Andy on his heels, turning around a 1v2 in favor of Dimmy.
Yeah, it just seems like Anderson is really trying to make something happen on the map, but Epsilon is playing such great defense. buying time for their Freya to get to her power spike.
Playing that keep away here in the mid lane now. It's Neith that's going to get aggressed. Guan Yu, well, the entire dual lane's over here as Emilito's moved over as well. Shivalanke pushes up the wave and falls back to base.
And he's so quick on the teleport, just barely dodges the ultimate coming out from adapting. A wasted Fear No Evil again now will push the position back for Cloud9.
Really smart plays here by Epsilon. They're taking the fight to the global ult. So now the Athena is basically powerless in this situation because they're taking the fight to the solo lane.
She's going to go into breastplate here. She's going to max out her CDR. Well, they can't afford that many rotations, though. So as this game goes on just a little while longer, she's going to have that upper hand back once again, but it's going to take her a while to get there. We're looking at gold a hand right now, and Athena, 581, still needs about 400 more gold, and with her teleport being down, it's going to be a bit before we see this go off.
Yeah, Breastplate of Valor. Going to be a difference maker here in this lane, but in the same right, Bologna does have the Stone of Gaia completed and is going to be pretty resilient against that Athena damage. Other items coming out, of course, it's the race of the Fatalis for Emilito here, and they're going to look to slow this down on the side of Cloud9 as they once again move the Thor and the Neith to the left side of the map.
Left side mid camps should belong to Red, but instead they're going to look for the kill. Bringing Athena down with him.
And this should be enough damage here with the lockdown. No, up into the ultimate will go Emilito. Going to try to get in a position to hit the wall. In the back of this is Andenser, but Raffer's horse will be enough to force them away, and still just 2 even kills. One on the backside. Here comes Baskin.
They're trying for it, and a little bit too late was Andenster. He didn't get Athena where she needed to be. That should have been a kill, but he was a little bit slow on the draw. Rotating back in, we see the creeps getting stunned, get a miss, adapting, going right in to try to clear the wave and alleviate pressure on the duo lane. Baskin diving deep, forcing Raffer to dodge, and a shot coming out from Andy to close this one down.
Athena can only do so much. You see her having a really hard time confirming damage against these mobile characters. In the meantime, however, all the way on the right side of the map, split push coming out from Dimmy. He will take down a tier 1.
Yeah, the big problem here is C9 is focusing so many resources onto this purple buff, and all they're getting for it is just a purple buff. Here, Dimmy's free farming, getting a free tower, getting that global gold for Epsilon, and they have the lead.
And now Dimmy still has his teleport available to him. He'll be able to max that and get to any point on the map. In fact, he's going to get that end Stone of Gaia, ensuring that his map pressure has now tripled. Epsilon should probably look towards a Gold Fury or another objective to ensure that they continue this map control.
And based on the rotations from Cloud9, Dimmy will not be forced to use a teleport to get back to lane. He can simply walk back, farm out the back camp, farm out the blue buff, and have that available for the next fight when the Athena ults in.
And this is very dangerous for C9 because Bologna is the one god you don't want to get ahead because they do have the double hunter comp.
The only ultimate available right now for Cloud9 is going to be this Defender of Olympus. There's so much space control on the side of Epsilon that bringing the fight in is going to be a big win for them. They've already forced Andy out. Jeff Hindla, a sitting duck right now, and a rotation from Dimmy will ensure a proper retreat after a clean kill. Epsilon up 3-0.
And Raffer just hops onto the Cavalry Charge ultimate there.
Oh, nice
just to
shot.
avoid. Emilito takes a ton of damage and is forced into an ultimate of his own. So a couple ultimates going to be expended by Epsilon just to stay safe. Running back again is Baskin. Neath World Weaver is enough to find a kill, and up will go Thor. Down will come Thor. Dimmy takes a bunch of damage, but do they have enough to secure the kill onto the blown? And now with the extra protection, but the detonation from MLC Cell finds a double kill. And now the rest of the team falling back. Barracuda moving forward, but he takes too much damage. The backflip, the Athena ultimate coming in as well. Can they get anything on the back of this? Going so deep is Cloud9 and Baskin. He doesn't have enough damage to find this kill. The tower kills Andenster.
He's stuck. Baskin's in a bad spot. Yaman, how long until it creeps? He's looking for the stun. Baskin should be able to preempt the strike back in. Are you crazy? He misses the taunt. He was able to dodge out of the fog. Stealth coming up big, but not for MLC.
Wow, really great team fight there by C9. Epsilon kind of was a little greedy there. Bologna went in with less than half HP, and little did she know a weave there was waiting for her.
That weave was killer, man.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to die at all. I mean, Dimmy just exploded.
Well, let's just not talk about Andenster dying to the tier 2 tower, huh?
He died to the tower. I mean, like, honestly, he gave his team a way in and out, right?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And no kill credited Epsilon there as well, as no one had dealt damage to him.
Experience difference in favor of Cloud9. Gold difference, albeit only 300, in favor of Cloud9. It looks like North America has taken this one back.
Yeah, Freya there got caught. She wanted to get a little bit more damage off with her pulse combination. Anderson landed a great wall, followed by Stealth's root, and she's dead.
Experience per minute chart has come up here. It's going to be Stealth riding the top. Surprisingly, like you said, I know him for characters like Janice and Scylla, very mobile mages. Neath was not a character I would have expected him to be carrying the game with. 2-1-0 I don't think is essentially a carry score, but I mean, he's literally 100% of his kills.
The problem, though, is Stealth is going to start falling off towards later in the game, while Nua and the Freya is going to be ramping up.
That's true. I mean, Nua in the end game, she pops that ult, sees where everyone is, able to let her team get in. I mean, that's going to be very, very hard to deal with.
Once again, Cloud9 going to be looking at the purple buff here as a chance to make a play. And looks like Jeff will not be in time this time, and the purple buff will go to Emilito for what seems like the first time this game.
Adapting, dodging the stun. He's going to go in.
Oh my, Cloud9.
Andy away.
Now also realizing this red buff's up, but they will not continue to aggress here. They're looking for the Gold Fury instead.
Gold Fury, yeah, it looks like it's going to be at least gestured. They have 2 Hunters and 2 Guardians. I mean, they can make quick work of this, but it seems like it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be washed for now.
Yeah, Epsilon's doing a great job of just not falling for C9's game plan. C9 wants to poke them out, wants to get picks so they could do the free Gold Fury.
Bottom goal per minute right now, of course, is going to be the 2 supports, but right above that is going to be Freya, having a hard time keeping up. It's seen 6,100 compared to the 65 from Barracuda. I mean, these are like, I would say these are the 2 biggest hyper carries from the duo lane. Yeah?
Right. This late game is really going to depend on how much damage can Barracuda do and how much damage can the Freya do and who can stay alive longer.
It's kind of like crits versus how quick can Freya get into the air.
Exactly.
Well, it's a modest gold advantage on the side of Shibalanke there, and looking all around the board. It's very, very even. Adapting in a lot of trouble here. Do they have the burst to follow it up? A big stun comes out by Yemen there to save his jungler.
I'm very smart of adapting to not burn his ult, not get crazy, just jump away, make sure he separates himself. He didn't even pop his beads there. That's such good reliance and understanding of the game.
But forcing back that Hunbot says open up the Gold Fury, and Cloud9 is happy to follow suit, and they will take it down ever so quickly. Cloud9 takes the first Gold Fury of the game in 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, and this is what C9 has been trying to do all this time. They want to get one pick. One Thor stun leads up to so much follow-up damage, becomes a 4v5, and they know they could burst down the Gold Fury very fast.
That was so quick. It was so quick. I mean, there was nowhere for Epsilon to even get into the jungle. I mean, they had ward coverage, sure, but there was just so much space control from Cloud9 and trying to get through a shockwave, trying to get through the taunts as well. I mean, Cloud9 had a perfect play.
Well, 16 minutes into this one, only 5 kills. Barracuda liable to become the 6th here as Raptor and Emilito move forward, but no, Nuwa ultimate not sufficient to pick him up. The team starting to make their way over there. Looks like Athena and Thor did try to make a play there briefly onto Dimmy, but nothing cooking.
Yeah, Andy's going to force back to the base here. Very low mana, wants to make sure he's able to get back into these fights. Almost every ultimate available on the map right now except for Barracuda and Yaman. And for that, I'm looking at Baskin. Full cooldown reduction with Defender of Olympus means he should be utilizing it as much as possible. And then, of course, utilizing his teleport to get back to lane to hold the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Epsilon here is trying to get their Freya a little bit of advantage over the Xbalanque. Freya's falling about almost 1,000 gold behind the Xbalanque, so she needs some help.
I will say, like, overall, though, this Cloud9 global-based strategy has been pretty underwhelming. Like, they haven't really played this lineup particularly well to the strengths of the lineup in particular. Individual performances, obviously very high with this squad, but I don't feel like the draft is really moving in any direction that they're playing well with it.
Adapting, we're following right now as he's heading over towards the right side. I don't think that going towards an Athena is really the right call here, considering how mobile she is. He's just looking to get, I guess, a small amount of experience. He'll get into level 15. You'll see that he has Max's Sacred Monkey Toss. Next up will be Somersault. Very important levels for me. I feel like Hunbots never really hits critical mass until 20, because getting that cooldown reduction on the jump or the extra damage on his poke is just so important.
Again, yeah, Hunbots has good, decent scaling with levels, and he's going into defense, so that means they're playing for the late game. I like how Epsilon's playing this game. They know that they have a way better late game than C9.
They dumped so much. Everything in a Raptor there, and he just hops on to the red hair and runs away, no problem.
There's not even a Gold Fury. Why are they trying to get a pick so heavily? Yaman might be able to turn this around. Stealth gonna take the Geb shield here, and they'll get the purple they're fighting so desperately over.
Yeah, C9 just playing to the advantage of the Athena. This is the reason why they picked the Athena. They wanted to spend all their attention onto the duo lane, keep this Freya down.
Speaking of Athena, fighting a 2v1 might be in a tad bit of trouble. She's going to use her ultimate to avoid the stun, get over towards the left side. No, Andy coming right back down, but Nuwa takes the air to avoid it. Freya rotating over for some damage. They're looking at Baskin.
And is there a lot of patience there? Holds his stun to find all 3 members of Epsilon as they try to move in. Here comes the ultimate from Hunbots as well. Not going to find much on the side of Adapting. Backflipping out on the left side is MLC Stealth, and the only one still engaged is Denny, and he's doing, you know, pretty good work against the 3 members of Cloud9.
Left side, Emilito continues to get pressured. He is the only one remaining on the map with an ultimate aside from Dimmy, who is really not coming to his rescue at this point. Adapting is here. Barracuda's going to take tail here. it seems. Try to rotate, but he's getting cut off. Dimmy is rotating over.
Oh, MLC Stealth does pick up a kill onto Yaman. Still has the ultimate available as well. Yaman just tried to poke his nose out into the jungle. Emelito in a lot of trouble. There's an ETH ultimate available if they can keep vision. Not being channeled yet by MLC itself. Emelito's gonna get healed up briefly by the Guan Yu, but still a tier 2 will fall in favor of Cloud9.
Cloud9 had complete control front to back, and even when Dimmy seemed to have a good rotation, he recognized that his carries were getting taken down to the backline. Adapting had a perfect steal of that World Weaver ultimate, but Emelito was already forced so far out of the fight that the tier 2 was likely to fall. Big win for C9.
Yeah, Epsilon here looks a little shaken. When Humbots came in and ulted the Athena, there was no follow-up damage. Right. He was basically trying to kill the Athena by himself.
It's not going to happen.
What really is so impressive about this game, and I think the big lesson to be learned here, is that Cloud9 wins the neutral game. Right, when there's not a lot of kills flying left and right, and when there's not a lot of team fights, Cloud9 is out farming Epsilon, which if you are a European contender is not something that was probably pretty easy to stomach, considering that Cloud9 is beating the team that just ran through all of the European division basically during the Pro League, doing this, like out farming everybody, and Cloud9 just showing that, well, you know, the grandfathered-in players are still pretty good.
Well, it's always been the same way. Ever since like 2012, Europe was a much more passive region, and North American players are generally very aggressive, but Cloud9 has seemed to have adapted, it seems. They're 6 kills deep in 20 minutes. This is not normally something we see from Cloud9.
Exactly. You know, European players, they like their hyper carries in the dual lane. They like their Freya. They like their Rom, and they like to stall out the game long enough for those carries to get to the late game.
Well, they're going to get to the late game, it seems. They're 20 minutes in. Emelito right now, level 15, but Barracuda stepping it up, level 16. Yeah. You'll notice a pretty big experience difference in favor of Cloud9 as well, about 7,500 gold difference, bordering 5,000.
Yeah, as we move back to the items, you'll notice that the Shiva Lanke has a pretty tremendous individual gold lead over the Freya, and it's just about to get bigger as Cloud9 has started up yet another Gold Fury, and this one's completely uncontested. Hunbot's backing at the right side back camps, the rest of the team farming up there, and Epsilon's playing this scared. If they're 3-4-man farming back camps at this stage in the game, then they know that Cloud9 is outclassing them in the team fights.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's really uncharacteristic from Epsilon. They should have known the Gold Fury timer. They saw it go down, they heard it go down, but they just weren't there to contest it.
And, you know, Guan Yu is over on the right lane. Like, even if they tried to contest with their whole team over on the right by starting that Fire Giant, Baskin could have delayed long enough to get the rest of the team over there. Remember, MLC Stealth has a global, Barra has a global, Andy has a semi-global. They would have had presence at that Fire Giant. 3-manning the back camp not only was their only option, but it seemed, even if they didn't have the knowledge that we have as casters, like the best one on the map right.
Very interested to see what Epsilon does to adapt in the next game around this double teleport setup from Cloud9.
Yeah, this is something that Andy's been doing for quite some time now. Not only in, you know, obviously scrims and tournament, but in ranked as well. He loves this extra viable piece of movement. It turns Anvil of Dawn into a true global.
Well, yesterday we saw Jeff Hinla pick up a teleport. And basically in the middle of the Pro League season this year, we saw some spicy teleports coming out on Guardians and Assassins here and there. And it looks like Anderson's the only one that really has kind of run with it and been like, this is it. But before we move on to another point, I do want to quickly touch on 2 Brawlers beats on the side of Cloud9.
I want to touch on Adapting's health bar, which is diminishing very, very quickly. Though Baskin's getting turned on, he's kind of out of position.
Anderson is going up.
Yeah, they're going to try to combo. They're not going to get it, though. Dimmy still in the backline controlling, and Baskin's completely out of the fight, though I'm pretty sure he can teleport back in.
Yemen takes a ton of damage. Raffer trying to make his way in as well. Dimmy's going to go up and down. Athena has gone back to the base and is going to be porting back in shortly. Indeed, she will arrive into the mid lane. Dimmy is here, but the Cataclysm from Jeff Hinla is right on the mark, taking a bunch of damage now as the Bologna. Hunbot's ultimate just to disengage. Not a great placement coming out of Adapting. If they want to continue aggressing or hold Baskin Robin out, he moves forward. He's not worried about the Athena stun. The shield of the Underworld popped as well to force Emelito back. No life steal for you. In will go Baskin. Another taunt coming soon. The tier 2 tower ready to fall, and indeed it will go down. Baskin Robbins still going to be alive somehow. And MLC Stealth and Shiva Lanke in the backlines unchecked. Epsilon concedes a tier 2.
No kills. Still 3-3, no kills. Somehow Cloud9 is getting these little bits of damage to force Epsilon away. They're baiting their tanky frontliners to ensure that they're still going to stay alive, utilizing teleport beautifully, and they still wind up gaining 1,500 out of that.
Yeah, C9 did put themselves in harm's way to force that tower down, but Epsilon just does not have enough damage to take out anybody.
Yaman's going to solo down this red buff, try to get some extra damage online. He's level 16 now compared to MLC Stealth, 3 levels his senior.
Well, falling back to the base is going to be Yaman. Yeah, that level 16, you know, Nuwa scales so heavily off of levels. Moving into the Soul Trap now as well. That is going to be the Soul Reaver?
I don't think so. A third item?
We've seen it before.
I mean, I guess he has to. It's so late, Book of Thoth.
Yeah, but the problem with the Nuwa here is that no one's going in on her. They're all poking her from far away, and her strength is having someone come into her so she could pop her minions, do a ton of burst damage, but she's taking damage from far away, from Neath Arrow and from Thor Hammer.
But you gotta love, once again, moving back to this itemization out of Cloud9, the double brawler speed stick going into Stone of Gaia, the Mail of Renewal, and of course the heal from Guan Yu.
I think the biggest issue right now for Epsilon is that Dimmy's strange itemization has kind of hurt him. Yeah, look at that. Nice.
Almost 10K gonna come out from the Guan Yu there, and that's why you see those brawler speed sticks.
But, I mean, check out Dimby's build. He went into Stone of Gaia against 2 Guardians, an Assassin, and 2 Hunters. Like, that item is not going to be able to help him in this team fight.
It was purely for the laning phase.
Yeah, I think he didn't really need to worry about the laning phase. If you max out your Scourge, you should be able to sustain a lot of the damage that Athena can do.
If you needed some magical damage to do it, I mean, something like Spirit Robe would have been more than enough.
Yeah, and Athena, I don't think particularly builds well into
there's 2 magic users there. He's alive.
yeah, and this is like the best possible situation. But here comes the Thor. Anister should be able to block off his escape route on Dimmy. Ultimate's going to be forced out underneath the tier 1. This should be an easy tier 1 for Cloud9.
They're trying for it, going real deep as Baskin, trying to keep Yaman honest. No stun even coming through, and Barracuda's going to turn his sights to the tier 1 and try for 500 more gold. Yet, again, no kills.
All 5 members of Cloud9 are here over on the right side of the map and looking for more. Anister's going to move in. In some trouble is Yaman. He's going to use his beads. Beads are down on Nuon. That's certainly the call for Cloud9. He's going to look to dive in and pick up a kill on Yaman. You see Anister waiting in the wings.
Right side still getting pressured. All 5 members of C9 going to be facing all 5 members of Epsilon. I very much doubt they're going to get out of this one without a casualty.
Baskin moves in. He's going to find himself in trouble. Shield of the Underworld going to be used. Rapper gun is going to go down. And in will come Adapting. Does he have enough? Up will go Thor. Thor going to be coming down any moment now. Anister does find the kill on Dimmy. Into the back line will go Hunbots. And here comes that Thor ultimate. Emilito in so much trouble. And the beads are going to be used into the ultimate. Down will go Yaman. Emilito finds 1 kill. And here's Anister. There's a stun. There's the ultimate. Barracuda with a double. He got. The tier 2 coming as well. And Cloud9 poised to take this game.
They're in a great spot now. They gained 4 for 1 in that engagement, a ton of gold, and now they have their options. They're going to skip the tier 2, go right for the Phoenix. Are they going to try to end?
Yeah, C9 is playing with their lead great. They're not giving Epsilon any chance to farm. Any chance to farm.
I thought they were going to go right to the Fire Giant. What a crazy call. They're going to get that Phoenix down immediately. But now Adapting's already up. Raffer is back up. 13 seconds till Dimmy, and oh, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, the big reason why C9 didn't go for the Fire Giant is because they have such a lead. They know it's free for them. What they're going to do is they're going to look to get vision control around the Fire Giant, bait Epsilon into face checking it, and make plays from there.
Look at the difference in the gold game. Look at the difference in the damage, and it really didn't seem like they had so much control in the beginning, but Barracuda, of course, taking top honors here with 2 kills of the 4.
Look at the sentry coverage here down on the bottom half of the screen on the right side of that mini-map. I mean, tremendous sentry coverage there from Cloud9. They're definitely gearing up for this Fire Giant buff.
Adapting, going into the blue buff here. Fire Giant buff is going to be started soon. Strangely, Jeff Himla and the boys are going towards Gold Fury?
Yeah, they'll just take a quick Gold Fury. Why not? They're we're pumping out 700 damage crits out of Barracuda. It's not going to take very long here. Shibalanke, such a beast in the late game here. Executioner and Rageblade online.
Yeah, that's it. You just don't want to leave anything for Epsilon to even have a chance of coming back.
Look at that gold difference. C9, 13,000 in the lead after a very early about 1,000 deficit. It seemed like Epsilon had control, but the hyper carries are coming online. I just don't see how this comp has turned into such a powerhouse against a character like Bologna, who is strictly anti-hunter, a character like Raffer, who can heal through a lot of their damage, or Emilito, who can box out Shibalanke.
Yeah, I think the big story of this game are the 2 Guardians. The 2 Guardians have been doing a great job. Geb staying in the backline, shielding his teammates when they needed to, and Baskin on the Athena, really soaking up the damage and getting good taunts.
You know, this is a comp that's that Cloud9 has that's very similar to when you guys rebroke onto the scene as Eager with a double hunter, sometimes triple hunter. It seems very reminiscent of that playstyle, trying to fight as much from the backline, bait in their tanks. It looks like they're taking a page out of your book.
2-man shield wall as well. Adapting's going to try to move in and disrupt on the backside. He will be successful. Up will go Thor. He has an opportunity to find a big stun. He's going to go for Adapting as the highest priority target, and in a lot of trouble is the Hunbots. And the beautiful Mjolnir's attunement to the stun off the mark there from your boy Andy. Yaman going to try to move back. The stun's going to be there. He's going to use his beads as well. He's going to barely make it up into the ultimate in time. Anister's going to go after Raffer. Doesn't see Yaman behind him. That could have been a kill to pick up. Dashing in now is going to be Baskin. Shield wall's there as well. Yaman does get taunted back in, does get cleaned up as well. That's 2 members down, and on their way in is Cloud9 going to look to take the Fire Giant.
Adapting not going to look to let them have it for free, though, as he starts rotating up through the lane. He's going to have to walk through some wards to get there. Already a teleport in, it seems, that we're going to have Dimmy come in from the back line. There will be some resistance here as Cloud9 looks for another major objective.
Yeah, Epsilon has to stop.
Oh, they're just going to try to force Dimmy.
That was so cute. Teleports into the back of the blue buff to block off Dimmy. Dimmy does not have his ultimate available to him, just a dash. He is completely surrounded, caught, and Cloud9, another kill.
Dimmy just out of position.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, they had to go and try to contest that Fire Giant. If C9 gets the Fire Giant, the game is 100% over.
Barracuda goes right for it, starts laying waste. They got another Hunter coming in as well. MLC Stealth and Barracuda should make short work of this objective.
Yeah, just the Executioner with the 2 Hunters alone is going to be enough. Jeff Henley's going to come in just to shield up Barracuda from too much damage out of here, but nonetheless, Fire Giant is picked up just before the 29.5-minute mark.
The biggest problem here with Epsilon's comp against Double Hunters, they had no way to damage C9's backline. The Nuwa is very frontline oriented with her minions, plus stun combination with her Shining Metal, and the Hunters just had free reign.
Well, assume Epsilon had the same reaction we did to this draft, which was, no way Cloud9's going to play Double Hunters. They've never done that.
Amelito getting taken for a small ride there. I'm not sure if he was forced into his beads, but he did get pushed back. Not a lot of damage, but another bird going down. Cloud9 has one more Phoenix to take down, although the mid one poised to respawn.
And Titan's already been chipped away at here, losing about, let's call that a 1/6 of his life.
Yeah, he's down to a little over 7,000 health right now. Can be done very quickly with 2 Hunters.
Yeah, realistically, they may be able to pile in if it takes any more chip.
There it goes.
Cloud9 could just probably dive it. Adapting goes really, really deep here, and he's going to disengage right away. Not a clean engagement. Baskin Robin in the front line taking quite a bit of damage, but he's just so strong on this Athena. An amazing Dorsal from Andenster. That could be enough to win the game. Andy not going to go down to the ultimate from Freya. Shivalake will find a kill. That's a triple for Barracuda, and the surrender vote coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 will move on to finals point, 2-1 over Epsilon Esports.
Clean win. Little bit of trouble in the beginning, but North America pulls it out. The crowd erupts as the blue and white take game 3. Epsilon on their heels again. Set point to Cloud9.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a Warrior support again from Epsilon. Paradigm tried it against Enemy. It didn't work. It didn't work here. I don't want to see it again.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Guan support this weekend. I don't know that I'm on board.
No way. It just doesn't provide enough peel. It doesn't provide enough control, especially against Double Guardian.
Yeah, the Double Guardian, Double Hunter set seemed to work very, very well for Cloud9, even though that Athena from Baskin Robin didn't come up with any enormous plays, and also they didn't really use that global presence too particularly well.
Got some taunts, though.
The taunts, yeah, and just the continued reinitiation. It's so hard to know when Athena is in range. What is it, about 30 feet probably on that taunt, plus the dash, it goes 55. She's a very, very long initiation range.
It is probably like 30 feet or close to it. Oh, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Baskin, he just went in there. The threat of the taunt was enough for Epsilon to really back off and get pressured.
Well, with that, Cloud9 is looking to eliminate Epsilon in 4 games. As we move in to the 4th game of this best of 5, guys. Let's hear what the analysts had to say. Golden Boy, breakdown game number 3.
Thank you so much, Bart. Wow, what a matchup again. What a series that we have here, folks. This has been so good top to bottom. Both series today, even if you think about the Paradigm enemy matchup, everything so far that has happened at Day 3 of Smite World Championships has been madness. But in any case, guys, break it down from the top. Adonis, that first blood to get things going here. Why don't you talk about that?
The first blood was actually a pick on Jeff. We actually saw Cloud9 be the aggressors for most of the game. And the first thing they did was try and utilize that global rotation. We saw a 4-man gank on iRaffer deep in the jungle at 7 minutes. And then after that, all of Cloud9 had all of their ults wasted. Epsilon baited Gold Fury and then picked up Jeff on this rotation. I believe it was a 2-for-1 as well, as Stealth had rotated and got out of position.
Yeah, and a good start there, but unfortunate for them, they were just not able to keep it going. It was a very neck-and-neck battle, though, right? I mean, low kills, and it's a far cry from what we saw in that last game, right? Where, at a certain point, it just kind of got a little ridiculous. Taking a look at some of the stats here real quick as we see some awesome stats coming out of Cloud9, across the board. And Anatoly, why don't you talk about this for us here?
So I think a recurring theme here for this game was the fact of the matter they had 2 Hunters and they didn't really build accordingly to that. The Bellona, they didn't go Shield Up the Underworld, didn't go Merguardian Mail, no Hide of Nemean Line. Freya specifically when Hog won, didn't go Heavenly Agility, couldn't engage, couldn't disengage from a lot of those team fights.
And the Freya, really, we saw the Hog. What we're assuming is he got that to get to lane early because we really didn't see we really haven't seen the Hog utilized in any other way. He did it to get to lane early, to get the pressure, but still it didn't matter. Barracuda on a Jablanque, Geb actually got control of that lane, and I mean Barracuda, player of the game for that one, just played out of his mind. So
Kuda Mania. Running wild all over you.
The positioning was so good on him every single team fight.
Yeah, and here comes some highlights there of that matchup that Barracuda had. Certainly a good one for him, one that he hopes to replicate going in to game number 4. But Epsilon, they have some work to do. But let's go over to you, QE, and talk about Barracuda's play in this game 3 match.
Barracuda, he actually played a late game god, which makes me happy because Barracuda is really a hyper carry. I don't like seeing him on Eve that much. So and they had like 3 pillars actually. 4 can peel really well. Athena can engage and peel, and they had Gab, which is the god of peeling because he has shields, has knockups, stuns, and it was pretty good because they had 2 ADCs, and 3 like pillars to protect the backline.
Now something else also I want to talk about your notes because you wrote Athena, Athena, Athena. So tell us about that.
Baskin just was forcing so much stuff. Like he was forcing towns, 2-man towns, 1-man towns, anyways. But like it was getting people out of position and forcing, and then Barracuda and Stealth would be able to poke them out, and then they would get objectives out of that.
I think poke is the key word there. What we talked about with Enemy was their ability to execute the compositions that they end up drafting. And so far, Cloud9 has shown to be able to do the same thing. Game 1, it was all about the mass global rotation, splitting the map. And it kind of happened similar here in Game 2, but it was more about the poke war. They had the double hunters, and they also had the Thor to set up even more damage. So what they did is they repeatedly found players out of position or in the jungle and just used their abilities. They didn't necessarily have to force the engagement or force the fight, but they're just like, what are you going to do? Take a little bit of poke, and then they waited until a couple players were low, and then they would go on them. Then they would dive them. And you saw the low number of deaths. That's because of the fact that they kept poking players out, and then Epsilon recognized that they're so low that they can't even fight.
Yeah, Cloud9 recognized their strengths with the double Guardian, the double Hunters, the long-range poke with the Thor, that so much that they kept consistently invading the purple buff on numerous occasions. Even there was a point in time when Gold Fury was down, but they still knew the purple buff was coming up, and they wanted to force these team fights in their favor.
Yeah. Plus, one of Freya's weaknesses is the CC. Like, they had Gab, and Thor, and Athena. Like, it's so much CC that Freya can handle.
I'm a little bit worried here about Emilito specifically, right? This was his game that he was actually set up to, I think, carry, because the front lines really get destroyed by Freya when she has her items online, but a lot of low damage coming up from Emilito. He also went that hog build to get to lane early and get the pressure, but the fact that he wasn't able to get ahead early was a detriment for him. He didn't have the heavenly agility to escape the more aggressive plays that C9 threw out on him, and I don't know who hit it. I don't know who hit F6 in that game. I don't know who it was, but Emilito has always been known as King Tilt.
Hey, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? What is this?
What?
Oh, this again?
Everyone's got this. Come on, EU!
Oh, this guy. This guy. You know, we need a... No, we can't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's...
Oh!
Technically illegal, but that's okay. Theoretically. Oh, man. I really, really hope someone from the European consulate was not watching that. Okay.
Look at Tolly's face. He's so happy with himself.
Don't do it.
C9 all the way, boys.
Okay.
Okay. So let's recollect ourselves, boys. Okay,
So
get back into it.
So honestly, F6ing there, I think, is a sign of frustration on at least one member of that team. Epsilon have only been pressured once in the fall, and that was at Super Regionals. I think they took that and they were better and they came into this. But that F6, like, sometimes it's hard to know without hearing their comms, but I feel like someone's frustrated. Emilito, he's been the one to tilt. He's publicly stated it. During the summer split, when their team was actually positive, they were like 8-4 at the end of it. He had the most deaths of any hunter, because if he doesn't like someone specifically, he actually plays a very over-aggressive style, and I'm really worried right now about that dual lane.
Makes sense. Who do you think for Epsilon has actually been stepping up, though? Who's been the player that's been, for Epsilon that's been on the money, that's been, contributing a lot despite the losses? Anyone that in your mind that pops up?
I mean, like, Adapting has a lot of gods in his pool. He's been expanding that a lot. Thor's been banned and taken away from him. So maybe if their first pick, they're going to try to lean on that and try to get a consistent early game pressure from him, setting up the mid laner Yaman, and maybe controlling the rest of the pace of the game from there.
I agree. I think Dapsing is the one that's doing more of the work than anyone else, and his gut pull is pretty good.
Okay, so we're gonna have to see, you know, what Epsilon can do here. I mean, this is it, folks. Backs against the wall now, right? You know, we saw this with. That's just.
There's Europe's hopes and
dreams.
dreams.
That's so BM. That is just so BM. Like every part of that. So, this is it. Right? I mean, you know, their chance of the long road that Epsilon has had. Keep in mind, this team played in the prelims as well, right? So they had to play the best of ones to get to this point. It's been grueling, you know, and they had a, you know, a great matchup against Fnatic as well. And I know that they do not want this to all be for naught, right? You know, to be one step away from being able to claim the title here at the Smite World Championships. It's a pressure-filled situation, but of course, people, that means that Game 4 is about to begin. I hope everyone out there is excited for this matchup. Will Cloud9 make their way to face off against their brethren from North America, enemy in the finals, or will Epsilon Esports force a game number 5? Only one way to find out, and let's head over to the picks and bans. All right, folks, here we go. Time for the picks and ban phase to start, and we have Epsilon taking out that Giannis, knowing it's going to be a problem. Zinc 10 on the other side for Cloud9 right away. Now Epsilon needs to think about what they want to bring to the table next, and it's going to be Thor.
So Epsilon clearly was not a fan of Annenstor's Thor last game. I expect Cloud9 here to ban away Soul once again. And the question is, are Epsilon going to draft this Blown in first spot?
I wouldn't be shocked if they do. Like, you know, it makes sense.
This is surprising that they would ban Thor when their first pick. I would expect them to let Adapting play Thor for this game and let him get comfortable and kind of control this game. And then if they wanted to carry that momentum into game number 5, but they must have something planned. Maybe a Khepri early pick, maybe Bologna, we'll see.
Oh. Okay, changing it up, but of course, you know, we'll see. They lock in that Khepri.
So I'm a little bit, yeah, iRaffer I think was pretty trigger happy when he played Khepri earlier on. His ultimates were not, you know, picture perfect or frame perfect like we saw Pain's, but still, this got so much utility, and Cloud9 wastes no time. They're like, if you're not going to pick Bologna, we'll take it, and once again, Barracuda on this Neath.
Or maybe Stealth.
Like it's a flex.
Yeah.
They've now shown that it's a flex pick for them, that's correct.
They could do a variety of things with that. Isis gets locked in for Epsilon as they decide their second pick, and a Fenrir, hello, and it gets locked in.
Yeah, so Isis worked out really well for them in game number 2, so they figured why not roll with it here in game number 4. And another aggressive jungler here for Adapting. They had Naja game 2, now they're bringing in an aggressive jungler in the Fenrir, and now the first Circuit, I believe, this whole set.
I like the Circuit pick against Isis since
great.
Yeah, Circuit has so much mobility, and Isis likes a little bit of mobility, and so it's pretty good that Circuit can get Isis out of position.
My question for you guys is this: I mean, you know, the Epsilon picked up the Isis. Surely they must have known that Cloud9 would have gone for the Circuit, or was it just they were thinking that they would probably ban it out? Like, what do you? Maybe they prioritize something else and. There goes Geb. They don't want to deal with Geb, which makes sense. And there's Chiron.
It was for Jeff Henley's God Pool. It's like basically Khepri, Geb, Athena, and then an occasional Bacchus. And I think this year was like, do we want to deal with an Athena or a Geb? And I think they've chosen Athena.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that works out for them.
We've seen some Sobek out of Jeff as well, and
That's
it
true.
would be a good pick, Sobek, because that would leave Bologna free on the soul lane.
It's also very good at picking off Isis and Khepri in the jungle, and Jeff Hinlow will play aggressive. We saw it last game. You know, it's mostly Annenster leading the charge, but if Jeff gets something like that, he's very effective with it.
And I believe actually during the COG Gears of Fate Invitational, that was one of his most favorite go-to gods.
It was like first picked in that tournament.
Freya locked in here for Cloud9. Sobek. Good call there for you guys, huh?
Going to the soul lane. It's going to match up against Bologna. We've seen it be pretty even for the most part. I don't think this is real.
It is
I lied.
real.
I think it's real.
Yeah, no, you're a liar. You're a filthy liar.
I'm a filthy liar. I saw the locket. No. I mean, Cupid right now, pretty low tier on the Hunter list, but can provide a lot in a team fight, especially if you can get these cripples off against a Serket.
Well, you saw, and you guys called that Athena to come out there. Man, it is locked in. This is going to be very, very interesting, folks. All right, here we go. Pick.
I said Epsilon's going to win this series 3-2, so I got to go Epsilon regardless.
I got to give it to C9 right here, honestly.
C9.
And you already know where I'm going. Merca, C9. All right, folks, here we go. Make some noise as we get ready for our 4th game in this series. Will Cloud9 make their way to the championship, or will we see a Game 5 out of Epsilon? Only one way to find out, and let's send it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, and thank you very much to the crowd we have here live in Atlanta, showing all their support for these two teams as Epsilon and Cloud9 do battle an elimination game for Epsilon as they go into the ladies of Cloud9.
I am so hyped. We have Cupid and Fenrir on the same team, two of my favorite gods to watch, two of my favorite gods to play going into Cloud9. Like, this is super exciting to me.
Yeah, but I'm a bit surprised by the Fenrir pick. They picked it third. It wasn't really there to counter anything, and I'm not sure what they were thinking with that pick.
Cloud9 did pick the all-female team. That's what I was saying, the ladies of Cloud9. Serket, Athena seems like a very, very, very potent combination. I mean, if that goes off in the way that it goes off in my head, it's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've seen Athena do pretty well this tournament. I don't expect anything less here. Cloud9 looking to close this set out as soon as possible. They don't want to force Game 5. They don't want to give any room to Epsilon. I'm expecting very early aggression. The issue, Fenrir and Cupid's early game.
Yeah, I do like that, actually, the Cupid and Sobek into the Freya, because Epsilon thought to themselves, okay, we got so pressured in the duo lane, let's do that to C9.
Well, this is what we were waiting for, seeing what Epsilon had left in the tank. This is the elimination game, and this must be the pocket strategy that they have been preparing.
I really hope Emilito goes double stacking.
What was that?
Double stacking Cupid.
I don't know. I highly doubt it.
Bombs hitting for like 6,000.
Yeah, 700 damage hard bombs. Well, guys, let's get this one underway. It's Epsilon versus Cloud9. Epsilon is the blue team in the bottom side of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. Their solo laner is Dimmy. In the jungle, it's adapting as Fenrir. Yaman in the mid lane as his Isis. Iraffer and Emilito in the dual lane as Kepri and Cupid. Their opponents today, with a chance to eliminate Epsilon and move on to the Grand Finals, making it an all North America Grand Finals. Cloud9, they are the red team at the top side of the minimap and the right side of the spectator UI. It's Basket in the solo lane as Bologna, Andenster in the jungle as Serket, MLC Stealth once again as the mid lane Neath, and that's Jeff Hindla plus Barracuda as the dual lane Athena and Freya.
So starting off, we're going to have a purple pot coming out from Isis. We can see Yaman go for a very aggressive level 2. We also have Freya, strangely not picking up Hand of the Gods.
Yeah, the biggest thing I want to see from this dual lane, will Cupid, Kepri zone out the Freya or look to be aggressive and push into towers?
Killers, Cupid. Loves everybody.
Well, look at where Freya is on the map right now. Athena, Freya going to those back camps there and not going to look to fight the early game versus.
So Cloud9 has done this strange strategy of starting out and at the speed buff and then scooping around the map, skipping their blue and going to the enemy blue for the invade. It looks like Epsilon has adapted to this by starting their blue, then going to speed and splitting back up. They're going to lose 2 creeps for this overall, possibly 3, but I think it's a much better bet. He hit him.
Raffer getting very, very
that
aggressive.
Might be a stun.
Heart bomb is going to stun indeed. Jeff Hindla does avoid it, but you see the shades of how this lane is going to work. Very similar to how Sobek Cupid used to work long, long time ago.
Raffer took too much damage there. I mean, he tanked the whole creep wave.
He did. I was a little bit surprised that Cupid didn't dash in, though, because Raffer was tanking the creep wave. Cupid could have had free reign on the Freya.
Well, all things told there, you saw adapting barely off the mark of Andenster there. Almost a brutalize as well as Andenster. A little too slippery on this Serket.
I'm telling you, Bard, Cloud9 turns adapting into a regular human being.
That was a good tweet.
I mean...
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, adapting has been the most dominant player in the world for the last several months. And,
what was this?
And this time, though, Cloud9 making him look like, you know, just an average member of a very strong team.
Look at the rotation from Raffer. Stealth going to backflip. He's going to get abducted. No. Stealth, and he's going to step in front. Deathbane back. Brutalized. Going to get broken.
Wow.
And somehow Cloud9 getting out of that one. A 4-man rush. Going to stay safe for now.
What a play by Andenster there. Stealth was 100% dead. In my head, I thought First Blood would a heads-up play to take that pull.
Yeah, steps in front of the abduct from Kepri. And then Serket does leap away from the Brutalize of adapting, and Fenrir is a god that definitely thrives off those early kills.
It was even better than that. He dashes away to force the Brutalize into the tower, and then jumps out of it, forcing him to take some damage. Like, that's some really high-level thinking from Andy, especially after saving Stealth. Like, how could he even be thinking that fast?
Well, there is still the Ragnarok ultimate from Fenrir into the Cupid Fields of Love, which is a guaranteed very long duration CC and tremendous burst damage.
Jeff taking some damage there, force out for the stun. Gonna charge up the preemptive strike to keep the aggression in the lane, but realistically, he's not fooling anyone. Raffer's willing to fight it, and at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much pressure Epsilon is going to put in this duel lane. Will they make the rotation to the first purple buff and try to set the pace of the game?
Dimmy forced away here. Sobek, not the best in clear, probably until level 9. He has a little bit of difficulty, but obviously Bologna not going to have as much. Tail's going to get used early, flung back. Baskin not going to take too much damage for that.
Yeah, but Bludgeon's not going to hit. And Dimmy's going to go ahead and pop into the ultimate here. You'll notice that the Sobek mana pool does go up significantly during this ultimate. That is what it does, and he'll clear the way, but Baskin will avoid the majority of the damage there and walk back under his tower happily.
Epsilon may not be in a great spot here, considering this purple pot and this red pot have not been getting any use.
Yeah, and some people might want to know why the Sobek used his ult there. He didn't really gain anything from it, but if you notice the time, both blue buffs are coming up. Both solo laners want to have the pressure in the lane.
That's right, and by getting all of his mana back, this is ensuring that he can continue fighting for as long as possible. Had he used his ultimate later, it's possible he wouldn't have had enough damage to control the area in the jungle.
Well, moving over to the left side here is Epsilon. Mid camp's coming back up shortly. In fact, the left sides have just spawned. Right sides are up as well. Does look like Cloud9's going to make their way over there, but as those right side camps are being looked at, Epsilon is going to go ahead and start up the Gold Fury here.
Super free.
And there's no way that Neath can make it into the lane, and indeed, they will be forced to give this away with Isis and Cupid Ultimate.
Beautiful.
Can't fight into this, and boom will go the Dynamite, and down will go the Gold Fury, credited to Epsilon at the minute 4 mark.
The fastest Gold Fury I think we've seen this tournament, correct? No, we saw that 3-minute one from Epsilon in game 1.
That's right.
They've done a lot of very quick Gold Furies. In fact, all of Europe has been credited with that.
Really heads up play by Epsilon. They saw that Anister did not want to fight them. As soon as he jumped into the red buff, Epsilon assumed that they would be doing back carbons and maybe farming on the other side of the jungle.
Right.
Melito pulled the gold for you and they got it for free.
Here comes the first use of the Ragnarok ultimate. Anderson's going to get rooted in place as well. Silenced out, and the Brutalize is going to be enough to clean him up. The Athena ultimate was expended as well. It did not complete chaining. First blood to the side of Epsilon.
Epsilon's in a really good spot. Gold Fury, first blood, control around the map, and look at adapting. Immediately going over, trying for the steal here. Does he have enough time?
Yeah, it does look like he will. I mean, he has the support of the Spirit Ball as well. It's going to help take it down nice and fast. And yep, there it is. A couple more in-hands is going to secure it, and he has the abilities available to force it if necessary. And he'll just go right over the wall, away from Baskin, and all that bludgeon damage.
Yeah, nothing makes a jungler more upset than losing his first, speed buff.
Yeah, that's
Any
generally
speed buff ever. No,
yeah,
no.
That's the tilt condition for a lot of junglers.
Yeah, you notice how adapting, he didn't even look at the blue buff, he just went straight for the speed.
He's like, I could probably steal this with just a jump. It's free. It's like, no, I need this. 20% movement speed is not a joke, especially as you get towards 5 or 6 minutes when you have those boots 3, you are just zooming around the map.
Well, the Transcendences are getting completed here. 10 stacks up on the Cupid. Neath in the mid lane for MLC Stealth has just completed it as well. And, well, it's been interesting to see MLC kind of show us a new facet to his game here with these mid lane hunters. The Neath was a little bit lackluster through the first maybe 10 minutes of last game, but really came up big later on in the team fight stage. And, well, we'll see how he does this game. Still not dead yet, which is a pretty good indicator that he's playing this fairly well up against something like a Fenrir that has just such high kill potential.
He's got his Transcendence online, going to start doing even more damage. It's a huge power spike, which means the global presence is going to become even more potent.
Yeah, and Amelito and Epsilon are looking to put the pressure on Freya. Anderson understands this and is waiting for the counter gank.
Yeah, he's waiting in the wings here. Doesn't look like Raffer has spotted him out. He'll have a decent... Oh, he's going to blink forward. They're looking for Amelito. And Amelito's just going to dash right away. In will come
he still has
the
Cobra's
rest
Kiss.
of Cloud9. Cobra's Kiss is still up, as Brandon mentioned, but not going to be used there on a Raffer. They will take out that Khepri temporary HP shield, but nothing else cooking.
What a very curious gank. Just jumped right past the support, went for the Cupid, didn't use a single ability, jumped back towards the support, didn't use another ability.
I think what maybe happened there is he actually used Cobra Kiss and it missed.
Possibly.
And then he just canceled the second one because Cupid was out of range, and that's why we didn't see the Khepri taunted out.
Yeah, and they also didn't want to overcommit onto the Khepri because they knew rotations were coming in.
Adapting, trying to check out the purple buff. They'll notice that it's back up now, but he seems kind of committed. A backflip from Stealth. He'll take a small amount of damage, but remain safe.
Oh, we're going to pin out Raffer, throw a couple pot shots in as well. Chip away at that Khepri, making him an easier and easier target.
Cupid's trying to steal this away. He actually should have control over this, especially with adapting coming. Trying for damage. Barracuda not in a great spot, does get stunned away. Silence going to be forced to ultimate. They're probably going to sacrifice Jeff Hinlow there. I'll miss you, buddy.
Yeah. pop, and then pop. The two big circles stacking up to take care of Jeff Hinla there in the duo lane. A second kill on the board for Epsilon.
Yeah, and this is what Epsilon needs to keep doing. Nice ultimate by Demi there to avoid the stun. But this is what Epsilon needs to keep doing. They need to keep this Freya down like C9 did to them last game.
Raffer going into the mid lane alone, it seems. Yaman going to be rotating over, but he takes some damage for it. That root, remember, will persist after the dash.
But now Yaman's back here, and the wave clear from Isis should be sufficient to stall this out and force Anderson and MLC stealth back. Not much more they can do.
I like what Adapting is doing. He's staying towards the left lane. He knows Freya does not have her ultimate, which is her main escape.
And he's going to have a decent angle here. We'll
Got
find the stun as well. Brutalize going to come out. No.
Dodged
Heart bomb's
it.
there. Yes, they will go for it as the heart bomb does land. And that's another Athena ultimate that's not going to finish channeling.
I love what Barracuda did there. He took a few steps back, turned around, ready for the banish, but Adapting read him front to back. He knew where the banish would be placed. He steps out of where he thought it was going to be, and then reinitiates with the second hop from, obviously, the extremely powerful Brutalize.
He just goes ring around the rosy here, and he's back in position yet again. And he'll go to Anderson. Heart bomb's there. Brutalize as well. And this is going to be a kill on Anderson as a heart bomb pops. Adapting should be able to walk this one down.
He's hit. Adapting's going to get another kill. Probably better for the Serket. He does a little bit better with the goal, but Adapting, we've seen his Fenrir for a long time. I mean, the guy's incredible.
Yeah, that was extremely unlucky by Epsilon, actually. If you saw Adapting used his Brutalize right when Annister used his Copus or his ultimate, and it canceled out the Brutalize. Annister should have been dead there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he canceled the Brutalize. It could have been an easy kill, but Raffer does expend the Kepri ultimate on himself, either the hottest new form of BM or a misclick.
That would be a real... I could see Omega doing it.
Yeah.
In fact, we could see it coming up next.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Coming up right after the conclusion of the set is the Xbox quarters. I'm sorry, the semis, where we will see Eager versus Envy coming up to go on and face in the grand finals of the Xbox Invitationals.
Envy.
Yeah,
Eager, of
Gotta love
course.
that Incon.
Good luck to those boys.
Incon's not playing. What?
No, you just gotta love him. That's why you gotta root for Envy.
I don't have to do anything.
I mean, you can't root for Cyclone Spin.
Not anymore.
Yeah, he's too good. Well, back to the game. It's 4-1 for Epsilon, guys, just before the 10-minute mark here. They've put together just under 2,000 gold ahead, 1,200 experience as well. Certainly nothing to write home about just yet, but it does bode well if you are a fan for the Europeans out there. And, you know, I think we'd all like to see a fully international competition here.
I usually like seeing the NA versus EU. It's always a good time.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of chances to play each other, you know, since we separated the servers however many moons ago. It's been a long time since the tournaments have allowed, you know, proper online play across the seas. You know, ping differences are a big deal. So when we have chances like this, it's really cool to be able to see the top talent. You know, Cloud9 and Epsilon were first seeds for a long time in their regions, you know, defending world champions versus, I'd say, the top contenders worldwide.
Yeah, it's always great to see that kind of competition. Both NA and EU learn a lot from each other, and actually in Super Regionals, EU were really pioneers of that Neath mid for this meta, and now you can see NA adapting to it.
Well, Epsilon, they're going to look to push a little bit of this advantage here. They're baiting the Gold Fury more or less here, chipping away at it little by little as Yam, and he'll be healed up by the Cupid Hearts at his leisure. And it does appear that Epsilon wants to find a pick before really going in here, as would be the conventional wisdom, but instead it may be Raffer who's in some trouble. Over the top will come Adapting. Ragnarok used as well. The Ice Ultimate used preemptively, and that's going to stop any chance of the Gold Fury. Here will come MLC Stealth now, backflipping in with the Athena. Athena not in a great position, and the Fields of Love are dropped. MLC takes a ton of damage. Heart Bomb going to fall as well and nearly burst it down.
They're having some trouble here. Yaman going to get picked off. Stealth from the back with a World Weaver. Barracuda one shot. Adapting going to get resurrected. Andy trying to find the kill. Probably going to be forced to retreat here as the hearts come down. Barracuda comes back in, looking for damage on Raffer. He doesn't have an escape here. Completely blocked off, picked off, and damage turns right to the duo lane.
And they may be looking to draw even here. One more kill to go 4 for 4, but no, Jeff Hinla takes too much damage. Heart Bomb pending as well. Doesn't have a stun, but Adapting over the top will secure it. Cobra's Kiss comes out, making Adapting attack the Cupid. But here comes Baskin with the Eagles rally, but leaping away from the bludgeon is Adapting the Scourge. Not enough to finish it off. And here now is Demi to disrupt any further aggression.
The fling under the tower, very common. There's the old fling heart bomb combination. Is it a stun? It's decent damage. A lot taken. Root coming out. Demi taking some decent damage as well, but it looks like it's going to be a very small victory here for Cloud9.
Yeah, the biggest problem in that team fight was Epsilon was not playing around beads. They used the Fenrir ultimate, didn't expect beads. Isis wasted her ultimate, then she got picked off.
Kill for Barracuda puts him at 5,300. Now tying him with Cupid. A lot of trouble here from Andy between a rock and a hard place, and back to the base he'll go.
Yeah, Serket, she didn't cover enough distance there when she went into the ambush, which the stealth would normally break Brutalize because there was a player standing in melee range. It did allow that ability to continue channeling, and indeed, Serket does go down.
And one thing to note, that actually interrupts Serket's leap. Once she gets to her crouch stance, it goes on cooldown.
Yeah, which if it breaks, I mean that's an 18-second cooldown, right?
Yeah.
I mean it's
really
a long one.
Gold Fury started back up here now by Epsilon. They do still have Emilito's ultimate available as well as Yaman's Isis ultimate. This is going to be free and in fact uncontested by Cloud9. And down two will go Pop. And the Gold Fury, the second one of the game, going to the way of the European boys in blue.
Such great use of hearts. You'll see Emilito has been throwing them out almost on cooldown during team fights, allowing his players to get back in. In fact, I think one of the big reasons that Epsilon got a small win in that last team fight was because Baskin tried to jump onto adapting where he was instead of where he was going. He was very clearly beelining towards that heart.
Yeah, Cupid's actually very underrated. He can heal for a great amount, almost as much as Guan Yu in the late game.
Dude, it's
why has Cupid not played more often than Zemin? I mean, he seemed to be very, very effective here in this game.
Well, Cupid, he's not the hyper carry, you know, as other hunters, and also like Neith is just a better Cupid. She has more lane dominance, and she has that global presence where she could just sit in lane and still affect fights.
More important than the AoE.
Exactly.
Oh, speaking of AoE, going to go deep underneath the tail. We're trying to pick up Emerald's stealth, and indeed, that is going to be enough. Even with the Athena ultimate being taunted, that's the third one so far that Jeff Finla has popped out, trying to save someone caught in the bite of Fenrir. But to no avail, 7-3 for Epsilon.
And immediately, Emilito right back to the dual lane to farm.
Yeah, I mean, as he should. He's looking to push the wave, rotate, make his presence felt, go back to the dual lane and keep farming.
Look, see, got a curse gauntlet going to be start off in a second. It's going to be Death.
It's going to be
Double
Soul Leader.
No, come on, man. Don't be like that.
Be Soul
It will be the Soul Leader.
All right,
you can be sure.
You guys want to bet?
Yes.
All right, between yourselves, you bet on Devs Clubs, and you bet on Soul Leader.
And then what do you get the bet on?
I'm going to moderate. I'm going to
Okay, gotcha. Oh, guys, we're approaching 14 minutes here. 30 seconds, or rather every 30 seconds or so, or every couple minutes, Epsilon finding themselves a kill. I can do math.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Keep your hand of the gods on Freya, okay? I can dream.
Yeah, every couple minutes, Epsilon finding themselves a kill. Cloud9 still only 3 to their credit, and Adapting's been doing a very nice job moving around the map. 4, 0, and 3 on his Fenrir.
I would expect this. I mean, this is one of the characters I think he was most well known for. When he first really broke onto the scene, when he joined this team, you know, from the Potato Boys, Fenrir is the character that I most attributed him to.
Yeah, it's funny how similar Adapting and Anister are. They both started to make a name for themselves with the same god, with Fenrir.
Right, and now I see a lot of Thor from them, a lot of mechanically heavy gods like Serket. I mean, they are very similar in playstyle, like you said before, and it's so funny that they are the two players that I think were contending for best players in the world.
Yeah, but Adapting is liable to build a Deathbringer in the 4th or 5th item slot and max out his Seething Howl, which turns Fenrir into a late game carry.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally how we've seen him play this more or less, but instead he will be going into
probably Spirit Robe.
Yeah.
Oh, left side, yeah. What is that, man? You think they got this?
Anister in a strange position here. He's going to try to make it back into the lane. Heavenly Agility going to be expended here as well. It appears that Barracuda is the target, not Andy, and we'll go Adapting. He will have the MS, but right up into the ultimate. Nice timing there by Barracuda.
I think that's a win for Adapting. I mean, the Ragnarok's a very important ultimate, but not nearly as important as Valkyrie's Discretion. That's a major escape form from him. I mean, Adapting has multiple jumps.
Yeah, I mean, as a Freya player, you feel extremely safe when you have that ultimate to get out of, you know, it's basically a get out of jail free card. Now, Barracuda has to be very careful.
Barracuda does not have a lot of careful here. I mean, he's walking out of the ult, taking a lot of damage, but a good rotation from Baskin keeps him safe.
And he still had his beads 1 there because he was able to use the Valkyrie's Discretion to stop the Ragnarok. It made him feel maybe a little bit better there, and he does sidestep that Cupid ultimate as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see Adapting missing another Brutalize on Barracuda there.
Yeah, that's strange. That's what, 2 now?
2 now, yeah.
A little bit of nerve showing through here as this is an elimination game for Epsilon, but they are in a good spot. We've seen Cloud9 come back from worse, though, in this set.
Yes, we have. It was about 6,000 compared to a 2,400 deficit, and granted, they do have a very serious hyper carry with Freya.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they've kept this Freya down enough where she can't carry the late game.
Oh.
Well, she's about 500 gold behind the Cupid individually there, both of them with 1 kill apiece, but 4 assists credited to the Cupid so far in this game.
Some of the core items coming online. You'll notice the Fatalis has been finished, going into the Demonic Grip now. The Soul Eater, Transcendence Boots combo. Anister going to try to force a fight here. Adapting, going to force them away.
Another Athena ultimate not finding too much, and that's really been the story of this game for me on Cloud9 is that, and really in the last couple of games, this Athena has not seemed to be the most effective pick for them.
Emilito, I think, is leveling the hearts. Yes, Edman? And that was a lot of healing.
Yeah, he's definitely leveling the hearts second. You want to get that healing, especially when you have max stacks on your passive. It heals for a ton.
Let's check. Yeah, look at the healing chart. Over 2,000 healing done from the dual lane. And then, of course, we have 900 from the ultimate from Yaman as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's turning into a little bit of extra farm, and a little bit of extra laning time. Not so much really a combat heal of the hearts. They're really more about after the fight, healing back up, and even regenerating mana for Cupid.
We got a shell coming out, of course, from Raffer. Level 1, we have seen him use this level 1. We've seen a few people talk about how the 300 gold really isn't worth it unless you get into level 2 or level 3. What do you think, Zap?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not worth it. Interesting to see here. Almost all of Epsilon is looking to back to get ready for this gold fear. I wonder if they're going to try to sneak it again.
Yeah, I think Shell one gives you like 10 protections or something. I mean, it's very, very modest.
15,
15, okay, yeah.
45, yeah.
Yeah, it's extremely modest what it does give you. And but you know, hey, every little bit helps, especially when you're facing elimination. You might as well get that extra defense out there. You have the Heart Ward Amulet as well. Stack up those auras on the side of Raffer.
Sentry Ward. Raffer actually walked over when Barracuda knew he was coming into the lane there, so not enough pressure would they have had to try to push him down, at least not with Cupid adapting, trying to make a play onto Andy. And I think we got a tower over on the right side.
Yeah, indeed we did. Bologna did split push down a tower on the right side as Basket continues to move forward, but the Gold Fury has been started up.
Great.
And yeah, Cloud9's going to concede it yet again, and they're going to look to split push down the tier 2 and push in the wave in the mid lane, but I do think that Epsilon's going to kill this too fast for there to be any significant response.
The continuing pressure from Epsilon and their strategy that has done so well for them so far, the death by 1,000 cuts, 3,700 gold in the lead.
There's something that is impressive with C9 Soons. They know when they need to give up the Gold Fury. They know they can't fight it. If they do try to fight it and they lose the team fight plus the Gold Fury, that might snowball too far out of their control.
Right back to farming they go. They never miss a step. They're not like going into the jungle afterwards to try to see if they baited. They just go right back to making sure they keep their lead.
And yes, the farm has indeed been impressive for Epsilon. And what's really separating this game from the last game is that, you know, Epsilon's kept the aggression up. In the last game, they got a little bit of a lead and then kind of fell back and played the farming game against Cloud9, where Cloud9 really does excel. In fact, when you looked at the graph earlier, you should have noticed that experience is very, very close. It's just now shot up over 2,000, but right before that, Cloud9 was keeping this very, very even with all of those Gold Furies.
Right side tier 1 about to fall as well. Dimmy keeping the pressure on. That'll be another 500 gold that C9 does not want to give up. You'll notice how aggressive Baskin's being, walking right past Dimmy, who actually misses that charge prey. The charge prey wasn't intended to set up a kill. He's just trying to stop the farm to ensure he can get this tower down.
Yeah, and look for Bologna to rotate here to make plays. Sobek is the one that wants to stay in lane to try to get the tower.
Top side, 3-man split on the back camps, as we're going to see Barracuda take back to the base to spend some money. Oh, no, he's going back to lane. Does he have enough money for his demonic group? Can we see gold in hand, please? Barracuda, 1,200. Yes, he is ready to go.
It does look like Epsilon's going to go ahead and pile in on this tier 1 tower on the right side and take it down. Both of the soul lane towers now have fallen. Over on the left side, however, Emilito getting dangerously low as Andy's going to dive the tower, but the Heart Bomb has such stopping power.
Yeah, really good mechanics there by Emilito. If you beats too early with beats 1, the Circuit can still toss you.
What?
So he waited till the end of the channel.
Oh, only one thing can happen when you regress to the left side of the map, and that is an objective play on the right side. With the tower going down, it does indeed appear that Epsilon is going to successfully take the Fire Giant here. Cloud9 has no idea. Athena just now turning the corner with Baskin, and it may force an engagement from Epsilon. Indeed, they will. Heavily agility used as well, but the brilliant stun there coming out is going to keep them in the puddle as well. Raffer's going to pull back Baskin, but maybe not the best target.
They're going to change here to Jeff Himla. Ice is all going to be used, locked him inside. Going to be a clean pick. Basket too late on the draw, might be in some trouble, but there is backup. MLC Stealth and Ancestor are on the tail, and Barracuda coming over as well.
Cupid does have a decent angle here to flank the team as Epsilon looks to move back out of their base. They'll root Ancestor, force out the leap there, but they're going to have a hard time chasing anyone down. They'll likely just look to re-sentry out. No, they're carrying no sentries.
Hey, do it again. Go for it again. Come on. That was
no,
awesome.
They have no sentries now. I mean, they really can't.
MLC Stealth, 3-man Spirit, summoning his inner Vicium.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, summoning his inner Vicium. Vicium has been...
His Spirit Arrows are unbelievable.
Yeah.
He makes Neath look like the best character in the game.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of Neath. And not only that, the root doesn't contribute to the DR, and that's why she's such a popular pick.
I want to tell you that Vicium probably is sitting on something like 2.45 targets hit per Spirit Arrow or something in the tournament. It's insane.
Raffer going to heal up a whole bunch from those hearts. You can see even just one was almost 200 health.
Yeah, the hearts are really underrated. They heal a ton, especially in the mid game.
Barracuda's going to use the beads right away and start pumping the damage into adapting up into the ultimate. He will go. Athena coming in as well. They'll taunt back and adapting. Emilito ults in place. Not going to find too much there on the back of it. And adapting's going to make it out of there okay with the Khepri ultimate.
Stunned.
Barracuda in a lot of trouble indeed. Down he will go as Epsilon continue to fight. Let's take a listen in with the Epsilon comms. They look to clean up Cloud9.
I'm okay. Pulling him away. Bologna. Fuck. Can we get fire? No, I'm going. Might still be Bologna. I'm backing. Nice. I can fire. What's it called? Back and fire. My ult was shit. I thought they were gonna go on me. They're gonna be the one with after, so we have to try to secure this somehow. Yeah, maybe take this.
Back and fire is the call here, guys, as Cloud9 is going to look to defend. Only Athena is alive for the moment. Up in about 10 seconds, going to be Anister and MLC Stealth.
Yeah, really uncharacteristically aggressive play by Barracuda that you don't really want to push forward after you use your ultimate and beats, because after that you have no defense, and he immediately got jumped on by Epsilon.
I think that could have been better for Cloud9. You saw MLC Stealth take to the knee and look to charge that World Weaver, but right as he got into position, a huge Spirit Ball comes over the wall, and they just annihilated.
And that was the big strength of Khepri there. Khepri was used perfectly. C9 pretty much used everything to try to kill the Fenrir, and he got a free respawn.
That tier 2 tower does go down in the mid. Only 4 towers remaining on the side of Cloud9. And Adapting is having his way with the Cloud9 jungle, trying to pick up this red buff. One more in hand, and right over the wall he goes.
12,000 damage right now for Cupid, by the way. Check out Emilito rocking the top of the charts. We'll go to healing too, and we're going to show you it's going to be at least 3K threes across the board.
Emilito has been doing it all this tournament. I've been impressed with him throughout every single game. His rotations have been spot on, and he's really carrying this team.
Gold Fury available, Fire Giant available, and a whole bunch of experience in gold in favor of Epsilon right now. They're going to look to push the advantage as the Gold Fury gets started.
Yeah, 6,500 apiece there between XP and gold. Another Gold Fury going their way shortly here as well on the side of Epsilon. Their Fire Giant not quite as successful as their Gold Fury. The burst not there. Really, Isis Ultimate wasn't available.
Yeah, and this might not be a Gold Fury that C9 should have given up for free. They fall behind 9K, and they're almost at that magic number of 10K gold down.
Yeah, once it hits 10K, just looking at the number, it changes your mentality completely.
Yeah, I mean, at 10K, pretty much every single character has an item ahead of their counterpart.
Jumping over, forcing out an ambush from, it looks like Anister. He takes a few hits from the Fire Giant as well, and he's put himself in a rather precarious position as he goes way to the back.
Check in with the left side here, where it is going to be a successful siege of the Tier 1 tower. Emilito and Yaman will combine to push Barracuda away. Now it's MLC Stealth who's in some trouble. He's going to take a bunch of damage here from the Sobek ultimate if he can get back in range.
He's back in it.
He just backflipped too early, and Dimmy does all the damage there. Ragnarok after the pluck from Dimmy. And it's going to be now Jet Hidla, who just can't get a word in edgewise. He's going to try to leap away, but it's not going to matter.
They're still going. It's just CC after CC. It just looks like a constant combo. It's a dance that they've managed to do. Epsilon continues to pressure. There's no way for Barracuda to stop this unless he kills them.
Oh my God. Epsilon putting on an absolute clinic of mechanics here. The CC chains and the last-minute ultimate coming out from Rapper as well. The plays have never been hotter here.
I got to admit, I was a little bit confused by the Fenrir pick, but now I think I get it.
Jumping over, pretty big stun. Adapting, gonna get away though. Hearts on the ground. Inside, Baskin Robbins gonna get exploded. It's just love and magic, baby. You're going back to the base.
And Yaman, once again, coming up huge for his team. But in this game, it hasn't been the Yaman show. This is the game that Adapting has decided to step up along with Emilito, combining for a 10-1 and 13 slash line.
I've never seen such a smooth and concise display of CC chains and counterattacks than what we just saw from Epsilon. It was just a jump into the Ragnarok, dropped into a Spirit Ball, abducted right out of it inside of 2 ultimates, and then they immediately turn back around because Adapting gets the kill, resets the runes, jumps onto Barracuda in the back line.
And this should be enough indeed to pick up this Fire Giant. Freya frozen on the left side. Neath moving over as well. Just an Athena Circuit, in fact, recalling. And yes, indeed, Cloud9 will be conceding the primary map objective. Fire Giant to fall for Epsilon in 25.5 minutes.
Bart, I think we're looking at Game 5 here, man.
I hope we're looking at Game 5, Brandon. This one is shaping up to be maybe the best Smite set that we've seen since Titan versus Cognitive Prime.
I was going to say versus Cog Prime and Cog Red, which was
yeah,
like,
that was a good one too. A barn burner, as they say.
No one says that. It's just you. Are you multiple people?
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's all right. Right side's here too, gonna get pressured. Another 1,500 gold that there's no way Cloud9 could afford.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they're fighting out of their base, right? I mean, there's... Oh, no, they're doing the Cloud9 thing where they split pushes. They take the tier 1 tower mid lane there. Love this out of this team.
That's 1,000 gold. They can afford that.
And yeah, casually root out Demi.
You could see that Demi has been given the job of split push.
Yeah, he's like, man, I got to play Sobek and just stop split pushing the rest of the game.
He never immediately groups up with his team. He always looks for the split
push.
Look
at this guy.
Heavenly Agility going to be used, but that's not going to be enough to stop the Brutalized Ragnarok right as he gets pulled by Jeff Hindla. Oh, the Spirit Ball by Yaman. The kid is on fire.
And that's a kill, meaning the runes reset. He has a stun available to him in 2 seconds. They're ready to reinitiate. That's already going to be 2 people down and most of their damage.
Yeah, this might be the game here as well, as they've lost MLC Stealth and Anister. So much is now on the back of Barracuda, and Yaman still has the ultimate available to burst down the Titan when it gets to it. 1 Phoenix down and another pending.
Oh, I thought he was going to turn around and hit the Phoenix. Oh, Nope, just a good shot on the bear. Takes a small amount of damage. Raffer jumps right in to ensure that Emilito's not going to take the damage for this one. Another 1,500.
Yeah, between Cupid Hearts, Khepri passive, and Fire Giant regen, these guys are taking 0 damage.
Going right back in. Cupid Heart's going to be coming back down into second. The second bird to fall.
Well, hey, I got Cloud9 winning this one in 5. It looks like we're going to be in for a treat here as Epsilon is in a commanding lead now, getting up closer and closer to now the 20K gold and experience disadvantage.
If you're a fan of the North American Cloud9, look away for a second because these graphs are not for you. 17,000 gold at 27 minutes. Zap, tell me about comeback potential.
There is none.
Ooh.
Ooh.
There really is none. At this level of play, when you have this kind of lead, as you can see how much discipline Epsilon is going. They could have went for the third Phoenix, but they saw 2 people were respawning for Cloud9. They didn't want to take the risk. They backed.
For me, it's no longer about perfect play from Cloud9. It's about mistakes from Epsilon. But it's really hard to get into a position where they're making that many mistakes when they have something like a Khepri ult to just reset somebody if they wind up out of position. I don't know how Cloud9 fights into this, considering they don't have like a Janus or a Zhonghui or someone to hit that big magic damage aside from Freya.
Exactly, and that's the danger of Khepri, and that's why he's getting banned so much. If you're ahead and you have the Khepri, it's almost impossible.
Khepri got first picked over Bologna in this game, remember, at the very beginning here.
Fire Giant coming up in just a few... Oh, no, sorry. That's dropping in about 1 minute and 10 seconds, which means they should have enough time to burst down this final Phoenix.
Can we take a look at Dimmy real quick? What's his HP pool sitting at here?
3,500. That's fine.
Dimmy could tank this Titan for a solid 20 seconds or so, probably. So, I mean, once they make it into the base, it's going to be very hard for Cloud9 to deny them.
Trouble here, trouble. Jeff Hindla completely out of position here, stuck inside the ultimate. Dimmy looking for the kill. Yaman trying to help out. Jeff not going to get out. Dimmy gets the kill.
Continuing on in, Emilito finds a different kill on the Barracuda there. The Fields of Love has been used. MLC Stealth is down. Baskin Robin is to fall as well. It's a double kill for Emilito and 4 kills for the boys of Epsilon. The Phoenix pending as well. Anderson the only one alive, and there's just nothing that he can do besides kill minions.
Bart.
He's going to try to make his way in, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
I think we're going to game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, Epsilon will be the victor of game number 4. Nothing left for Anderson to do, and we're going to 5, 21-4 in 30 minutes. Epsilon defeats Cloud9.
Yeah, and the biggest difference for me that game was the game before, 0 Guardians. This game, Epsilon had 2 Guardians. They win the game.
Fair enough. Yeah, Warrior support not having a good showing here.
It's true, it's true. Fenrir, though, coming out of nowhere. Cupid coming out of nowhere. All the stops have been pulled out for the Epsilon squad. There's Dimmy right there on the end with an absolutely brilliant Sobek play. He can hear me. No credit, never mind.
Yeah, the most impressive thing for me is how diverse these picks and strategies are. It's like for each game, each team has this counter strategy for what they're up against, and it's working.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm still turned over. Thanks, buddy. So the real question here for me now is, does Epsilon have much left? I mean, this was definitely one of their go-to pocket strategies. The Fenrir plus Cupid seemed to be a very straightforward combination. They get the Isis as well. Tremendous objective secure, as you saw there. Do they have another one? And do they have some left for the finals as well?
For me, I think the big difference is that Stealth is now going to choose a god with CC immunity inherent into the kit. The big problem there is just Isis Spirit Ball, 2 Guardians doing nonsense, stuns, cripples all over the place. Once the beads were down, he was done.
Is that the end of the Neath?
Yeah, it may be the end of the Neath, but I think it might be the end of the Isis. Both games that C9 lost, it was due to Yaman's Isis. It's just so defensive. It really stops Anister's aggression because of the Spirit Ball, because of the silence.
If you ban, but that means that Cloud9 has to take the first pick position, because if they ban the Isis, they then have to pick the Giannis to keep it out of Yaman's hands as well, because he's shown that he's just as capable there. But that being said, MLC Stealth is a hell of a Giannis player.
Well, so far the set has been C9 Epsilon, C9 Epsilon. So the pattern suggests that C9 goes into this. They have their counterpick potential. They know their final strategy, but I mean, it's Epsilon.
Yeah, honestly, this is almost impossible to predict. It's almost impossible to predict picks and bans. Every game's been different. Who would have thought Cupid would have been picked? Who would have thought Fenrir would have been picked?
I mean, I was watching Paradigm and Enemy, and I guess, it's just like, yeah, this is obvious. Here comes Serket. Here comes Zhonghui again.
Kronos, Guan Yu.
Oh, yeah, nobody gets that. Kronos, Guan Yu. Right, for this, it's been like both sides are crazy. Double Hunter with double Guardian and a Thor. Like, who would have expected that to be as dominant as it was? And then Cupid Fenrir coming out, considered by a lot to be mid-tiers. They dominated.
Yeah, I kind of expect C9, if I was to take a guess at what their picks and ban strategy would be, would go back to their roots. Pick an aggressive support for Jeff Inlet, maybe a Sobek, maybe a Khepri, and put Barracuda on that hyper carry. He's been playing Neath a lot.
That's right.
I expect to see him on that Xbalanque.
Yeah, I would like to see Barracuda on maybe the Xbalanque as well, guys. And expect Khepri to factor in very heavily into the pick and ban phase going into game number 5, guys. But with that, let's toss it back to our analysts, guys. Break down game number 4 and tell us what you expect to see in game number 5. Golden Boy, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Bart. And oh my goodness, folks, we're going to game 5, and I am so excited. I knew this was going to be a barn burner. Yes, Bart, other people do say that.
2.
And
there's no
DM, yeah, there are 2 people who say barn burner. DM, ha. Anyway, moving forward. Got to talk to you, Adonis. I mean, you were the one who picked Epsilon here. You were sticking to your guns amidst the sea of Cloud9. Oh, or the sky.
The sky. Nice.
The sky of
you know what?
Cloud9 love.
You know what? Epsilon, I wasn't so sure of their comp, but I still picked them. I said at the beginning of the set they were going to win 3-2, and you know, totally gave a little disrespect there at the end of the last set. Said C9 was going to win, but I think for this final game.
Oh, here we go again.
We're going to see Europe make a comeback. We're going to have 5 games, and Epsilon's going to win this set, 3-2.
Wow. What thoughts about that? Oh,
don't you tip it
you already
over.
have one GIF on the internet. You don't need another one.
So you got to give Europe a lot of credit for that game. The thing about Cloud9 is every single best of 5 set, they bring it to 5, but they managed to close it out. So I still have hopes for C9 moving forward.
Kiwi, what about you?
I agree. Like I said earlier, C9 never lost a best of 5, ever. So I trust him.
Trust them. I want everyone to know for the record that QE is like a hyper C9 fanboy.
Yeah.
Like he's like ear to ear just grinning when C9 does well. I mean, come on, man. You know, have some class. Not messing around. All right, let's talk about this game, folks, because lots to break down. First and foremost, you know, you got to talk about the Cupid pick. That was gutsy. You know,
For sure.
I think when you stuck to your guns, but I know for a moment there you were doubting it because of that Cupid pick. What was it about that pick in particular that made you wonder?
You know, Cupid in 1v1 scenarios and team fights will sometimes struggle. He has strong early game, but like it's been the story, you know, all tournament, it's getting these team comps and playing to your strengths. And what Cupid brings is early objective control. You saw 4. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4, uncontested. Cloud9 didn't even try to defend them Gold Furies by, I think, like the 22-minute mark. And you saw it near the end there, just a massive 10K gold lead, and then another uncontested Fire Giant. That Isis Cupid pick was a very strong Gold Fury team fight oriented game plan, and they executed it perfectly.
Well, we just got word that adapting is going to be the player of the game. So great stats for him as well. Fenrir Jungle, another pick that was a surprise and got an applause from the crowd, and it certainly paid off for them. What was it about adapting Anatoly that he really brought to this squad to be able to push them to Game 5?
Similar to Game 2, he had the Isis support coming out of mid lane, which allowed him to secure a lot of these kills. To have a lot of CC control coming from your mid laner allows him to get the damage off that he needs to do throughout the game. He was able to rotate over and have just a bunch of damage everywhere.
Yeah, honestly, for me with this Fenrir, a lot of it was the beads baiting, right? So he would use his ult, and immediately the player would use their beads, and then after that, that left them open for the Cupid and Isis to find a nice stun or to find, you know, the cripple from the Fields of Love and pick them up.
He baited sometimes Barracuda ulti and beads at the same time. He forced a lot of stuff.
And another good thing was the fact that they had a Cupid Khepri. It forces a lot of action into that lane. You want to play aggressive with Cupid and Khepri, so adding a Fenrir to that just helps complement that lane and gets it more snowballed.
Now, another one is Emilito. I want to talk about him as well because I think at the end of game number 3, the question was, is Emilito tilting? You know, what's going on with him? Is he going to have some problems also because of the Epsilon F6?
Yep.
But I guess
his
he
game
had
was
a big
fine.
game.
There was no tilting, it seemed, from any player. Everyone was playing their game. And, you know, that's what I kind of would like to hope and expect from teams of this caliber. You know, we saw, or we heard earlier, Paradigm, they were struggling in communication. They were not having the best of time. But, you know, Epsilon, even down 2-1, their heads are still in the game.
So now over to you, QE. Do you feel that maybe Cloud9 is tilting a little bit? What do you think?
I don't think so. They are really experienced, especially in best of fives. I think they're gonna bring something new. Maybe ban out ISIS, because ISIS won both games of this set, and look to pick something that they were comfortable with before, like 4 maybe.
I mean, this is again, set it in for Epsilon. It's do or die now for Cloud9 and for Epsilon. So this is where you pretty much make it happen. If you have a secret weapon, you bring it out now, right? Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, for sure, but I don't think there's anything secret. I think these teams have really showed everything they had, right? Paradigm's the team that if they have something super janky, they're the ones to bring it out, and I think we saw that a little bit earlier. I think these teams have pretty standard compositions, and they just change a couple things, and I don't expect to see either of these teams deviate too hard from what we've seen so far.
And there you see the final map control. So how do you guys feel about that as well in regards to what Adonis was stating with bringing something out and pretty much keeping things, what they're used to doing? Anatoly?
Both teams were able to show a wide array of strategies. Obviously, last game Cloud9 did a quadruple physical, and it worked out for them surprisingly because they had the double Guardian, and then this game they had the double Guardian was Epsilon, so they were able to do that. We had Fenrir on adapting, Mercury, game 2, Naja, it's just all over the place is adapting. So both these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if they still have a couple of strategies up their sleeve.
I do think we're going to see Cloud9 go back to these mass these mass globals, because both games they won were based around a lot of globals and heavy rotations.
I agree with that. Maybe trying to pick Janus if Epsilon doesn't ban it, but I think Epsilon will ban Janus.
I think they made it pretty clear that they want to keep Giannis out of their hands, right? I mean, what was it, 3 games now it's been banned first?
Yeah, Cloud9 actually banned it themselves.
Oh, that's right.
And then Epsilon banned it away from them the following 2 games.
So, I mean, there you have it, right? I mean, even Cloud9 wants to keep Giannis out of the game, right? Because of how much of a difference maker that makes. So, yeah, I mean, really, it's anyone's ball game at this point in time. Enemy, they are eagerly anticipating who their opponent is going to be. But of course, this is a finals caliber matchup, and this is the reason why. I mean, we all knew it, right? At day 1, we said this is the theoretical semifinal, and from day 1 it was, oh man, if that Cloud9 Epsilon matchup happens, that's going to be good, right? And that happened, and here it is, and it's lived up to all of the hype. Honestly, as a fan, this has been quite an experience, I have to say.
It's just these 2 teams have been the top of the regions for so long time, right? Epsilon fall split 27-1, only lost 1 game to Fnatic, and it was kind of like a very bad play from them at a Gold Tier that snowballed out of control. Cloud9 struggled a little bit early in the fall split, but then went on a fantastic 12-2 run to close it out, and then once again at Super Regionals, a crazy best-of-5 set against Eager that they were able to pull out, and then they 3-0'd Enemy in the Grand Finals Super Regionals. I mean, this team is just right now they're on a roll.
They are, but again, it's game 5. Like, this is it. You treat it like a best of 1. You do everything that you can, because it literally is a best of 1 now. This is it. But you know what? I know everyone is eagerly anticipating game 5. We are as well here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. So, without further ado, will this be it? Will we have an EUNA final, or will Cloud9 go and defend their championship in a matchup against Enemy? Only one way to find out, and we know who you're siding with. So let's go right in to Game 5's picks and bans. It's go time, people. Game 5. Oh, man. Getting a little goosebumps. Oh, there you go, Giannis. You didn't even make it past like 10 seconds of my sentence. That's okay.
There's the ISIS, Ben.
All right. Goodbye, ISIS. Goodbye, Thor. Pretty quick.
Jington and Bologna open right now. Cloud9, they've got to make a decision. Do you leave both open, or do you ban Jing?
Ban Khepri, leave both open, honestly. Khepri has made a big factor in this.
If you leave all 3 of those open, most likely Epsilon takes Jing and you get the Khepri Bologna.
Yeah, that would be really scary front line to have.
And then you could play into Zeus or Zhang. Both work really well in those compositions.
But they can also pick Capri first if you leave Capri open, and then they wouldn't pick Bellona and
clarification, though, the last time Xingtian and Bellona were left open, Cloud9 did lose that game. So that was game 2. So, and Seoul gets picked first here.
I can't remember the last time that Jeff Hilla was even allowed the opportunity to play Xingtian. I'm not sure if that's something that they practice, but it definitely has to be something in their arsenal. Xingtian being highlighted. Now the question is going to be, are they going to pick the Xingtian and the Bellona?
I think it's Neath. Just like based on how highly prioritized Neath has been for Cloud9, it's been utilized, and they've also finally
in the crowd say no out loud. I heard people say no to the Neath pick.
It's been effective, I'd say, but you know, only early. Coming into late game, sometimes if we see teams even, the harder hyper carry wins.
Okay, here we go. Next pick for Epsilon, and Bellona not a factor here. Xingtian gets picked up. Geb gets locked in. Good pick there for Epsilon, guys. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Geb Bellona here is solid. It gives you a really strong front line. You also have the Soul for the dual lane push. So, you know, Geb's biggest weakness is that he's, you know, one of the worst Guardians when it comes to the laning phase. And Soul is probably one of the strongest hunters. So you make sure your Geb isn't going to get pressured out early.
With the Soul in the dual lane, we might be able to see a Medusa coming out of Yamen. That's something that he has done before. And in the Super Regionals, actually, Belanque does get locked in for Barracuda.
And this might be like a double carry, right? The Soul Medusa, or Soul Chiron as well, and then the Neath Jablanque.
I think Cloud9 might ban out Chiron right here.
Do you think, would they rather deal with the Medusa or the Chiron, you think?
I'd rather do have Medusa than the Chiron. I think Chiron is better overall.
I feel like Epsilon has to ban Athena here. There's no way they can give him Xingtian and Athena and have 2 hunters in the back of that crazy intense front line. And they do, in fact, ban the Athena.
And that'd be just a third global as well, right? We've seen Cloud9. A lot of success with the globals and the mobility. Neath Jablanque can really combine to help out a jungler's ganks. And yeah, if Athena was there too, it'd be too scary.
See what Cloud9's going to do here for their next pick. Thinking about what they have.
I would imagine Jeff's pick here, and then they're going to counter pick for Annenster. Because I feel like they already know whatever support they want.
Okay.
Bacchus wouldn't be bad here.
I mean,
Seems excited about it.
Ready. Sobek as well. So that works too.
Sobek is pretty good. He can be aggressive or he can be pilling everybody because his tail whip, it's just so good for pilling.
Yeah, so Cloud9 has a lot of space control with that Xingtian and Sobek. As Medusa is being locked in, I wouldn't be surprised if that goes in the mid lane.
I'm like, I feel really confident that's going to the mid lane. I feel like every time they get Soul, Epsilon really like to run it on Imelito. And if Fenrir, once again, for that pick potential, really effective against kind of the double hunter last time in the Freya and Neath, and I think it's going to have the same effect here, Neath and Jablanque.
Last pick now. Epsilon feeling good about that one there, but let's see what's going to be put down for Cloud9. This is it. The money pick. Winner moves on to the next round to face off against enemy in the grand finals. And a Hunbats, potentially?
It's either Hunbats or Serket. I don't think Mercury's open as well, but I don't think that's what they want to go.
All right, here we go. This is it. Final predictions. Best of 5. We're all the way to game 5 now. QE?
You know, C9.
So excited.
The least confident C9.
There's too much control for Cloud9. It's going all the way to Cloud9 for game 5.
I just have to stick with it. That was my prediction, 3-2 Epsilon.
I mean, at this point, you can't turn back. You've already
I was waving the flag before we went in picks and bans, Golden Boy.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, well, I have Cloud9 to have an NA final. Let's see how this pans out. Make some noise for game number 5 in this epic best of 5 matchup between 2 legendary teams. And of course, legendary teams need legendary casters. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the elimination game for Europe as a whole in this tournament. It is game number 5 of Cloud9 versus Epsilon.
This is it. I mean, like, this is what we've been waiting for so many months. We were, I think, hoping. Everyone at home, everyone here, the casters, the analysts, we were just hoping it wasn't going to be one-sided.
Great to see this one go to distance.
This is probably the most important set we've had since Worlds last year. I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, and it's just the picks and bans alone have me so excited. I mean, the duo lane went back to their cover picks. C9's duo lane did Sobek and Xbalanque. And then we have Hunter versus Hunter mid and Medusa versus Neath. I'm really curious to see who wins that.
Well, we think it is. It could still be the Soul. Let's see where the gods have gone. And indeed, it will be Yaman piloting the Medusa in the mid lane as we expected. The rest of the squad for Epsilon is the blue team at the bottom of the mini-map on the left side of your spectator UI. Dimmy will once again be Bologna adapting on the Fenrir. Yaman in the mid lane as Dusa. And that's iRapper and MLE2 as the duo lane Geb and Soul. Their opponents looking to close out the Europeans and bring an all North American final. It's CLOUD9. Baskin will be the solo lane as Xing Tian. Andenster in the jungle as Hunbots. MLC Stealth in the mid lane as Neath. Jeff Hindla and Barracuda are in the duo lane as Sobek and Xbalanque.
For those of you here, you are witnessing history. It's not many times we'll get a Game 5, and between two Titans from two different regions, it's very unlikely. This is truly a blessing for a caster like myself to be able to see this kind of thing. We grind for the whole year playing a lot of season games. We have a lot of substitutions. Sometimes we'll have DCs, but this is all worth it. It makes every second worth it.
Yeah, this has been a great set to watch, and one thing to notice is just how many viable picks there are in Smite now, and just to see them all come out here in spades, you know, Medusa mid, Neath mid, and all these
Bologna.
picks. Bologna all the time.
Fringe viability for Bologna there, but still just something that people like to go to.
But one thing I want to pay attention to in the early game here is with Sobek, C9 loves to get to lane first. They love to hit level 2 first, and then they love to zone. So I want to see if Epsilon will let that happen, or how will it pan out.
Well, no hand of the gods this time for Epsilon.
I love Barracuda on the Xbalanque, right? Like you said, go back to his roots, play the hyper carry, play the physical hunter, and go for it. He has a little bit more safety with Rising Jaguar versus Valkyrie's Discretion with a 90-second cooldown. I really like the way they've started this.
I like the idea of going to Barracuda Xbalanque here. Oh, mid camps. There's going to be a fight over here on the right side for these mid camps. It brutalizes out. Stealth in a lot of trouble. Moving forward, there's the Spray. One more shot to do it. First blood going to Epsilon. Going to return kill for Andy. Anytime now, it's happening. Overhand smash. Still going to find the kill. Yaman, 2 more in hands. Doesn't matter. There's the bludgeon. And it's a double for the Hunter in the mid lane.
And he got a crit. He got the return kill, but he overstated his hand there. There was no way he was going to be able to take down another.
They both have red pots.
Oh, let's go back to the items. Check that out.
I believe Adapting did, and I think they both did for sure. But 1,000 experience still going to go the way of Epsilon there. And looking at the items, I mean, it's hard to tell, but I would assume both of them did.
They both had red pot, and they both got boots, won, couple pots, and pretty much a reset in the jungle.
But both of those kills went to Medusa. I think that's the big key here. A character who can carry pretty well in the end game.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, the point of the Neath mid is to, you know, provide a lot of pressure to Epsilon's jungle, but now Medusa's the one that's ahead, and it's Epsilon that's going to be aggressing.
So without a red pot on either side, does Fenrir out-clear Hunbots now?
100%. Hunbots is one of the slowest clearing gods in the early game. Fenrir has a lot of damage, has a lot of scaling in his jump, in his one, and his brutalize.
Nonetheless, Cloud9's going to take both of the back camps on the right side of the map. Here's Anders, your soul is one down. On the backside, Neath finding the other.
That is so important, not because he's getting the extra golden experience, but because Andy is still willing to take risks after an early death like that. A pretty big early deficit, and in game 5 of one of the most important sets of his life, that shows that he's playing his normal game and he's not getting tilted.
Yeah, it's very important as a jungler to keep level-headed. You control the pace of the game, and if you are off to the slow start, that affects the rest of your team.
Good pressure. Over on the left side, Barracuda locking down the Soul is adapting in Yaman. Come back in. They're going to notice those back camps are gone. It's going to be a small deficit, but Medusa, already level 5, has control of the mid lane.
And it does indeed look like Cloud9 has gone for this very aggressive lane clear base and kind of zoning composition. Geb plucked out of position here.
Referee in a little bit of trouble. Should be fine with the Geb shield, though.
Minion Wave doing the most of that damage there, going to eat some pots away from Refer. Actually, he's not sitting on any more health pots, so no more regen for him.
The biggest thing to see is C9 won a lot of their games on the back of pressuring that purple buff on respawn. Will they do that the same game, even though Anderson's a bit behind?
Raffer only loaded out here with the Watcher's Gift and Blink 1, so he's going to have a lot of gold banked up to go ahead and grab what should be what Boots 2. Yeah, indeed it is. So Geb going to have that extra MS.
Baskin and Dimmy continue to slap box. You'll see over in the right side, neither one really getting the better of the other, but you'll note Dimmy's mana pool starting to shrink down. Much more mana intensive at this stage of the game. Dimmy only really needs one spell, even if it doesn't land, to be able to clear the wave thanks to the cleave auto attacks.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to pay attention now is the purple buff and the blue buffs are both respawning, and depending on where each team goes, it'll tell us a lot where they want to pressure, what side of the map.
Look at adapting.
Adapting looks like he wants to, kind of shade to the left side of the map here. Still taking a look at these purple buffs and the mid lane. Neath not willing to move forward, though. MLC Stealth playing this very, very conservatively.
They're going to rotate over towards the left side, it seems. Get this purple buff safely. There's a 4-man rotation here right now, but now, strangely, Yemen and Adapting taking a higher route through the jungle.
Yeah, they'll ward up just to the left side of the mid lane there.
They're going to see Barra.
Yeah, they'll find Barracuda. They're going to miss the stun, though, as the Rising Jaguar does have the immunity frames out in time. Yemen and Adapting to combine for a purple buff here.
I would have loved to see Adapting. He could have brutalized that dash and immediately ultimate that Xbalanque.
Yeah, there's no beads.
Yeah, there's no beads, and they took that high route because they know the call in the dual lane was that Barracuda and Jetflint didn't back. They know the ward time has ran out, and they were looking for a play.
Yemen safely going back into the mid lane. Doesn't want to pull any archer damage. Right side mid camps looks like will go to Cloud9. Still a slight deficit. Oh, no. Right side mid camps are being foregone.
It does look like they know that Hunbots has taken this route, though. Bologna is going to spot him out, and Yemen was starting to shade over that way as well. And indeed, Anister will not find the blue bounty he was looking for.
He'll help clear the wave, though. Probably go back into his own jungle. Both buffs are available on both sides of the map at 4:30. Demi will take a small amount of damage, but with his monopool, I'm expecting it back soon anyway.
Yeah, Medusa actually wasted a little time there. If you saw that, she was starting the speed buff, but then was called off by Adapting, and she missed the whole wave in mid.
Well, she'll get the mid camps at least, most likely. Right side mid camps were taken as well. Adapting, clearing those up. Speed going to be taken down. Decent amount of experience and gold around the map for Epsilon at the 5-minute mark. 2-1, they still lead.
Yeah, and they'll get the 1,000 gold experience here. I'm sorry, 1,000 gold lead, but dead even in experience through 5 minutes. But hey, you still got to be happy with the 1,000 gold you have picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad start considering the purple pots and red pots that were started with. Anister level 7 compared to Adapting level 6 as well is a little strange, but you got to give it to the fact that he got the kill, whereas Yaman level 8 compared to the level 7 from MSC Stealth because he got the double.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting to see what these two teams are planning to do, as they get closer to the mid game. Before, each team had a Freya, and both teams prioritized pressuring the Freya, but now it's tough to say what they're going to do.
I'm just so excited to see this Medusa come back. It was my favorite thing that Epsilon did at Regionals. I went up to Yaman multiple times. He told me, he's like, you keep saying the same thing. I get it. You think it's cool. I'm just so excited to see it again. His ults are the best Medusa ults I have ever seen. The way he hides them in the wall, it's a pretty common strategy, but comes out on almost the last possible frame to ensure maximum potential of stuns and double damage.
Yeah, and actually one of the best things about Medusa against the Hunbots is her ultimate is a channel, and she's CC immune for the whole channel, so that'll give her plenty of time to walk out of the Hunbots ult if she gets jumped on.
Xbalanque still no beats here. You got to think Fender's making his way over soon. Emilito just popping that extra MS, I guess, to get back to lane.
Got a decent amount of Barracuda's health as well with that Stellar Burst. They're going to rotate into the jungle here for pressure, but look at the rotations toward the left side mid camps. Adapting has control here. He's going to go for the stun, and he jumps away just in time. Raffer rolls out, but he's not going to find much for his trip over.
Just a counter ward just here to the left side of the lane. Jeff Finley going to miss that pluck as well. And you can see the team's very, very hesitant to commit too fully to anything here in this early game. Geb, Raffer in a strange position here, though. Okay. No, he's fine. They all blink into rollout in the enemy jungle. Classic
and
strat.
Go back in the other direction and try to bait it back out. Forcing actually going to take a huge amount of damage. Geb's shield was late there.
Yeah, he doesn't avoid the damage, does remove the root right away. There's going to be an ETH ultimate. They're really trying to reach for this one. Jeff Handler channeling his ultimate, but Sobek doesn't have any damage items. Raffer's going to use his ultimate as well, and that's got to be enough.
Oh my god, I love it.
In the meantime, the turnaround kill will be successful for Epsilon. Yaman with the slow.
So right there, what he does, he thinks to himself, I have percentage damage. I'm going to do it for the highest percent possible while he still has a decent amount, so he leads the fight with Cataclysm.
Exactly, and one thing to note there, actually C9 should have had a guaranteed kill, but Anister missed his bouncing monkey on the Geb and couldn't follow up the Sobek play.
This Hunter mid stuff, I didn't think we were going to see the mirror match. Well,
yeah, it's funny. When the Hunters are in the long lane, they refuse to fight each other. In the mid lane, it's a bloodbath.
So far, it has been. At least Barracuda might be in some trouble here. Decent damage. Gets him all the way. Wow.
Yeah, Ragnarok not even available there. Adapting just simply dives a tier 2 tower and finds an easy kill into Xbalanque. Rising Jaguar, not enough to get him out of there safely.
Can we see Adapting real quick? I would love to know what he's leveling. I'm assuming that was another level into Brutalize. No, his Brutalize level 5.
So max Brutalize.
That did a lot of damage.
Yeah, that tells me their pregame planning was, let's target this Xbalanque. He has a really hard time getting away from Fenrir. The Fenrir Brutalize follows the Xbalanque dash, and you saw how much damage it did.
Raffer just taking a scenic route through the mid lane there. He's not going to get flung back, though. Jeff Hinless slightly off the mark. Raffer trying to fight back will take some damage.
He's just saying hi. Moving over to the left side camps here, which you will pick up. Right side was completed earlier as well by Epsilon. They've had pretty substantial mid-camp control this game.
So far, it seems to me like Epsilon controls both the mid and the left side of the map. We got to remember, this is Baskin's Xing 10.
True, but if we do remember, this matchup did happen. I think it was game 2 or 3, but Epsilon did win that game once Cloud9 had the Xing 10 against Bologna.
Yes, they did. But, you know, they also had the Freya. No, they didn't. They did have Freya.
That was the Freya game,
which really does help out significantly versus that Xingtian.
Raffer looks like by himself for a few more seconds, trying to hold these creeps off the tower while taking as little damage as possible. Uses the stone shield to ensure he takes almost nothing.
I'm also a bit curious about Xbalanque's item build here. He is getting pressured out by the Soul. The Soul went pen boots, which means the Soul wants to be aggressive.
Right.
And instead of going Soul Eater to, you know, just sit back and farm, he actually went boots first. So I'm a bit curious.
I think he's trying to be as safe as possible. If he goes into Soul Eater for a little more health, he might not have the movement speed to get away from the very aggressive adapting.
Right. It's just the extra health and defense would really stop adapting from being able to one-shot him.
Yeah, it's a trade of the extra health and physical protection versus the extra MS just to outpace the Brutalize, but it doesn't seem like, I mean, Ragnarok gives you so much bonus MS on Fenrir that I'm not sure that the extra boots would have really made the difference here.
Exactly.
Gold Fury getting started up here. Emilito just using the Gold Fury to stack up his passive. Going to take about 20 hits to get this maxed out. Anister jump, wow!
Okay, let's go in.
Right in. Jeff Hinlow taking a ton of damage. He's erased.
Oh my God.
The Get Shield was so quick getting him out. And adapting right back in.
Ragnarok into the Soul Ultimate. We didn't even consider that combination. It's insane. Yemen trying to chase down MLC Stealth. In the meantime, Xingtian has a great angle here.
In trouble.
Yemen's dead.
Get Shield. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me.
No, the Cataclysm as well. Baskin-Robin cannot close the distance now. He'll try the Rev, will punch him away, and Yemen will live with a pixel.
Man, Pain of Beyond's sitting somewhere in the crowd going, wow, was that why they were yelling? Jeez, I'm pretty good at this game.
Two huge things happened in that team fight. Xingtian actually had another proc on his leap, but the Geb ultimate canceled that out. And the second important thing is Bologna has been free farming that whole time.
That's true. They didn't get anything out of that. Epsilon got basically a free kill. Yaman was overextended. Now Dimmy walks over. Baskin committed so much and is not going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, and one more thing to note is that Epsilon's getting a little bit sloppy in these team fights. Medusa was off on her own, you know, behind the red buff.
Calculated, come on.
Yeah. But I do need to be careful.
Really, tunnel vision there from Yemen. Definitely moving. That is like the deadliest corridor in all of Smite.
Well, what happened was MLC Stealth back flipped. Immediately, Yemen reacts by going into the ultimate, getting the slow and going pretty deep, but he got fairly baited.
Gold Fury going to be at least sniffed out here by Cloud9. Trying to bait Epsilon into this. They'll get Raffer to turn the corner now. Can they make anything out? No, he'll blink away from the charge prey.
Raffer, not a great initiation here. He's still going to try to find himself in a good spot by rolling around the Gold Fury. He'll back off, though. Emilito's here for the Stellar Burst damage if necessary. Left side mid-camp's going to be going to blue.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a power spike for C9. They do really well with levels. They have a lot of scaling into Poison Darts, Neath Root, and Hump Bots overhand smash, so they're looking to be aggressive.
Although it is less scaling into the Poison Darts now in this build than previously before. Cataclysm going to be used as well onto Anister there. Stellar Burst just off the mark. Cloud9 just a little bit off the timing for that purple buff, trying to take it away from Emily too.
Raffer has almost no mana. An extended engagement here will definitely wind up hurting Epsilon. Cloud9 has a pretty good advantage, and they're going to take it. Dimmy gets flung back. Decent damage. Forced the Geb shield early, but Jeff Henley gets completely crippled.
Yeah, they knew that the Cataclysm was used there as well, and now the Sobek ultimate here going to be expended by Cloud9. So a couple of big team fighting ultimates have been used. Neither team seeing too willing to fight.
Dimmy, actually.
Yeah, Dimmy ulted over the wall there.
And he's going to back immediately. We're going to get a Sentry Ward placed down, 100 gold gain for 2 wards lost.
Oh, adapting could be in trouble here. Ragnarok to stop any bonus damage coming out. Baskin realizes he can't dive the tower just yet with only his Breastplate of Valor. And with the Geb rotating back in, Raffer's one stone shield did come up pretty big there, but does need to fall back and pick up some more mana, does the Geb.
Gold Fury's going to stay safe for now. Both teams going to wash it out. Epsilon still up 5-1 with almost 3,000 gold to their name.
Yeah, I expect a little less fighting on the Gold Fury now as buffs spawn. Dimmy there securing his blue, speed coming up shortly.
But vision is controlled by Cloud9 at the Gold Fury for now, with that sentry still standing.
So now Barracuda over in this left side continues to free farm Zap. He's going to back here. I'm expecting the Soul Eater.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to go into the Soul Eater. At that point, he might be able to box out the Soul if he can get his Poison Darts off.
Attack speed boots versus Warrior Tabby. How do you feel?
That is actually a good build because Xbalanque gets a lot of damage from his one. He actually gets 50 extra damage, branching bolas, as well as his passive. So attack speed boots do scale pretty well into the late game, more than the physical power.
Adapting, looking for a way into this, jumps in, finds a good stun. There's another from the Cataclysm, finds 3, but no follow-up. Adapting, trying for the chase, gets flung out of the Fear No Evil, a wasted ult from Anister, but they continue to pressure on. Raffer forced to shield himself. He's stuck, but
Gammon does
they're
have
not
the
robbing.
ultimate. And he's going to find a kill here underneath, guaranteed with the Giant Cone, and indeed, down will fall MLC Stealth. Yaman credited with his 3rd kill of the game, 6-1 for Epsilon.
The MVP of these fights and this game right now are the Geb shields. I can't there's been at least 5 times Geb has saved people with his shield.
They're rushing down the tier 1, a 500 gold win. It's possible they could look towards the Gold Fury, but their health pools are diminishing quickly. Flung back, Jeff Hinla, way overcommitted here. He's going to send 2 into the tower. It's still alive. They're trying for it, but immediately Dimmy goes to the back line, erasing Barracuda.
Yemen doesn't have the dash. Anderson now finds himself in an awkward position.
Teleport.
Blink forward. Dimmy
Nice.
not going to be able to follow this one up as the ultimate is not available from the Bologna.
They're trying to stop this. Baskin took a huge swing right there from that Stellar Burst. Emelito will retreat back over to left.
Yeah, what you saw there is one of the few counterplays that there are to Sobek. If you have beads up, you can bait the pluck.
Right.
And pop your beats. Sobek's in a really bad spot after that.
It just sticks him in place for almost an entire second. Very similar to what happens to Mercury.
Yeah, it basically guarantees any kind of CC onto the Sobek.
And at this stage of the game, you know, level 9, level 10 Sobek's not super tanky. And you compare that to, you know, you have a Bologna, you have, of course, a Medusa, a Soul.
But, I mean, even with that Soul, Cloud9 able to hold their tier 1 tower. It looked a little sloppy, but Baskin's ultimate comes up big there. And it does stop that push, forces out the Stone Shield onto the Medusa, who then, you know, they have to expend resources basically to save her at that point. Stalling out the push, and Cloud9 holding on, keeping this one within 3,000 gold.
Yeah, speaking of Soul, I love Emelito's build. I love that he went for the Pen Boots, just so his damage can be a little bit more relevant here because he has the Geb support. Geb doesn't have as much damage as, let's say, Bacchus or, you know, like Xing 10 or anything like that. So he's making up for that with the Pen Boots.
Oh, Adapting getting tagged by the Spirit Arrow. They're going for it. They pop his beads. He's going to pop his ult as well. I'm surprised he didn't go for Andy there. Did Andy have beads? He did.
He did, yeah, just to get the... But it is beads 1. I mean, it probably would have been worth it nonetheless.
That's true.
But just too worried about dying there. I mean, too much damage coming out from that Neath on top of it with the Spirit Arrow as well.
Raph are going to sniff out the rotation. It seems that they were gesturing the Gold Fury, but they don't actually commit to it. They retreat back to the mid lane to continue the pressure.
Yeah, look for a lot of fighting now to happen in mid lane or into the jungle. There's no buffs up, so Epsilon's going to be looking for the picks.
Son of Gaia has been completed here onto the Bologna going into the Xing 10, but it's primarily physical damage coming out on the side of Cloud9.
This is the same thing we saw 2 games ago. Dimmy choosing this lane defense instead of defense against hunters and assassins.
Yeah, I mean, he does want to try to be healthy, so when both solo laners do rotate with their teleport, he'll be full HP. It'll be okay as long as he follows it up with a Midgardian Mail.
Yeah, we can't not have a Midgardian Mail.
Has to have
it was over 30 minutes before we saw one in the last engagement. I mean, it's double hunter. You have to have it.
We do have a tier 1
finally
to
falls.
fall. Yeah, indeed. Over on the right side, the solo laner slapbox. And the left side, Barracuda finding even more free farm.
Yeah, are they going to go for Bear? Are they going to go for gold? Bear's going to go into the jungle here. Should be very careful. Adapting's there. There's going to be a pincer that's about to happen. As you can see, rotations coming in from both MLC Stealth and Jeff Hinla.
Oh, and they'll let the Gold Fury go with the Darkest of Nights being used by Barracuda. And now turn the corner, eat a Stellar Burst, and on the backside in will come Bologna, stunning out Barracuda yet again. Trying to move forward as Raptor finds the knock up onto multiple targets. Soul damage coming through, doing tons. And Dimmy gets credited for the kill on the Barracuda. And he's ultimate used, but not in time. Jeff Hinla falls to Yemen as well. And Adapting continues to move forward. Ragnarok use. Beads 1, pop by Anderson. Baskin will wrap up a couple, but he hasn't stopped Dimmy in the front line. Adapting with the Brutalize coming back in. Isn't enough. No, just barely forced to cancel from the damage of MLC Stealth.
But more than enough damage has been done with Jeff and Barra falling. Epsilon have complete control over the lane, complete control over the jungle, and what looks like to be the first Gold Fury of the game.
Yeah, this Fenrir right now, Epsilon's just making the right calls in these team fights. They know they have the best advantage to taking out the Barracuda on the Splunky because he has a dash. Brutalize follows the dash. Barracuda dies.
I don't see Cloud9 pulling another rabbit out of the hat, man. We are almost 6K down here for Cloud9.
It's getting very, very dire. If you're Cloud9 fans out there, you're going to need to show your support for these guys because it's got a very, very long path back in. I mean, they need at least one major team fight here at an objective and a couple of towers in the back of it as well to draw this one back to even.
Yeah, the biggest thing Cloud9 needs to do is they need to make their Humbots ults count. So far, I don't think there's been one kill that's been resulted. Yeah, that's been a result of the Humbots ult.
In fact, Andy's getting kind of worked here by this Bologna. I think the biggest thing for me in that last team fight was Bologna does some decent damage. You know, someone's about to die, and all she had to do was bludgeon, and she was allowed to bludgeon. There's so many people. There's 4 people on top of her, and she's getting spells off.
Yeah, I think C9 needs to be a little bit more patient with their CC. Sobek needs to save his tail whip. Baskin needs to save his knockup for that Bologna too, and for Peel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and one of the most impressive things to me about Epsilon and specifically Adapting as we ride along with the Fenrir is this player's ability to just do the math and figure out how he can get in and out of fights. I mean, constantly now we're seeing him engage in with the leap, get the stone shield, run out, come back in with the brutalize, cancel it after 2 hits, and then Ragnarok a different target, right? Just adapting as a machine is what we hear about this player from everyone that has to play against him.
Raffer going in pretty deep here. Overhand smash to whiff as Raffer just tries to check out the jungle. Red buff will be taken, it looks like, and put onto MLC Stealth.
Polynomicon is completed by the Soul as well here, so a little bit extra burst coming out on the side of Epsilon. This magical damage starting to really stack up, and we have a Breastplate of Valor and a Sovereignty out as the only 2 defensive items on the board.
I really love the fact that we're actually seeing the red buff onto Emilito and the purple buff onto Yaman. They're switching, even though the roles would dictate otherwise, because they know the burst damage is far more important on the Soul. She's got the poly.
Well, it's the tower damage from the Soul is now they have moved up. It's only Barracuda coming on to stop this split push. He's just not going to be in time. Emilito takes this for free.
And look
Yaman, I mean, they're just juggling the aggro here, waiting for the next minion wave, a stellar burst, but Emilito should just have this. I mean, all the bonus damage coming out. No, indeed, that Darkest of Nights is going to be enough. They're not sure with the rotation. They don't have very good ward coverage.
Exactly. Great play by Barracuda there to scare them off the tower. They should have had it for free, but they didn't.
I mean, Shibalanke, I mean, like, you see what he does. He forces so much fear into Epsilon. And this character, he's been in this situation so many times where he's down. If he gets the end game, I mean, no one on this map carries half as hard as he does.
Yeah, I mean, his branching bullets is kind of like half an item. That extra physical power really scales well into the mid game.
More than that.
Especially once he gets his first crit item. He'll crit for at least 500-600, whereas other hunters would crit for 3 to 4.
First to pop 10,000 net worth is Bologna on the side of Epsilon. Dimmy getting way out ahead now, level 18. Baskin Shing 10, level 17. But the late game, it's a very good late game for Cloud9. I mean, they can't give up this tier 2. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Another 1,500 gold pending to go to the way of Epsilon, and indeed it will. Barracuda in a lot of trouble now, is over the top.
He's
will
gone.
Come the Fenrir, and adapting in the Ragnarok form, just looking for another target. Down will go Jeff Hindla. Another off the mark. Huntbot's ultimate there. Gem Shield keeping adapting alive.
Is it enough?
He will fall now. Yes, indeed, he will. Emilito and Dimmy rooted in place. It's just Baskin and MLC Stealth, and Baskin will be falling. Can they follow us up? Yaman's going to slither ahead. 1 shot, 2 shots. 3rd shot not going to hit, and they can't dive the Phoenix just yet. Hunbot trying to harass the backline here, but I'm not sure that Annenster is really going to be too effective against Emilito.
He's trying to bait. The somersault's going to get him away. I think he's going to look to go back in here. He knows he's going to get chased down. There it is. He goes right. He dodges the Stellar Burst, but the Gem Shield again. He's been baited. Raffer too quick, and he falls 14 to 3.
Emilito and Anderson, they're showing insane mechanics. Emilito was trying to bait the Humbot's jump by auto-attacking, thinking that Anderson would think that it was his 2-procking. And then Anderson had a great juke with his bouncing monkey teleport as well.
9,000 gold ahead is Epsilon through 21 minutes. A tremendous lead. 14,000 experience on top of it as well. And the items continue to roll in. Executioner on its way from Yaman.
Man, this is getting dire. MLC Stealth's Neath is 3 levels behind the Medusa. I mean, Neath is not a character you ever want to see behind. I mean, she just doesn't bring enough to the table.
And yeah, he's pretty much given up the late game here on the Neath, going for Jotun's Wrath.
He's going for Hunter Mage. Yeah. And the biggest thing about C9's comp, though, is if they don't get ahead, they really don't have any significant magic damage to help them, counteract the defensive items of Epsilon.
And now the Midgardian Mail out, the Frostbound Hammer done as well. Another anti-attack speed item is going to be a big problem.
Mail of Renewal getting picked up by adapting is going to ensure that if he does get the 1 kill he's been getting, he's going to be impossible to take down.
Shibalanke continues to split push. Cloud9 trying to bend and not break as adapting, and the rest of Epsilon will go into the tier 2 tower here on the right side. Shibalanke ultimate used in a fight about to break out as they will continue this siege. Let's take a listen in with Epsilon comms as they look to take yet another tier 2.
Go mid. I got the buff. Go mid. Heavenly. Tower. Get him. He's dead. Nice. Go so big. Use this block. Oh my god, boys. Tower. Oh my god, boys. Fire after this. I missed my ult. Come on. Take it up. Stay focused. We win this game. I'm going to him. Shield. Hey, he knocked him up. Knock him up. Fuck him up, boys. The tower, please. Kill him. Fire. I'm missing killer. I'm coming over from fire. Phoenix fire. I'm backing. I am backing. Okay. You get Phoenix. Tank. Yeah. 103 per auto. Go fire. I'm going fire. Gold up, right? Fire should be free. Rush. Fire should be free. I'm warding gold up. Look at DPS. It should be free. It's free. There's 3 people alive and they're all inside their base. So.
Adapting has not disappointed.
Raffer went back.
Look at this. I mean, all right, now I'm disappointed.
Someone got hit?
Yeah, he got hit by it. Should be okay, though. It doesn't look like they have enough room to do this. And right into his ultimate he goes to ensure that he's not going to get
That doesn't work
CC'd.
anymore.
It's not season 1.
Yeah,
No,
what are you doing?
He still applied damage. Just
Well,
not
yeah, once,
massive damage.
yeah.
But he was doing that to make sure he wasn't getting CC'd. He could still apply auto attacks. Really smart play.
Yeah, and C9 realizes that they were low and they did do the
And
fight.
don't
This
do
is
it.
their only time that they can maybe get a pick here for free.
Yeah, and they try, and they're not going to find too much here. World Weaver going to come through as well, but just too little too late to find a kill at the 24-minute mark. It's 18-3 for Epsilon and Cloud9 with their backs against the wall. Already, enemy has qualified for the grand finals, and it does look indeed like Epsilon will be their opponent. Basking in a dive the tier 1 tower here, but in comes the rest of the team. Rapperport's in, and
wow.
he catches everybody, and the solo ultimate doing tons of damage. Basking going to try to disrupt, but the back line goes, adapting, and Jeff Hinla falls, and then no one is checking the Fenrir. Someone's got to stop adapting in the back line. He's going to kill everybody. Barracuda's going to go down. Baskin's going to get picked up. Baskin's going to fall as well.
Stop him!
Just 2 members left. A low HP Annoncer, and MLC Stealth, and MLC
He's
Stealth is
still
going to fall
going.
as well. The root's going to come through. He's coming up place.
He's done. They're throwing it in. They're throwing it in. It's over, son. Cloud9, the world champions, have been dethroned, and it will be Europe's Epsilon to take them down.
And in a spectacular fashion, and in just poetic justice, adapting, makes a name for himself as the Fenrir player, the best in the world, and now carries his team to victory in game number 5 versus North America. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Epsilon Esports.
Plot armor does not exist as we thought for Cloud9. Game 1 would have spelt a pretty devastating win to Epsilon had they dropped that game and dropped the set as a result, but it was too much for them to deal with in the end. I don't want to say superior play from Epsilon wound up putting them on top. They just, game 5 went in their favor.
Yeah, and it was great to see Adapting do it with the god he started the game with, the Fenrir.
Exactly, yeah. Seeing it come full circle for Adapting, guys. That does do it for game number 5. Epsilon will move on to face enemy, and that does it for us here from the desk. Kelly Lake, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. I am here. Let's give it up for Epsilon, guys. That went to game 5, and it was looking shaky, guys. A win, a loss, a win, a loss. What was going through your head during those times?
There was 4 words going through my mind, and it was easy game, easy life, I think it was.
Woo! Let's go! All right, you guys are going up against enemy tomorrow. What are your thoughts on that? Same 4 words?
No, I respect enemy. You know, he's very confident, but hopefully we can bring it to EU. Let's hear some noise.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans and sponsors?
I love everyone. Thank you for stopping by all our streams. I love you all. You are all awesome. I just love playing in front of all of you.
Well, congratulations, you guys, and we'll be right back right after this analysis.
All right, folks. And that's a wrap for the defending champions Cloud9. But Epsilon moves on to make it yet another NA-EU final to close it out at the Smite World Championships 2016. But let's actually talk about the story real quick, because I just noticed this. I mean, both teams came from placements. Enemy had one heck of a road, you know, running into Fnatic. And then, of course, Pain Gaming, which no one gave them, you know, a chance. They said Pain could actually move forward and so on and so forth. And then again, against Paradigm, no one gave him a chance. Said Paradigm's going to take this #1 seed out of Europe. And then on the other side, you had Epsilon. A lot of people felt, yeah, Epsilon's got this, but there were some question marks, right? Like the close matchup that they had against Pain Gaming. And of course, their epic matchup against Fnatic that concluded in them going 2-0. And then to do it again, 3-2 over Epsilon, I mean, over Cloud9. I mean, really, I'm at a loss for words. What a series we just saw. You got one right, buddy. You got one right.
Both right today.
You
Series
did.
Scores and all.
You did. The streak is over.
First seeds do not win Smite tournaments. Proven fact. Like 2 out of 17. And totally, you're going to have to hold that one.
Right in the Right in the hair, too. It's going to get tangled up in there. It's not going to feel nice when you pull it, you know, it's going to...
Yeah, I definitely ate my words after this series. I was a little shocked, I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, we can't be too sad about an EU versus NA finals.
Yeah, we can't at all. QE, you were crying for a brief moment. There were tears of sadness or tears of joy. I don't know, because it was such a great series. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just not a fan, but Epsilon played fantastically, and I'm pretty excited for the finals versus Enemy and Epsilon. I think it will be a pretty good game.
So I think one of the major stories was adapting.
Oh, man.
Right? He was just so phenomenal, and then did it again. He did it in Game 4. And then he just did it again in Game 5. You know, was a big part of that victory. There were a lot of things that you can talk about in that series, but adapting is one that I want to kick it off with.
Adapt King Kenneth. This kid is the best player in the world, no doubt in my mind, and he's proven it here against the best team in North America. These last 2 games, it was obviously a team effort, but his Fenrir play was unstoppable. There was nowhere you could be safe against him. He was in every single lane, put so much pressure out, and it was just kind of the speed he does it. He's just baiting, no hesitation ever, got so many kills, set every single one of his teammates up for success, and as a result, Epsilon, they come out on top.
We called it in the beginning of the series that it would either be Anister or Adapting that would be making the huge impact plays. And in games number 4 and 5, when Adapting went Fenrir, he had the opportunities to make these aggressive plays and put his team into positions to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, again, Adapting, you know, this guy just proved it, why he, you know, was the GOAT, as you had listed him. You actually called Adapting in the first matchup of the day when we went to, it was actually number 1, right? Epsilon versus Isurus. And we were talking about it, we were breaking it down, and I went through all the names, and in the notes you said Adapting, parentheses, GOAT. Greatest of all time. He's one step closer from being able to prove that. And, you know, he has a tough enemy in front of him, but we'll get, oh, no pun intended, hey-yo. But we'll get to that in a little bit. I want to talk about Yaman as well. Yaman, another great player, had some pretty solid plays. We'll start with you, Anatoly. What were some of the, I guess, key points you've noticed from Yaman's play that he could bring to tomorrow?
Well, specifically the ISIS games that brought out, they were very well played and well orchestrated. And I wasn't surprised personally by the Medusa pick we see here. The First Blood was really well orchestrated there, allowing to take off the red buff there. But either way, Yaman playing Medusa, playing the ISIS, we might see this tomorrow against Enemy.
Yaman and Adapting have such a good synergy. I think Yaman in this game, like 0-7, he just did pretty good. And like, he has such a big gap pull, and like, you can't ban him out. Like, he plays ISIS at such high level, Medusa and Janos.
I mean, again, you know, just credit to Adapting, or excuse me, credit to Yaman and what he was able to accomplish as well. Some stellar play there with the Medusa that you guys can see. I mean, just, you know, running rough shot all over them. And then another player that I want to cover is Emilito, because, you know what, we had noticed that there could have been some problems with Emilito. Maybe he was on tilt, was what we had talked about in Game 4. 100% proved that that was not the case going into Game 5. So yeah, I mean, what's up with him?
Emilito, just like the rest of Epsilon, just mechanically gifted. He has proven, I think, to me personally, that he is no more king of tilt. He is someone who, with his team at the very least, is very much in the right mind, and even, you know, on his hind leg, he can still perform. And he had such a great performance on Soul, making sure to pressure Barracuda out and setting up for Adapting to come in and make sure to lock him down and get some of those early kills.
Yeah, again, you know, Emilito definitely, he did what he needed to do here, and he got the job done. Another player was Dimmy the Undying, because you had mentioned him before, and he had a great record until this game, where he died quite a bit, you know, but still not a disservice or discredit to him by any means. And Anatoly, this is for you. You know, what is it about Dimmy, like, you know, that he can bring to tomorrow's games, but also what did he do specifically in this C9 matchup in the solo lane that allowed his teammates to be able to hold it together and get the W?
He just played like really solid foundation smite. He put himself in a position where he was going to be able to farm and make a big impact in the mid to late game team fights. He made sure to zone out the enemy hunters whenever he could. We see him there getting a kill on Barracuda and then just zoning the rest of the team out, allowing his team to get the Gold Fury after that team fight.
Yeah, and some smart picks, some smart plays from him. And lastly, iRaffer, we don't want to leave him out right before we, close it for the evening. Again, the support played a big role as well because, everyone was talking about Jeff the Sex Hindla, and he is an incredible player. But iRaffer did his job.
iRaffer did more than his job. I still think that Adapting is the best player in the world, but I think in this series, iRaffer might have been the best player overall. Just that insane save on Yaman, right? Perfect, frame-perfect Geb Shield, frame-perfect Cataclysm, frame-perfect knockup, just so much protection, and that's what allows this team, right? We saw the constant aggression coming out from Adapting and Yaman specifically, and that's because the trust they have in iRaffer. iRaffer was always in the right position to save his team, and he's leading them to victory. He has done such a great job with this team, and he deserves all the respect as one of the best teams in the world.
All right, well, that's it. I mean, Cloud9, of course, they shouldn't, it was a hard-fought battle, and they shouldn't hang their heads low by any means. Having a great season, not only that, but of course everyone wants to get to that point at the championship. But man, what a series that was. It truly could have gone either way. So, since I believe we won't have you guys up here tomorrow with us for the final, I want to ask you, for your predictions on who you think will save you for tomorrow, because you never know, you may change your mind.
True.
So I want to ask you guys about who you think will come out in the final between Enemy and Epsilon. I will start with QE.
I mean, Enemy has been just playing fantastically. They just show up, like Elena said. But Epsilon, they just look fantastic against C9. So I'm not sure who's gonna win. I'd like to see a 5-game set, but I'm gonna give it to an A because I'm an A fan.
Okay.
So in this best-of-5 set, we definitely saw Epsilon pull out more strategies than in the previous one for Enemy. So I feel like for that specific reason, I gotta give it to Epsilon just because of the more strategies.
Ooh, split down the middle. I like it. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for today. It has been a long day of Smite, but I think it goes without saying that this was one of the most exciting days, not only in SWC history, but also in Smite history. We had two incredible series, one between Paradigm and Enemy, the other between Cloud9 and Epsilon, and truly all 4 teams are master class teams that truly deserve everyone's adoration because of how talented they are. Now, we have a couple things to let you guys know about. We're not done yet. The stream isn't over, so don't go anywhere just yet, because the boys in blue, Envy, are going to take on Eager in a semi-final matchup to decide who faces off against Cognitive Gaming in the finals for the Xbox Smite World Championship, excuse me. Exciting stuff ahead, people. And also, another thing that we want to talk about is the incredible cosplay competition, just the cosplay in general that Smite has here. The community, amazing. We saw it at the beginning of the show with the red carpet. I mean, the on her, like, really?
The Space on her was good.
Space on her, that was dope.
The tier as well, Sock Puppeteer.
The Sock Puppeteer was great. There were a couple really good outfits. Cosplay, of course, has been blowing up in the industry as of late, and it is no exception for the Smite community. Everyone, that is going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. Thank you so much. Good games, good night.
Gods and goddesses, it's been a full year of chaotic onslaught. Are you ready for the best of the best? Because this is Smite! Top 10 plays of 2015. Hey, my name's Anuki, creator of the Smite Top 5 Plays. These are your most memorable plays of 2015 voted by you, the fans. So let's get to the action. At 10, we've got Luna Frost as Owlish, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but props to that Poseidon. Take a look at that Kraken. Doesn't take much to be overextended in mid lane. Poseidon flanked fast by Awilix. Yumi makes it even more complicated. Kukulkan waiting for that stunning moment to fire the Raging Dragon. Poseidon manages to drop down the Kraken ultimate, and the knockup gives him the breather to escape. Down goes the Whirlpool, getting some good distance. How the hell is he doing it? Lunafrost mounting up, can't jump to secure. Guan Yu here to help Poseidon. Awilix gets off for a second, flipping, stuns him. Back on the Panther. We've got a kill to secure. Look at that speed. Nice kill. Mercury and Guan Yu are safe to chase. It's their jungle. Lunafrost, the supersonic acrobatic.
Hey guys. Welcome. Yeah, no, sorry I'm late. I got caught up watching the Smite tournament cosplay competition. Have you guys seen that?
Oh yeah, it's pretty great. Yeah.
I listened to your track and I loved it. I wrote you this big, sexy hook. I think you're really gonna dig.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Should we just go lay it down?
Boys, let's get to it. Here we go. H&B, Todd Harris. Together on the track. Smite boys are back. Match starts now, baby, roll with us. Spots are snapping at the neck when we rolling up. Rolling through the lanes, ain't no holding up. Invading at the start like who gives a what? F-50 eye when we walk onto the set. Forget haters, hell baiters, we're the best, just sounds correct. Got gold in my bank, items in my slots. You either get crit, get power, or get stopped.
This is a cosplay of Big Ben and Alon. I know Scott's so brave, he can barely see.
What?
A mythical quest to cosplay Atlanta. Zeus and portray, show him off with me.
Yeah, that was really strange, but we're back in the club. Getting all the kills, so the trap will show us love. Give me the big Iceman, run my top hunter. Vulcan back blast, meatball, the best hunter. Watch DM, cause he ain't you Mr. Nice Guy. More like you meet you, take your buffs and get your flights guy. Hit him in all dress and having some fun. Trap and make you feel crazy.
Now I'm back to the good, look at me now I'm far. And I'm calling down the thunder.
No.
Now I'm Poseidon, got skins galore. People love to go inside.
Yeah.
But I'm little red silver.
Oh god.
So many skins that cosplay, and the smile I keep slow.
Yeah, always seen the skins. Throw your thumbs in the air and say hell yeah, come on.
Nemesis,
What?
she no longer.
From the front to the back, say we build stacks, come on.
I said,
Nope.
Mr.
Harris, we're really gonna need you to focus up.
Roger that, let me try with another guy.
Wait.
Give me a hero over time, and my name is still on it.
Not better.
Don't know the best that he's saying, game. Keep it against everyone is lying.
Come on.
Okay, then I'm a Dragon King. I'll call he's my name.
Oh god.
Then you can call me Chugga. J-Rabbit has to stay.
Close enough.
You healers wanna play rough? Okay, Divine Ruler. This is the tale of the fairy of the moon. This is the tale. Your solo lane with the J-Rabbit. Take it home. An excellent dancer, but her own voice is muted. Go back's my playground, so check out this one. Check out this one.
Okay, turns out Todd Harris is a major cosplayer.
Smite completes me.
Yep, whatever. Okay.
Hey guys, how you doing? We're here, of course, at the stage. You've seen some fantastic Smite gameplay already today. It's been utterly a pleasure to see those teams duke it out, and I know that you guys have been enjoying it, everybody watching at home. But of course, there's another group of people that are just as dedicated as our esports athletes, and those are the people that come down and take part in cosplay. They put in serious hours, serious time to try and show off their absolute love of this fantastic game, Smite, and the community. So what we've got for you is the best of the cosplay competition, and we're going to bring them all out for you today so you guys can see them, show them some love, take some pictures, all that good stuff, because they absolutely deserve it. Now, I'm no expert in the world of cosplay, although I do enjoy looking at it, but somebody who is my good friend Amanda, so if I ask nicely, hopefully Amanda will come out and join me. Amanda? Hoping Amanda's out there. Not hearing anything in my ears, so that means she's, oh, hello. You're definitely not what I had in mind when I thought Amanda might be coming out. You seem to be quite frail. there. How's it? You look lost, dear. What's your name?
Oh, hello there. I'm Bassett. I'm not sure where I am.
You're at the Smite World Championship, my dear.
Oh my, look at all these people. Oh, what a marvelous time this must be.
It's absolutely fantastic, and I mean, say hello to them all.
Hello there. How are you all doing?
It seems they like you. Would you like to stay out and help me introduce the cosplay contestants?
Oh, of course. I'd do whatever you want me to.
All right. Can you come and stand on this side of me, please? I'm really hoping that Amanda's still out there. Yeah, I'm good. It's all fine. Hey. Should we both ask Amanda to come out?
Oh, I think she might be here.
Oh, bless us. Now, I've stood on the stage plenty of times, but I've never felt like a prized plum like this before, so really, you're lovely, my dear. Amanda, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. I have had an amazing day. The cosplay.
You-
I've seen some. It's amazing.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I tell you that. Let's get, guys, are you ready to see our first contestant? Let's bring out the first cosplay. Oh, wow. I can see it's in the lights already. You're ready for a treat. Who's coming here, Amanda?
So first up, we have Seraph Cosplay, who is doing Puppeteer.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible. We saw this guy earlier on the red carpet. He is just, I mean, the amount of time he must have put in to create that, like, just phenomenal. That's...
He won Best in Show.
Best in Show. Congratulations.
Because of the scale and the detail work on the entire costume.
Absolutely awesome. All right, guys, you ready for another? All right, come on. Oh, guys, this goes from strength to strength.
Next up, we have Bradley Anderson doing Space Slayer on her.
Give him some space. Fantastic. This looks like some serious time went in. What a stellar job. What do you think when you see these lovely cosplay outfits, my dear?
If I said I didn't like them, I'd be lying.
That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Amanda, who's next?
Next up, we have Jennifer Barkley, who is dressed up as Nox. She came third place in Best in Show.
Third place.
Now, she hand-sewn all of the feathers on her dress, which is just, I don't even know how she had the time.
Absolutely wonderful. Are you jealous of the outfit at all, my dear?
I saw you looking at her.
What's your cat's name?
This is Mr. Wiggles. Would you like to pet him?
Yes, I'll pet you.
Oh, watch out. He's a little shy. He might bite.
I feel like you have more cats than just one cat.
I could only bring one. The other 80 had a few diarrhea problems when I got on the plane, and so...
Okay, who's next, Amanda?
Next up, we have Zane Golson, who is dressed up as Archon Thanatos.
Out you come, Zane. Round of applause for Zane Olsen.
He's got some amazing detail work, and the feathers are just unreal.
Absolutely fantastic. How do you like those feathers? Yeah, who's next there, Amanda?
Next, we have Amanda Skies, who did Kawaii Bastet. And now she hand-sewn all of the pieces of her costume and had some fantastic
Very
accessories.
Cool. Yes, you look identical.
It's a younger image of myself. How did I do that?
How old are you, my dear?
I'm not a day over 7,044,000.
Hence the Zimmer frame.
I still got it, though. I still got it.
Amanda, who's next?
Next, we have Samantha Moody, who has done Fioriona Bologna, and her costume is fantastic. She's got some lights and the armor.
Great job. Round of applause. Who's next?
And last but not least, we have Cody Harris, who is dressed up as Geb Beach.
Oh my God.
Now this costume is massive. And the hands, it's so cool.
This is absolutely incredible.
So where did Cody finish in the competition?
He came in 7th place of the Best in Show.
Guys, you absolutely look fantastic. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our cosplay talents. But there's more to come. We're not even done. Who's next?
Oh, next up we have Nerd Rage Cabracken.
You look absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, man.
Please join the rest of the finalists. How are you enjoying all these lovely outfits up in here on stage with yourself?
I wish I could pay attention. I'm just so distracted.
Okay, guys. All right, guys. Well, I mean, I think we'll all agree. Look, one more time, these guys, the amount of time, the dedication, the hours they put in is truly something that I marvel at. So, seriously, take a bow if you can. Show them some love. They've been fantastic. Sweet little old cat lady, thank you so much for helping me. Amanda, thank you so much for saving me. You guys, thank you so much. Of course, we're not done at all today. There is lots more action. We do, of course, have the semi-final of the Xbox tournament as well here on the stage. So you've got lots more to stay tuned for here at the Smite World Championship. Don't go anywhere. One more round of applause for them. We're going to be right back.
Me and DM are going to get married.
He seemed like a good housewife, so I guess marry.
Netflix and chill. He's a good-looking guy.
It's probably kill.
Kill Brandon.
Netflix and chill.
Yeah, I'll probably Netflix and chill. DM Brandon all day.
Netflix and chill.
Also definitely marry.
Hinderman I'd also marry. I'd marry a lot of people.
And Netflix and chill with Hinderman.
Gotta kill him.
I'd kill Hinderman.
Yeah, you can go kill him. Well, I would probably marry Bart because he's kind of like the Smite, I don't know, tycoon or what you will. So he would probably make that sweet dollar so I can live off of that.
I'd marry Harris Bot.
We're also going to get married.
After Kelly kind of outs them onto all the clothes on the floor and stuff, I don't think I really want to marry him, so we'll go with Netflix and chill.
I don't know, dude. I definitely Netflix and chill with Dan. We have a special bond.
Dan is also Mary. All these guys at Hi-Rez are just really nice people that I'd love to, spend my life with.
Mary.
Dan. I think I would kill Dan. Dan. Oh, definitely Netflix and chill. It's Dan. Dan the man. APC, Netflix and chill.
Can I marry him and live forever? I would like to marry APC and live forever.
Netflix and chill.
So marry and Netflix and chill.
I'd probably kill him as well because he has such a big workload. Like it seems a bit misery.
I hate playing Isis in matches because I feel like she has too much early game dominance and she's kind of annoying. She kind of just pushes your wave and, you can't push it as fast as her and it's not that fun.
Serket. Serket just seems like that guy that anybody can play, and if you get against her, well, it's not much you can do.
I know my whole team for a fact is going to say Aphrodite, so I'm going to be different and say Hell. I just hate healers, so usually it would be Afro, but because all of them are going to say Afro, I'm going to say Hell.
最不喜欢对线的神明就是伊西斯吧，因为他前期的压制力太强了，往往会给我和我的团队造成很强的压制力吧。
Aphrodite, of course. Obnoxious healing, like any healing, I'd say.
Isis, definitely Isis. she pushes so hard. Like the majority of the game, unless your team knows how to kind of like take fights elsewhere, you're constantly stuck on the tower because of her push. She wins basically every matchup. So it's not as much practice or fun to play against an Isis, I guess, as other matchups.
Justin me decía que era Kebri,
Se me hicieron una pregunta de esas en una entrevista y sí, sería Kepri por el tema de la ulti, de su definitiva, que realmente te puede cambiar lo que es una pelea de equipos y es bastante incómodo cuando sucede y desequilibra toda la pelea.
I guess Geb, because he's so annoying to play against. You think you have a kill, but then Geb shield comes up and then, well, he gets away on 1 HP.
觉得是阿普切吧，因为我觉得阿普切这个英雄腿短，然后保命又差，然后输出又打不到位，这个样子。
Probably in lane, I hate Neith, because she's just so annoying. She just pokes you and heals, and you can't do anything. And so that's Neith, that's one. And then Kepri. I hate playing against Kepri because he has this shield, the passive shields. Anytime I try to poke, I just take off their shield, and they win every trade. So those two, for sure.
Hey guys, here we are back again. You ready for some more semi-final action? Late in the day and you still got lots of gas in the tank. I like that about you guys. Let's see if I can be nice enough to ask Omega to come out and join me from their Envy team. And of course, my man, the Air Cougar. Gentlemen, join me here. Round of applause. Air Cougar, I'll start with you, sir. How has your Smite World Championship been thus far?
It's been absolutely amazing, just getting support from the eager fans and just meeting everyone. It's just been an absolute blast.
Well, we love having you, but here, your opposition in the form of Envy. Omega, how have you had it?
It's been great. It's been pretty easy so far. I hope we have a challenge here, so.
Looking for a challenge. Now, do you think... Do you think that that you and the eager guys can put up a challenge for them?
If anyone's going to do it, it's definitely going to be us.
Ooh, saucy stuff there. Any retort to that?
Well, I think we only have one world champion up here still, so I don't know.
I wouldn't give you my mic to drop it, but that's pretty much what you did. All right, go one more.
All right, yeah.
All right, gentlemen, good banter, good stuff. I love it. Get in here, handshake, hug it out. Let it happen. There we go. That's what it's all about here at the Smite World Championship. Are you guys ready to see this Xbox semi-final? I thought you would be. Now, we have a little special one for you here because I had to put this down. We are actually going to toss over now to none other than Incon and Zapman to take us in as we get right in here with the semi-final for the Xbox. Over to you, boys.
I'm joined here live with Incon and Zapman, and what better two representatives for this Xbox semi-final? Obviously, in one corner, we have the eager owner.
Yes,
What
sir.
you call yourself?
Yes, sir.
At least one team made Worlds. And
No.
another team that didn't make Worlds this year, Envy.
Hey,
we finding another way
made
through.
Worlds on Xbox. That's what matters, right?
Right, well, tell me through who's on your roster and who's playing where.
Everybody is on the roster except for me, replaced by Omega, and we had a couple switches in terms of roles. We have Allied playing in the mid lane, and Cyclone going to ADC, Omega staying in his signature solo lane.
Wait, they switched out Incon.
They switched out
That must
Incon.
be why they're at Worlds. Okay, I get it now.
Oh, it's starting already. This is going to be good. So, why have they done the roster switch? Why have they done the role switches, first of all?
That role switch was just because Omega was most comfortable in the solo lane.
Okay.
And then we had to move people around. We could have put Cyclone in the mid lane, but he was really comfortable with the Hunter role. And so Allied, of course, always wants to play mid lane because, you know, he loves him some mid guns.
And at the same time, Ally, you know, he's already good at the late game. So, you know, maybe these games are a little bit quicker.
There you go.
Makes sense. What have you got cooked up for us? What's your roster?
Well, the roster is Air Cougar at Hunter role, which I was thinking about replacing because I really wanted to play on stage.
You were gonna really steal his thunder?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it, but then I was like,
Do you want to get beat by Envy again?
So
I'm sorry, I couldn't
we
help that
beat
one.
Envy at Super Region.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did
Who
you?
won?
Did you lose to him?
I don't recall.
Did you? And you lost to EU?
And then they lost to Fnatic.
Yeah, we lost to Fnatic.
Aw.
And Fnatic lost to Enemy?
Yeah, so I guess
Yeah, at least
we are
we
really
didn't
third
lose
place.
to Enemy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So anyway, then we have Matt Coy's at jungler.
Okay.
Which is awesome.
Heard he's one of the strongest players on the team?
Yeah, he is. He's a really cool guy. And then we have... Crap, I should know this. No, I was just joking. Then we have Dwarfs here at solo lane. He's a great guy. Then we have Sam Bam at mid lane. And last but not least, we have Jelly, the guy who hits all his Sylvanas pulls.
So that's a big key here. Will we see Sylvanas, you expect, today join the picks and bans?
Yeah, I believe you'll see Sylvanas here, and you know, Xbox has a lot of different priority picks than PC. So you know, Sylvanas is one of them. A little Hades, Guan Yu. You know, yeah, it's all about those big AOE circles because one, a lot of people aren't as comfortable with the analog sticks as they are with the mouse. So
sensitivity is a big thing as well. And I guess,
well, believe me, we're very comfortable with our controllers. Omega, an ex-Halo professional player, very comfortable with the console and the controller. Absolutely no skin off his back.
Any retort to that?
Well, Omega's actually a plant from us because he used to be on Eager.
He's a plant?
Yeah, he's a plant, yeah.
Just to make sure Envy don't make it to finals.
Yeah.
So with the big circles going on in the game of Xbox, because of the reaction time required to turn in circles, what goes you expect to see being more prioritized here?
Well, you see, Eager needs a lot of big circles in order to.
Are you guys just going to fire shots all day? Like, I'm trying to keep semi-serious.
So I expect to see a lot of skill shots out of Envy, because there's a lot of skill on our team. So I expect to see more. So I expect to see that coming out of us.
Not happy about
it's funny coming from a fourth place player, but it's cool. A lot of skill from fourth place.
I don't think you need me anymore.
I'm sorry, who brought you to Brazil? Oh, that was Envy that brought you to Brazil.
Yes, thank you for that. I should
You're welcome, yeah.
This is hot banter. I'm so excited. But it's not me. So there's the boys on the stage there of Team Eager. Looking very looking forward to the match, really, more than anything, getting themselves ready. Weekend Allied in the middle there. Kiki further down. And the very end is Cyclone Spin as you come back to us once again. So we're just waiting for them to get themselves ready in the picks and bans. Obviously, they've been setting up after the PC. Which way do you think this is going to go?
I mean, I think it's quite clear that it's going to be a quick couple of games for Envy.
But Eager have the experience, right? They're the guys that have been on Xbox through and through for a long period and been an established team. They were #1, went to the other regionals as well, and won there too. These guys are a strong Xbox team.
Yeah, I'm really proud of my Xbox guys. They had to face a lot of PC ports teams. Denial, which was, I guess they turned it to X-Gen. They beat them. They also beat Shink's team. And I've just been really proud. This is just going to be another PC team that they're going to beat.
Just put them under the belt. What do you got to say about that, Incon?
I mean, as far as experience goes, nobody has more experience than the PC teams, having years to back up on, not to mention all the LAN experience from us. Nothing can take us down.
Well, there is stories about Envy as well during the qualifications. I believe they didn't drop a game. Is that correct?
Did not.
A single game wasn't dropped. Eager, though, well, they've had a pretty good run of things, so this could go either way the whole way through. Who's your star player?
I got to give it to my Hunter player and Captain. Cougar.
I knew you'd go with a Hunter. I just knew you'd go with a Hunter.
I mean, I talked to him a lot this...
Did you personally train him one-on-one?
No,
You were like,
already better than me, actually.
So when he was Apollo, you were like, you just stay in lane and push, right? And when the team rotates, don't move, just stay in lane.
I just told him Cyclone Spin, easy.
Cyclone Spin's easy.
No problem.
And what about for Envy here?
For Envy, of course, we're always looking towards Weekend to set up a bunch of plays. His star god on Xbox may be a god that confuses you and may surprise you as we pull it out this tournament.
667 damage.
667.
Is that high enough on Xbox?
Oh, it's plenty high.
Is it?
I mean, I don't know. We'll find out.
You two just firing shots all day. This is really easy. It's going to be a good cast, hopefully. So obviously on Xbox, you're going to see big area of effect circles. You're going to see the likes of like Agony, Poseidon, that sort of thing. Over Sylvanas is one of the most strongest supports that a lot of people like to go to him. Kumbhakana too is one of those that's underestimated on PC for the most part, but we do see him quite a bit on Xbox. Why is that?
We do like the Kumbhakana jungle, as a lot of people remember from our season. It's real, Hindu. It's real,
The Kumba and the Kepri, right, I believe?
Yeah, what's wrong with Kumba Kepri jungle?
Did you make it to Worlds?
Ooh.
Did he make it to Worlds?
Did you make it to Worlds?
Xbox team made it to Worlds, the same thing.
Hey, we all made it to Worlds, boys. It's okay. It's okay. We all made it. Well, to be fair, neither of you are on a team right now at Worlds, but the rest of your teams are.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I don't know. It feels pretty good to me. I still get to be on a stage, right?
You get more airtime than anybody else.
Except for you, of course.
No. You get more.
No.
For sure. So we've got a few little issues that's going on, technical issues at the moment. What would we expect to see in the solo lane? What are you going to expect to see?
In the solo lane, I mean, we have classic Omega. He's going to be running those incredibly tanky compositions, and he's going to be probably sitting at a tower, maybe taunting his opposition, telling him to come out of that tower and fight him.
And Dwurst is the solo laner, correct?
Yeah.
For your side, what will he be running? I've heard he's very, very strong in the 1v1s too.
Yeah, Dwurst. I expect Dwurst and Omega to do a lot of 1v1s. Maybe expect some Shing 10 versus Bologna matchups, or Omega actually, from experience, he likes to play a lot of Hades. So maybe we'll see a lot of Hades pick. That's also a top pick on the Xbox scene.
So solo lane's kind of similar to what PC is. For
Very
Xbox.
similar. A lot
No
of the
real
picks
changes
very
there.
similar to PC.
And then mid lane, we see a little bit more Poseidon there, a little bit more Agony now and again. But generally, it's like safer gods in the mid lane with big AoE.
Yeah, you want to see those big, because it's so hard to turn, even gods like Kakol can become viable. So we see a lot of those huge ultimates, as I call them, big money ults.
Going over to the Hunter then, what do we expect there? Is it kind of standard as well? Medusa, I heard, though, is a big thing on Xbox.
Yeah, Medusa for sure is a big pick. Neath, you know, big pick on the PC and on the Xbox team or scene. And I have seen a bit of Hu Yi also, and I feel like Hu Yi might actually be pretty hard on Xbox, you know, especially if you want to go for the ricochets. And it's a pretty fast-paced god. So we'll see. I know...
well, you do get the big ultimate, the big area of effect.
Yeah, you do have the big AoE, so, you know, it has a big circle. And also a lot of Shablanca as well. So I think those 4 hunters would be probably the 4 we see.
Okay, we'll see. Support-wise, go back to the guy that used to play support, now play mid, correct?
Support-wise, you can never go wrong with the classic supports. I don't think we're anything super crazy coming out. You're going to see your Athenas, Geb, Khepris, and like you said, Sylvanas, all of those very typical PC gods that translate very well to the Xbox.
And then in jungle, we're going to see Weekend.
You just
I'll
never know.
cover that one. You just don't know what he's going to play.
Never know.
If he's even going to do damage. Or land an ability. Or go off and never be raving about him. So they're the 2 teams. Winner here goes off to face the team from Friday, I believe, that beat Aware Gaming. How do you feel about that team?
I feel like Cognitive Gaming, who was in the finals, you know, the classic Xing team. We have Xing in the final. We both played with Xing,
I can't
actually.
get over it. Yeah, we did.
Hang on,
World's finals?
Hang on. Xing made it to Worlds before both of you.
Yeah, no.
You
we have a moment of silence? Can we just...
Yeah, let's just...
I actually almost uninstalled Smite when he, when he qualified. I really did.
But he's done a good job with that team as well. I mean, to be fair, he came on. He's pretty much helped put this team together, and he's a good shot caller for the team. Is this really where this team's really come from? He's just Xing and the knowledge that he's got on PC, being able to bring it to these guys.
Yeah, I mean, Xing, I talked to Xing a lot. He's a good friend of mine, and he said once he switched over to the Xbox scene, he really felt like kind of like the dad of the team.
Okay.
And he's really matured into not so much a selfish player, but a player who really wants to like help these guys have the right attitudes going into the pro scene, and just not rage and all that stuff, kind of help them mature. And he's really done a great job with his team as they made it to the finals.
Well, we're going to take a little break for a second and actually talk to Sean with Elevate right now. We'll be back shortly once we're ready for picks and bans.
I am indeed down here, standing next to the man himself, Aggro from Team Elevate. First off, Aggro, thanks for standing next to me. Thanks for having a chat with me. Smite and Xbox, not even a year old. Who'd have thunk it?
I mean, it's been an awesome couple months to see this kind of growth in the scene. A lot of people weren't exactly excited to see these PC players come over, but the growth that it's kind of given the scene, it really forced a lot of us Xbox players to mature very quickly to try and keep up, and it's been really awesome. I can't wait for Season 3.
Now, the good people of Hi-Rez immediately coming out of the gate and throwing down what is arguably, I mean, it would be just a great prize kitty on any platform, albeit on a platform that's, like I said, under a year old. What does that do to you? What do you think that will kind of, move the scene?
I mean, money drives everything, right? I mean, the sponsors want to see the prize pools, us players want to win those prize pools, and that's going to be really important for the scene to continue to grow. But, I mean, money's one thing, but being able to call yourselves world champions of the first season of Xbox Smite is really what's important for these players, I think.
Round of applause, fair play. Now, for some games that have been around, 5, 7 years, standing in basically a scene like this in front of these kind of awesome fans that have shown so much love over the last 3 days. Yeah, fair play. Yeah. That would be a dream for most of them, but it's come so quickly for you guys. How do you think that's going to affect the players? How does it affect just the scene?
Well, I don't think that Xbox Smite is quite here yet. There are still a lot of people to fill these seats for the Xbox Smite. I mean, PC Smite is still #1 in a lot of people's minds, but the Xbox player base is so big, then it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger, and it takes a little bit for the scene to mature to where the PC scene is. At the beginning lands, the level of play just clearly was not up to the PC Pro levels, but I think that this game especially is going to really showcase just how far Xbox Smite has come and the level of play.
And so for you, when you look at where we are now, 2016, this is it. How do you see this next year going forward for you personally, but also just, you know, for your teammates, for the scene, for the guys that are playing up there?
Well, it's all kind of up in the air for Season 3. The Xbox...
oh, come on. You know more's going to happen.
Well, I can't...
That's the worst kept secret in here.
That's not my place to make the announcement, you know.
I can make up stuff.
Well, yeah, I can make some stuff up, but we, you know, us Elevate guys are going to be sticking together and hoping to make a lot of plays going into Season 3. We just really hope that, you know, the viewership is going to be there for Xbox Season 3, SPL, the sponsors, the fans, and that kind of stuff. And we really just want to continue to grow because, you know, to be honest, this is, like you said, being in a place like this so soon in the scene is just so awesome that we have really, really high hopes for next year. And hopefully that extended player base on Xbox will kind of bring in the viewers and really make the next season even more enjoyable.
Now, behind us on the stage, we're going to see this semi-final. What do you think's going through their mind as they're kind of sitting there, getting ready? They know what's coming. They know what they're playing for. So, you know, as a player, try to put yourself in their shoes. What are they thinking?
I mean, the Eager guys are probably thinking they've got a tough road ahead. You know, this is an Envy team that we played in the open bracket, didn't get the job done, really wanted to do it, but just couldn't reach it. You know, they got their work cut out for them. They know that. These are very experienced players. They know Smite in and out. They've been playing it forever at a very high level. But these Eager guys, they come to play at every LAN. You know what I mean? They've won every LAN except for MLG New Orleans, the very first one. They're LAN players. They have a very specific type of team they like to run. They prefer the tankier teams. And Envy's been playing a very similar team comp throughout most of the tournament. So I know that the Eager guys have been really working on their picking and banning phase. I'm interested to see what they have. I'm interested to see if Envy has any tricks up their sleeve. And I'm just hoping for a long set. I'm hoping for a long one.
Well, we hope it. We've seen some absolute gems already today. And the last thing I will say to you is, do you have a little cheeky prediction for me?
I think, I don't think Eager will get shut out. No, you know what? Xbox, #1. Eager's going to win. Eager's going to win in a 5-game set.
Heard it here. Who agrees?
Xbox #1. Xbox #1. Go
Xbox #1. And on that note, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more Smite action coming up.
See the storm come rolling in, but you don't know me like you say you do. Will I run and find myself, or will I bite the dust and stay with you? You can help me breathe, but only if I let you. I wanna let you in, but easily forget you. I try to settle down and try to worry less, 'cause when we face the eye, I hold you in my chest. All my life, I've been so cold. I break the hourglass and watch time unfold, and I try to make it back in this raging sea, 'cause I'm way too deep, 'cause I'm way too deep. just lost my friend so close to me. Is he find happiness and faith? What the hell is that supposed to mean to me? Everything is gray, nothing is in color. Believe me when I say I'm not like any other. I try to settle down and try to get some rest. You lay with open eyes, head against my chest. Watch time unfold, and I try to make it back in this raging sea, 'cause I'm way too deep, 'cause I'm way too deep. See this storm come rolling in, but you don't know me like you say you do. Will I run and find myself? Or will I bite the dust and stay with you? You can help me breathe, but only if I let you. I wanna let you in, but easily forget you. Try to settle down and try to worry less, 'cause when we face the eye, I hold you in my chest. All my life friend so close to me. They say find happiness and faith. What the hell is that supposed to mean to me? And everything is gray, nothing is in color. Believe me when I say I'm not like any other. I try to settle down and try to get some rest. You lay with open eyes, head against my chest. All my life I've been so cold. I break the hourglass and watch time unfold. And I try to make it back in this raging sea, 'cause I'm way too deep. All my life I've been so cold. I break the hourglass and watch time unfold. And I try to make it back in this raging sea, 'cause I'm way too deep. 'Cause I'm way too All my life I've been so cold. I break the hourglass and watch time unfold. And I try to make it back in this raging sea, 'cause I'm way too deep. 'Cause I'm way too deep.
Welcome back to the casting station. Still here with Incon and Zapman, who will be joining me for this very special cast between the three of us as we're looking at Envy versus Eager in the semi-finals match of the first Xbox One tournament. You both think your team's going to win. Winner will go off to face Cognitive tomorrow before PC to crown our first Xbox champion. And then after that, you can see on the screen there, Cognitive through after defeating Aware Gaming, the European contender from this. And Envy, well, they've managed to fight their way through the open bracket here that had up to 32 teams involved to now face off against Eager in this crunch match. Picks and bans are about to begin. Both these teams, they're looking good. A lot of people are favoring Eager because they've got the Xbox experience, but then we've got the PC experience too from the boys of Envy.
Yeah, I think the big question is, have Envy had enough time with the controllers, getting used to the controllers, and are they playing at their maximum potential?
I just want to make sure we check on stage they're not using keyboards and mice for this one.
Yeah,
I have a feeling.
I think Zap's a little bit scared there. He said if they're playing at the maximum potential, which means if they are, he's afraid he's going to lose.
Are you afraid you're going to lose?
No. But you did get me there. That was a good one.
I come with the hot tweet. Twitter's going to go mental again. One more time. So with this one as well, don't forget we will be seeing Xbox tomorrow morning before PC happens. Here we go, though. Into game one, picks and bans. Team Eager up against Team Envy. And let's see where these bans are going to go. Where do we expect the focus to be, guys?
I think the focus is probably going to be on Omega, is probably their top player right now. So I would assume maybe some Bologna ban.
Okay. Is this actual insight? Have you talked to him? Have you given him any strategy for these games at all out of interest?
No, I try to stay a little bit away from the Xbox team because it's a lot different than the PC, especially the meta.
Completely understand. Athena banned out and Guan Yu in response. Guan, favored quite a lot on PC just lately as well here in Con.
Yeah, Guan Yu, definitely an interesting ban. We see more typical bans coming out here from Eager, looking at that Athena and Bologna ban, of course. Well, Guan Yu being a target ban, then you don't want to deal with a Shin Ken.
And Eager going to be locking in the Hades immediately. You called this earlier on, Zap.
Yeah, right off the bat, you could see Hades being an extremely top pick. It can either be played mid or solo lane. It'd be interesting to see where it goes.
Chiron, one of the latest gods on the scene, obviously for Xbox and PC as well, is going to be locked in here alongside, well, that famous Kepri with the revives.
Two of the strongest gods in Smite right now once you get Bologna and Shinken off the table. Chiron and Kepri. Chiron extremely versatile as well. He can also be played in the mid lane, so that is definitely a flex pick.
And with that as well, the lane pressure, if they go for the duo lane there on Kepri, Chiron, wow, that push power is going to be insane. We do see a Sobek locked in against him. Now, you said Hades can be flexed, so that could be a Sobek solo, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually... The only thing you know is that Hui's going in the duo lane, right?
Okay, yeah.
Sobek and Hades can both be flex picks. Sobek can go in the solo lane. Hades can go in the mid lane. We're not sure.
Well, Weekend Thor, how do you feel about this?
Weekend Thor is that pick I was talking about earlier. As it turns out, while Weekend has a hard time playing it on the PC, it's his best god on the Xbox.
Whoa! Did you just fired shots at your own teammate? You can't do that.
He knows.
That's his job.
He knows. Believe me, we all know.
Cabrakan going to be banned out here. Could be a jungle pick there that's going to be taken away. And Giannis in the mid lane also taken away. Clearly, Giannis useful on both teams.
Yeah, Giannis is definitely good on PC and Xbox. And the Cabrakan was definitely a shot at my boy Matt Coys. He plays a great Cabrakan.
Cole Colkin going to be locked in here. Allied spoke to me earlier today.
Yes.
And he was like, yo, bro. I'm trying to do Allied's accent. Yo, bro, listen, Cole Colkin. He's just so good on Xbox.
He loves the Kukulkan on Xbox. It is so incredibly hard to turn around on the Xbox and get away from the Kukulkan ult and the tornado.
That ain't Weekend.
Harass.
But that's an Odin.
Still expect to see the 6
like we said, you know, the big circles, right? They got Hades ult, Sobek ult, and they all do well. And Zeus ult. Jesus.
This is a throwback to Season 1 with the Odin Zeus combo here coming out.
This is literally an entire team of circles coming out from Eager. They're definitely afraid that they won't be able to hit their abilities, so they're pulling out the full 360s.
Well, let's be honest. Chiron can't escape the ring from Odin. Neither can Kepri. Kulkulkan can't escape either. Osiris, yeah, he's not going to care too much. And neither is Thor for the most part. We'll have to use his hammer or his ultimate to get out. But good lineup for Eager here.
Yeah, I love the lineup for Eager here. This is definitely an Xbox-type lineup, while the other side is a little bit more PC. Maybe the Kukulkan's a bit more Xbox, but the rest are definitely PC picks.
Okay, I'll go to you first here, Incon. If you had to be unbiased, about these two teams, just on picks and bans, who would you favor?
As far as team comps go, you know, I'm a PC player, so I'm leaning towards that envious team comp. That's definitely more of a PC flavor.
What about you?
Yeah, but the Xbox team works better on Xbox. So I think the ones with all the circles, my boys, they pick the better team comp.
Well, they're going to be split, pretty much. No bias at all, guys. You know, you just pick some bands. Both teams want what they got quite happily. So let's talk about matchups here then. We're going to see Cole Culkin in the mid lane going up against, what was it going to be? Is it going to be the Hades?
The Zeus. It's definitely going to be the Zeus.
The Zeus. So push power in that lane, relatively even. Cole Culkin can sit quite far back here.
Yeah, it's going to be dependent. The Kukulkan, obviously the safer pick here. Zeus has to get closer up into the wave in order to clear Kukulkan, can throw down the tornado, and then sit back. So expect the Zeus to be a little bit more careful with this positioning.
Well, here we go. Looking like we're going into the game now for the very first one. Give it up for these Xbox guys. They've played a lot to get here and make it to the Smite World Championships for the very first Xbox tournament. And look at this, early aggression on. Jelly has to back away on that Sobek.
Yeah, leave it to Envy to try to cheese their way to a victory here.
No such thing as cheesing when you're playing for the World Championship.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, neither of you two know about World Championships. I don't know what you're talking about.
But, you know, definitely the thing here in the early game, I want to see if Matt Corey can get that early level 5 and then see if he can punish this Culkin pick of Valor.
Okay, so builds on Hunters first of all is the first difference I can definitely tell. Transcendence going forward from Chiron here. Across the way, we've got Death Toll and Boots. How do you feel, Zap?
Well, I mean, they're both playing to their characters, right? Chiron really wants to spam his abilities, wants to get that physical power on because he has 3 or 4 damaging abilities with his ultimate included. Hu Yi, he only has 2. Mostly he wants to just build up that defense and play for the mid-late game power.
So what's the build you look for out of a Hu Yi here then? He's going to be boots into, is it Soul Eater?
Yeah, it's boots, Soul Eater, into the Ikaval, into Executioner, followed by crit.
And that's because the Hu Yi does need the sustain. He doesn't have the sustain built into his kit. The Chiron, of course, has the passive, which heals him when he uses abilities, so he doesn't need the death spell for the sustain.
Look at this though, right-hand side, we see an invade coming out in the corner here onto the Odin, putting the pressure onto him already. He's already in trouble, his Poison has to back away, and the boys of Envy, well, they started with cheese.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. I mean, actually, Omega loves the Osiris. He believes that his level 1 is the strongest out of any solo laner.
To be fair, though, this is also what happens. If you're going to pick a Hades Odin, you definitely know you're going to get invaded by a Thor Osiris, which could be the strongest possible rotation at level 1. So this is just playing to your composition.
Completely agree, and there was wards down, so they should have been able to see this coming in. Eager here. Right, Harpies are being contested here. Kulkun's got over there to try and secure those ones, so Allied trying to do what he can to slow down Koi's hitting this level 2, and he's still only level 1.
Yeah, I mean, the Odin has to, hurt his mid lane a little bit here because he did fall behind on the invade.
Level 1, Odin still trying to soak experience, being pressured out by Weekend. He took a bit of poke there, but I like doing okay. You're giving Jazz hands right now. Why are you giving Jazz hands up?
I don't know. This is Thor spin, looks really hard.
Oh, it looks hard to hit damage. Well, Omega versus Dwurst over in the solo lane too. Dwurst still only level 1, as Omega has hit level 2 now after taking away the blue and speed.
Omega level 3 before he even hits level 2 right now. That's going to be a difficult lane for the Hades. Normally he would have won this lane, but with that invade and no blue buff, he has to be very careful with this mana.
And Dwurst is actually losing gold now to the tower because of this. He will get the experience from that, but a good work from Omega to keep the pressure on and continue sustaining. Dual lane we've not even seen much of just yet because, well, all the action's been towards the mid and the solo lane early on, and Omega's really putting the pressure on.
Important to note already, we have Envy up 300 gold right now. They haven't even done their own speed and blue buffs yet. Still a lot of camps up to get more XP, which means there's going to be probably an early level 5 out of the Thor, which we can assume is going to gank that Zeus, who has no getaway in the mid lane.
Still sticking here with Dwurst as another minion wave comes in, and he's still being potentially capped off the experience here, Zap.
Yeah, but he did reach level 3, so he's actually doing a good job of getting as much XP as he possibly can.
Just staying in range and trying not to take too much poke from Omega. It's a rough start to the game. Obviously, Hades and this matchup against the size because of the invade and not having your blue buff. He has to conserve the mana here, Incon.
Yeah, and because Omega went Death Toll as well, he's going to have all the HP that he needs. So even if the Hades can get off the harass while simultaneously healing himself, it's not going to matter because Omega's going to be able to heal himself back up.
His experience versus high levels of talent from Eager, but to give them credit as well, they do have experience themselves. They've been around for a while now. They understand the meta, but you can see Envy have managed to get themselves in a good position, but hold that fort as the left-hand side. Bit of aggression there onto Cougar and Jelly, but all good for now. Just going to leap away. Cyclone quite happy to just sit back and continue farming.
Yeah, I mean, Envy picked early game team comp. They have the Osiris, Thor, heavy invade, and then they also have the Khepri Chiron, which pretty much loses to no other lane. So Eager will have a pretty hard time in the early game, but look for their team comp to shine during the team fight.
Well, let's talk about team fights here in Com, because both teams on paper, they do look strong. It's going to be around the goal here. I'm expecting here that we're going to see the big major fight that's going to break out. What are you looking for from the junglers here?
Right now, what I'm looking for really is, so it's going to come down a lot to this Odin on the Eager side. He needs to be landing those big ultimates. On the opposing side, in order for Envy to deal with this, they're going to need to either build Blinks or Aegis, try to deal with those ultimates coming in inside the circle, so they either need to get out of them or avoid them with the Aegis altogether.
And with them going for the Blinks to deal with the Odin as well, does that mean that they're going to be detrimentally because of that, not having that second active sometimes?
It shouldn't affect them that much. You generally have a free active slot.
Look at this rotation to the right side from Weekend here. They're looking for a pick on Dwurst potentially. Lord of the Afterlife actually misses from Omega. Nice ult says that, man. I'm pretty sure that was BM, but I like misses his ult too. Omega still gets the kill. Took 3 members to get it, but they didn't even need an ult.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Dwurst used his jump there to maybe clear the wave. Omega made the good call to call Weekend over, and they got a free kill.
Who would have thought Weekend rotating to the solo lane? What?
Who would have thought Allied looking like Jerby? That's about one. That's about one. But anyway, blue buff gets taken away by Envy once again on the right-hand side, keeping the pressure down and putting it onto Dwurst. I heard Dwurst was very, very strong and doing good work in the solo lane here, but he's really been bullied early on here. It's a rough lane for him now.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. He is up against Osiris. Osiris is one of the few warriors that can actually deal with Hades, because Hades has a lot of sustain.
Well, look at this. A grouping on the left-hand side by Eager around the Gold Fury area, either looking for Chiron or trying to force somebody to make a rotation. Harpies being contested right now. Round the back comes Jelly, but a ring on the left-hand side from Koi's, and Cyclone is in a world of hurt. Cyclone spin, goes down. Eager are on the board too. Oh my, we've got Eager fans here, Zap. You hear that?
Yeah, awesome. Where are the Envy fans?
They're out there.
Boo.
They're out there.
Yeah.
What? No, that was a good play there coming out from the jungler. Like we said earlier, that's what he needs to do. He's going to have to use it, especially early before actives are coming on board. He's going to need to abuse that ultimate, especially with its low cooldown in order to get pickoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really love what Matt Koi's decision making there is. He knows the Hades lane is kind of lost pretty much now. He's just going to leave him off on an island. Thor spending a lot of time in the mid lane, so who's left alone? The Chiron, and he made a great decision
The Chiron, and he can't escape the ring either, so if he goes for beads and blink potentially for the Chiron, I mean, he's got a lot of escape, but you can't escape through. The ring is the big key here for them, so Envy get themselves in a pretty good position so far with a little bit of a gold lead.
Yeah, and it looks like Weekend was called over here to help Cyclone spin out.
Just babysitting a little bit.
Yeah,
Cyclone needs that, right?
Maybe they might actually get a kill
Right,
here.
Con? Cyclone needs babysitting?
Cyclone does not need babysitting. Believe me, no matter how many times he gets killed, he's still going to be a beast towards the mid game for Team Fights.
But this is exactly what they need to do here, because now that Omega's winning this lane, he's got a good matchup after the invasion's putting on. Instead, we see Envy putting their attention to the other side of the map around the Gold Fury area. Koi's smells out Weekend around the corner there. 3 men here to defend and make sure they secure the red buff. Ally just going to go back with Weekend now, back to farming up the mid lane just to continue putting the pressure on.
Classic Weekend, always looking to initiate anywhere he can, looking for those deep buffs to steal. We've been stealing the blue buff quite a bit on the other side of the map, so he's looking to put pressure on the mid here by taking the red.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Dworst not being so scared of the Osiris damage, because now Dworst at level 8, he has level 4 Devour Souls, which actually heals him quite a bit. So he could just take the poke, go in there, push the wave, and then just dash out like he did there.
Has to be a little bit careful of Weekend though, so I can see him holding that quite well, the dive, just to make sure that Weekend's not in the area first when the rotation's coming out. You can clearly see the communication of Eager seems very, very strong here.
Yeah, it seemed like they called that Thor was left, and that's why you saw Dworst go in there and clear the wave.
Surprised to see not so much aggression here on the Zeus. Zeus, not any actives on the board yet. And of course, with that Thor Kukulkan combo, if you time it correctly with your teammate, as you ult the end, you throw down that Kukulkan ult, and you can't possibly get out of the stun in time, which would be a guaranteed kill. But being pretty cautious there of getting Odin ringed with the Zeus on the Kukulkan.
Yeah, but you're completely right though. No actives still online for the Zeus here in the mid lane. Sambam's quite happy here. He's not been aggressed on at all. Thor's not been looking for it. And with the Kukulkan, why have they not looked for this?
It's one of those things where it's a pretty risky decision.
Yeah, and also, I mean, every time Kukulkan pushes the wave, he goes into the jungle and looks to rotate, so they're not really putting that much aggression.
Here we go again, Cyclone in trouble. Into the rings he goes, pops his ultimate early to return some damage. He's already bursted down though. Matt Koiz gets himself another kill. A fist bump from Zapman on the stage here. He's happy.
Yeah, I love what Matt Koiz is doing, really punishing Cyclone Spin and getting Eric Cougar ahead.
Talk about punishment. We're still under pressure in this solo lane here. We can try to make something happen across the other side of the map now that he lost a teammate there. Left side, Eager with a grouping at the Harpies again. And you can see the position of Kiki in the support role right now, heading back towards Air Cougar there, who's actually just going to continue farming up.
The situation over in the duo lane is just going to have to be remedied by more wards. Once they get out more wards across that side, they're going to be able to see the Odin rotating over and be able to get back before he can come in and gank. But until that point, they're going to have a trouble with that. We can see 0 wards coming out from Cyclone, who probably needs to start buying some wards himself.
Well, he's a solo laner, right? He's not used to buying wards.
That's true.
No, he doesn't get ganked that much. Lane gets babysat by Weekend, right?
Any solo laner can get babysat.
That's true. We've seen that through the years now, but look at this Eager trying to contest the purple buff here. They've got a good rotation from Envy there. There's a big ultimate coming out from Allied. Deletion of Sambam. Fist bump comes out from Incon as the dunk from Koiz to return damage. Kiki, so cheeky, keeps himself alive for the time being. And Koiz is in a bit of trouble here. Not sure he's going to be able to get away. He's juking, but Kiki will pick up the kill, making it 3-2.
Absolutely brilliant play there. They needed to kill the Zeus. It was actually a great Odin ult that came out, but the Zeus was already dead, so he could not get his ultimate off the combo it, which means there was no damage inside the Odin ult.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit premature for them to aggress on the purple. Actually, Odin ult wasn't up exactly when they went for the purple, so Zeus was pretty much waiting there like he was sitting duck. He didn't have any actives. Thor saw, or Envy saw that. They focused him, he died.
Talking about beads, now we do see Sambam has, with that death, he's gone back to base, picked them up now. It's exactly what you called there. Thor managed to get the dunk off into the ultimate from the Kukulkan, and he managed to pick up the kill for them. I like what Koiz did though. He did what he could and tried to turn it around for the boys, but it was just a little bit too late.
I wouldn't mind seeing actually an early Aegis out from the Zeus either. Aegis one of the best actives you can do possibly against Kukulkan. Because people aren't very used to playing against the Kukulkan, you know, you don't usually get the actives to go against him really quick. He definitely needs the beats to get out of the stun, but he's going to have to use 2 actives in order to get out of that Kukulkan ultimate rage. You got a beat and then immediately.
Look at this. Jelly going aggressive because he's got support in the background there from Koiz. The ring is down, weakens wall, stops the damage, and they pull in Sambo into the ultimate and the tornado. Allied gets the kill. Kiki also picks up Koiz, and now Jelly's going to run away back to the tower. As look at that, Cyclone trying to find the snipes, only finds 2 of the 3. Cougar's trying to rotate over here to support. He's going to get walled and double tapped and jumps over the wall back to safety. Envy win another team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. They focused the support there. I'm pretty sure Kepri ult was up too, so it was a highly risk play. And also, Zeus was impatient with his ultimate. He didn't cover the whole cage. He only covered the top half of it, and Kepri was able to walk out of the damage.
Now, one thing we're looking at here is obviously the position around Gold Fury from Envy, trying to put some pressure on, but they don't have that ultimate available on Kukulkan, which is so good for securing these Gold Furies.
Yeah, so right now, I imagine they're not going to look for the Gold Fairy. They're going to take that win, they're going to back, they're going to get their gold, get some more items, get some actives online. As we see, we don't want to really contest that Gold Fury when you don't have to. We've seen a lot of teams go for the Gold Fury, they get it, and then 3 of them die, and that's not worth it at this stage in the game.
Right-hand side, you can see Koiz just doing the blue buff, making sure Dwist actually gets one this time. But Omega is already rotating around to find out that it was being done. So blue buff still stands for now. And Omega, being a nuisance like Omega does, you know that, right, Zap?
Yeah, I mean, this is what he loves to do. This is what Omega's known for. He wants to bully the other solo laner. He loves the Osiris pick, and now he's doing
And Koiz end up giving up to try and contest the mid-Harpies here. They were looking for potentially picking Allied, but meanwhile, Omega putting a beat down on Dwist again, just pushing him back under the tower.
Yeah, there's actually just nothing they can do about it, right? It's Hades very weak early on with the solo lane, especially coupled with an Odin. You know, they really have no damage.
And look at this now, Weaken and Koiz in the jungle are very close by to this engage over the blue buff again, and he's going to go over to Omega, stealing that one away one more time from Dwist. He looked like he was going to get one.
If I was Dwersh right now, I'd be so frustrated. I'd be screaming at my team, I just want a blue buff. Please, somebody help me. Because the jungler came over, looked at the blue buff, saw Omega, said, yeah, nah, though, you want your own.
No, that's world champion Omega right there.
World champion.
World champion. Well, he can't say that next year, right? Unless he wins
Unless he wins this, in which case he'd be the only multi-console 2-year in a row.
How'd you feel about that, Zap?
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we
got. I'll be happy for Omega. Omega's a really great guy. I wish him all the best.
Back to the game, though. More important things than listen to you two banter about how much you hate each other. 5-2 is the scoreline. Team Envious are in a good position here. We've got 3,000 gold lead for them, 5,500 experience too. So Envy on their winning path still after coming through the open bracket tournament here at the Smite World Championships. And the boys of Eager, unlike their comp, they've just got to make sure they execute in the team fights here, Zap. That's what it's really feeling like.
Yeah, they're really, you know, they took the wrong initiation or gank attempt on the Kepri, you know, at first, and then Odin tried to go over to help the Hades, but there's really nothing he can do. He should really just keep focusing on the Chiron or focus on more plays in mid.
I agree. They're putting too much pressure on the support. Extremely tanky right now. Of course, Kepri has that base shield from the passive, and then the ability to revive if all else goes wrong. So they need to be making sure they're putting the focus on somebody else that can't get out of the Odin cage, which is half the team right now because it's not even active to blink out or even Aegis.
Look at this. Envy coming around the back, trying to get aggressive again, looking for something Kiki on the front on one side. Meanwhile, Weaken is round near the right-hand side there, putting the pressure on Air Cougar. Was around to help out, and we've seen that Envy, they do back out.
Yeah, an important thing to note there, Zeus actually used his beats, which was a little bit of a panic beats because it was only the Thor there.
Oh, charging from Jelly, doesn't find it. Instead he gets walled, and he went through the tornado, but Koiz in the backside. He does get the ring of an eye, but Allied finds the ultimate on Jelly. Weaken's going to the sky to try and support Allied, but Sambam, ultimate secures with a detonate. Now can Koiz get out of danger is the question. Wall misses from Weaken, what a surprise. Will he jump over the wall here to safety? Koiz will, but look at that. Weaken follows him through with a hammer. There's support with Air Cougar here to force them back. Koiz is getting sniped by Cyclone, misses all 3 shots. What was that, Zap?
That was the best player in the world at one time. No. Oh, no.
Best solo laner in the world.
6-3 though, good engage from both teams in the mid lane there. Allied with the presence of mind to find that kill with the snipe.
Yeah, definitely. Allied really loves Kukulkan. He's always been practicing him, even on PC, saying, one day Kukulkan will be back in the meta. And so he has come to the Xbox where Kukulkan is in the meta.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually I faced him one time in the duo lane playing Kukulkan. That's how much he loves that guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you win the game?
Yeah, of course.
Sure you did.
Did he win the game?
I don't believe so.
I don't remember, honestly. I have no clue.
Right-hand side, Omega still just sat in this lane, 1-0 at the moment. Has the Stone of Gyro online and Heavy Hammer working on that Frostbound. Finally, though, we do see Koi's over here, and he's going to be able to secure a blue buff for the first time today. Gonna give a little cheer, here's up.
Woo, yay.
See the crowd cheering harder than you, they were excited. Maybe we'll see Dwez actually manage to get himself a blue buff over on this right-hand side now. And Omega, he's just doing Omega things right now, but now he's getting aggressed on. He's not the easiest gun in the world for an Odin to gank, though, because of the ring.
Now, Odin really pretty much wanted to help Dwez push the wave so he could actually grab his blue buff.
He's going to get it now, but Omega's going to turn up and be like, no, that's my second blue. That's what he calls it, doesn't he? I've heard him call it.
They're both his blue buff.
Meanwhile, other side of the map, because Koi's has shown his face there, they're looking for the Gold Fury here. The burst damage from Allied with that Spirit that Winds will secure it for them. Envy take the Gold Fury, but Allied is in a bit of trouble here. Koi's is here. Will they get the ring off him? Yes, they do, with the ultimate being down. He's not got much defense from Jelly, and Koi's is, they pin him into a corner. Koi's gets their kill, but on the back, they're still continuing the fight. The raining damage comes down from Cougar, but it's not on a good spot there, as Cyclone has to retreat. Good response from Envy, but is it enough? Look at that, still going in. Sambam does get hit by the Agent. Omega with the rotation, making it all the way over here.
So how was your Zeus positioning there?
Yeah, I wasn't too sure what Sam was doing there. He actually walked into an Osiris Thor.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we did see Dwurst go aggressive and try and force the Thor back as well. Weaken did manage to get out of the ultimate for the time being there as well. So 7-4. Golded has extended ever so slightly once again because Envy did secure the Gold Fury. Eager answered back with the kill onto Allied, but Allied still doing work this game.
Yeah, it was a good trade for Envy right there. It was 1-for-1 plus the Gold Fury, making it definitely worth. Allied has died a couple times this game, but he is not worried at all. He has got a 3-level lead right now on the opposing mid, so he's not worried at all.
I mean, it is 1-3 at the moment, Sambam. He's been focused very, very heavily in this game, and I think that's what you kind of expected, Zappa, on the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, when you have two high damaging mages with no mobility, they are definitely the priority target for each team.
And it's not a surprise because you actually saw Jelly and Koi's there, the two front lines for this team, with Dwurst not being there, going in on Allied and making sure they picked him, but with no peel,
yeah,
the backline dies.
The only yeah, exactly. The only problem with that there is no peel for the backline, and Envy has the lead right now, so it's very dangerous for them to overextend to get that Kukulkan kill.
Aggression from Envy there, looking for the pick on Dwurst, but Dwurst played it pretty well, just relaxed and just goes back to base for the safety. And we'll see Weaken return to the jungle one more time. Weaken does have his ultimate available there at the moment. Didn't use it for that engagement. With the Harpy spawning, we see Envy getting themselves in position to try and get both of these.
One influence here of the extra gold lead for Envy is the ward coverage that they have on the gold side of the map. We see earlier why they were so confident going for the gold was because they had the entire area warded off. They would know where anybody possibly came from, any nook and cranny, so they had no fear going for that gold earlier.
17 minutes in, it's been quite, well, I would say medium pace so far, but there's Weaken with a wall, zoning Sambam into a bad situation here. Koi's with the dunk of the ring, he's going to be into Kiki, who's putting him in a bad spot, but that tornado's going to do some damage back to Koi's. Weaken is in the sky right now. Will he be looking to dunk down? I doubt it. It's a disengage from both teams.
Yeah, a couple of unfortunate things happened there for Eager. Koi's didn't manage to get the Thor into the cage when his hammer was down, and also Sambam had was a little bit off on his ultimate there, and you saw Kepri had a little safe spot to not take damage.
Yeah, Zeus is definitely playing a little bit nervous now, I'd say. He was so low on his HP, he thought he was honestly going to die. The Kepri missed the pull, which would have ended up killing him, so he turned around and he tried to throw out the Zeus ult to get the damage off, but he just left the edge of the old note where Kepri could hide and live.
Good news, second blue buff going over to Dwurst on the right-hand side. Omega's going to find out that's not there, but they're looking to collapse on Koi's here. There's a big rotation from mid lane from Envy, looking to try and pick him down. They're not going to really find him here because he does have his leap available to get to safety, and the speed buff's still down for a little time.
Yeah, and you can see Omega, just playing really well with his lead. He's just throwing his body around. He's throwing his weight around. He doesn't want anyone on Eager to feel comfortable. He doesn't want them to get any buff on his side of the map for free.
Speed buff going to be taken down here, given over to Koi's again. Jelly here, soaking experience just to make sure he stays up in level as well. Currently level 12 to level 13 of Kiki, who we've not really spoken too much about so far in Con. He does play support now, and he's actually 2-0-3 in this game. Good game so far.
Yeah, so Kiki very, very comfortable now in the support role. He always kind of played those supporting mid characters. He loved the Aphrodites and those characters that could really help out his team. So the support role is actually the perfect fit for him, where he can rotate around, keep his team alive, build shells, and that's just his playstyle.
He has built a shell, like you said. He's already got the Hot Ward Amulet finished, working on the Sovereignty now as well to go alongside it. Should be finished relatively soon there for him. Meanwhile, across the way, Jelly, well, he's invested into the shell as well, but because of the gold differential and that Gold Fury that's happened, you can see that Jelly, he's still working on that Sovereignty.
Yeah, I mean, just an important thing to note, though, based on Eager's team comp, all they really need is just one massive Odin ult followed by every other AoE circle that they have, and they could really turn the tide.
And generally what we know with Xbox, it goes a little bit later than normal in terms of the gameplay state, because he's 20 minutes in and there's still no one that has a really huge lead that the game can't be come back from here. So when we get to the late stage, respawns really start to come into play here, Income.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game where we're really going to see Envy start to push their lead. Right around that 20-minute mark is when you start to get that big team fight in Smite that really starts to snowball things, where then you get the Gold Fury into tier 2 towers, stuff like that. So this is where we really need to see the team fight coming out from Eager as well. They need to be ready to turn that fight, because if they don't win the next fight, it might be a deficit that's too big.
Talk about turning something, it looks like we're going to see Weaken it in the air here, looking to pick Dwurst under the tower. They're going to find it, but Dwurst was ready for it. Great response with the ultimate from Dwurst in response there.
Yeah, really fast reaction time from Dwurst, impressive play, and important thing to know, Gold Fury is up, and Thor won't have his ult.
He had a ward there. Dwurst had a ward there, which is why he saw the Thor coming in.
I don't see it.
Right there.
Yeah, but he was back there. He was at the fire giant.
Oh, no, he saw
He
him.
couldn't see him. I just thought that was a really good play from Dwurst, and Minka was trying to take it away. What do you say about that? Left-hand side does go down, though, to the side of Eager. Gold Fury is up and available again. Remember, they're going to have two big ultimates here. Obviously, the burst damage that you can get out of a Kukulkan, very, very strong to burst it down. But Zeus can really force the team back if they go for the engagement there.
Yeah, I really want to see Matt Koiz try to get into a sneaky position here to get a big Odinol like we talked about.
Are we looking for the big Odinol or zone duty here? What would you prefer him to be?
Well, right, if they're planning on committing on the Gold Fury, then he needs to go in zone.
What's Jelly going to do?
Here.
He's the one on zone duty right now. Koiz is with him as well. Root comes out from Kiki, and he's going to actually force the reset from Eager. The tornado actually hits on the backside there onto Jelly. Going to take a little bit of poke damage from that one. And with the Sentry Ward now placed, both teams will probably go back to farming here for the time being, even though Omega has made that rotation. Actually, no, tell a lie. Looks like now that Omega's here, they're going to rely on Allied in this ultimate to secure this. Omega on the front line with Kiki, zoning away. Great blink away to make sure he didn't get pulled by that. But on the backside, Koiz goes in with a big ring, and the tornado comes out, but the ultimate does not connect from Allied. There's multiple fights going on across the map, but look, as Omega doesn't care. He's just on Sambam, whacking away. Great ages from Sambam, though, to avoid the Lord of the Afterlife. He's still trying to hold on here. A support from Koiz finally comes round as well. Sambam is going to fall down to Omega, but Dwurst's ultimate is good. Allied secures a kill onto Jelly. The fight is crazy. The tornadoes are starting to wreak havoc on both these teams. You can see Weaken still trying to get involved in the fight. Koiz leaps over the wall towards the red buff. Weaken following suit. Good wall from him. Shield comes up just in time to get him out, but Envy come out on top in the team fight.
Yeah, this is where you see where Eager's team comp falls short a little bit. Their main damage is their Zeus, and the fact that he's so behind, Eager really doesn't have a lot of damage to take out on anybody.
Is it the Zeus though, Winkin, or is it the fact that nobody can stop Omega from just charging in here?
I think a big part of that fight was that Zeus couldn't get towards the Odin ring. Omega was in the back line using tether and slowing Zeus, keeping him completely away. He tried his hardest to get towards the ring, but by the time he got there, the Odin ring was already down, and Omega's doing classic Omega, which is full tank, run at the back line, and while he has a Kepri damage reduction on him as well, how would he even do damage?
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, I would like to see Matt show a little bit more patience with his Odinol. He's just, as soon as he sees it, he's going in. But Envy knows that, and Omega did a great job of zoning out this.
Jelly took a lot of poke from that from the tornado as well. He will be okay for the time being. Has a little bit of sustain with that sickening strike as well. But Envy, they extend their gold lead with that Gold Fury now going down once again. You can see Omega 3-0 and 1 over in that solo lane. Already level 20 in this game, highest level in the game. And this is all because the pressure that Envy put onto the solo lane early.
Yeah, so that's one of those things when you have a player like Omega on your team, you want to get him ahead no matter what, because you know when you get to the end of the game that he's one of the best endgame teamfight players in the history of Smite in his role. So you really got to get him ahead early, and as you can see, I mean, that level advantage, the gold advantage, there's nothing that Dwurst can even do to come back and help his team if he wanted to right now.
You're looking towards Koiz, that man. Are you looking towards Cougar as well? Because Cougar so far, he's having a good game. He's level 19. Core build is pretty much online now. And, you know, he's been in a good position for pretty much every fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cougar has to be their saving grace right now. He's the one that's ahead. He's the one that has his executioner, his big mid-game power spike. But the problem is he is Ho Yi. He's not really a hyper carry like a Rom, a Freya.
Okay, talk to me why he's not actually a hyper carry like the others.
Because he doesn't have an attack speed steroid there to really augment and increase his DPS exponentially.
Okay, well, look at this gank on the right-hand side, looking for Dwurst again. Instead, they're actually going to go for the pick on the tower of Allied's rotation in here as well. That will secure the tier 1 tower there for Team Envy. The rotation coming in from Eager to support their boy Dwurst, who's in a world of trouble. Good silence keeps him alive on the heal. There's Koiz as well jumping over, but the Lord of the Afterlife is followed up by Omega to secure Dwurst. Koiz in a bit of trouble now as well as Omega whacking away, slowing him down. Ricochet misses there from Air Cougar, but still Omega in the fight. The flames come firing down from the Suns to keep him alive, but Capri on the backside from KK secures the save onto Omega.
Meanwhile, this entire fight, Cyclone Spin is split pushing the other lane. That fight was 4v5, and it looks like there's going to be a free tier 2 on the other side of the map, just further extending this Team Envious gold lead.
Does a lot of tier 2 towers going to fall down here as well. Indeed, Cyclone Spin doing good work of staying in that lane and just farming up. Cyclone come back considering, you know, he's been put at a deficit this lane. Chloe's focused him early on.
Yeah, they try to put a lot of pressure on Cyclone. You know, when you have a Chiron on your team, one of the strongest hunters in the game, especially early, they wanted to put him behind so he didn't get the early game off, so who you could transition into his mid game where he's strongest. And even with that, it didn't matter because of the gold fairies that help keep Cyclone in the game.
Yeah, and just all the cooldowns that they had to use to kill Omega, that was just to kill him once. But they have to kill him twice because of Kepri, and it's just going to be maybe too tough to handle at this point.
Look at this damage that Omega's putting out. He has the top player damage by a mile, and look at his build. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 tank items, and he's still got by far the most player damage.
I mean, to be fair, he did whack away on Dwers consistently. Dwers couldn't do any answer back because he had no mana buff to be able to spam abilities to fight.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, the damage numbers are skewed for solo laners, okay? Because hunters here, none of the hunters fight each other, right? They all just
Why don't you fight each other?
I don't know. I mean, everyone just picks Neath and
Did
Shabbat
that man just say
they don't fight.
not to fight as a hunter? Is that what I just
No,
heard?
I'm saying other hunters don't fight. I won't.
Other hunters.
I'm ready.
So if we just take minions out of duo lane, would that help you guys?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know, but that's exactly why Omega has a lot of damage because Dwarfs is trying to get in there, clear the wave, heal up all that damage, and Omega just puts it right back on him.
Well, a pressure on the left-hand side from Envy here, looking to steal away the red buff here, zoning away Eager from it at the moment. They don't want to take it down just yet. They're worried about where the rest of the team are. Zeus has now been spotted in the mid lane, and the Abduct does connect there onto Air Cougar. They're looking for the play onto him, but Air Cougar returns fire, and the ring is down on weak, and he does beads out and jump to his hammer, and a great ult from Allied skimmed across the tornado. Picks up the kill on Jelly Koi's, waiting for his leap, does have it, but the Abduct is now on Sambam, who uses the beads nicely to get away. Tornado does not connect. Zeus using the detonate, does not find it. Koi's, no more leaps available. Cyclone Spin will find the kill, and now Dwurst is here to try and defend the tier 2, but I don't know whether he can do it.
No, this is looking pretty bad right now for Eager. Dwurst is stuck in the tower. He tried to get his ultimate off, but he could not before he died.
Meanwhile, Omega zoning the rest of the team away. That'll be a tier 2 tower in the mid lane for Envy, just continuing to extend the gold lead. And it's not something you would be as surprised here, is that, man? A PC team that's been around a long time, they know how to abuse a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious what Envy's game plan here is. They're just picking winning lanes, and off those winning lanes, they're trying to snowball their lead. They have their one hyper carry mage in Allied in Kukulkan, who's going to sit back and do a lot of damage.
So with the next Gold Fury respawning here, unless Eager can really find something to contest this, looking like this one might more than likely go towards Envy. You've said this earlier in the broadcast when we were watching the China games as well here, Zap, is that when you're losing the game, you stay in it still, you start working through for next game. What would you be thinking as here if you were Eager?
Right, you got to have that conversation, right? You got to figure out, okay, what happened here? What did we do wrong? What did they do right? And you start from the pick and ban stage. They picked all winning lanes. The Kepri was really detrimental to their strategy of Odin, Zeus, and a lot of big circles because he could just revive the guy that they focused on. So if they're looking to do the same strategy, I would consider banning the Kepri or just try to deny Envy from picking these such dominant laners, maybe take them themselves or ban them out.
Was it okay for them to like give them, I mean the solo lane and the jungler together for the start of Eager, they didn't have a very good level 1 either, which allowed Envy to put pressure on there. Would you look at something different there maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get away in the early game if you pick a weak early jungler and a weak early solo laner, especially against Osiris Thor. And knowing Omega, I guess they know now, one of Omega's favorite gods is Osiris, who puts the pressure on.
And of course, on the flip side right now, if you're Envy, when you're winning by this kind of lead at 28 minutes, you want to try to run back the same thing you did before. You don't fix what isn't broken. You want to let the other team go ahead and pick their exact same picks if they're going to, and you can pick your picks because you know your picks are going to win.
So with this one, what we'll see from Eager is they're looking to get something a little bit stronger in the laning phase. Envy are looking to replace, but Fire Giant is started up. The Gold Fury, as you saw, was taken down by Team Envy again to extend that lead a little bit further now, up to around 14,000. No contest coming out here by the looks of it. A little bit too late as Jelly finds out the Fire Giant is now down, and Envy trying to get themselves to a final here up against Cognitive.
Absolutely nothing right now that Eager can do. They might try to defend this tier 2, but at this point, there's almost no reason to in terms of gold. So they're going to give it up, defend the Phoenixes. That's the smart decision here. They need to make this final defense at the Phoenix. You can see the Hades backing in the left lane, who was split pushing. They have one last effort, one last effect here, try to go in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chance for Matt to really try to get that good Odinol. Envy's probably feeling themselves a little bit, might just say, oh, just go in, and maybe put themselves out of position.
Cyclone Spin has meditation. He has a variant of meditation. We're going to get the shell out, plus we're going to be able to heal our team even in.
So is that just to avoid the detonate damage coming out from Zeus here more than anything else with that with the salvation?
Yeah, so that salvation, I mean, overall, it's actually a great active that's underutilized, I think, in the PC scene. It gives you so much heal, especially for your really tanky targets.
So pressure on from Envy from the right-hand side and the middle at the same time. Root does connect on Jelly, coming out there from Kiki, and the tail whip from Jelly pushes him back as the tornado hits from Allied Koi's, zoning away Kiki again as we can continue to pressure the right-hand side here and force a split push on the map and trying to keep Eager's forces pretty much spread out, and that's what they're looking to do here.
Yeah, exactly, and pretty much Eager just needs to look for that Odinol. That's their saving grace.
They're going to get the abduct on Jelly. Jelly being bursted down. Jelly annihilated. Koi's gets a 4-man ring off, and Zeus's ult is down too. But Weaken dunks in onto Koi's. The damage is not good enough to burst them down as Dwurst now comes in. The detonator has already been used, but the tornado is hurting all of them, and Omega will secure Dwurst here. Cougar trying to do what he can to secure some kills, but it looks like Sambam's going to fall down too, as will the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of ult that we did need, but it's about 20 minutes too late.
Yeah, that was the perfect play coming out of Eager. That was their best opportunity, but unfortunately the lead was just too much. This is going to go the way of Team Envy.
Are they going to be able to end here is the question. Koi's comes back out, putting the pressure on, gets pulled in. He will fall down as well. Team Envy, they couldn't make it on PC to a final. Well, it looks like they're going to potentially put themselves in an opportune spot to do so today up against Eager. Game 1 goes the way of the boys of Envy. Give them a round of applause. Great work from them. Zap, what words have you got to say after that?
Well, I mean, Envy, they played a good strategy, a really early game strategy, and I hope Eager understands that and maybe look to take away that Osiris pick or pick a little bit more early dominating gods as well.
And what do you think? You said it on there. You think it's going to be the same thing here for Envy?
Yeah, exactly. So the Envy boys know what works because they played PC for so long. What works is strong picks. North America in particular loves those running the same picks back and forth. So I expect to see the exact same thing we just saw.
Well, that was the first game down. So picks and bans expected to go pretty much identical to last time. I expect Eager to switch it up a little bit, take some of these things away from them, and see exactly what's going to happen over in this game 2-1 now. So I'm trying to think of anything else that we can really think of to discuss. What did you like best in that? Who would you give MVP to?
MVP that game, honestly, Omega. Omega's presence in the backline was absolutely incredible. We knew that Zeus was the giant form of damage coming from Eager, but you can't be a giant form of damage if you have a full magical defense tank running at you. And it might have been detrimental to have the magical damage over in the soul lane because he had already built the Stone of Gaia, so he could easily run out the Zeus.
And across on your side, who did you feel performed well? It looked like Koi's to me had a good game, so did Cougar.
Yeah, I mean, Koi's had a good game, Cougar had a good game. They got to clean up their early game a little bit, try not to get pressured too hard, help out Dwurst a little bit, maybe with a different pick, taking out the Osiris. But yeah, and another thing to note is with the Osiris, when he gets that far ahead, his tether becomes so deadly. If he tethers the Zeus, even if Zeus uses his ultimate in that Odin cage, he's going to do almost no damage.
Almost no damage to that one as well. So it's doing good thing. Picks and bans are about to begin very, very shortly here. So we'll see which side of the map they so choose. Have you heard from the boys, either of you, whether there's a favorite side on Xbox, Order or Chaos here?
No, actually, personally, I haven't really noticed if any side wins more than another.
I believe actually here at Worlds that Order side is winning more as of recently, but through the most of the SPL season, people really like the Chaos side pick. Chaos side, that most people don't know, the mid laner can get to the mid lane just slightly quicker than on Order side, which allows you to get that lane pressure.
But also you do get the double pick as well during the big opportunity with, people saying that picks and bans at the moment. It's a lot of strong gods to pick up here. And they get the counter ban for the solo lane, which I guess, you think Omega needs?
Yeah, he definitely needs it against Worst. But the second pick is actually really strong because not only do you get the counter pick, but you also get the third pick plus the third ban. So you can really deny the enemy team, let's say, a certain role. You can ban out the Bologna Shinten in the solo lane, pick the Osiris, maybe ban out the Hades, and then what are you going to pick in the solo lane?
What are you going to pick in the solo lane?
Cabrakan, as we saw from PCs. Cabrakan actually does very well against Osiris because Osiris can't really interrupt his smash the ground with all his force because the tether takes so long before it stuns.
Right.
So it's actually really hard for Osiris Lane against
See,
Cabrakan.
Zap, that's how you deal with it.
Yeah, but Cabrakan hasn't won a game yet.
Yeah, Cabrakan doesn't want to
That's true.
That is true.
So what next? We're going to pick now.
Why not Cabrakan? Just win with Cabrakan. That's the way to do it.
But he's not won. Is that all your answer?
Yeah, but he didn't win on PC.
Okay.
This is Xbox.
This is Xbox.
Way
Balls,
different.
Rings, very, very useful for them. These teams both get themselves ready for this one. I'm trying to think of what else to really talk about that's going to be more
Well,
interesting.
you know,
fans
an
at home.
interesting thing is the Hunters really didn't have an impact in the game. It was mostly just in the solo lane, mid and jungle. I don't know. It's just
Is it the Hunters that have an impact? Is that what
no,
you
they didn't have too much of an impact. The solo laner from Omega, he just came in. He was so tanky that he couldn't even do damage, even with his his mark. That gives him added penetration. They were just too far ahead by the time the Hunters rotated into the team fight.
Yeah, when we think about Season 2 of Smite, honestly, it hasn't been the Hunter season. Season 1 was super heavily focused on Hunters, and Season 2 has definitely been that jungle solo lane combo in order to carry the teams. When you talk about people this season, you're talking about Adapting, and Andy, and Omega, and previously this season, Divios, and Cyclone. It was all these solo lane and junglers that you were talking about because they're the ones coming in with the big plays.
So no support love or Hunter love from you two?
Well, I loved support, but now I'm a mid laner. So.
Yeah, and I mean, the supports did also have a big impact. It was just the Hunters became the solo laners of Season 1. They just sit in their lane, look at each other, do nothing. That's why Neath was such a popular pick here at Worlds for the PC teams, because there's really little to no action going on in the duo lane, and you can affect other team fights from your lane in the duo.
Here we go, game 2, finally going to be given off picks and bans. We are into it. Envy up 1-0 against Eager here. Guan Yu banned out again. A lot of sustain. The horse is amazing. The cavalry charge being used to great effect. It has one of the highest damages in the game.
This is definitely the Cloud9 style where you do target ban, not necessarily meta bans. They definitely don't want to deal with Eager's Guan Yu, and that's just a respect ban.
Yeah, I mean, Guan Yu is played in the jungle on Xbox, and he is actually, I mean, I was talking to the guys, and they said he's one of the best, if not the best pick in the jungle for Xbox.
And why is the reason for that? Did they explain?
No, I didn't bother to ask.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Hades going to get banned out as well. Envy still respecting, you know, the opposition of Eager here. They want to ban that one out. So will they look to pick up Osiris here themselves? Do you expect Envy?
Well, this is very interesting because Xing10 and Bologna are still open. So we expect to see one of them being picked up because Team Eager could always pick up both if they wish.
Maybe a Soul, though. Maybe a Soul. I mean, you saw Epsilon do that here earlier, and I know I was like, what are they doing? They gave up Xing10 and Bologna, but yeah, they both ended up not being picked.
Envy going to be on the order side this time round, and they're currently considering what their option is going to be for first pick. Osiris on the table, which Omega could run again. And it's going to be the Bologna. Not a real surprise to see that in com.
It's hard not to pick Bologna. Not only was she in the amazing Smite trailer, but there's a reason. It's because she is amazing and strong and bad to the bone.
Yeah, I mean, she also happens to be Omega's favorite pick. Every time Bologna's open, he's like, pick Bologna, first pick Bologna. He loves the god.
So with Bologna being taken here, what are we looking for Eager in response? Do we go for the, what's a good matchup here, Sobek?
They could do Sobek, or I would expect a Xing10 here, maybe a Xing10.
Good call, Xing10 got through.
Xing10.
For some reason, I expected Xing10 was perma-banned, but no, he did get through, and Eager going to be looking at hovering over that one. And where do you look to next? Your jungler? You're looking for something safe here?
I think you could pick pretty much any position you want. Maybe you want to take away the Thor from Weekend, but I don't know why you'd want to do that. Or you might want an Isis, which actually has 2 forms of CC to stop the Bologna's bludgeon, things like that.
Shoutouts to Kiki, by the way, getting target banned both times here from Eager. He's new to the support role, having just switched from the mid lane and already getting target bans at him. It's just a testament to how good of a player he is.
Or how good Khepri and Athena are.
That's also a good call, that, Incon. I mean, he's right.
Banning Athena and Khepri over Xing10 and Bologna, though, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's a good call, but also, you know, I mean, one of the strategies a lot of teams do is you either ban both or you don't ban either, and you just trade off depending on your preference.
Well, they're having a good old think here, the boys of Eager, about exactly where they want to go with the next one. They're still hovering over Xing10, and the options are on the table for them. Will they look for maybe taking a Medusa this game, potentially, or do you reckon they're quite happy with what they ran last time? Maybe Air Cougar will see him on Hou Yi again?
Maybe, you know, Cougar felt like he got ahead, but he couldn't do too much on the Hou Yi, so I would expect maybe a change-up, maybe a hyper carry in the X-Ball, Or, you know, you could see the Medusa as well.
The Soul is still open here. We can't forget about the Soul. It's actually an incredibly strong pick. Not to mention it's also a flex pick because she's a perfectly viable mid lane.
Quick question, though, I was going to say mid lane. If you put Soul in the mid lane, what's the matchup versus Cuckoo like? Because Kukulkan is just going to farm and Soul's just going to farm, right?
I mean, any matchup, any god against Kukulkan is just going to be a snooze fest because Kukulkan's just going to put down his tornado and then walk away. Yeah.
Soul does have the capability, though, to really outplay a Kukulkan. If you time the 3 correctly and get the immunity frame for the Kukulkan ult, that could be all kinds of crazy outplays.
You're playing levels of skill there that I'm not sure anybody has, let alone, you know.
No, we're PC players. We got that, remember?
You do?
Yeah.
You two don't. You didn't make it.
Oh.
Just saying.
It's all right.
Epsilon made it.
Enemy made it.
As did Enemy. Yo, shout outs to Enemy, though. Did a really good
Shout out.
performance to make it all the way through. Big shout outs to them. So it's looking like they're going to be looking at taking Jing10 and potentially Chiron here. It seems to be the pick. Chiron, they went to it last time. Cyclone had that on Team Envy, but this time we're going to see your boys potentially take that one away.
Yeah, I mean, Chiron's just an overall strong pick. You could pick him blindly. He doesn't have any counterplay. He doesn't really have any counter picks. Pretty much, I always consider him just like Neath. He's just like Neath,
Just
a
safe.
little bit stronger in lane than Neath, in my opinion, but doesn't have the global presence that Neath does.
And does he have the hyper carry status that some of the other hunters do?
He transitions better than Neath.
He does transition better than Neath, but the thing is, he doesn't have any steroids. He doesn't have an attack speed steroid.
Okay.
He doesn't have physical power steroid, which the other hyper carry.
He does have that technically ranged execute with the 2, right? Because he can follow that all the way over through the map. We saw that actually happen on PC the other day.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool ability. Some of the best, plays I've had personally with Chiron is, the enemy like teleports over a wall, or they think they got away, and then I just use my 2 and walk away.
That's one of hit your auto lock ability instead of ulting through the wall and killing him with the skill shot.
I had to hit an auto first.
Listen to this
kid.
kid.
In order to
he played Geb for so long and the order got called. Hey, what a great player. Good job, everybody. Chiron has finally been locked in alongside Jing10. Back over to Envy we go. Where are we looking for in Con? What do you want your boys to pick?
Right now we have a lot of great options open. I would actually love to see a Gebo Sylvanas pick. I know Kiki loves the Sylvanas, so let's get one of those great supports out here to get things started. And then, of course, we can look towards either our mid lane or our jungler. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Thor pick again with how well.
Yeah, I think the Thor is going to be picked up for sure here. And then, like Incon said, maybe the supporter, maybe Allied might just go for the Kukulkan, afraid of a target ban.
So will he go for it? It's a good call, that. I think if he likes Cuckoo so much, why not just go straight back there now before he gets banned away in Caliban?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards the Thor Kukulkan pick here, just to have that combo they had last game. But I wouldn't be surprised if they went for support.
Do you really want a target ban out of Kukulkan, though?
It's Xbox, though. He's really OP on Xbox.
To be fair, I mean, he's got great secure at the Gold Fury as well, and the ability to juke abilities is not that easy. That's how Ally put it. It was like, it's much more difficult to do side steps away from that and get the turning down because you've got hypersensitivity.
It would partner really well, actually, if they went Sylvanas as well. If they grabbed a Sylvanas Kukulkan, that kind of knockup capability, then there's absolutely no way to get out of the Sylvanas ult because you can't beat the knockup unless you preemptively beat it, which means there's absolutely no way to avoid the Kukulkan ult smacking you after.
Cool. I wonder if Envy's actually scouted that because Team Dignitas and EU were the ones that started running that, the Sylvanas and the Cuckoo lineup. But it's going to be Thor locked in there for Weekend alongside, where's the Sylvanas call? Now the question is, does Ego know what's about to happen and will they ban the Kukulkan?
I'm pretty sure they'll ban the Kukulkan here. I'm actually interested to see, are they going to play the Jing10 as a support or a solo lane? I think if they're going to play it as a solo laner, you might see the Sobek pick up here.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or they could pick up a mid, then ban out allies.
Oh, the Sobek. Look at this, you're a genius.
Yeah, well, the Sobek...
It's like you own the team.
The Sobek's actually really strong against Sylvanas. A little, at level 3, Sobek hits a power spike where him and Chiron can clear the archers with a tail whip and sickening strike combination.
Okay, cool.
And then look to pluck the Sylvanas and just all in them.
Well, let's see if they'll be able to do that. Now the question is, will Ego ban Kukulkan or will they take it themselves potentially here?
That could be a possibility. I'm not too sure how much practice Sam Bam has had on the Kukulkan. I haven't really seen him play it, but there goes the target.
There's the respect ban to Allied right there, not wanting to deal with that Kukulkan. But don't worry, Kukulkan's got a lot more up his sleeve. I know some more of his favorite guys that he is looking towards, and I can't wait for him to break it out.
I'm expecting like Poseidon probably is one of those up there as well as the next go-to. But it's back to Ego now that Jean Kui gets taken off the table. Ego have the option.
Yeah, I actually really like the Poseidon pick into what Ego has because Jing10 cannot leap out of Poseidon. Neither can Sobek, neither can Chiron. So we'll see what he does.
It's going to be a Neath with the backflip. That could be going mid lane or could Chiron here. So you're going double Hunter. Ooh.
I like it. They're taking a page out of C9's book there, and hopefully it works out.
Did C9 win?
Incon!
Wow, Incon. I wouldn't even go there.
Too soon.
Ouch.
Too soon.
The double hunter, man.
You can't do that.
It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite.
Giannis gonna get lots
There's
of
the
envy.
Giannis pick. That's what I was looking for. Allied, of course, used to yell at Kiki all the time. Can you just play Giannis? Kiki's like, no, man, I'm going to play Afro, man. I want to kiss.
He's not female, is he? That's why he did.
Yeah, exactly.
Big key there.
Yeah, but the one thing I like, though, from Eager's draft this time around is they picked at least a dominant mid laner, a dominant duo lane.
That's 3 Guardians and 2 Hunters.
Sounds good to me. Guardians are really strong in this game. Their scaling is through the roof compared to anyone.
Bracken hasn't won yet, though, right?
Yeah,
First time for everything. Okay, Matt Corey's Cabrakan is legit. It's really strong. I've seen him play it. Probably the best Cabrakan player on Xbox.
To be fair, we saw his Odin. His Odin was very, very good. So with his Odin played that well, it's the same sort of playstyle you have with a Cabrakan as well. You will use the blink to try and close the gap, but then you're all melee range anyway.
Yeah, I mean, one of the strengths of Cabrakan, though, against the Giannis is kind of how we saw Raffer do with his Ymir. The walls block off the portal for the Giannis, and Cabrakan's ult. He can trap the Giannis inside tight and then try to pick him off.
Not to mention, it actually does work well against a Shibalanke, of course, who has the dash, who will not jump over that wall, so he can get trapped in there. So you can't trap in multiple people on the Team Envious right now.
How are you feeling about your lineup?
I'm loving the lineup. It's absolutely PC, which is great.
3 Guardians.
I'm loving
and 2
it, too.
Hunters.
It's absolutely Xbox, and it's great.
That's kind of like your Zap Man build as well, isn't it? It's like your lineup would be like 4 Guardians and you.
Yeah, I mean, just, protect Cougar and he'll
Protect me, please. I'll do anything.
Encanto's on me.
Wow. Still going at it. So you both think your team's going to win this one. Composition-wise, what are we expecting in the solo lane matchup?
That solo lane matchup is going to be very interesting. I mean, it comes down to, it's the solo lane, it's the tanks, right? That's what we do.
Yep.
We do the tanky matchup, so it's going to come down to, I think, honestly, Omega's more experience.
Yeah, and I mean, I expect an invade. I think it's how Eager is going to handle this invade because knowing Omega and Weekend being Bologna and Thor, they're definitely going to invade.
There is a creeping curse coming out here.
So that's talking about fights there, isn't it? Going for the creeping curse, you're potentially looking for a fight early on. Cabrakan actually going to go over there for Eager and put a deep ward in to see if they're near the speed or blue buff, and already Envy rotating around the map looking for, well, kind of what they did last game's up.
Yeah, I mean, why not do it again? It worked the first time. Envy grouped up as 5. They didn't find anyone in this early invade, but I expect the Thor and Bologna to invade.
I expect it too. I mean, when you look at what the composition is here that they're going to be able to invade on Incon, it's going to be a Cabrakan and actually a Neath.
It doesn't seem there's going to be an invade, otherwise Weekend would have been out of the base by now. I actually did expect one to come along there with that creeping curse on Omega because you cannot fight a Bologna Thor, especially if they have a creeping curse. But it seems that we're just going to be chilling out here doing a normal start.
We say that, but Sambam, the Neath player, is actually, he's the mid laner. He's over here to defend the speed buff. He's going to start with the boys on this side. This is a good way to defend these buff invaders up.
Yeah, smart play. I mean, they got to expect. It looks like actually Emery's going to do the blue-to-blue invade.
So blue and then go blue, but it looks like at the same time both teams are recognizing this. There's wards for both of them, so they both know what's going on with this start of the game. Left-hand side, you can clearly see that, the standard setup from Envy going on as the Eager team. They did mid-Harpies.
Yeah, Eager started mid-Harpies there, which is a very interesting start. Not standard at all. Probably mixing that up, honestly, because of the strange start over as well, the solo lane. They're actually going to grab both of the mid-Harpies, which is actually a huge swing of XP already for Eager, assuming they still get their camps.
Yeah, now it's up to Envy to realize that this happened and look to invade the speed or red.
Well, perfectly, you can just see Allied found out. He auto-attacked, thinking it was going to be there. It was down, so they know exactly what's going on here. Purple buff is on the side of Eager here as well, so that's not going to be able to be invaded. So red speed still stand for Eager, and Envy still have their speed up.
Both junglers have sacrificed their speed buffs at the start of this game in order to do other things. When's the last time you saw that?
Talk to me about Weekend and when he doesn't get his speed buff. Well, how is he like?
Oh, it's just like any jungler. All junglers go, I got to get my speed buff. I don't get my speed buff, I'm leaving the team. Get me out.
Well, it looks like the speed buff is going to be got here by Envy, but it's actually Eager speed buff. They've invaded onto this. Omega has pressured the Jingten in that lane to worst. Once again, obviously, the start of the game there, Bologna has a pretty good matchup there against the Jingten.
Yeah, again, good plays by Envy here. They know which side they're stronger on. They know that the Bologna is going to outpush the Jingten, so they know that speed buff is going to be a free invade for them.
So Dwers ruining out Omega there, putting some good damage on, and those archers did some good work too. Good trade there for the boy for the time being. So we see the left-hand side, we see Matt Coy's heading through the jungle towards the left-hand side, mainly for the red buff to help out the Neath.
And we see Envy here out pushing them, even with the Shibalanke, and that's just because of the Sylvanas. You see they gave the Sylvanas the purple buff. That's because of Sylvanas' innate AoE auto attacks, which gives them incredible push, but at least they don't push back anymore like he used to.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Jelly go up there, try to clear those archers right here with the combo, just like that. And
you called it.
Actually, Envy realized that Sylvanas played back like he was supposed to.
Are you like connected into their comms or something here? Because every time he said something, they've done it. It's quite impressive. Just gonna keep saying that.
It's a very scary lane, though. If you get out of position just a little bit, you can get Sobek plucked and then Chiron kicked even farther back down the lane. You're gonna get kicked halfway down the lane.
Good point. It's gonna be a big key there to make sure that we see Kiki stay safe. But Kiki's pretty good for that for the most part. He's doing a good job of surviving for now. As it's still 0-0 at 2.5 minutes in. Omega continue to whack away on these minions here, and then Dwers, well, he's a little bit low on mana here at the moment. So he's gonna be very, very careful. Just gonna get pushed on the tower here.
Yeah, Dwers has to be extra careful, not just because he's out of mana, but also because there's a Giannis on the other team. So if he actually pushes a little bit far up, Omega can engage on him, and he can call for the Giannis ult.
And of course, he doesn't even know where the Thor is as well. Thor not level 5, yeah, but it doesn't matter. If you get Thor walled with no mana, he wouldn't have enough to jump over the wall.
And that's a scary thing. You've got Giannis' ultimate, you've also got Weaken on that Thor, and then you've still got Jabalonke played by Cyclone Spin today that can get involved with the Darkest of Nights once he hits that level 5. But Koi's round on the left-hand side to try and support his team. They may look for a pick here, but they did just hit 5 MV, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find it, and it looks like Eager were aware of that and just back out.
Yeah, they were aware of it. Actually, Emily was aware of it, and they did back out. I would have liked to see Jelly maybe have a bit more of aggressive posture there and put a little pressure. Maybe look for the hook on the Sylvanas.
Yeah, that could have been super, super bad right there for Envy. If that Krabraken would have gotten his wall off on Xbalanque, as the Xbalanque would have dashed, he would have had nowhere to go, and he would have been an easy pickup.
Poor Dwers not going to get his blue buff again. 3 members of Envy come all the way over the map, including Allied, to secure that one. But the rotation back to mid might be picked up here, as the mid Harpies are there and being taken by Team Eager. It looks like they did go over to them, but looks like Koi's wants to try and fight here. But a quick wall from Weaken, and they'll be able to disengage. Oh, Allied. I don't think they realized that. If Eagle would have realized that was Allied that got isolated there, they could have tried and forced the other on that.
Weaken goes, yeah, that portal's mine now.
You just stole it.
Stole that portal.
Yeah, and one thing to note is actually the mid and jungle of Eager is farming a little bit better than Allied and Weaken. It seems like Allied and Weaken are looking a little bit too much for rotations to make plays, and they're falling a little bit behind.
It probably has a bit as well to do with that mid Harpy start where they didn't get that XP. While they did go around and they got the blue buff, the mid Harpies give so much experience and gold early.
Well, left-hand side purple buff being done there by Team Eager as we see Envy recalling back to base there in their duo lane. No wards on the map on either side at the moment, so I think that's where we're going to start seeing the first trips back to base now, just to start the vision around the Gold Fury.
Definitely a slower paced game right now. Both teams kind of just taking it chill, looking towards that mid team fight right now. They want to kind of wait for the group up. Of course, the teams have Bologna and Shinken as a solo laners, which means they both want to be waiting for their solo laners to turn on because they're both very confident.
I was going to say, the longer this game goes, I'm really happy to be Team Eager here, honestly, because 3 Guardians, Zach, once 3 Guardians hit full build.
I agree, yeah. I mean, Team Eager has the better scaling team because they have the Guardians, and also they have double Hunters. So the later this game goes, the more trouble Envy's going to be in.
They've got to be very careful, though, because if one of the Hunters does get picked off, with the sustain that's going to come from the Sylvanas, the Guardians might not be able to output the damage to burst the sustain.
So question is, which Hunter will we be looking to gank here, Rincon? Is it going to be the Neith or is it the Chiron?
Early game, you're probably looking towards the Neith because she's going to have more of that burst damage, but as the game starts to transition, get a little bit later, the Chiron's going to be more of the threat.
Well, we can try and take the speed buff there, but this time round, rotations from Eager secure their own speed buff to get that for themselves. Will give Koi's a little bit of boost for being able to get around this map and look for something.
Yeah, definitely. Now that Matt Koi's has his speed buff on Krabraken, he can really look to start making some plays.
Pressure in mid lane once again from Envy, just continuing to farm up their Hunters. Nabbing off the lone right-hand side aggression onto Omega here, as round the back comes Koi's looking for this aggression with a speed buff. They get some good damage off, it's a good wall, but once again Omega held his ultimate until he needed it to escape the danger.
Very smart play there from Omega, waiting to use that ultimate, as you said, for the Krabraken wall. If he would have used it too early, Krabraken may have been able to catch up, wall him off, and then kill Omega, but very patient, and he's already healing up because of Death Stall.
Yeah, I really wish Matt Koi's would focus a little bit more on the duo lane because, I mean, when you think about it, Shing 10 level 8,
look at
Krabraken level 7 would not have enough damage.
Darkest of Nights has just been used because the Gold Fury is being attempted there, and actually it's forced Allied's ultimate out. The Gold Fury still stands. Eager are the ones looking to attempt that one on that left-hand side instead. They're going to look for Harpies, but blinking from Koi's, putting aggression on Allied. He doesn't have any follow-up, but the World Weaver's there to follow up. He's going to Tremors, but a good ultimate from Kiki in a root. He's going to pin them in place. The unstable Vortex into them. Weaken lands an ultimate and secures a kill onto Jelly through Allied. Koi's bravely running away, but Weaken's having none of it. He's going to continue chasing him down, looking for the pick. But round the corner comes Cyclone on Xbalanque, and there's a stack in the bank for the boys of Envy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. You know, McCoy's made the decision to gank the Bologna, used his ultimate, and then he blinked into the Giannis. If he would have had his ultimate there for the Giannis, probably could have went in the favor of Vigor.
Also really good there for Envy was Cyclone already got a stack on Xbalanque here pretty early. They waited to give him the kill with his dash so he could start getting that power going, which may give him a bit of an advantage going into that Chiron because that's not a favorable lane for him in the early game.
I mean, play-wise there, Incon, it looked like, I want to look at the support player here. Kiki did, I was going to say Incon because it's like it's Envy. Kiki did great work there. He got a big ultimate off to save Allied from some danger.
Kiki is a huge proponent of Sylvanas. He loves that. He thinks his ultimate is honestly the best in the game, and it really is as far as supports go. It's a super hard form of CC that does a ridiculous amount of damage early. Its base damage is like 300, and if you were talking to Ataraxia, you'd say, yeah, and the scaling is like 175%.
Yeah, it's also sneaky damage. You know, when you die and you check your death recap, it says 10 million damage from Sylvanas, and you're like, what? When did that happen?
On top of that, it is a knock-up, and knock-up is one of the hardest things to try and CC out of. I mean, beads don't affect it once you're in the air. You have to pre-do it.
Exactly, and because you can combo it so well, he had the knock-up into the root. They didn't have their bead yet, which led to the unstable vortex hitting both of them into a Thorl. It was a beautiful combination of skills coming out from Envy, and a really beautiful combination of crowd control as well.
Well, Envy grouping up in mid lane there. Wall double tap hitting onto Sambam there, but he will heal up a little bit off the minions with the unravel there. The pull did not connect from Kiki. How you feeling, Mencon?
I'm feeling pretty good, and seeing Weekend hit double taps on Thor makes my heart sputter. It feels so good.
Yeah, you sat there thinking, why can't you do that on PC?
If he could just transfer that to PC, man, we'd never lose again.
Next season. And Zap, you boys, honestly, you're not that far down now. It's only 2,500 experience, 1,300 gold. But the longer the game goes, the happier you get. And Xbox generally goes later.
Yeah, Xbox does generally go into the late game. And, you know, Envy's up, but they're not up by that much. If they find a good Bracken ult, they can easily win a team fight.
Look at this, player damage on the side of all the boys here. Chiron very, very low down there. Not seeing much out of Air Cougar so far. Koiz hasn't managed to get himself really involved over in that duo lane, but in the mid lane there, Sambam being aggressed on once again by Weekend's Gold Fury. He started here by Cyclones. This is a good call, Incon?
Yeah, right now this is pretty safe. Envy's feeling pretty confident with the team comp right now as the team fight's about to break out.
Yeah, Omega has actually been doing zoning duty. Forced Jelly to use the ultimate as well. Omega's still happy just to absorb that. Didn't even do that much damage as he actually turns it around. Weekend misses an ult there, as you can see as well. Dwys gets out, but Koiz is caught in a bad situation. He gets his ultimate off in time, but Kiki's going to get credit for that kill. Dwys doesn't manage to find his ultimate through space and time. Fired off by Allied. Looking for the snipe damage on Sambam. He doesn't find it, but Omega surely will. Jelly's there to try and defend, but it's too little too late already. And Omega and the rest of Envy going to retreat back towards the Gold Fury.
This is where Sylvanas is so strong, is these objectives where you get pickoffs. They're going to group up, they're going to use that heal. You can see the heal coming out. That heal early is so incredibly strong when you're low on your total health pool.
Still looking to try and contest this. Kiki held his ultimate and used it nicely there. They're engaging, looking for Jelly, and they're going to find him. The pluck ended up hitting somebody, unfortunately, and now Dwys and Cougar trying to survive and do what they can. Cougar actually chasing down Allied and finding the kill. Will Weaver coming out onto Cyclone Spin. Hold up a second, this could be a turnaround, but no, the body block from Kiki is good. And you can see Dwys has to back out the blinking from Koiz. Too little, too late, and a good wall from Weekend. Gonna force to disengage. Eager though, they defended the Gold Fury.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing here. They did sacrifice a little bit more kills, but they did defend the Gold Fury and stop the snowball event.
Envy's got to be very careful here. Because they were low, they're definitely going to go for the Gold Fury, but because the Sylvanas healed, not everybody had to back, and it seems that the Gold Fury is getting reset. Eager probably should be looking for this gold right now. Honestly, with how low Envy was and how their abilities were down, that should have been an attempt.
A little bit wary of the teams. I mean, you say abilities are down, but we can see Omega has his ultimate available. Cyclones is back up as his allies there. That fight went just on so long that I think we're going to see people go back to farm now.
Yeah, I mean, Eager needs to make just a small adjustment to do a lot better in these team fights, and they need to stop getting separated. They keep getting picked off one by one because they split during these team fights.
One thing we didn't mention earlier was this is Bologna against two ADCs. Bologna has their big form of damage, and Eager right now can be completely disarmed.
Currently a Bologna that's only got Stone of Gaia.
That's true, but you have the Stone of Gaia to deal with the 3 Guardians damage, and then you disarm the 2 Hunters. You don't need physical defense if they can't auto-attack.
So talk to me about disarms up, and how'd you like it?
Oh, I hate it. It's the most annoying thing. You know, you don't even know what happened to you. A Scourge from across, like, over the wall, and you're like, I'm hitting my mouse, and nothing happens.
My mouse broke. Help.
5-1 is the scoreline. Envy hold the lead for now. The gold lead, as you can see, just under 2,000. It's slowly climbing, but at the moment, Eager have slowed the sort of destruction they saw in the first game of how painful it was for them. This picks and bans has worked out a lot better for them.
Yeah, Eager's doing a great job of not letting enemy snowball off their early game picks. And now I realize why Omega went Balone over the Xingtian is because they want to keep on that pressure on the solo lane, which is what won them the first game.
Once we get towards this first Gold Fairy is where this game was either going to break open for Envy or be completely even again for Eager. So every team kind of hovering around the area because you don't want to give up the ward control.
Gold Fury is still available. You can see the wards, and we can telegraph that there's a ward around that left-hand side there near the Harpies, just because he threw down that wall that missed Jelly. Weekend is looking for a potential pick here onto Air Cougar, though. They're looking for Cougar on that Chiron. You see Jabalonke coming around. He's not realized it. He will now. The wall misses, and Cougar bravely runs away.
Yeah, I mean, if the wall was on point, it's actually really strong against Chiron. Chiron only has the dash to escape.
So he's just going to block him. Oh, look at that. They didn't manage to find the pole, but they do find the portal, and Jelly takes a bit of burst damage from the unstable Vortex as Omega now rotate again. Whenever I see Omega rotate here, it looks like we're going to call Gold Fury, right?
Yep, and there's the Gold Fairy start. That was really big, though. Nice beats now are down for this team fight, which means she can get CC locked until she's dead. And this Gold Fairy is going down really fast.
It is getting bursted down. Kiki on zone in duty. Koi's trying to get in there to defend. Kiki's ultimate is now on cooldown. He just used it to knock Koi's up. Jelly is trying to get away there. You can see Allied fire off the ultimate. Didn't manage to find it. As Chiron uses ultimate there too, and I don't believe he managed to find a pick with that one either.
Yeah, Thor ultied onto the Chiron, but it doesn't look like anything came of it, and everybody's going to start the Gold Fury again.
Here we go, one more time. Let's go in and see exactly what's going to happen. Only Omega has his ultimate available here. Eager, they've managed to hold on to most of theirs here, which is the big key factor for this one. Omega on zone in duty with Kiki, as you'd expect to see here. And we're going to actually see what's going on. Let's go into MV Comms and hear those guys and exactly how they're going to try and play this one out.
Okay.
I'm done.
We're still here.
We
can't get him.
I'm low on mana too.
I still have a kill.
He's still hold. Be careful. Shinten's hold.
Careful.
That beats this.
Okay.
Everyone
Here's a kill.
Everyone get up.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to right.
They come back and also that.
They're gonna get gold.
How did Weekend die? They both were on me on left. I don't know where you guys went. I didn't hear you say anything.
Yeah, we're all at gold. I'm gonna push right.
I don't have gold.
That's all good.
He's gonna miss a lot. He's gonna miss a lot for this anyway.
Skip ups.
I'll just keep him right? I have a central. No, they're doing that.
Oh, okay.
Bragan's on me. Just back here. Yeah, you're fine. Go to my purple.
Let's try to get a
If you can't hear that in the background, listen to that crowd cheering. Eager has some fans there, Zap, and you must be so happy right now.
Yeah, definitely happy, and I believe Allied asked the question of 2015, how did Weekend die?
That was honestly, it wasn't that bad. There was a couple miscommunications there at the start that was really envious, his fight. We saw Kiki use his ultimate, only hit one person. We saw Weekend got a little bit separated from the group. There wasn't quite the communication level that they needed, although over toward the sideline, we do have Omega split pushing that time.
I'll be honest as well, we mentioned Cougar had no player damage earlier on. He's now 3-0-0, and he's top of the charts. The boy just came out of nowhere then.
Yeah, I mean, Cougar's been playing great both games, and I'm really looking towards him to carry this one.
Looks like he's in a good position to do it. I mean, with 3 Guardians in front of him and with a mentor like you, I mean, it should be good, right?
If he really listened to me, he'd be dead, like, he'd be 5-0 or something like that.
Once Omega gets some more physical defense items online, he's going to be able to go ahead and walk at Chiron just like he did the Zeus, and we can see him starting into that physical defense. Most likely going to be the mid-guardian male, which is honestly one of the best items in the game.
I mean, to be fair, if Bologna goes in on an AD carry, yes, she's going to have a good time, but if there's 2 AD carries sat next to each other, and one's a Neath and one's a Chiron, how the hell do you deal with both of them at the same time?
It's going to be incredibly annoying, but he won't even have a hard time sticking on him. He can go ahead and shield bash them for the slow, and then use the creeping curse for even more slows, not to mention you got the disarm. He's going to be totally fine when it's just this Guardian Male. Plus, if you want to attack him, then you get slowed again from the mid-Guardian.
Exactly, and on top of that, what's important for Eager to do is make sure their hunters are on different sides of the lane. You need one on the left side, one on the right side, so both of them are not getting zoned out.
See, I always thought they should stick together as like a pair to an extent, but not super close up just because Neath can use the roots, right?
At least like auto attack range distance.
Okay, just between the two of them.
Yeah. If you stand too close together, if you both get disarmed at the same time, you really do not want to have to beat the disarm in a fight. But sometimes you have to because you can't just not do damage for 3 seconds.
Well, this game's pretty much all evened up for the most time in terms of gold. Experience-wise, there is still a bit of a lead for Envy at the moment, as you can see on the charts there, 2,800. I'm going to say it's mainly on Omega without checking the stats. What a shock it is.
Omega is proxy farming waves at the tier 2. That's how confident he is right now, and rightfully so. He's got 3 levels in the opposing solo.
And I like what he's trying to do here as well. He pressures with the proxy farm here's up and then tries to rotate to the fights. Teleport, though, is available for Dwers to come to this, and he's not really losing out on much.
Yeah, I mean, Omega's pretty much playing perfectly. He's playing his roles perfectly. He has the lead. He's throwing his weight around again. He's proxying waves, looking to rotate, looking to force something to happen here. But Eager's doing a good job of staying grouped and not getting picked.
Well, left Harpy's got pulled and reset there. Ally didn't manage to find the damage with unstable vortex, so Eager may be able to take those ones away, but Omega, he doesn't want to give him up for free if he can help it. Going to throw out the disarm and do what he can. There, as you can see, Koi's around the left-hand side as well, trying to position. What is this fight about, Incon?
Right now, it's just kind of a matter of trying to get little pickoffs. You don't necessarily want to do anything crazy right now. If I was them, I would be waiting.
Talking about pickoff, they're looking for Cyclone Spin, who's already used his ultimate to get out, but into the ring he goes. But a great stun. The Koi's didn't manage to stop in time.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin, he used his ultimate there. Mad Koi's
good beats response, though, coming out from Koi's. He's tanky enough to hold up the front line for the time being there as reinforcements have arrived. Cyclone tried to do what he can. Allied has to disengage from the battle there as Sobek pushes forward with Jelly and Koi's in tow. The pluck is on Cyclone. Cyclone getting into a whirlwind washing machine of death, and he'll fall down to Jelly. Eager pushing on the left-hand side here. We've got a ball game, sir.
Yeah, great pluck by Jelly there. He waited for Splunker to use his dash and got the pick.
Bit quiet income.
No, meanwhile, we have Omega split pushing the right lane right now. You can see he equally got that tier 1 tower down. The reason why they lost that team fight was because they didn't have all 5 members.
Yeah, I mean, but the problem with that is Omega was already ahead.
Okay.
And the fact that he keeps on getting ahead, it's only 1 member of the team, whereas Eager as a group, they're getting 5 assists or 4 assists plus
Oh, this fight could rage on here. The Paul, he did fall through Koi's there. Stable Vortex came out, but Allied, not enough damage just yet. Trying to teleport in there was Omega, but he got cancelled out at the last second. Kiki is going to go down to Dwurst as well. The grouping of Eager is good, and the fans are happy about this.
It looks like Eager's communication is on point right now. You saw the knockup by the Shing 10, followed up by the perfect Neath root by Sam there.
Yeah, Root's not having any DR means Kiki could not move anywhere than Sylvanas. He was trying to make it towards the portal, which was so close to him, but he never got an opportunity to move an inch.
Yeah, and this is the high risk, high reward of Sylvanas, right? Sylvanas can make a lot of great plays with his pull. He could pull through the wall, but the problem is he has no escapability.
Mobility,
so
always been an issue.
Easily get picked on team fights.
Right, Harpy's going to go the way of Eager as we tune in with Omega, continuing to farm up the highest level in the game, as you'd expect, because he's been continuing to farm. That's all where the experience is, that's it.
Yeah, a big deal right now is that Omega doesn't have the tier 3 teleport. We're seeing why he's not rotating to the fight, just because he can't teleport to those wards, while we have Dwurst on the side of Eager who can get over there every single time.
So as we see it now, we can going to take the blue buff over on the right-hand side, give it over to Omega one more time here. Gold Fury is back up, though, and warded up by Eager. Would you look to want Eager to actually start looking at the Gold Fury now?
Yeah, I mean, they have the Sentry ward on. They see that Envy doesn't have any wards on it. They may try to sneak it, but the speed buff is up for them, and you know how junglers love their
Oh, double portal from Allied does connect and forcing the beads and backflip out of Sabam in the mid lane. And Omega's having some of that, he says. Eagles rally on his face, putting the pressure on, but an Unravel and Jelly doing his homework and doing his job of peeling for his AD carry.
You know, actually, it was a little bit beneficial that Sam Bam got stunned by Shablanka because that DR'd him, and the Bologna ult didn't really stun him for anything. He stunned him for like 0.2 seconds.
Well, with that happening now, we're going to see a God Fury attempt coming out from the boys here. Cyclone's ult is down, as is Jelly's and Omega, so it's an opportunity for Eager to try and get in a position here. Taking a little bit longer, this Incon.
I still like the fight opportunity. A great pull there on Sobek, but Janice just quite missing the unstable vortex.
No real follow-up here. You can see actually at the backside, Neath out of mana here as well. No, doesn't have anything. Sandbam may have to recall back to base, but he wants to stay in the fight. Such a tough position for a mana-heavy god.
Yeah, I mean, Sam should try to sneak the back in here, but got spotted out by Sylvanas.
Comes through, doesn't actually connect with anyone, and it's actually Envy. They've got themselves in the position here still, but they've used a few ultimates here. Can they still hold this off?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Giannis doesn't really have much mana, they should be able to hold this off 4v5, and I'm pretty sure that Envy hasn't seen Sam back yet.
Gold Fury gets reset, though. Kiki got a nice pull and root off onto Jelly, but Jelly's not too worried about that one. They're still looking to fight this.
Yeah, the longer this fight goes, though, the better it is for Eager, because Sam Bam's coming in fresh, full HP, full mana, and he's done with his Echo Ball.
You actually see the back coming out there potentially from, who was that? It looks like, yeah, it was Giannis going back to base. Allied has gone back to base to continue buying items and mana. He'll be able to get back relatively quick here, though. But this fight's just going on forever, Incon.
we can see another physical defense item coming out from Omega. You know that he knows that Chiron is the problem right now, so he's going to continue to build that physical defense until he can walk at Chiron, and Chiron's healing him with his auto.
So what are we looking at from him? I was going to say, what are we looking at? Heavy hammer, frostbound hammer?
Yeah, frostbound. Frostbound for sure. It's a really good item against auto attackers. Gives you what, 600 HP. It's a great item.
It's because people forget about frostbound hammer. It does an attack speed debuff as well.
Yeah, exactly. It slows, I think, by 25% it is.
Yeah.
It's extremely potent against hunters.
Beads coming back up on the side of Eager. We only have Sam Bam's beads down for now, and those are going to be tier 3 when they come back up. On the other side of Envy, we have all the actives up as well, so pretty much everybody's looking for the fight now. Everybody's feeling comfortable.
Paul misses from Allied there, so we're trying to clear out a ward. We're Eager inside the Gold Fury pit as per usual. On the right-hand side, Dwurst is back to farming over there, trying to put some pressure on. Has the teleport, so he can still make the rotations over. Looks like he's going for Ethereal Staff, pretty much standard.
Yeah, and a really impressive job by Dwurst for staying in this game. He's only 400 gold behind Omega, which is basically nothing.
That's true, considering the Gold Fury situation as well. It's not been too bad for him. And on top of that, he's not actually died this game either. He got focused a lot last game, he got invaded again, but you know, he's done okay to stay in this game.
For all intents and purposes, this game is completely even going into the 22-minute mark, and this is the part of Smite that we talk about. This is where it all happens. This is that moment where you get the next team fight can mean who wins and loses the game.
And if it goes even, you're going to just go back to farming, and it's the next team fight after that one. But Allied took a lot of poke pressure there from the mid lane from Sambam. Got a good route off into the weave that was on the ground there to detonate. So Allied going to just retreat back and continue farming up for now. Level 15, has his spear on the Chronos Pedant, the blue build coming out from him for the time being. Would you like to see your team, you know, the more defensive ones here in Con, actually get some defensive, physical defense items?
Yeah, I mean, the physical defense items are good, but at the same time, there's so much potential just to burst down the Hunters. If you can just burst down the Hunters, then the damage is completely gone. We see that the majority of the damage coming out from Chiron, of course, the Shinken in the Neath. The Kabrakan and the Sobek, of course, are non-factors in this, which means the majority of the damage is physical, and then percentage damage from the Shinken, which you can't do anything about.
Allied still hovering around, looking for an opportunity for the Gold Fury. The ward's going to get cleared there in the Gold Fury pit once again. That's where the fight is going to be all about. Player damage, as you can see on the left-hand side, is all on Air Cougar. 9,000 for him, ahead of Omega by about 1,500. Quite behind that, you can see Dwurst still keeping up with his Jing 10. Right at the bottom, Kiki. Quite surprising to see that so low there in Con, because it is a Sylvanas.
Yeah, so I mean, really love the stuff coming out from Kiki here. We have the shell, plus the heal, of course, which gives extra protections. Kiki really loves to play those guys that give you a ton of protections, like the Kepri gives you protection reduction, and of course the Sylvanas gives you flat protections.
Yeah, exactly. The Sylvanas is doing a great job this game, keeping everyone on his team with full HP.
5-5 is the scoreline, still as the Gold Fury. Well, it's just a dance. This reminds me of EU all of a sudden on PC.
Yeah, this is actually EU on PC. This is a very passive game. At the same point, this is either the make it or break it game for both teams. Envy right here, take it away. They move on to the finals of the Xbox World Championship. Eager, this could be their final fight.
And Eager, they've got themselves in a great position. Honestly, I really personally side with the side of Eager just because of composition-wise. 3 Guardians, 2 Hunters. We've seen it so many times when that lineup has been put together. They've managed to perform, and on Xbox I expect it to be the same.
Exactly. Positioning is so key here by both teams. That's why you see everyone a little bit hesitant on trying to make plays. Sylvanas has his pool, Sobek has his pool, so if anyone gets caught out of position, they could lose the game.
Let's see exactly what's going to happen. Is once again Jelly going to be clearing out the wards one more time. These poor supports are just constantly throwing gold away.
Now that we have the Frostbound Hammer done on Omega, I wouldn't mind seeing the Enfeebling Curse coming out. You don't really need a weakening against the opposing team. It wouldn't be bad for against the Hunters, but you don't need it. The Enfeebling Curse could really put a dent in their damage.
Okay, well, on the right-hand side here, Omega looking to try and contest this right-hand side blue buff being done up against Dwurst and Koiz, who, let's be honest, they have a bit of a hard time keeping him pinned down in place. That gold blue buff did fall down. It did go over to Dwurst, but still, Omega keeping the fight going, knowing that there's 2 there, though. Envy have tried to start the Gold Fury on this side. I'm not sure how low it is. Jelly well aware of it going on, and with Dwurst going back to base, I guess they're just going to reset it. We may see a bit of an engagement in mid lane, though, with Omega rotating in. But no, there's not much going on. Just Omega be doing Omega things.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are just not giving an inch. They're really playing safe. They're getting their own buffs. They're protecting their own buffs. And it's going to be really tough for either team to break this open.
We can rotate around to throw down a ward, get spotted out, and instantly cleared. So they still know there's a sentry in that area for the time being. Jablonke just gone back to base. Did Cyclone there. Actually working towards Hasten Fatalis, it looks like.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good on Jablonke.
Okay.
You do sacrifice a lot of damage, but you do make up for it because of branching bolas plus Jablonke's passive.
Not to mention it makes him extra hard to catch. The big thing about Shibalanki is he has so much damage that he gets from his passive, plus the branching bolas, that you don't actually need the extra damage out of him, the extra movement speed and attack speed to help you get out more damage output.
So impressed with the Eagle composition here. They are Xbox focused as a team, and the boys of Envy, obviously, they've had plenty of experience in big stages like this, but so far, they've held their nerve in this game, keeping it at 5-5. You can see active-wise as well, it's just those small little details. You can see both the Hunters, the same sort of thing, idea, both going just for beads too, not investing too much in it if they can help it at the moment. But Crit is now coming online for your boy Chiron's that.
Yeah, I mean, this might be what Eager's been waiting for. Cougar's probably telling them, I'm almost done with my rage. Let me finish my rage, and then let's look to team fight.
Trying to defend the sentry ward. He's going to give poke to both the supports. Generally, it's Jelly that came out on the losing end of that one. As you can see, Kiki able to just heal himself up back with the wisps. Koi's in position, though, as the sentry gets dropped down. We do have a rotation from Dworst here, but Omega still over in that solo lane, looking to pressure the tier 2 one more time.
This is the face-off of all time. Just both teams, it's just the battle of the wards. Although we do see Eager starting up this Gold Fury in the back, and they're keeping it for now.
Can they get involved with Envy? Yeah, Kiki goes in with a big ultimate. Jabalonki coming in and weaken with the ult too. They're looking for Jelly. Jelly pinned against the wall though, through space and time, connecting with them at the same time. But the washing machine from Dworst is good to try and trap them all up. But Envy do get out for the time being, and it's actually Koi's in a bit of trouble here with the Berserker Barrage and the Eagles rally. Connected from Omega, he secures one. Now they're looking for the next with the pull from Allied. Gonna help to Dworst, the front line is falling. It's only Hunters left, and they're gonna start getting run down like dogs. No, they retreat back for the Gold Fury.
If I'm Omega right now, I'm making sure to zone out perfect. He's zoning out the people that can come in and steal this Gold Fury to guarantee that gold for him. Not to mention, he's the perfect person to be fighting these Hunters that are still alive.
So what exactly went wrong in that team fight?
I mean, that whole team fight, you got to give credit to Kiki. He landed a 3-man ultimate, 4 speeds on both Hunters, or one of the Hunters, and then Weekend had a great follow-up ult.
Weekend had a great follow-up ult. How do you feel about that?
It felt good, man. I'm telling you, one of these days, it's going to transfer over to PC. We're going to hit these ults.
Wall double tapping mid lane, connects, forcing the backflip out of Sambam. Omega didn't find the bludgeon there, but left-hand side Cyclone, Allied and Kiki pushing down for the tier 1, looking for the tier 2. The minions are here.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about when the game was this close and it was, past 25-minute mark. One mistake can cost you the game. Now Envy here is snowballing. Not only did they get the Gold Fury, but they got a tower too on the left side.
That left tier 2 tower extremely low now. They can pretty much go back at any point and finish that off. This is giving about a 3K gold lead or so. Not the end of the game by any means, but definitely the first substantial lead.
Look at that swing. You can see 6,000 just under experience in favor of Team Envy. Eager still struggling to stay in this one. They have the opportunity still. The longer this goes, you can see full itemizations online, and 3,000 gold at this stage isn't that much.
It's not much, but what they really need to do is they can't be engaged on. They need to be the ones to do the engaging. They have 3 Guardians. They have 3 ways to initiate. Shinten can go in, Kraken could go in, or Sobe can pluck. So they really need to be careful, not group up for Sylvan Assault, and engage on their own.
I agree. That's still one of the most underrated things in Smite is the ability to initiate. We always make fun of him Weekend for saying, he's the initiator. But it's true. When you initiate on somebody, it puts them on the defensive immediately at the start of the fight. And when you're on the defensive, you're often playing to get away and not to kill people. And when you have 3 Guardians on your team, all with great capabilities of initiating like that.
Kiki initiate with a pull there. Weekend double tap comes out as well. The wall, the portal falls down. Kiki zoning out the other members of the team as they're looking to focus down. Koi's in the back. Eagles rally connects from Omega. The wall, the double tap does not connect this time. Koi's isolated as Cyclone spins in. Weekend picks up 1, and now they're going to continue pressure in mid. 4v5 as Weekend finds the wall on the double tap again. Omega charging in, forcing the backflip out of Sambam. Omega still taking tower damage. The washing machine throws in, and Kiki under the tower one more time. Root on the backside is there. Kuria does clean up Weekend, who overextends a little bit too far. So for the time being, it's a 1-for-1, but Envy still trying to keep pressure here.
Yeah, I mean, there's the classic example, exactly what me and Incon were talking about. Kiki engaged. Everyone in Eager had it back pedal, had it back up. They weren't doing too much damage, and Kraken got picked there.
Still Allied on the front, trying to poke, trying to find the unstable vortexes with Cyclone. Kiki looking for a pull at every opportunity, but just keep an eye on Jelly here. If he gets a good poke at the right time, with Sambam now coming back in on full health, they're going to have an opportunity to try and find a pick, but Omega disarms one more time. Jelly, tail whip, looking for the pull on Allied. It does connect. The root connects as well. Allied, though, through space and time, fire off to get him out of danger, and now back to the mid lane we go, and immediately with that, Envy disengage. stage.
That's a smart reset there. They knew once Allied was gone that they didn't have a chance. It was going to be a 3v4, so they just accepted that loss. They had a good attempt at a team fight earlier, but not all team fights go hugely in your favor. So just take the little win and go back.
You asked for Cougar to step up here, Zapman, and he really is.
I mean, he's doing great, and actually good discipline there by Envy to fall back. But I love what Eager did there. They initiated onto the Giannis, forced him out, and they actually won that team fight.
31 minutes in now then, and Envy with that Gold Fury in tow. They've got themselves in a position. They didn't extend the lead any further, trying to pressure that tier 1 tower. Eager put up a good defense there for the time being. And final builds are starting to be achieved here. What are we looking for 6 items here, Incon?
Oh man, for 6 items you have so many options. We see the height of the minion line. We knew that Bologna was going to be going that full physical defense because we had the Chiron doing all the damage and the Enfeebling Curse. I bet Omega can hear me.
Well, he's also got the Death's Toll, so what would you sell and get in place of that?
That Death's Toll, I mean, at this point you can get another damage item. You can look for something. We saw the Ichibal actually earlier coming from the Bolognas, which is actually a great item against the Hunters to help take away some of their physical power.
Yeah, you might see the Ichibal, or you just might see another Fizz, a D item, maybe a Runeforge, just anything that has physical defense.
Weekends hit more walls and double taps than all season, I think.
All season. It's absolutely incredible to watch. I'm so honored.
So honored to be this presence right now.
So honored.
And with the rest of the builds as well, let's have a little look at in. As we see another double tap here from Jelly, and the pull from Kiki as well. Kiki's on point with those pulls. They don't manage to continue the follow though, because Sambam gets a good route off to stop Weekend following in Allied with the Unstable Vortex. But look at this, Eager starting to collapse in mid lane here. They may try and turn this one around as they blink in. Koi's instantly beats from Weekend. He's looking for the hammer away, but the World Weaver does connect. But can they chase him down? Cougar wants to go in for the kill, but Cyclone Spin pushes back Cougar, who uses the ultimate, trying to find the snipe on the kill on Weekend. Not going to connect it. Cyclone disengages now. Omega on the front line, going to force back Eager one more time. Nobody dies.
Yeah, really good plays by Cougar there. He realized it was the, I used my escape, like whoops, and then he procced his ultimate before he could get CC'd and managed to get out of there.
Weekend needs to be just a little bit more careful. As much as he wants to initiate right now, he does have to let Kiki and particularly Omega do the initiating. Omega is not going to take any damage at all. And he's going into what seems to be Spirit Robe here as the last item, which is actually a great hybrid item, not to mention it gives you, of course, even more defensive percentage when you get that proc on it. So a really smart item to go here.
Gold Fury has respawned now in the sieging up Envy, trying to get themselves in a position. Kiki with those pulls is available. Gonna get Jelly again. Root him down as well as Stable Vortex hits, but quite tanky is Jelly at this stage of the game at level 18. Thor though dugs in. Weekend looking for the pick onto Sobek. Through space and time gets fired. They clean up the kill with Weekend. Allied though and the boys in a bit of a weird position here as the tumble drive from Dwurst comes out, throwing Omega away, but Cyclone finds a kill onto Sambam underneath the tier 1 tower. Dwurst is currently trying to do what he can to get out of the fight as Omega is just tanking up for days. That tower could basically be an Archer minion right now as Omega finds a kill onto Koi's. They're still pressuring on, looking for more. Through space and time comes out, Unstable Vortex comes out, they don't find the pick. Tier 1 tower falls and now minions for the tier 2.
Yeah, and there you can see the power of the Fatales on the Shablanca. The Cabrakan had his speed buff activated or his speed boost activated in his one, but Shablanca was able to keep up with him.
That was the fight that Envy needed. That was the perfect initiation, followed by Weekend going in after the effect as we see Xing Ten in a lot of trouble here. Can he jump away? No, he's going to get pulled back by Kiki.
Cyclone gets the kill as well because of that. The Phoenix is under threat here. There's nothing much Cougar can do as he falls through the portal there. They may try and run him down for the kill. Through space and time gets fired. Doesn't connect. No, but Cyclone will find the kill. He'll pay with his life. No, the portal will save him. They'll retreat now, lick their wounds, and take the glory of the gold.
I would like to see them not back here, go immediately to the Gold Fury, which seems to be, or they may even go for the Fire Giant. There's no reason to back here. They do have the Sylvanas heals, but it seems that Cyclone is going to go ahead and call this win, although they are moving right towards that Fire Giant. Strange to see Cyclone back, though, by himself. He was really low, but they're going to need him there if they want to do that Fire Giant.
Do you defend this up?
No, I don't think Cyclone should have backed either. I agree with Incon here. He had Sylvanas heals, and he also would have been able to heal up off the Fire Giant if someone else takes.
Omega zoning out Jelly, and there's the ultimate from Xbalanque as well. They're trying to pick Jelly here. As around the right-hand side comes Koi's, looking to check the Fire Giant, but still this fight's going on as Jelly inside his ultimate, using the lurk in the waters to ignore getting CC'd for the time being, but aggressed on again, and he has to disengage, but Omega says, no, we will continue this fight. As round the side comes Weekend as well with the Berserker Barrage, trying to pick Jelly's the whole team, and Allied through space and time connects to secure the kill, and the boys of Envy retreat back to the Fire Giant.
He had no way to know that Cyclone had backed for what we know, and it seems that he went up to check that Fire Giant, got caught out of position. He did use the Heavenly and his ultimate to get away, but then he tried to come back in and check again, and that's when he got caught out.
Koi's trying to get around the right-hand side here, though, trying to get to the Fire Giant and defend it. There goes Dwurst running into. He's one of the tankiest ones, but he just went through a portal that I put down. We can initiate into Koi's. Good beads and turnaround from Koi's as the Fire Giant still stands for the time being, but I'm not sure for how long. Can Dwurst get in there and secure it? No. Envy get the Fire Giant. Cyclone under pressure, however, from Dwurst on the backside. The shell keeping survivable for the time being, and now Omega still zoning away 3. That's 2 Hunters and the Guardian. Cyclone trying to pick up Dwurst.
I want to see Eager chase this fight. This is probably going to be their best chance to win a team fight here. A lot of Envy guys have no mana, half HP, but no one's helping out Dwurst.
No one's helping out Dwurst. Dwurst is going to fall down. Rest in peace, Dwurst. You will be missed. Another man goes down. Fire Giant on all 5 members of Envy now. What do you do?
At this point, this is Eager has to play back. They can't defend their tier 2s anymore, so they got to go back to the Phoenixes, just like last game, and they have to give that final hold. I love the itemization coming out from Kiki there. You see the Lotus Crown to give even more protections. We talked about how he loves to give protections to the teams, so we're getting it from Shell. We're getting it from Auras. We're getting it from Lotus Crown, and we're getting it from the heal. He has 4 different sources giving his team protections in these fights.
Really good situation now for the boys of Envy. They're looking for the finals opportunity to face off against Cognitive, who qualified earlier in the week up against Aware Gaming. They've worked their way through the open bracket tournament here after failing on PC, let's be honest, but they managed to do it on Xbox.
Hey, sometimes you keep competing. As long as you have that competitive spirit, you'll find a way to get yourself to a world.
Competitive spirit will help you out. 37 minutes in now. They're looking to go down this left-hand side for the final tier 2 tower. Furthest Phoenix away from the Fire Giant too, which is one of the hardest ones to defend up.
Yeah, I mean, look, Envy here to just push down left lane and try to take exactly the hardest Phoenix to defend.
Hardest Phoenix to defend, and now with Kiki in the jungle, well, they're going to find the purple buff has just been dropped by Cougar. He'll bravely run away, though, alongside his Sobek buddy in tow. I doubt they're going to try and defend the tier 2 here. He's already crippled, below half health already, and Cyclone with a couple of autos will bring that one down. The Phoenix defense is where it's all going to be for the boys of Eager. How do you defend this?
Looks like they're going back to do that Gold Fury. Not so much that even they need it as much as they don't want Eager to maybe backdoor it while they're trying to push a different lane.
Exactly. I mean, that's good discipline here. They don't need to do the Gold Fury, but they want to give Eager as minimal a chance as possible to make a comeback.
And to be fair, with 3 Guardians and 2 Hunters, you can defend the Phoenix pretty easily if they dive in a little bit too deep, even with the Fire Giant here.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's important is to have really good wave clear, which is what they have with Chiron and Neath. Envy's really going to have to force the situation if they're going to want to take a Phoenix.
Pressure onto Dwurst there, and that actually was a Soul Reaver proc that hit Dwurst. He's actually a lot tankier than that. Just the Soul Reaver knocked him down to a 3rd HP. Phoenix in middle lane respawns, and that's where Envy's are focusing his attention for now. You see Omega quite happy to tank this up for days. We can even be able to just walk up and in-hand it down, knowing Omega will tank this up for him.
Yeah, that was pretty much the smartest decision you could have made there. That Phoenix was just respawning, and as we know, it comes back with very little health. So they went ahead and took that down because it was the easiest target. Now we're looking to push up that left lane.
Dwurst takes a lot of poke once again. Omega still tanking this up. Look at his HP bar, still pretty much full health. Fire Giant and Kiki on the backside does go in. Dwurst trying to do some work onto Omega and keep him busy. But on the front side of things, you can see Kiki still in there making a mess. As Allied is still looking for the pick onto Sambam. Will he find a kill? No, juked out to Sambam as Jelly still picks up Allied here. This could be a fight for Eager that goes in their favor. They're still surviving. The boys have done well. They did lose the Phoenix though, as Dwurst still holding the front line with Omega. Omega tanking the Titan there. Takes a lot of poke, and the Lotus Crown has paid dividends for the boys of Envy so far.
Yeah, this is exactly what Eager needed. They needed Envy to make some kind of mistake somewhere, and Ally went a little bit too deep to try to kill Sandbag.
He went in and he used the tier 3 beef there to get the cooldown to try to get the unstable vortex back up to kill the Neath. It did come back up. He did use it, but it just missed the Neath, and then he put himself out of position, and it looks like he might have even been hit by the Titan for the final boss.
Not all doom and gloom though for Envy. They did get the Phoenix that they wanted. The middle Phoenix went down as well, and the Fire Giant will be back up by the time Allied respawns for them to go and siege again.
Yeah, and so they were also prepared for the situation. We talked about earlier how they did the Gold Fury. This would have been the situation where Eager went to do the Gold Fury to get some of that money back. Of course, the Gold Fury is not an option because it was done safely earlier, and contesting the Fire Giant is going to be extremely difficult for Eager because not only are they behind so much gold, but they have to push out 2 lanes that are far away from the Fire Giant.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Envy to get ward control, vision control all around Eager's jungle, especially on the right side of the map, and then look for Eager to face check and look for picks.
Well, at the moment you can see exactly how this game plays out. When you get to 6 items, you can see what Envy have chosen here. You've got the Lotus Crown and the Breastplate of Valor there on the Sylvanas towards the end with a Stone of Gaia. Eagles rally though from Omega onto Sambam. Still looking for the pressure. Sambam in a lot of trouble as the double tap hits. Weaken will secure that one. And now we'll see Koi's trying to run away from this team, walling off the best as he can. But the team is still chasing down. Autos in hand, trying to find the picks. The wall doesn't connect. Koi's still alive for now. His allied swings from the back. A little bit overextended. Rejoins his team. They're just slowly pushing on. The pull from Kiki is great. And the wall is even better from Weaken. Jelly has to disengage as well. The Cyclone should be able to bring the Phoenix down the right-hand side once again. This is even before the Fire Giant comes down. Dwarf trying to make the best of it. Spins to win. Pulls Kiki in. Phoenix still alive for the time being. They're still trying to bring it down. On the back though, Cyclone trying to find the kill on a Cougar, and they don't find it. Cougar lives, but Weaken's dunk comes out to save the day. Wall double tap onto Jelly one more time. Jelly still trying to hold on for his life. Gets back to base in time. Dwarf surrounded by 4 members of Envy now. Still holding on, but it looks a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah, not much Iku can do here. You know, valiant effort in trying to defend, and Cougar did outback box Cyclone there behind the Phoenix.
Where's managed to get out? I can't believe he did that, but the tell you something that's not going to go out is the Titan. It looks like Envy have managed to do it. They win the semi-finals against Eager, move themselves on to the finals that we play tomorrow morning up against Cognitive. Boys.
Well, it was a good game, and I can't be more proud of my guys. You know, they had a really crazy road here.
For their first year as well.
For their first year, you know, they didn't really play too much PC. So just really proud of them, and, you know, you got to play at Worlds, so appreciate that, and work hard for next year.
And I am equally proud of my boys over there, Team Envy, representing the boys in blue, so strong. I'm so happy that they're going over, and Omega, of course. And Omega.
I was gonna say.
I'm so happy that they kept that competitive spirit alive, and even though things didn't go how we wanted at the Super Regionals, they found a way to make it here, and they'll be playing in the finals for a World Championship title.
Now, do you reckon Shing can do it?
What was that?
What would you prefer? Would you prefer Shing, or would you prefer it to be Incom's team?
I mean, Shing making it to Worlds was enough. Let's not have him win it, too. I mean, come on.
Kelly, let's go to the stage and see how the Envy boys are feeling. I'm sure they're quite happy with themselves after a great performance today.
So much, Hindu man. I am joined here by Allied. You know, your team didn't make it to Worlds, but you were like, nah, we're going to make it to Worlds anyway. How are you feeling right now going into the finals of the Xbox Invitational?
I'm excited. Yeah, it's going to be it's good finals. We're against Shing. Come on. That's awesome.
All right, Allied, before I send everyone off, hit a B-boy pose. Just. All right, everyone, thank you so much. You can join us tomorrow at 11 a.m. with the first Xbox Invitational Finals, and then after that, we have the grand finals of the SMI World Championships with Enemy and Epsilon. Everyone have a good night.
I was like, wait.